Some say that in a person's life the most important thing is to possess self-knowledge, to understand clearly what one can do and what one cannot. With such awareness, life becomes far easier to bear. Wu Qi believed this wholeheartedly, for he himself possessed a strong sense of his own limits. From childhood to adulthood, he had never felt there was anything particularly outstanding about him. He was simply an ordinary person and thus had never indulged in unrealistic dreams. If nothing unexpected happened, he expected to spend his entire life living a plain, uneventful existence in the forest. Yet 3 days ago, a sudden accident shattered that plan. That day, as usual, he was play wrestling with his good friend Little Bear and the others. Just as he hurled Little Bear aside, he inadvertently discovered a stranger lying motionless on the ground. He walked over in curiosity and found that the man was already breathing faintly, barely clinging to life. With his dying breath, the stranger entrusted Wu Qi with a jade pendant and a letter asking him to deliver them to someone in Tianyang City. Moments later, he expired. Warm-hearted by nature, Wu Qi felt that delivering a single letter was no great matter. Since it was on his way, why not? So he packed his belongings, made brief preparations, and got ready to set out. The door clicked shut behind him. After closing the door, he took out a remote control and pressed a button. The house, which occupied a full hectare of ground, began to fold in upon itself at high speed. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk into something the size of a handheld bag. Wu Qi grabbed his little bag and swaggered off toward the outside world. He lived in a vast forest and had done so for as long as he could remember. Though he had never interacted with outsiders, he possessed a mysterious television from which he had learned many so-called principles of how to conduct oneself. So in theory, communicating normally with people should not be a problem for him, or so he believed. He had barely walked a few steps when a thunderous roar suddenly rang out. A colossal bear as tall as an 8-story building suddenly loomed before him. It crouched low to the ground, eyes gleaming ferociously as it fixed its gaze on Wu Qi. Yet Wu Qi was not the least bit afraid. He strode forward in a single bound and threw his arms around the beast's massive head. "Little bear, boo-hoo, I'm leaving. You have to take good care of yourself." The brown bear, which had moments ago been baring its fangs, blinked in utter confusion when it was hugged. After a brief daze, it too was infected by his emotion and started bawling. Boy and bear clung to each other, weeping with snot and tears flowing everywhere. Only half an hour later did they reluctantly part ways. The brown bear watched Wu Qi's receding figure waving a handkerchief with one paw while wiping its tears with the other. Yet as it cried and cried, a faint sense that something was off slowly arose within it. It looked at the handkerchief in its paw, then at the departing Wu Qi, bewilderment filling its ursine features. Where did this handkerchief even come from? And why on earth was it crying? Had it not come here intending to kill that damn brat who was always tormenting it? After pondering for a long time, the brown bear still could not figure it out. At last it gave a very human-like shrug, then trudged home in dejection. Wu Qi continued walking through the forest, bidding farewell to his friends along the way. As he neared the outer edge of the woods, a device in the hand of a middle-aged man suddenly began to emit a sharp signal. He's finally come out. But when the middle-aged man saw the location marked on the device, his heart gave a jolt. The signal originated from the illusory forest, a place long branded a forbidden zone for humankind. Since the end of World War II, it had been hailed as a domain of death. Many had challenged it in defiance, yet not a single one had ever returned. Gazing at that location, the middle-aged man hesitated, but in the end he stepped on the accelerator and drove toward it. About an hour later, when he reached the forest's edge, he pulled over and lit a cigarette to smoke in silence. According to the instruments display, the person carrying the item was heading toward the outskirts. They would be meeting very soon. A tuneless, chaotic humming drifted out from the forest. Soon afterward, Wu Qi hopped out from among the trees, bouncing along like a ridiculously carefree little fool. A child. The middle-aged man was taken aback. To his knowledge, the person carrying that item was supposed to be an adult. And why would a child appear in a place like this? Yet the instrument hidden beneath his clothes was vibrating violently. There was no doubt that the item was indeed on the boy. The middle-aged man pulled on a pair of gloves. He had already probed the boy with his senses and confirmed that the other party was not an apostle. Though he had no idea why the boy was here, the only option now was to ensure he died here. A dim blue radiance began to emanate from his body, gathering before him and condensing into solid form. In the end, it took shape as a 3-headed hound. In the 19th century, this world underwent a momentous transformation. A substance known as spiritual energy suddenly emerged, and countless bizarre, secret realms descended upon the earth. The West was the first to complete a revolution of spiritual energy. Believing Qi to be a gift bestowed by God, they called those capable of wielding it apostles. Xia, however, due to the policies of the reigning emperor, sealed its borders from the world. One misstep led to another, and as the dynasty decayed and blundered repeatedly, the nation teetered on the brink of annihilation. Fortunately, during that desperate era, countless prodigies arose within Xia. At tremendous cost, they managed to pull the nation back from the abyss and restore it to the ranks of first-class powers today. Nowadays, Xia sees a great many apostles awaken within its borders. Yet with that, severe public security problems have also arisen. The middle-aged man himself was an apostle, and a high-level one at that. The 3-headed hound before Wu Qi, resembling some creature from hell, was in fact something he had assembled with his own ability. Once an apostle has undergone sufficient tempering, they can awaken a unique ability of their own. The name of the middle-aged man's power was 3 more years of patching and stitching. By piecing together various severed limbs, he could grant life to things that had none. Of course, the hellhound's appearance was purely for intimidation. After all, this image was rather famous. Go. At his command, the three-headed hound drool flying let out a howl and charged straight at Wu Qi. This three-headed hound was one of his masterpieces. Even an ordinary apostle might not escape unscathed from it, let alone an ordinary human. Yet as he was thinking this, the barking up ahead suddenly changed, turning shrill and panicked. The middle-aged man snapped his head up only to see his hound's 4 limbs tied to wooden stakes as it struggled desperately. Beneath it, a large pot had been set up, and the young boy was calmly slicing white radishes into the boiling water. Stop! The middle-aged man shouted hastily. Wu Qi, who had been stirring the soup with a ladle, suddenly heard the cry and immediately looked up. A man with prematurely aged features leapt down from a tree. Put my dog down. Huh, uncle, this is your dog. I'm really sorry. I saw it all alone out here and thought it was wild. Looking genuinely embarrassed, Wu Qi untied the hound. In a flash, it bolted to the middle-aged man's side, wrapping all 4 legs around his thigh and refusing to let go. Tears streamed down its faces as it pointed a paw at Wu Qi and launched into an unceasing torrent of complaints. The middle-aged man was stunned. Since when had his hound become this intelligent? Now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He fixed his gaze on Wu Qi and saw the boy dressed in outdated shabby clothes, a torn cap perched on his head, clear eyes brimming with foolish innocence. How could such an ordinary child have tied up his spirit hound in an instant? Uncle, uncle. Wu Qi's voice pulled the middle-aged man back to his senses. Uncle, what are you doing here? Of course I'm here to walk my dog. Because he was unsure of Wu Qi's true strength, whether the boy was truly simple or only pretending, he decided to play along for the time being. Uncle, do you know how to get to Tianyang City? Tianyang City. What a coincidence, my home is there. Why are you going? Visiting relatives? No, someone entrusted me to deliver something to Tianyang City. At those words, the middle-aged man instantly understood. No wonder the item was in Wu Qi's hands. Most likely the one who entrusted it to him was already dead. Clearly the boy had no idea of the item's true value. The middle-aged man rubbed his chin. Was there a chance he could trick that thing out of Wu Qi's hands? With that thought, the middle-aged man immediately put on a panicked expression. Little brother, the person you mentioned. Does he have a square face, big eyes, and a knife scar beneath one eye? Uncle, how did you know? How did I know? He's my own younger brother. Where is he now? I'm sorry. He has already passed away. Wu Qi sighed. The middle-aged man staggered back a few steps, then suddenly covered his face and burst into tears. Wu Qi had not expected such a coincidence. He had just set out and already encountered the dead man's family. Uncle, please accept my condolences. I believe that Uncle in heaven would not want to see you like this. The middle-aged man wiped the tears from his face, his expression turning slightly excited. Did my younger brother leave anything behind? Oh, he left a letter and a jade pendant. Wu Qi answered honestly. Hearing this, delight flashed through the middle-aged man's heart. He had not expected to pry it out of Wu Qi so easily. This fellow might be a bit strange, but he clearly lacked worldly experience. So he hurriedly said, could you let me see them? No. He said I must hand them to a girl. That's my niece. Give them to me, and I'll pass them on to her when I return. It's the same thing. That won't do. He said they must be delivered to the girl in person. No, listen, I'm his older brother. Giving them to me is the same, isn't it? The middle-aged man blurted anxiously. The middle-aged man spoke in agitation. It's not the same. I've seen this kind of situation on TV a lot. To make things easier, the messenger casually hands the letter to a family member of the main character, and then that relative never passes it on, which leads to all sorts of misunderstandings. The middle-aged man was speechless. What kind of ridiculous dramas were those? Could they not film something with a bit more positive energy? Still, he knew he could not push Wu Qi too hard. If he aroused the boy's suspicion, it would be troublesome. So he immediately softened his tone and patted Wu Qi's shoulder with a gratified smile. Wu Qi, you did the right thing. I was just testing you. It seems my brother chose the right person to entrust. Wu Qi scratched his head in embarrassment. Little brother, how about this? I go with you to find my niece. 2 people traveling together is at least a bit safer. All right. Wu Qi agreed at once. To be honest, this middle-aged man was the first living person Wu Qi had really interacted with. Aside from that initial entrustment, this was his first time actually getting along with someone, and he felt a little excited at the thought. By the way, we've been talking for so long. Are you thirsty? I have some tea here. Would you like a sip? The middle-aged man took out a cup. Thank you, uncle. I really am a bit thirsty. Wu Qi picked up the cup and took a big gulp. A look of excitement immediately flashed across the middle-aged man's face. He had filled that tea with nanobombs, but once swallowed they would explode. Boy, don't blame me. This is your own doing. In your next life, don't drink what strangers give you. The middle-aged man let out a cold chuckle, then impatiently pressed the remote in his hand. Hearing no sound, the middle-aged man grunted in confusion a few more times, but still there was no explosion. How strange. Why isn't it working? He tapped the remote in his hand, but there was still no reaction. Then he picked up the teacup and opened it to check. No problem, this is the right one. Then he took a sip himself and pressed the remote again. Uncle, I just made some soup as well, why don't we? Boom. The violent blast gave Wu Qi a fright. He hurriedly turned around and saw the middle-aged man charred all over, only his 2 large eyes staring fixedly at him from a pitch-black face. Uncle. Wu Qi rushed to the middle-aged man's side. Uncle, are you all right? I'm fine. The middle-aged man spat out a puff of black smoke. Why had he been stupid enough to test it on himself? No, uncle, what's with your appearance? Tan. Wu Qi fell silent. He had to admit, the effect was quite something. No wonder people from big cities knew how to have their fun. Uncle, how about we drink some soup instead? Sure. His voice was somewhat hoarse. It was fortunate his life was tough enough, though the bomb had not killed him, internal injuries were unavoidable. Among apostles there was a kind of spirit technique that allowed one to heal injuries through food, so he was now desperate to eat something to recover. Wu Qi ladled a bowl of soup for the middle-aged man, who drained it in one gulp. To be fair, the boy's cooking was quite good, the soup was genuinely delicious. He downed 5 bowls in a row, sweating profusely as he drank. Phew, this weather is a bit hot. He kept shaking out his clothes and dabbing at his sweat with a handkerchief, but for some reason the sweat just would not dry. Then his nose suddenly felt warm. When he touched it, he found he was having a nosebleed. Beside him the dog nodded and said, it is pretty hot. Shall we go take a bath later? Sure. The middle-aged man had barely agreed when he sensed something was wrong. He jerked his head around. Since when could the dog talk? His vision wavered. He felt as if little angels were fluttering all around him. There's poison in the soup. The middle-aged man finally reacted. He had never expected Wu Qi to poison him. Yet after all his muttering about others, he had been the one to fall into a trap. What did you put in the soup? The middle-aged man's vision swam, and he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Nothing much, just some radish. Frightened by the man's condition, Wu Qi hastily held up the radish as proof. The middle-aged man focused his eyes and stared. Good grief, that was no radish. That was a radish mushroom. It was not poisonous, and was even highly nourishing, but the problem was that it had extremely strong hallucinogenic effects. That night his eyes were wide open like 2 light bulbs as he clung to the nearby 3-headed hound and refused to let go, insisting it was his first love. The 3-headed hound stared blankly, its heart filled with despair, thinking it would have been better to die in the pot earlier. If Wu Qi were not watching from the side, who knew what horrors might have occurred? They carried on like that until the next day, when the man finally improved a little, only to lie on the ground, giggling foolishly. Wu Qi had no idea what to do, but fortunately the middle-aged man had his phone with him. Wu Qi had seen such devices on TV and knew roughly how to use one. He hurriedly used the phone to look up the middle-aged man's symptoms, and with just one search, cancer. Wu Qi was utterly stunned. How could it possibly be cancer? And not just any cancer, but brain cancer causing psychosis. It all happened so suddenly. How could such a kind man suffer such cruel fate? A wave of sorrow surged within Wu Qi. He quickly resumed his search, querying how to care for cancer patients. The results stated that patients should eat nourishing food, as they were invariably physically weakened. Other tasks might elude him, but cooking, that he could master with ease. He hastily rekindled the fire, dumped all the remaining radishes into the pot in one go, and, fearing the dish would be too monotonous, ventured into the forest to gather wild mushrooms, which he added without hesitation. Once prepared, he immediately carried the steaming bowl to the middle-aged man. Uncle, time to eat. The man had barely regained a sliver of lucidity when Wu Qi appeared before him, holding out the soup. Woo woo woo. The man could no longer speak. He only stared in terror at the bowl in Wu Qi's hands, shaking his head violently. Not only did he shake his head, the dog did too. You may torment him as you please, but what happens next? Tonight he'll torment me. Uncle, you must eat. You're ill and your strength depends on nourishment. Come now, open up. Wu Qi seized the man's head, ignored his frantic resistance, and poured the entire contents of the bowl down his throat. He even refused to sip a drop himself, ensuring every last drop went to the man. That night Wu Qi stood frozen in disbelief as the man, dragging the despondent dog, danced wildly around the campfire. Wu Qi, is this also a symptom of cancer? He'd never seen it portrayed on television. For 3 full days the man collapsed by day and raged by night. At last, utterly broken, the man pleaded with Wu Qi, young brother, I beg you, take me to a hospital. Wu Qi paused, then snapped his fingers. Right? A hospital, it's an option. The man, what the hell? Wu Qi hoisted the man onto his back and sprinted toward the hospital under the man's directions. Yet even as he rode, the man's mind churned with fresh scheming. Last time had been a miscalculation, but this time he swore Wu Qi would pay dearly. From his coat he withdrew a small vial, uncorked it with meticulous care, and tilted it gently over Wu Qi's collar, releasing a jet-black insect that crawled swiftly beneath his clothing. This was his most treasured secret, a Class C demonic beast known as the heart-devouring worm. Once burrowed beneath the skin, it inflicted unendurable agony for 3 full days and nights, before consuming the victim's heart. Ha ha ha, this time there's no escape for you. A cruel smile twisted the man's lips, until he forgot he was riding on Wu Qi's back. The worm, having entered Wu Qi's collar, slithered down his spine, crept along his arm, and leapt onto the man's leg, vanishing instantly beneath his pant cuff. Then, arg! A blood-curdling shriek tore from the man's throat, so piercing that Wu Qi nearly dropped him in shock. Uncle, what's wrong now? My leg, my leg, my leg. Clutching his thigh, the man writhed in sweat-soaked agony. Wu Qi set him down at once, hiked up his pant leg, and saw a grotesque, pulsating bulge crawling beneath the skin. Damn it, Uncle, something's moving inside your leg. Wu Qi cried out. Quick, cut it out. The man convulsed, screaming, do it, now? Oh. Wu Qi snatched up a kitchen cleaver. As the bulge advanced, the surrounding flesh blackened and rotted. His voice trembled with urgency. Uncle, this is critical. Your entire leg is infected. We have no choice but to amputate. Amputate. No, don't cut off my leg. The man sobbed. But uncle, if we don't, it'll reach your nether regions. The man's eyes bulged wide. In one swift motion, he drew a blade from his coat. Use this, it's sharper. Wuchi. He dabbed sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. This was his first amputation, and gripping the knife, his hands shook violently as he aimed at the creeping bulge. Hurry up, the man howled. Oh, right away. With a roar, Wuchi raised the blade high above his head. At that very moment, the blade sheared free from its hilt. Wuchi screamed again, swung blindly with the handle still clenched in his fist, and brought it down, eyes tightly shut. Thud. The blow landed squarely on the man's inner thigh. His face flushed crimson, his eyes nearly burst from their sockets. Yeah. Before he could protest, Wuchi swung the wooden handle downward in a frenzy. Thud, thud, thud. The man writhed uncontrollably on the ground. Miraculously, even with his eyes closed, every strike struck true, landing with unnerving precision upon the same spot. Finally, Wuchi lowered his arms and cautiously cracked open one eye, only to see the insect emerge from the man's thigh and scuttle into the forest. Uncle, it's out. It was a worm. Burrowed right into your leg, uncle. Uncle. The man lay deathly pale, foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled white and vacant. Uncle, what's wrong? When no reply came, Wuchi hoisted him again and raced toward the city. When they finally reached the hospital, the doctors were flabbergasted. What on earth happened to him? A worm crawled into his leg. It was nearly gangrenous. The physician glanced at the diagnostic report, then blinked in bewilderment. No, he simply has mild thigh infection. A 2-in-1 antiseptic ointment will suffice. But I confess, I cannot fathom how the worm entering his leg caused such severe trauma to his lower anatomy. Wuchi, could it perhaps have migrated? The doctor. That evening the man awoke from pain and opened his eyes straight into Wuchi's face. He screamed, and the jolt wrenched his wound, arching his body backward in agony. Uncle, don't move. The doctor said your injuries are grave, but I brought you in just in time. You'll recover fully, no lasting harm. Thank you so much. The man gritted through clenched teeth. Lucky I'm blessed with extraordinary resilience, or that boy would have ruined me forever. Oh, no need to thank me, uncle. It's the least I could do. Wuchi scratched his head bashfully. I wasn't thanking you. The man erupted in fury. Tell me, why the hell did you close your eyes while wielding that knife? I faint at the sight of blood. The man lay weakly on the bed. By the way, uncle, the hospital says you need to settle the medical fees. I haven't a cent. How much? The man whispered, drained. 40,000 yuan. 40,000. 40,000. No, how on earth did it come to this? I haven't had my leg amputated nor suffered any catastrophic injury. Why should it cost so much? The middle-aged man exclaimed in disbelief. It's mainly because of the root damage. And since you have no medical insurance, everything is out of pocket. Naturally, it's expensive. Wuchi spread his hands wide. The middle-aged man stared silently. Damn it. That night, lying flat on his bed, he gazed blankly at the ceiling, tears slowly tracing a path down his temples. He couldn't comprehend it. How had such a routine assignment spiraled into this catastrophe? A soft breeze stirred. Then without warning, a figure materialized in the otherwise empty room. Yet the man showed no alarm, only calm certainty. You finally arrived. What happened to you? The figure recoiled inwardly. This man was one of their organization's elite operatives, yet now lay broken before him. Cough, cough. I was ambushed by agents from several rival factions. I eliminated them all, but paid the price. Yes, that's precisely what happened. Brother, how you're truly extraordinary. The figure spoke with genuine awe. Modest, modest. The man waved his hands dismissively. Brother, how, why did you summon me this time? At the mention of business, his demeanor hardened instantly. I've located the jade pendant. You'll find it on the young man currently waiting in the hallway outside. Go immediately, with backup. Bring many. Eliminate him, then retrieve the pendant. No choice. I am ruthless by necessity. Brother, how that boy outside is just a child. I can handle him alone. Silence. Listen carefully, that youth is unervingly dangerous. Never underestimate him. You cannot prevail alone. Bring overwhelming force. Understand? Understood. The figure nodded, though inwardly scoffed. He'd already verified the boy was no apostle. To them, ordinary humans, non-apostles, were no more significant than ants. And the second matter is paramount. Instantly, the figure straightened. This ranked higher than the first. Was it a classified directive from the organization itself? The man spoke gravely. Secondly, process my medical reimbursement. After all, the hospital wouldn't release him without payment. The figure fell silent. He picked up the medical invoice, its contents twisting his expression into something unreadable. Don't stare. Hospital records are archived. This diagnosis is a deliberate ruse crafted by the physician to mislead our enemies about the true severity of my injuries. The figure nodded, enlightened. Truly, Brother Howe's foresight was impeccable, though the cost seemed staggering. Brother Howe, all this is manageable. But tell me, what exactly is pet-assisted psychological therapy? The man paused. Those 2 nights were chaotic. Sometimes a pet's intelligence proves inconvenient. Meanwhile, deep beneath a coastal city, a clandestine auction raged. The global surge in population, fueled by the resurgence of spiritual energy, had accelerated exponentially. Xia State's populace alone had doubled. And with that energy came shadows, dark deeds flourishing in secrecy. Here forbidden commodities changed hands, human organs, prescribed artifacts, goods too illicit for daylight trade, presenting now an osseous relic capable of elevating innate talent. Once integrated, even an ordinary mortal may ascend to genius. A gory, freshly excised skeleton was wheeled forward, a child's frame still slick with crimson. No horror flickered among the bidders, only ravenous avarice. A talent-enhancing artifact was rarer than myth, priceless, unattainable. Opening bid 30 million. Before the auctioneer's words faded, a voice erupted, 50 million, 60 million, 80 million. Bids soared, within moments exceeding 300 million. Then as numbers climbed relentlessly, a thunderous voice cut through the air. I bid 1 trillion. Silence crashed upon the hall. All eyes turned upward, to a white-suited man with silver hair standing on the second-floor balcony, surveying them like a sovereign. Sir, please refrain from jesting, the host stammered awkwardly. I am not jesting. I claim every lot in this room. What gives you the right? This. The silver-haired man snapped his fingers, the air behind him rippling as golden spears coalesced from the distortion. Performance time. With those words, the spears erupted downward like a storm of blossoming pear blossoms, hundreds of lethal projectiles streaking toward the crowd. Instantly, crimson fountains bloomed across the floor. Some apostles erected defensive shields, only to be pierced and erased. Others fled into corners, only for the floor to erupt into a colossal feline maw swallowing them whole. You bastards. Our leader will annihilate you. One man charged, only to be crushed into viscous pulp by a crimson-haired giant's fist. The red-haired man stood over 2 meters tall, muscles taut, radiating palpable dread. Within moments, the auction hall held no living soul. Hey, hurry. The countermeasure bureau will arrive any moment. A dark-haired man emerged from shadow, commanding the great feline toward the storage vault. There the beast opened its jaws wide, while the crimson and azure-haired men stuffed priceless artifacts inside. Suddenly, the silver-haired man's phone chimed. He answered, listened, and nodded. Accelerate. Assignment 7 has activated. Hands moved faster. When the last artifact vanished, the 4 stood together. The azure-haired man conjured a black cloth enveloping them all. In the next breath, the cloth collapsed onto the floor, leaving only emptiness. On a barren stretch outside Tianyang City, the shadow who'd appeared in the hospital room now smoked quietly. Moments later, a black cloth warped into existence on the ground, swelling upward before a hand seized and tore it aside, revealing the 4. 7. What's the mission? Why the urgency? 7 wordlessly handed them a photograph. They accepted it in silence. A child, the crimson-haired man scowled. You summoned us for this. Do you hold us in contempt? This is Brother Hao's directive. If you object, take it up with him. Indeed, the middle-aged man commanded profound respect among them. At the mention of his name, protest died. Yet privately they remained dismissive. Even prodigies must obey time's laws. Such youth implied low rank, even if he were an apostle. And these 4, each born exceptional, scorned Wu Qi outright. Tomorrow Brother Hao will lure the boy into an alley outside the hospital. Strike the moment he arrives. Bring back his corpse. Understood. They nodded, treating it as little more than a holiday diversion. Early the next morning, the middle-aged man, Brother Hao, asked Wu Qi to walk his dog. Wu Qi readily agreed, though the dog naturally was far less enthusiastic. The dog resisted, only to be struck 3 times on the head with a stick by Wu Qi, then dragged along like a lifeless sack. Brother Hao stared silently. Well, I suppose that counts as walking it. Wu Qi hauled the reluctant dog outside, garbage bag in hand. Just as he reached the alley entrance, a figure plummeted from the sky, brandishing a massive club, and slammed it viciously onto Wu Qi's skull. Thud. Success. The red-haired man smiled faintly, supremely confident in his strength. An ordinary man like this could not possibly survive. Or could he? The red-haired man stood frozen, bewildered. The gory scene he'd envisioned never materialized. Wu Qi stood before him unharmed, except for a rapidly swelling lump rising atop his head. Wu Qi glanced at the red-haired man, then at the club still clutched in his hand. The red-haired man hastily shoved the weapon behind his back and forced an awkward smile. Onlookers stared in stunned silence. Wait, why are you embarrassed? Keep hitting him. But before the words left their lips, Wu Qi raised his right fist, bit down on his thumb, and blew hard. Instantly his fist swelled, expanding in a breathless instant into a colossal building-sized behemoth. The red-haired man froze. Then before he could react, the titanic fist swung forth. Boom. All they saw was the red-haired man vanishing into the distance like a streak of light. Dazed and disoriented, he shook his head to clear it, only to realize something was profoundly wrong with his surroundings. As he rose groggily, an airplane glided past beside him. He blinked in utter confusion, then watched slack-jawed as the leaning tower of Pisa, Notre Dame Cathedral, and the Statue of Liberty flashed one after another across his field of vision. The red-haired man stared speechless, then erupted, what the hell? Only then did he grasp his predicament, and plummeted headlong toward the earth. The white-haired man and the others watched dumbfounded as a blazing meteor streaked across the sky, revealing at its center the red-haired man's wide-eyed gaping face. Crash. They were all buried instantly beneath a mountain of trash. Minutes later, the four emerged battered and reeking from the refuse heap. 2. The white-haired man spat out a nail. What is that kid? An apostle. Even if he is, an apostle's punch shouldn't defy physics like that. Red, how far did you fly? Around the earth once. His face pale and strained, the red-haired man wheezed the words. Silence fell. You're joking. Number 7 frowned, incredulous. Instead, they found the red-haired man trembling on the ground, pulling out a stack of photographs. The first showed him midair, flashing AV sign beside the Statue of Liberty. Silence again. You got launched across the planet and still took selfies? Something's deeply off about that boy. No wonder Brother Hao had assigned them this task. Let me handle this. I'll bind him with golden shackles. Then you move in together. The white-haired man stepped forward. The others nodded. The white-haired man puffed out his chest, his pectorals seeming to swell slightly, then strode ahead, arms swinging rhythmically. The four watched him go, until he vanished around the corner, when number 7 suddenly frowned. Wait, why does he walk like that? The other three exchanged blank stares. Meanwhile, the white-haired man trailed Wu Qi, eyes sharp, perceiving in his mind's eye nothing but openings in Wu Qi's stance. Golden shackles. Ripples erupted behind him. Then golden chains burst forth, coiling like serpentine torrents, snaking toward Wu Qi with lethal precision, binding him utterly within seconds. Got him, move in. Number 7 and the others roared, surging forward in a whirlwind of dust and shrieks. When the smoke cleared, they turned triumphantly, only to see Wu Qi strolling ahead, leash in hand, utterly unruffled. Stunned, they looked down and found themselves entangled together, limbs and golden chains knotted into an impossible, grotesque tangle. The white-haired man stared mute. Everyone else stared mute. Exhausted and humiliated, he finally snapped, "We're done. I told you to subdue him, not hurl yourselves at him like rabid hyenas." Flustered and crimson-faced, the others remained silent. None could explain why in that moment their minds had gone utterly blank, and their bodies had charged forward instinctively. With no choice, the white-haired man brought them to the hospital, where the doctor recoiled in disbelief. "How on earth did you get tangled like this? Is this performance art? Doctor, please just untangle us." The white-haired man covered his face. This was beyond mortifying. Once freed, they convened again. "I think we can't beat him, Heaton. Let's try something less direct." The white-haired man agreed, and led them out to prepare. They rigged small explosives onto stray cats. Among them, the black-haired man possessed limited feline influence, a subtle instinctive command over cats. At his sharp whistle, dozens of cats sprinted toward Wu Qi. Just as they neared him, the white-haired man slammed his finger onto the detonator remote. Silence. No explosion. Impossible. Why won't it trigger? He frantically jabbed the button, then turned only to find Wu Qi standing beside them, holding the dismantled bombs taken from the cats' collars. "So these are the things you strapped onto innocent cats? Really? That's just uncivilized." Wu Qi handed the inert devices back, then strode away without another glance. The group stared at the inert bombs in their hands, then at Wu Qi's retreating back. It took several long, dazed seconds before reality crashed over them. Oh, boom. Inside the hospital, Brother Hao sat stunned beside his new roommates, for bandaged, bewildered figures. "Wait, how did you all end up here?" "Brother Hao, skip the pleasantries. We have a serious question." Number 7, head swathed in thick gauze, spoke with grave solemnity. "What's our organization's health insurance coverage?" For other patients, similarly wrapped, similarly grim, nodded emphatically. Yes, they wielded extraordinary abilities, but cash. Not a single yuan in their pockets. Brother Hao stared speechless, just as Wu Qi returned dragging the dog, and paused at the sight of the kaleidoscopic cluster. "Uncle, who are these people?" Number 7 and the others stared dumbfounded. "Wait, you just flattened us this morning, and now you don't even recognize us. Every scheme we devised, every trick we tried, he didn't even notice us. Ah, these are my relatives. Xiao Bai, Xiao Hong, Xiao He, Xiao Qing, and Ah Qi. Hello." Wu Qi blinked slowly. "Is this family cursed this year? Did you all coordinate your hospital visits?" "Uncle, I've finished walking your dog. I need to deliver something for someone else now. If I delay any longer, they'll grow anxious." With that, Wu Qi turned to leave. "Wait." Brother Hao hurriedly called out to stop him. "Look at the time. It's dinner hour. If you go over now, they'll think you're crashing their meal. How terribly awkward that would be." Wu Qi paused. Indeed, delivering a gift was about peace of mind, not expectation of return. "All right then. They'll go tomorrow." "Exactly. Tomorrow we'll accompany you. We're close relatives after all and haven't seen each other in ages. A casual visit would be perfectly natural." Wu Qi fell silent. "Are you planning to borrow money from them? By the way, Xiao Wu, where did you hide that jade pendant? You must guard it carefully. The hospital is bustling with people. Oh, don't lose it." They schemed a circuitous approach, first discover where the pendant was hidden, then steal it outright. "Don't worry, uncle. Look." Wu Qi opened his mouth wide and, to everyone's stunned disbelief, reached inside and pulled out the jade pendant. "See, stowed safely inside my belly. Absolutely impossible to misplace. How on earth are we supposed to steal it now?" That night the group gathered around Wu Qi's bed. "Is he asleep?" Number 7 placed a hand on Wu Qi's neck, then nodded to the others. "Asleep means defenseless. We'll kill him outright and cut open his abdomen." Xiao Bai's face twisted into a snarl. He drew a knife and lunged for Wu Qi's stomach. But at the very instant the blade neared his skin, Wu Qi's waist twisted sharply aside, evading the strike. Xiaobai. He struck again, aiming for Wu Qi's flank, only for Wu Qi to sidestep once more. Then Xiaobai's arm blurred with frantic motion, yet every thrust missed Wu Qi's belly entirely. Huff, huff, huff. Gasping heavily, Xiaobai staggered, when suddenly Wu Qi sat upright and slammed a hammer down onto his skull. Stars spiraled above Xiaobai's head before he collapsed unconscious to the floor. The group stared speechless. Now what do we do? Helpless, they looked to Brother Hao, who mused aloud. If we can't take the pendant from him directly, perhaps we should accompany him when he delivers it. They blinked, then broke into broad grins. Of course, if Wu Qi proved untouchable, why not target the girl instead? Once Wu Qi handed over the pendant, they'd seize it immediately, simple and decisive. Elated, they set off the next morning, limping on crutches, wheeling each other in chairs, only to find the household steward awaiting them at the destination. My sincerest apologies. The young mistress has enrolled at university and won't be returning for some time. The group stood frozen, wordless. But surely a phone call could summon her home. Brother Hao's voice cracked with desperation. After all, when guests arrive, shouldn't the host appear to receive them? Gentlemen, please forgive me. The young mistress attends Jingxing University, a fully enclosed institution. Until graduation, she's forbidden all contact with the outside world. The group stood mute once more. Brother Hao turned to Wu Qi. So what now? What choice do I have? I'll simply wait until she returns. For years, is that so long? I can wait. We can't wait that long. Back at the hospital, Wu Qi resumed walking the dog while the others huddled in urgent consultation. Is there any faster way to track down that girl? Not entirely without options, Brother Hao said suddenly. Each year freshmen are permitted to bring their parents during orientation. So if we get Wu Qi admitted to university, we'll accompany him and seize the pendant the moment he hands it to her. Thus their goal could be achieved within roughly a year. Their plan seemed flawless until it met Wu Qi. School? No way. Why ever not? Brother Hao and the others pressed urgently. School is wonderful. Others chimed in agreement. I can't afford it, Wu Qi replied helplessly. In this world, overcrowding had made even high school tuition mandatory, modest yet far beyond his means. Don't fret, we'll fund your education. But uncle, why would you, a stranger, pay for my schooling? The group exchanged glances, until number 7's eyes suddenly lit up. He must sponsor your education. Why, you crippled his brother. He's heirless. Brother Hao stared at number 7 in shock, only to see him frantically signaling with his eyes. Brother Hao's face flushed crimson, then burying his face in his hands, he burst into anguished sobs. Wu Qi. But the doctor said it wouldn't affect anything. And doctors often say, eat whatever you like. Does that mean you should, Wu Qi? Fair point. So, you see, given what you've done to uncle, don't you bear responsibility? Don't you owe him lifelong care? Wu Qi nodded solemnly. This was his duty. He couldn't shirk it. Then, won't you strive to ensure his twilight years are dignified and comfortable? Think. Could mere manual labor secure such a future for him? No. Exactly. So mustn't you strive harder, attend a top university, land an excellent job, and lift his life to greater heights? Yes. Number 7 clapped his hands. It's done. Brother Hao, it's done. Wah. Brother Hao, you've succeeded. Stop pretending. I have no future left. Number 7. How did you actually convince him? Tianyang No. One high school, an ordinary secondary institution in Tianyang City, had become a national priority for cultivating apostles following the cataclysm. In this world, apostles held exalted status. Though not a municipal key school, Tianyang No. One high remained highly reputable. Because Wu Qi was not an apostle, even Brother Hao's substantial bribes secured him only the lowest tier class. Yet today's transfer students included not just him, but one other as well. Student Zhao Yi, why insist on transferring here? The principal was baffled. Zhao Yi had been enrolled at a prestigious Beijing high school, one guaranteeing admission to Jingxing University, so why undertake such extraordinary effort to join their school? Because this was where my mother once studied. I wished to walk the same halls to feel what she felt. A sunlit smile warmed Zhao Yi's face. I see. Though surely a formal transfer wasn't necessary. Our resources, principal. Zhao Yi interjected smoothly. I've always believed that human growth hinges less on resources than on character. If one lacks unwavering perseverance and unshakable resolve, even the finest resources cannot forge true greatness. Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Yi smiled gently as he gazed at the principal. Yes, absolutely. The principal dabbed sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Flustered. This young man was impossible to like. Zhao Yi turned away with a quiet smile, surveying the campus, and in his eyes flickered something unreadable, deeply intentional. The two students entered the classroom, supposedly in session, but instead found it in uproarious chaos. The teacher lectured obliviously at the front, while students below engaged in every manner of distraction. Ahem. As the principal stepped in and cleared his throat twice, the students instantly fell silent. Principal. The teacher on the podium called out with obsequious deference. Everyone please settle down. Let me introduce these two new students transferring from another school. You are to treat them with respect and foster harmonious relations. With that brief introduction, the principal exchanged a meaningful glance with the homeroom teacher before turning and departing. The moment he left, the teacher's demeanor hardened into stern authority. Now please introduce yourselves. Hello everyone. I'm Zhao Yi, 17 years old. Over the next 3 months, I look forward to sharing a wonderful journey with you all, and hope we'll grow close and enjoy each other's company. Zhao Yi delivered his introduction with radiant confidence. Scattered perfunctory applause followed. But when it came time for Wu Qi's turn, an unexpected silence settled over the room. My name is Wu Qi, and well, everything else is just like him. Zhao Yi. Classmates, such a terse, evasive introduction clearly failed to satisfy their expectations. Newcomers, put on a show for us. Yeah, go on, give us something. A wave of teasing erupted. Wu Qi glanced toward the teacher, only to find her pointedly ignoring him, allowing the clamor to swell unchecked. Zhao Yi didn't intervene either. Instead, his gaze locked onto the ringleader, the very student who'd first incited the crowd, his eyes flashing with cold, sharp intensity. So, what shall I perform? Wu Qi scratched his head awkwardly. Just anything you're good at. He paused, then declared, I can build things. Anything at all. Anything I need, I make myself. Ever since childhood, I've lived alone, crafting every object I use. You can make anything, scoffed the ringleader. Absolutely, anything. Then go ahead, build us an atomic bomb. The boy said it with mocking amusement, only to freeze as Wu Qi replied without hesitation, done. In stunned silence, Wu Qi retrieved a wrench and disappeared behind the podium, hammering away. Within 10 minutes, he re-emerged, holding a crude but unmistakable rocket, its nose strapped to a ticking alarm clock. Finished. He spun on his heel and bolted for the door. The teacher stood dumbfounded, then lunged after him, shouting, Why are you running? It'll explode. No sooner had the words left his lips than the alarm clock began its frantic jangling chime, followed instantly by a thunderous boom. Meanwhile, at an upscale hotel, Hao Gu and his crew, having just enrolled Wu Qi, had ordered an extravagant feast. Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel-shaped Mandarin fish guabao roe. After all, they'd sustained injuries and deserved proper celebration. Just as Hao Gu raised a glass of matai to his lips, his phone rang. He answered, and within 3 seconds his expression cycled through shock, disbelief, and sheer horror. What a... Half an hour later. Wu Qi, I sent you to school, not to blow it up. Hao Gu roared directly into Wu Qi's face, spittle flying. Who's the real villain here? I'm a former terrorist, yet even I wouldn't do this. Uncle, it's not my fault. They asked me to build an atomic bomb. Just because they asked doesn't mean you. Wait, where did you even get an atomic bomb? I built it myself. Wu Qi puffed out his chest with pride. Pride? You have no idea what pride means. Where on earth could one possibly argue this case? Expelled on day 1. Forget university. What university? Uncle, maybe I shouldn't go back. No. How can you give up already? Don't you have any perseverance? Besides, if you quit now, all our money's wasted. So what do we do now? What do we do? We pay. Spit out that matai, every last drop. What the hell are you celebrating with matai? The others stared speechless, watching Hao Gu, second in command of the notorious Destruction Hall, grovel with such abject humility broke their hearts. When had he ever bowed so low? Years ago, enemy operatives captured and tortured him for 3 days and nights, yet he hadn't flinched once. Today he stood scolded like a chastised child. After finally resolving the crisis, Hao Gu spoke to Wu Qi with grave solemnity. Wu Qi, schooling isn't easy. Can't you just keep a low profile? Stay humble in conduct, but bold in action. True mastery lies in diligent study. Uncle, I am Loki. Loki, you blew up your first day. Still he bit back further reprimands, lest the boy rebel. So the next morning, Wu Qi cheerfully slung his beloved small backpack over his shoulder and marched off to school once more. Upon arrival, he was met with a classroom full of injured students, filling him with quiet remorse. He longed to help, but was met with cold rejection, forcing him to retreat silently to his seat. Coincidence, or fate? His assigned seat sat directly beside Zhao Yi, the fellow transfer student. At Wu Qi's approach, Zhao Yi instinctively edged away. Hey, don't be scared. I didn't mean to blow it up. We're in this together, right? Let's stick together, watch each other's backs. Zhao Yi shot him a dismissive glance, then almost unconsciously let his gaze drift toward one particular classmate, the same ringleader who'd instigated the chaos. You're watching Xiaoyan. I'd advise keeping your distance. That piqued Zhao Yi's curiosity. Why, oi? Can't you sense it? Just look at his name. Its protagonist here. Xiaoyan, strong, resonant, destined. Don't be fooled by his current placement in the remedial class. It's only temporary. As the saying goes, silent for long, then thunderous. One fateful encounter, one transformative person or event, and he'll awaken as the true protagonist. We ordinary folk, best keep our distance. A single misstep, and we'll be cast as villains, swiftly eliminated. Tragic. He turned his gaze deliberately toward Zhao Yi. And someone as strikingly handsome as you. Especially beware. You might become the tragic secondary male lead, outshone in strength, outmaneuvered in love, then driven to darkness, only to be crushed by him. Utterly doomed. Something about those words felt pointed, oddly knowing. Yet before he could dwell further, bang. The classroom door burst open. Their homeroom teacher limped and leaning heavily on a crutch. Today's physical aptitude assessment. Report immediately to the training hall. Upon entering the training hall, Wu Qi glanced left and right, then frowned at his homeroom teacher. Teacher, I can't help but feel you're singling me out. Why am I the only one being tested? Do you honestly think the others are even capable of being tested? The homeroom teacher bellowed, gesturing toward a heap of bandaged students resembling mummies. Wu Qi stared silently. Fine then. Inside the training hall, several students were already exercising. Among them stood a strikingly handsome young man drenched in sweat as he trained vigorously. The moment the homeroom teacher spotted him, his face lit up with a warm smile. Student Luo Yin hard at work. Luo Yin set down his beverage and replied with a courteous grin. Teacher Lu, is there something you need? Yes. Exams are approaching, and we have a new student in class who lacks experience. As you can see, the rest of our class is indisposed. Would you mind demonstrating for him? Luo Yin cast a brief, appraising glance at Wu Qi, a faint smirk of disdain flickering across his lips, only to vanish instantly. As one of the top 50 prodigies at Tianyang No, one high he knew better than to let arrogance tarnish his poise. Moreover, this was a golden opportunity to showcase his prowess before an audience. After all, reputation within school weighed heavily on admissions to elite universities, so Luo Yin accepted without hesitation. Zhao Yi leaned close to Wu Qi and whispered, "Be careful, he's not someone you'd want to cross." Before arriving, Zhao Yi had researched the school's notable figures. Though Luo Yin appeared impeccably refined, a paragon of grace and integrity, his true nature was far less admirable. He took particular pleasure in bullying ordinary students. Wu Qi was clearly no apostle, and Luo Yin, as expected, disliked him on sight. As a noble apostle, Luo Yin despised those self-important commoners who imagined they could ascend overnight, believing sheer effort alone could place them on equal footing with his kind. How utterly naive. The lower-born must know their station. To dream of closing the gap between themselves and true geniuses through mere diligence. A delusion beyond redemption. Gazing at Wu Qi's hopeful expression, Luo Yin suppressed a cold sneer, while maintaining his radiant, affable demeanor. Of course, it's my honor to assist a fellow student. Let's begin with something simple. With that, he strode toward a barbell rack, its loaded plates weighing a staggering 700 Jin, 350 kilograms. For context, the world record for ordinary humans stood at just 500 Jin, 250 kilograms. Watch closely. Luo Yin's expression hardened. Gripping the barbell, he let out a thunderous roar, his biceps swelling like coiled springs, as he hoisted it effortlessly overhead. Wow, amazing! Wu Qi gaped, clapping wildly. Thud! The barbell crashed onto the floor. Luo Yin caught his breath, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This was by far his personal best. He turned toward Wu Qi, beaming. Your turn. The monthly assessment standard is 300 Jin, 150 kilograms. Lift that, and you pass. You're overestimating me, classmate. With this frame of mind, 300 Jin is impossible. I'd struggle with even 100. You're truly incredible, classmate. Wu Qi approached the barbell and poked curiously at its thick steel plates, eyes wide with astonishment. It's really nothing special. Strength isn't even my forte. Why don't you give it a try? Start with the lightest weight, and savor slowly the chasm that separates us. At the thought of Wu Qi's inevitable dejection, Luo Yin felt a quiet thrill rise within him. But before Wu Qi could even grasp the barbell, an elderly janitor approached with a mop, struggling to clean beneath it. Granny, let me help. Wu Qi immediately took the mop from her, and with one hand lifted Luo Yin's 700 Jin barbell while sweeping the floor beneath it with the other. Then astonishingly, he hoisted a stacked pile of plates, nearly 1 ton, with a single hand swept cleanly underneath and lowered them with effortless grace. Holy! Every onlooker froze, jaws slack, eyes bulging in utter disbelief. Thank you, young man. You're very welcome. Wu Qi waved cheerfully at the granny, then turned back to the others only to find them staring at him as if he were some unearthly anomaly. Did I get something on me? He glanced down at himself. Nothing seemed amiss. You just lifted that barbell. Zhao Yi blurted, stunned. He could lift it, but never with such casual ease. Wu Qi glanced at the massive steel plates on the floor and scratched his head, chuckling. Don't joke. I couldn't possibly lift that. I strained just carrying a 100 Jin sack of rice. Silence fell. Luo Yan's expression darkened. He sensed no spiritual energy in Wu Qi, no trace of an apostle. Yet such monstrous strength. Was it innate talent? A pang of envy flickered within him. Even so, what did it matter? He remained irrevocably just an ordinary man. Strength accounts for only a minor portion of the assessment. Let's move on to other disciplines. Luo Yan's jaw tightened as he spoke. Then he led Wu Qi to a machine, an imposing contraption humming softly beside the training ring. With a few taps on its control panel, a towering mechanical unit rose into position on the platform. Evasion drills reveal your reflexes and observational acuity. As he explained, Luo Yan stepped onto the platform. Please adjust it to level 3. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Most students found level 1 unbearable. Level 3 was reserved exclusively for instructors. Smiling benignly, teacher Lu flipped the switch. Instantly, the machine whirred to life, and in the next heartbeat, dozens of baseball-sized rubber balls erupted from its nozzles, hurtling toward Luo Yan. Luo Yan stood firm, then blurred into motion, shifting with feline agility, leaving afterimages in his wake as he evaded nearly every projectile. 10 minutes later, he descended drenched in sweat, yet bearing only a handful of faint red marks. 1,352 hits in 10 minutes. Teacher Lu announced proudly, surpassing even his own record. Luo Yin, at this rate, Tianjin University is all but guaranteed. Tianjin University, the nation's premier apostolic academy, admitted only the most exceptional talents, each a phoenix among mortals. Yet its annual intake was minuscule, just 120 students. Head Teacher Lu flatters me. I still have much to improve. Luo Yin smiled politely, while inwardly scoffing as if a failure like you needs to tell me what's inevitable. Then turning to Wu Qi, he beamed warmly. Classmate, it's your turn. Classmate, it's your turn. Wu Qi. Wait, this thing is far too dangerous, isn't it? He stared at the crimson mark on Luo Yan's body and shuddered involuntarily. He had watched closely just moments before. The rubber balls had rained down like hailstones. With his slender frame, he'd surely be crushed to death. Let's give it a try. I'll set it to the lowest level for you. The probationary setting is extremely slow. Luo Yin pressed a button and a single rubber ball drifted out with glacial slowness. By the time it reached the spot where Luo Yin had previously stood, its velocity had nearly dropped to zero. Wu Qi's confidence surged instantly. Such sluggish speed was entirely within his comfort zone. Begin. At Luo Yan's command, a rubber ball shot toward Wu Qi with startling swiftness, but Wu Qi evaded it effortlessly. That pace posed no challenge whatsoever. One after another, several more balls hurtled toward him, and each time Wu Qi sidestepped them with unflappable ease. Excellent. Let's increase the speed slightly. Though he said slightly, Luo Yin immediately cranked the machine up to level 5. Watch out. Zhao Yi shouted, but it was already too late. A torrent of rubber balls descended upon Wu Qi like a storm from the heavens. Oh dear, I accidentally slipped. Stop it immediately, it could be fatal. Zhao Yi's expression darkened with alarm. Apologies, the machine cannot be halted once activated. Luo Yin smiled benignly toward the arena. Death was certainly impossible, but whether Wu Qi would ever stand upright again remained an open question. Yet the moment he glanced at the arena, his jaw dropped to the floor. Wu Qi stared wide-eyed as the barrage of rubber balls hurtled straight at his face. His very soul seemed to leap from his mouth in terror. Just as impact appeared inevitable, he suddenly raised a palm, signaling an urgent pause. At the very instant the balls were about to strike him, they slammed to an emergency halt, then converged, their surface patterns rearranging into an eerily lifelike expression of bewildered confusion. A little leeway, please. Wu Qi produced 10 yuan. The balls shook their heads in unison, then reconfigured themselves into the numeral 2. Deal. Wu Qi handed over 20 yuan, and the next second the entire swarm launched itself anew, descending upon him with merciless intensity. Yet Wu Qi spun, leapt, and closed his eyes, strolling casually as if dancing through chaos, while every single ball veered instinctively around him to strike the wall instead. Even more astonishing, he somehow dragged over a table and sat there sipping tea with serene nonchalance. 10 minutes passed swiftly. The display screen flashed the number 1,800, proof that Wu Qi had evaded every single ball without fail. Silence fell across the entire room. Absolute, stunned silence. What utter nonsense is this? Can machines actually demand bribes? Someone clutched their head in disbelief. His entire worldview had shattered. Had the machine achieved sentience? Luo Yin rushed forward, gazing first at the machine, then at Wu Qi, bewilderment flickering across his face. Could this possibly work? Then a thought struck him: if I can do it too, what if I report this upward? I'd surely earn greater resources. Without hesitation, he pulled out 3,000 yuan, placed it atop the machine, and eagerly cranked it up to level 5, only for disaster to strike instantly. Crack, crack, crack. He was pummeled relentlessly, utterly brutalized by the rubber onslaught. What on earth is he doing? Bribing a machine? Is he insane? Wu Qi asked, dumbfounded. Everyone else. Didn't you just do exactly that? Impossible. Machines aren't people. I'd never bribe one. Wu Qi stared blankly, as if afflicted with sudden amnesia, gazing at his peers like they were fools. Everyone else. Soon Luo Yin staggered off the arena platform, bruised and swollen, humiliated as though reduced to a clown by Wu Qi's mockery. He could almost feel the surrounding gazes tinged with cruel amusement. Teacher, this student clearly possesses remarkable aptitude. Perhaps basic assessment is unnecessary. Let us proceed directly to live combat. The homeroom teacher hesitated. Truth be told, Wu Qi's performance had displayed undeniable potential. If he awakened as an apostle, his future prospects would likely be exceptional. Teacher Lu, my father has made substantial donations to this school, Luo Yin declared coldly. The teacher fell silent at once. He saw no reason to jeopardize his own standing for someone utterly irrelevant. Wu Qi, however, looked troubled. This doesn't seem quite right. I don't know how to fight. You may employ any means necessary. Luo Yin strode onto the arena platform, his face grim and resolute. He had already resolved during the duel he would cripple Wu Qi permanently. In this world, such incidents were tragically commonplace. While instructors usually supervised sparring sessions, students frequently engaged in unsanctioned duels, often misjudging force with catastrophic consequences. If Wu Qi possessed influential backing, Luo Yin might face repercussions, but clearly he did not. Only then did Wu Qi nod in reluctant agreement. After all, with any means permitted, he retained at least a sliver of advantage. Thus the two stepped back onto the arena platform. Luo Yin knew this opponent possessed extraordinary strength and speed, but crucially, he was not an apostle. Instantly, a translucent white aura enveloped Luo Yan's entire body. This aura, known as spiritual energy, was no mere shimmer. That thin, radiant layer functioned like living armor, dramatically amplifying his defensive resilience. At this moment, even a high-speed freight truck colliding with him would leave him unscathed, while simultaneously augmenting his offensive power. He was wielding Yang Shun, one of the 3 fundamental spirit arts taught by the Academy. Boy, feel the abyssal chasm between an apostle and an ordinary mortal. In the next breath, he lunged toward Wu Qi with blinding speed. Tiger Cannon. His arms surged with spiraling energy coalescing into the snarling visage of a tiger's head, roaring with primal fury. This is a Class C spirit art. Gasps erupted. For ordinary students, the highest-tier spirit art accessible was Class D. Class C arts were legendary, coveted yet seemingly unattainable. All present sighed. Inwardly, Wu Qi was doomed. Then they watched Luo Yin close in, mere instants from delivering a killing blow, when suddenly, a vast pitch-black void yawned opened directly before him. Huh. Luo Yan's expression froze. Then, boom. Meanwhile, in a modest guest house, Brother Hao and his companions had prepared a hearty meal: spicy mapo tofu, stir-fried greens, and chili scrambled eggs. After all, what is life but the quiet joy of sitting down to a peaceful, well-earned meal? The group gathered around the table, just as Brother Hao lifted a frosty bottle of beer to his lips, when a shrill, relentless phone ring shattered the calm. Everyone. A chilling premonition prickled their spines. Brother Hao answered cautiously, and within 3 seconds his expression cycled through 6 distinct shades of horror. What a... Half an hour later. Wu Qi, did my words vanish into thin air? Yesterday you blew up a classroom. Today you detonate a training facility. Wu Qi felt profoundly wronged. Uncle, it's not my fault. He said I could use any method. So you fired an artillery shell at him? Brother Hao roared. He used Tiger Cannon. That's a technique. Do you understand the word technique? What in the world possessed you to haul out actual artillery? But I was afraid I couldn't beat him with anything else. Afraid you couldn't beat him. You were afraid you wouldn't kill him outright. Brother Hao sat on the sofa clutching his chest. For the first time, he realized raising a child was truly no easy feat. Uncle, maybe I shouldn't go to school anymore. I can support you just fine doing other work. No way. Let me be clear. Whether you like it or not, you will attend school. Wu Qi. As he spoke, Brother Hao glanced toward Qi Hao and the others who were calmly eating their meal. Stop eating right now. Put down your chopsticks. Return every single dish. The group fell silent. Afterward, they watched as Brother Hao frantically pulled every connection he had, begging, pleading, cajoling, until at long last Wu Qi was reinstated in school. Keep all that chaotic junk at home. Since when do model students bring artillery to school? Oh. Wu Qi appended his small school bag, and instantly an avalanche of weapons tumbled out, filling 2/3 of the room in seconds. Clack, clack. He shook the bag a few times, several grenades clattered onto the floor. Then he turned to Brother Hao and the others seated on the sofa, utterly dumbfounded. That's it. That's all of them. Brother Hao and the others. That's all. How many more did you expect? Even the Middle East isn't this well armed. Listen, Wu Qi. Just for a moment, let calm prevail. Take one step back and the horizon broadens. Can't we cultivate a little more magnanimity? Don't worry, Uncle. I'm the most magnanimous person you'll ever meet. And so the next morning, Wu Qi cheerfully slung his tiny backpack over his shoulder and headed off to school once more. The moment he entered the classroom, silence fell like a shroud. Not a single soul dared meet his gaze. Even where his eyes lingered, heads instinctively bowed. After all, provoking others might earn you a scolding, but provoke him and he'd genuinely blow you away. Wu Qi. He felt deeply unsettled. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the entire classroom. Several students with frail constitutions collapsed unconscious on the spot, and outside the sky darkened abruptly beneath churning thunderous clouds. Wow, what's happening? Everyone was stunned. What on earth had just occurred? Zichao, seated beside Wu Qi, knew instantly the pressure emanated from Wu Qi himself. He hurriedly asked, Wu Qi, what's wrong? Zhao, I think I'm experiencing campus bullying. Zichao, the others. Who in their right mind would dare bully you? We'd consider ourselves lucky if you didn't bully us. No one's laid a hand on me, but everyone's avoiding me. Isn't that emotional ostracism still a form of bullying? The group fell silent again. No one's bullying you. It's just that greeting them feels exhausting given how they're acting. Wu Qi. Fair point. Wu Qi's mood lifted instantly, and the eerie, suffocating pressure vanished just as suddenly. Everyone gasped, drawing deep, ragged breaths. Trembling, they realized this young man was extraordinary. His oppressive aura alone surpassed anything they'd ever sensed, even from the school's top 10 students. Zichao, widely traveled and keenly perceptive, was certain Wu Qi was an apostle, and a high-ranking one at that. Yet the question gnawed at him: why would an apostle enroll in an ordinary high school, and worse, in a remedial class? What purpose could he possibly serve? Could it be? As he pondered deeply, a voice rang out from the hallway. Heard, there's someone around here acting awfully bold lately. Step forward so I can have a look. 3 students dressed in cutting-edge fashion strode into the classroom. At their entrance, every student instinctively lowered their head. Wu Qi, noticing the commotion, immediately tapped the shoulder of Xio Yin, the boy seated in front. Brother Xio, this is for you. Why me? Xio Yin blinked, bewildered. He hadn't done anything noteworthy lately. You're the protagonist. Clearly this is the classic minor antagonist confronting the hero trope. Who else would they target but you? Minor antagonist. Oh, I see. Xio Yin nodded, then rose. But after taking only a few steps he froze. Wait, what does any of this have to do with me? I'm not the protagonist. How can you not be the protagonist? Your name is Xio Yin. So what if my name is Xio Yin? Does that automatically make me the protagonist? Well, yes, and crucially you're also strikingly handsome. That single sentence drained Xio Yin completely. If that was the logic, well, his bearing did possess a certain undeniable charisma. Hey, have you finished your nonsense yet? The intruders bristled. This was outright disrespect. Who's Wu Qi? Me. Wu Qi raised his hand. The boy strode over, leaned in close to Wu Qi's face, and snarled. You're the one who injured my younger brother. Wu Qi glanced downward. The group stared speechless. What are you even thinking? I mean Luo Yin. Luo Yin, my younger brother? I'm his elder brother, Luo Li. The boy roared. Who's Luo Yin? Wu Qi looked genuinely perplexed. Xio Yin whispered helpfully. The guy who carried your cannon yesterday. Oh, him. But big brother, it's not my fault. He told me I could use anything. I don't care. All I know is my brother lies bedridden, unable to rise, and whether he'll even sit the college entrance exam remains uncertain. Make no mistake, this isn't over between us. Then what do you propose? Simple. I won't deny you a chance. My brother lost to you in the arena, so 3 days from now during the school's ranking tournament we'll spar. Survive 3 minutes, and this matter ends. Wiped clean. Fight again. But I don't know how to fight. Moreover, Uncle had instructed him to keep a low profile. How could that possibly happen now? I leave that to you. I've offered my terms. If you refuse to appear 3 days hence, don't blame me for resorting to other means of retribution. With that, the boy shoved Wu Qi aside and strode out. Wu Qi scratched his head. What on earth should he do? Xiao Yi, however, saw opportunity in this confrontation. No matter Wu Qi's true identity, such direct pressure would inevitably force him to reveal his hand. And if Wu Qi truly was who Xiao Yi suspected, a fierce predatory gleam flickered across Xiao Yi's face. That evening after school, Wu Qi returned home troubled and heavy-hearted. Their new residence was now a modest public housing unit. Brother Hao and the others were slurping instant noodles and sipping mineral water. Seeing Wu Qi walk in safe and sound, they nearly burst into tears of relief. Thank goodness. Nothing happened today. No need to pay compensation. But their joy was premature. Wu Qi recounted the day's events and then asked fretfully, Uncle, what do we do now? His question plunged Brother Hao and the others into gloom. Exactly. What if he accidentally kills someone? Honestly, these kids nowadays, why must they invite disaster? Shall we eliminate their entire household tonight? Xio suggested, solving the problem at its root. Just forget it. Wouldn't that make it even more conspicuous? He still has to study here for another half a year. Thinking of this duration, Hao Gu felt a bit of a headache. Uncle, how about you give me some special training? Just teach me some life-saving techniques. Hao Gu thought it was a good idea. Teaching him something practical would be better than his usual techniques, which most people couldn't handle. Coincidentally, the next day was Saturday, and they brought Wu Qi to the forest outside the city. Before we start training, let me briefly introduce you to the apostles and their history. You learned about them in school, right? Wu Qi nodded. Good, then let's talk about some practical operations like spiritual techniques. The one used by that person named Luo Yin, the tiger cannon, is a type of spiritual technique. Spiritual techniques range from E to S levels, and generally people can only access D and E level techniques. However, usually aside from the 3 spiritual techniques taught in school, we wait until we become official apostles to learn more. Why? Because the number of spiritual techniques a person can learn is limited. Each spiritual technique occupies a part of your consciousness, see? So to maximize efficiency, you choose techniques that complement your spiritual energy. You either enhance your own spiritual energy or compensate for your shortcomings. So higher-level spiritual techniques aren't always better, they must suit you. For example, that Luo Yin learned a clever technique while still an apprentice, which is purely foolish behavior. Of course, for Wu Qi, they didn't care about the future, as this guy's situation was too unique. But Uncle, what if I'm not an apostle yet? It's okay, you can use spiritual techniques even if you're not an apostle. Of course, the cost is that it consumes your life, but they wouldn't tell Wu Qi that. This was also their recent idea. They could use this method to deplete Wu Qi's life. If they could exhaust him to death, they could obtain the jade pendant. How good gesture to know. 7, who immediately took out a glowing white orb. This is a spiritual technique orb dropped by some magical beasts. This one is an 11 technique vision enhancement. Just place it on your eyes. Wu Qi followed Hao Gu's instructions, and as soon as the orb touched his eyes, it instantly melted into them. It worked. The group rejoiced, then quickly asked, how is it? Can you see more clearly? Wu Qi blinked. Not at all. It's no different from before. The others were puzzled. This was impossible. Even though it was just an 11 technique, it shouldn't have had no effect at all. Could this kid be a congenital spiritless body? While they were confused, Wu Qi scrutinized Hao Gu. Uncle, is this your zodiac year? Yeah, am I older than you? Just after he said that he felt something was off. How did he know? Then he followed that guy's gaze. Turn around. Turn around. What are you staring at like a kid? Hao Gu and the others immediately covered themselves below, then they realized. This guy's spiritual technique was off. I gave him an A-level vision enhancement, not a B-level X-ray vision, right? The group was shocked, not understanding what was happening. Hey Xiao Bai, what's up with your kidney? My kidney is fine. Don't say random things. Xiao Bai hurriedly covered his body, and then Wu Qi looked over at No. 7. Xiao Qi, what's up with your prostate? The group quickly hid into the woods, fearing Wu Qi might say something else. After a while, once Wu Qi had adapted, they finally came out. According to the third rule of being a good child for Uncle No random staring. Hao Gu quickly wrote in his notebook. Wu Qi. However, they also felt strange. It was just a simple vision enhancement, yet it had such an effect. What about the others? They wanted to test if this was an isolated case, so they took out another spiritual technique, orb. Try this one again. This one is a clever technique, summon undead. The effect is to summon a non-corporeal ghost to assist in attacks. Wu Qi took it and placed it on his head, and the orb instantly merged into him. What do you feel, eh? I feel nothing. Wu Qi shook his head, but in that moment Hao Gu and the others saw a massive amount of spiritual energy suddenly swarm and concentrating behind Wu Qi, and then they saw a humanoid creature appear behind him. It was called a humanoid creature because it had a human-like appearance, but its skin was made up of hard blocks of golden and white colors. Uncle, this time it has no effect. Hao Gu and the others did not respond as they were now on guard. The thing behind Wu Qi had its own consciousness. I feel like we've gotten ourselves into a bit of trouble. A bead of sweat rolled down Xiao Bei's forehead. The spiritual energy on the other side was higher than theirs. And this was only the effect of a clever technique. They instantly summoned various colored spiritual energies to protect their bodies. At the same time, they began to distribute more energy to their feet. Once the situation changed, they could flee at the first moment. However, their movements caused the being behind Wu Qi to stir. It slowly raised its arm. Everyone immediately infused their feet with spiritual energy, and in the next second, they all instantly left their positions and fled in all directions. It wasn't that they were cowardly, but in the absence of understanding the opponent's strength, it was wise to create distance and then test the opponent's abilities. However, just as their feet left the ground, buzz, an invisible barrier suddenly spread out. The next second, they suddenly found that the being behind Wu Qi had disappeared. What happened? Just as they were confused, a sudden ripping sound echoed. Their clothes suddenly tore. Everyone, is that a warning? Looking at the rips in their clothes, Hao Gu felt helpless. It seemed their attitude towards Wu Qi would have to change. The precious thing was not just that jade pendant. This kid was a precious treasure too. Uncle, are we still practicing? Hao Gu. He almost forgot about that. But then they became worried. If such a simple spiritual technique could be turned into this, what could they teach him? So that he wouldn't accidentally get killed. If that guy got killed, it wouldn't matter, but the problem was that they wouldn't be able to continue teaching him. After much discussion, they reached a conclusion. Surrender. Exactly. The instant your opponent lands the first blow, collapse and raise a white flag to admit defeat. If you speak quickly, they will be powerless against you. But he said if I don't hold on for 3 minutes, he will use other means to retaliate. Don't worry. Leave it to us then. As long as you do not make trouble at school, Wu Qi will not be expelled. They can handle whatever is necessary. Dealing with a small family will be nothing. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi immediately felt relieved. This was also a way out. Whether it would be humiliating did not enter his considerations. If anything, he felt he had been too ostentatious lately, which made him uneasy. He agreed with Brother Hao's maxim, live modestly. Meanwhile, Luo Li followed a group into the forest. They had not come to cultivate. Luo Li regarded Wu Qi as beneath his notice. He was here purely for the points. One must understand that the college entrance exam in this world had a strict rule. You needed at least 100 apostle points to be eligible to sit for it. Apostle points were rewards earned by completing the various missions issued by the Apostle Association. In the senior year, students who had become apostles typically spent nearly an entire semester striving to reach that target. Luo Li's current task was to join an adventuring party to forage for medicinal herbs, a job worth 15 points. And those 8 points would be split among 3 people, but Luo Li felt no grievance. It was a high-value forfeit mission. Although he was an apostle, he was still a trainee. Earning such points in a single task was already excellent. Brother, let's take a break. We've been searching all morning, one follower said wearily. Yeah, brother, it's so hot I'm about to faint from heat, another added. The other follower could not help but complain. Luo Li was tired too, but he pursed his lips as he watched the others collecting herbs. After all, though his family had some clout, it was insufficient in front of these people. He had gotten into this mission through connections. Who would dare make suggestions? This was not the same as school. Hold on a little longer. Lunch is almost here, and then we can rest, he said. Luo Li continued to pick herbs diligently. High-quality specimens might even grant bonus points. Hey, it's lunch. Everyone rest for a bit. At that, the 2 followers immediately sat down and eagerly opened their lunchboxes. The adventuring party's captain approached Luo Li with a smile. How is it? Not too uncomfortable, I hope. It's fine, Luo Li replied. It was just somewhat different from what he had imagined. Luo Li showed none of his schoolroom arrogance. Instead, he was cautious. After all, the man before him was a genuine high-star apostle, rumored perhaps to be on the verge of touching moon rank. Apostle ranks were divided into trainee, star, moon, yang, and crown. An ordinary moon rank powerhouse could essentially garrison a city, Yang rank were monstrous in power. As for crown rank, they could be counted on one hand across the world. Get used to it. Apostle life is not what you imagine. Often it is downright dull. But remember, whenever you are outdoors, never let your guard down. Luoli nodded heavily. The captain smiled and ruffled his hair. Just as he was about to stand, a shout came from ahead. Captain, there's a situation. The captain sprang to alert. A man ran over in a panic. Captain Lao Zhang and Alai are missing. Everyone, fallen around the deputy captain at once. The captain roared and members hurried toward them, but one runner suddenly wavered and collapsed to the ground. A companion cried in grief. The next second his body stiffened, and he too collapsed. The captain roared spiritual technique, Ning coagulate. Spiritual energy gathered in his eyes, and the world before him shifted. He saw a tiny insect fly out from one of the corpses. Bloodbug, everyone wrap your skin. Light fires. The captain shouted. In that instant more people fell, but the survivors reacted swiftly, kindling fires and waving torches. The captain fixed his gaze on the insect as it darted in the air. Because only his side lacked flame, the creature flew rapidly toward him. Spiritual technique, Yuan sphere. A circular domain half a meter in radius radiated outward from him. The technique consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, but whenever an enemy appeared within its bounds, he could react instantly and strike. With a swift whoosh, the blood bug grazed the captain's sphere. He drew his blade and slashed. When he felt contact on the blade, he rejoiced, convinced he had struck true. But the next second, clang, a metallic sound rang out, and the captain's expression turned grim. He. A childish laughter echoed. The insect was minuscule, the size of a grain of rice, yet long proboscises sprouted from its limbs and head. The captain's blade had been stopped by one of the insect's proboscises. It's a king beast. Everyone run. King beasts are the most exceptional individuals within a species. They are far stronger than ordinary members and possess many special abilities. Even the weakest king beast is exceedingly dangerous. At the captain's shout, everyone fled in terror. None had expected that a simple mission would encounter a king beast. Luo Li and the other two ran in panic. Soon the dense thrum of footsteps thinned until only the three of them remained. Brother, I can't run anymore. One follower cried. You must still run or you will die. In truth, Luo Li was as bewildered as anyone. He could only fling himself forward with all his strength. Just as they passed through a narrow path, a familiar face appeared before them. Wu Qi looked at the three breathless figures in astonishment. The three stared at him just as dumbfounded. None had expected to encounter Wu Qi here. Run! Luo Li roared at Wu Qi, then dashed forward. Yet Wu Qi remained frozen, stunned by the bizarre appearance of the three figures. At that moment, one of the lackeys stumbled and fell. As Luo Li and the other rushed to help him up, they suddenly spotted a slender insect alighting upon Wu Qi's body. It's over. They knew Wu Qi was doomed. They tried to flee, but an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, pinning them motionless. This was the aura of a sovereign beast, a crushing dominion designed to paralyze weaker beings, stripping them of all will to resist. In other words, Luo Li and his companions had only been allowed to run thus far, not out of mercy, but for sport, as prey toyed with before the final strike. Oh, what are you doing here? Are you training too? Wu Qi could only stare in disbelief. No wonder this man was an apostle. The sheer intensity of his focus was staggering. Like a lion hunting a hare, he exerted absolute effort, even against an ordinary human like himself. Though the man before him was about to strike, Wu Qi couldn't help but admire him. Just then, atop the blood insect clinging to his body, a faint, unervingly human smile flickered across its tiny head. Luo Li and his two companions' vision sharpened unnaturally. They watched clear-eyed and helpless as the insect rubbed its forelimbs together, lifted its head, and drove its proboscis deep into Wu Qi's flesh. They couldn't even close their eyes. They could only watch transfixed as the proboscis veered sideways. Veered. Stunned, they turned their gaze and saw the insect itself staring in disbelief at its own weapon, now bent at a perfect right angle. This was the same proboscis capable of withstanding the full-force blow of a high-rank apostle, yet it had snapped. Enraged, the blood insect raised both arms to deliver a devastating blow, only for sudden darkness to swallow it whole. Then crack. Whoa, that's why you always have to watch out for insects in the forest, giant mosquitoes. Wu Qi gazed at the crimson smear across his palm, his expression twisted in disgust. Well, I'll be off. See you Monday. Wu Qi hurried to the riverside to wash his hands while Luo Li and his companions stood rooted to the spot, mouths agape, still paralyzed. Not by aura now, but by sheer awe. Brother, did he just kill that blood insect? Yes. Brother, did he really kill that blood insect? The very one even Captain Uncle couldn't handle. Yes. Brother, aren't you due to fight him the day after tomorrow? Luo Li. Why does that question have to surface now? He'd never imagined Wu Qi could be so formidable. And honestly, why enroll in high school if you're this strong? Why not go straight to Tianjin University? What's the point of showing off here? Worse yet, why did I have to be the one who ran into you? Luo Li was nearly unhinged. He'd expected to bully some hapless freshman, only to find himself facing a godfather instead. Brother, do we still go through with the fight? I know an excellent surgeon, one who reassembles bodies flawlessly, right? And I know a funeral director. Mention my name and you get 20% off. Luo Li. Do I even have a name left to mention? Fine, I won't fight him. Brother, he just said, see you Monday. He probably said it because he knew you'd try to run. Luo Li, what kind of situation is this? Brother, I've got an idea, but it's humiliating. At this point, humiliation beats death. After all, losing to a powerhouse like Wu Qi wasn't exactly shameful. Then we'll do this. His lackey whispered into Luo Li's ear, and instant delight lit up his eyes. By Monday, word of the duel between Wu Qi and Luo Li had spread across campus. After all, Luo Li ranked among the top 20 students, no minor figure. The school imposed no restrictions. In this world, the frail simply didn't survive, and competition was actively encouraged. Wu Qi arrived at school, cheerfully backpacked, slung over one shoulder. He planned to take a single punch and concede, no loss, no risk. So why wouldn't he be happy? Onlookers watched him with bewildered glances. How could someone about to be beaten look so delighted? Only Zhao Yi's gaze held something different. He'd learned Wu Qi had slain a sovereign beast effortlessly on Saturday. Luo Li hadn't concealed a thing. In fact, he'd embellished the tale relentlessly. He'd practically elevated Wu Qi to legend. Even apostles who interviewed Luo Li and his companions confirmed their story held no falsehood, yet many refused to believe it. A moon-rank powerhouse at 17. Preposterous. That sovereign beast must have been weak. No wonder the Lion Adventuring team is such a joke. They preferred to discredit the beast rather than acknowledge Wu Qi's strength. Could this truly be him? Zhao Yi felt certain, yet certainty mattered little. Anyone bearing suspicion would be eliminated. Silently, he slipped from campus and dialed his family. Father, I need full family authorization, immediately. Soon the duel would begin, held in the school's official arena. Wu Qi and Luo Li stood at opposite ends of the arena surrounded by rows of students eager for spectacle. Why drag me to such a boring match? Didn't you say you needed a partner? Luo Li isn't half bad. Arrogant, yes, but undeniably powerful. And he poses no threat to you. A boy beside her peered through binoculars, chuckling. I'd never team up with him, she replied, nose wrinkled in disdain. An apostle taking pleasure in bullying an ordinary person. That's a disgrace to the entire order, the boy sighed. Young mistress, he's actually one of the better options left. Most promising candidates have already been claimed. You're falling dangerously behind. If you keep being so selective, you'll end up with a random assignment. Fine, I'll just buy another school and repeat the year. She crossed her arms, legs elegantly crossed, utterly unruffled. The boy, is that even human speech? Yet she could do it. Her family's wealth made acquiring a private academy trivial. Let's watch first. There might be a surprise. Leaning against the railing, the boy murmured. The arena referee, noting that time had elapsed, immediately motioned both contestants forward. Contestants, enter the ring. As Wu Qi strode forward, he glanced at Luo Li. Something about the man struck him as odd. Gone was the former arrogance. In its place lingered a timid, almost cowering demeanor. No matter. I'll just let him throw a punch, then execute a midair 720-degree spinning descent and raise my hand in surrender. Wu Qi's plan seemed flawless, until the referee's sharp command echoed across the arena, begin. The match officially commenced. Wu Qi feigned boxing motions, throwing a few half-hearted jabs. After all, even surrender demanded theatrical decorum. But the moment his fists sliced through the air, suddenly a blood-curdling shriek tore through the silence. Luo Li rocketed skyward, executing a flawless 720-degree spinning descent before crashing violently to the ground. A thunderous impact that carved a crater into the floor. Incredible. I yield. Wu Qi stared speechless. The entire audience stood frozen in stunned silence. After a beat, the referee snapped out of his daze and pointed emphatically at Wu Qi. Winner, Wu Qi. Wait, don't declare victory yet. Hold on a moment. Wu Qi rushed to Luo Li's side, flustered. What happened? Why did you fall? Pooh. A crimson gush of blood erupted from Luo Li's mouth. You're truly extraordinary. The sovereign ultimate heaven-shaking fist lives up to its legend. With that, his head lolled sideways, and he slipped once more into unconsciousness. Wu Qi felt faint himself. Sovereign ultimate heaven-shaking fist. What kind of absurd name is that? Calm down, mister. Wu Qi, you've won. The referee hurried over, voice strained. How did I win? Wait, didn't he just repeat my script? Wu Qi protested, agitated. Well, he spoke first and formally surrendered. By rule, victory is yours. Wu Qi fell silent. Meanwhile, spectators in the stands remained awestruck. Principal, did you see his strike? The school director blurted out. The principal shot him a sharp warning glance, then cleared his throat twice. Yes, I saw it. I never imagined our academy would harbor such a prodigious talent. But principal, there's no trace of spiritual energy on him. It's an exceedingly rare esoteric technique, known as, the soul-sealing art. Yes, utterly conceals one's aura, rendering the practitioner undetectable to any external scrutiny. Truly formidable, the director gasped, astonished. Precisely. The principal surreptitiously wiped sweat from his brow, relieved his quick thinking had saved face. After all, admitting he'd missed Wu Qi's strike entirely would have been deeply embarrassing. Could this have been staged collusion? Utterly implausible. Who would sacrifice their own reputation to elevate another, especially when the two were complete strangers? And who precisely could act with such terrifying authenticity? Luo Li's chest wound was unmistakably real. and for a fleeting instant observers had sensed spiritual energy surging within him. Subtle though it was, that flicker confirmed Wu Qi's strike had landed. Principal, what is this sovereign ultimate heaven-shaking fist? The principal paused, then sighed inwardly. It appears the director needs replacing. The sovereign ultimate heaven-shaking fist is a long-lost esoteric art. As the ancient verse declares, the imperial Tao knows no bounds. Each step stirs awe, each strike shakes heaven and earth unmatched by any foe. Its hallmark lies in blinding speed, so swift no eye can track the motion, and devastating power. That Luo Li survived such a blow speaks volumes about his innate brilliance. The principal dabbed his brow again, this time squeezing out droplets of sweat. Damn, without a modicum of scholarly flair one simply cannot pull off such improvisation. Does Wu Qi's technique actually bear that name? Does it matter? It's already declared lost, and if necessity demands, a single technique may answer to many names. The principal's pronouncement broadcast live sent shockwaves through the student body. No one had suspected this unassuming youth concealed such overwhelming might. Luo Li has truly kicked a steel plate. Not necessarily. He faced a master and lived to tell the tale. That alone proves his mettle. Indeed, the principal himself said surviving was achievement enough. Luo Li stared blankly upward. Principal, I love you. He hadn't anticipated the principal would so perfectly complete his ruse. His chest injury, a carefully placed spirit energy detonator. He'd briefed his family on Wu Qi, and they'd cooperated, fully crafting devices to simulate grievous injury while preserving his life. I've survived, Luo Li exhaled in relief. A hospital stay, however lengthy, paled beside permanent ruin. Meanwhile, Wu Qi teetered on the edge of hysteria. If not for knowing his own limits, he might have believed the myth himself. Now he understood Luo Li's design elevation through annihilation. By engineering this spectacle, Luo Li sought to thrust him into fame, only to watch him crumble under expectation during some future decisive confrontation. How utterly devious. No wonder city dwellers earned reputations for cunning. They weren't merely clever, they were perforated with guile. From the observation deck, Xiao Yan watched puzzled. Strange. Why does he look so unhappy despite winning? Because this isn't what he wanted, Zhao Yi interjected coolly, arms crossed, expression stern. Not what he wanted. Then what does he want? Others turned to him curious. He seeks a battle, unrestrained, exhilarating, absolute. Zhao Yi now saw it clearly. Wu Qi was the one he'd been searching for. Tell me, why would a cultivator of such caliber transfer into an ordinary high school's remedial class? Exactly, why? The crowd murmured, baffled. Simple, he's grown too invincible. He seeks to nurture geniuses worthy of challenging him. He cares nothing for victory or loss, gain or sacrifice, only the pure unadulterated ecstasy of combat. Whoa, this guy's seriously unhinged. Wait. Xiaoyan's eyes widened. So, he transferred into our class. Correct. Someone in your class has caught his eye? And heed this warning, do not disappoint him. Should your progress fail to meet his expectations, the consequence may well be death. The entire classroom fell silent. Wait, that's excessive. We live in a law-governed society. Xiaoyan reeled. What on earth was happening? Death for insufficient growth. Humph. A being like him holds no regard for mortal statutes. With that, Zhao Yi turned and departed. His mission confirmed, preparation now imperative. Meanwhile, Wu Qi shuffled off the arena platform, face drawn with despair, only to find Brother Hao and his friends waiting outside. Uncle, things went terribly wrong. They certainly did, Brother Hao nodded, then added with mild reproach. Still, Wu Qi, I must say your restraint left much to be desired. When they carried that boy out, I glimpsed his condition. Good heavens, he nearly died. You claimed this was mere sparring, yet you struck with lethal intent. Exactly, what if you'd killed him? Wu Qi stared into the void, mute. Uncle, you know me well. I simply don't have that kind of ability. In Brother Hao and the others fell silent. And they knew him all too well, precisely why they feared his lack of restraint. Enough. The crisis is over, for now. Just settle down and focus on your studies. And study. How can I possibly study when this crisis hasn't even passed? You have no idea how they've treated me. They're setting me up for a fall through excessive praise. Uncle, listen carefully, there's absolutely no way I'm going back to school. Hey, don't take it so seriously. You mustn't be swayed by others' opinions. Besides, this is just like idol worship. Right now all eyes are on you. But in a few months we'll even remember your name. No. 7-inch hurriedly interjected. Exactly. You're taking yourself far too seriously. Wu Qi found this reasoning surprisingly compelling. So, I truly have nothing to worry about. Absolutely not. Fans are notoriously forgetful. Every few months their attention shifts entirely to someone else. No. 7-inch continued persuasively. Someone else. And that phrase suddenly sparked an epiphany in Wu Qi. Of course. Wasn't there already another protagonist in his class? Once that protagonist rises, all the spotlight will belong to him. And soon no one will recall who I am. Before he'd kept his distance from the protagonist, wary of the constant trouble surrounding him. But now, the situation had reversed. He was the one in trouble. I understand now. Uncle, I'm heading back to school immediately. With that he dashed toward the campus, swift and decisive. Just as he reached the entrance of the teaching building, a voice called out, halting him mid-step. Wu Qi, please wait. And he turned, and saw a young man and woman. Instinctively, he recoiled to him. They radiated unmistakable trouble. Wu Qi. Wu Qi, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ding Yaoqing, a student at Tianyang Sanyuan High School. I've come today to discuss something important with you. Ding Yaoqing offered a graceful, understated bow, her every gesture exuding refined elegance. And what matter could it be? Wu Qi instinctively braced himself to refuse. He sensed with chilling certainty that whatever she proposed would be profoundly troublesome. Might we speak somewhere more private? And Wu Qi nodded. After all, her courtesy demanded equal respect. He was, after all, a well-mannered young man. The three entered a cafe near campus. What would you like to drink? Just plain water, please. And he felt slightly ill at ease. This was his first time in such an opulent setting. Ding Yaoqing ordered coffee for herself and the young man beside her. After the drinks arrived, she took a measured sip, then spoke. Wu Qi, do you know anything about the Apostles' Gaokao? Not really. Very well, I'll give you a brief overview. The Apostles' Gaokao differs fundamentally from the standard exam. Of over 40,000 high schools nationwide, only the top 10 students from each, whose Apostles' merit points exceed 100, are eligible. Only around 2,000 students will ultimately be admitted to Tianjin University. The rest may enroll in ordinary universities, or opt for early graduation and state-assigned employment across diverse sectors. Ding Yaoqing sipped her coffee again. That was the traditional format, individual competition. This year, however, things are different. The young man produced an official document titled Notice of Gaokao Reform. Wu Qi skimmed it briefly. On the participation section, it clearly stated, this year's examination shall be conducted in teams, each team comprising one captain and 4 members. Team members would sit the exam collectively. Teams could be formed voluntarily or assigned by the state. Scores would be divided into individual and team components. Each candidate must score at least 60 points individually. Should any member fall below this threshold, the entire team would be disqualified. All qualifying teams would then be ranked according to their team scores, and the top 50 would gain admission to Tianyang University. After reading, Wu Qi instantly grasped Ding Yaoqing's intent. So, you want me to join your team? Yes, I believe you possess extraordinary talent. Since this year's Gaokao is team-based, selecting teammates demands utmost care. The stronger the member, the greater the advantage conferred upon me. She produced another document. This is my offer. Wu Qi glanced at it, and his eyes instantly shimmered with the gleam of coin. Ding Yaoqing, and the young man, what on earth was happening? Though deeply tempted, Wu Qi clenched his resolve and shook his head. I'm sorry, I cannot accept. Ding Yaoqing's expression remained serene as she asked calmly, may I ask why? Well, you may not realize it, but what you see isn't necessarily what's real. I'm nowhere near as exceptional as you imagine. Indeed, the offer was extraordinarily generous, but she was gravely mistaken. He knew himself better than anyone what he was and what he was not. If she invested so heavily in him, only to discover he contributed nothing or worse dragged the team down, that would be unconscionable. And if she later realized she'd paid dearly for a counterfeit, his personal safety might very well hang in the balance. Better then to decline at the source. Hey. The young man bristled at Wu Qi's perceived arrogance, but Ding Yaoqing gently restrained him. I respect your decision. Yet the Gaokao remains distant. Should you reconsider, you're always welcome to contact me. Wu Qi nodded, casting a wary glance at the young man. May I go now? Of course. Ding Yaoqing smiled and gestured graciously toward the door. Wu Qi departed with a courteous bow. Yaoqing, he dared refuse you? It's perfectly natural. I'm not currency. No one's obliged to love me. Besides, choice is reciprocal. If I choose him, he retains the right to choose me. She took another sip of coffee. Young mistress, why remain so unruffled? The problem is, he said no. So, who do we turn to now? Their carefully selected candidate Luo Li had been severely injured by this very boy. He refused. But refusal isn't surrender. Cousin, arrange my transfer. The young man, you mean to that school? It has virtually no resources whatsoever. Precisely. I will be their resource. Let's negotiate with its principal. If feasible, purchase the school outright. The young man, but it's a public institution. Then donate. Begin by securing a seat on the board of honorary directors. The young man, fine. Who else but the wealthy gets to rewrite the rules? In the classroom, Xiao Yin was solving math problems. As someone who had yet to awaken and become an apostle, his method of preparing for college entrance exams was no different from that of the normal world. However, after graduating from university, it would be challenging to compete with those who have awakened as apostles. Even if they were merely apprentice apostles, no matter how well you study, they are still a level above you. As he was writing, he suddenly felt something was off. Turning his head, he found Wu Qi looking at him with a lewd expression. Xiao Yin. Wu Qi. What are you doing? Xiao Yin, feeling a bit scared, instinctively recoiled. After Zhao Yi's explanation, he knew that this person appeared honest, but was actually a perverted individual with a hidden malicious agenda. Initially, he had some doubts, but now seeing the perverse gaze from the other party, he was quite certain that Zhao Yi was right. Brother Xiao. No, just call me Xiao Xiao. Oh, that feels too distant. Brother Xiao, I actually think you have great potential. Xiao Yin. This is bad. Hasn't he just been targeted? Zhao Yi was right, he wanted to cultivate a rival, but why choose him? You must be mistaken. am still an ordinary person, I have no potential. Xiao Yan was frightened. He had every reason to be. Zhao Yi had said that this person could kill if he was even slightly displeased. Although he was pleased to have his talent acknowledged, the issue was that if his growth didn't meet the other party's expectations, the consequence would be death. He cast a pleading glance at the others, but they all avoided his gaze. Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao, you're spot on. Look, every protagonist starts as a failing student. In fact, if a protagonist has never been a failing student, then they aren't a true protagonist. The reason you haven't become a protagonist yet is simply that you haven't encountered the people and events that can change you yet. Then what kind of people and events do I need to encounter to transform? Although he felt a bit afraid, he still valued his future highly. Moreover, this person was knowledgeable and surely had more insight than he did. Have you recently encountered any broken engagements, been insulted or slapped in the face? No. Do you have any ancestral bracelets or necklaces? No. Have you ever bought any antiques from street stalls? No. Have you come across any injured old men? Not at all. Wu Qi. Come on, man, don't you want to put in a bit of effort for your own affairs? You need to step up. The future of this world depends on you to save it. Xiao Yan. No way am I supposed to work hard just to get slapped. Moreover, how do these things relate to awakening as an apostle? Of course he didn't dare to ask. Well, it doesn't matter. Do you have any particular requests regarding your hairstyle? No. Then you should shave your head today. After that, go buy some antiques, but make sure not to spend more than 500 yuan, and finally help some elderly people on the street. As the saying goes, I become bald and powerful. I refuse to believe that with so many protagonist buffs on you, you still won't awaken. Xiao Yan. Then Wu Qi looked at the others. This seemed a bit risky. Why not let everyone give it a try? The others. Fortunately, at that moment, the teacher came in to start class. The homeroom teacher felt a bit uneasy upon seeing Wu Qi. After all, he was a genius recognized by the principal. He had previously shown a bit of disrespect. Would the other party hold a grudge against him? He even contemplated writing a resignation letter that night to move to another city. Come on, everyone, open your textbooks. Today we will discuss the condensation and cultivation of spiritual energy. These were actually topics they had covered before, just a review, and since they were all 17, it was difficult for them to awaken as apostles, so they were not paying much attention, doing as they pleased. The homeroom teacher didn't mind. He had long since gotten used to it, but at that moment, buzz, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped everyone, making them feel as if they were being targeted by some ancient predator. What is this? They suddenly remembered something and turned their heads with difficulty, only to find Wu Qi glaring at them with a dark expression. Let me remind you, it's best not to disappoint him. If he finds that your progress doesn't meet his expectations, the outcome might very well be death. Zhao Yi's words echoed in their minds. We're sorry. We will study hard. Teacher, my thoughts on this issue are. Teacher, could you slow down a bit? I didn't catch that. Teacher, please assign more homework today. Once these words were spoken, the immense pressure vanished and a radiant smile appeared on Wu Qi's face. So everyone really loved learning. That's good, but if you don't study, how can you improve? If you don't improve, what will you do when the world is in danger later on? Everyone, he truly is a pervert. After school that evening, Xiao Yan arrived at the entrance of the barber shop. Looking at the buzzing machines inside, he hesitated about whether to give it a try. What if what he said was true? Imagining his hair and future, he immediately made up his mind, but just as he stepped through the door, he heard a commotion in the distance. Looking up, he saw some skeletal creatures chasing people, with debris scattered all over the ground. In that moment, he understood what was happening. Cult. Indeed, the cause of all this was the notorious cult of the Summer Kingdom, the cult of wicked intent. Due to the explosive population growth and the resurgence of spiritual energy, some individuals who suddenly became apostles could not control their thoughts, leading to all sorts of evils. The cult of wicked intent was formed by such individuals whose doctrine was to indulge in desires and do whatever they wished. Therefore, many of them were reckless, slaughtering the populace in the streets without fear of consequences. Xiao Yan immediately wanted to run. Although he could handle those skeletal soldiers, after all the physical training he did at school was not in vain, his physical fitness ranked among the best among ordinary people apart from the apostles. But who knows if there are more dangerous things besides those skeletal soldiers? Offending a cult is not something to take lightly. He was not an apostle. Even if he ran, no one would blame him. So he turned and ran without hesitation, but after just 2 steps, Wu Qi's words suddenly flashed in his mind. The reason you haven't become a protagonist yet is simply that you haven't encountered the event that will change you. His legs, which were running abruptly, came to a stop. At that moment, a child fell to the ground and began to cry out in fear, while a skeleton wielding a broken sword approached the child, lifting the sword high before swinging it down towards the child's head. A woman lying on the ground suddenly shouted in terror, "Yaya!" Clang. The scene he had envisioned, with blood splattering everywhere, did not occur. A water pipe blocked the skeletal creature's rusty sword. Xiao Yan, one hand holding the pipe and the other embracing the child, grit his teeth and shouted, "I'm really insane to actually believe that guy's nonsense." Bang! Xiao Yan smashed a skeleton with a steel pipe, then crouched low to evade another skeleton strike, hurriedly rushed to the side, helped the woman to her feet, and placed the child into her arms. He then covered their retreat. Elsewhere inside a shopping mall, a group of figures clad in black robes patrolled ceaselessly around its periphery. At the mall's center, a cluster of ordinary civilians huddled on the floor. Among them at the very heart sat Ding Yaoqing, the same woman who had earlier invited Wu Qi. Miss Ding, it is an honor to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am James, a high priest of the Heretic Heart cult. I have come to request your cooperation in a matter. I refuse, Ding Yaoqing declared without hesitation. James fell silent. I haven't even told you what it is yet. Whatever it is, I will never cooperate. James bristled with anger. Miss Ding, it seems you misunderstand the situation entirely. It is you who has misjudged reality. The moment you conceived this foolish scheme, to use me as leverage against my father, you sealed your own doom. I am an apostle. I have enjoyed the privileges granted by that title, and I bear its responsibilities in equal measure. You hold hostages, that is why I did not flee just now. But to obey the command of a contemptible low-born cultist, that is an insult to my very being. Your wisest choice now is to kill me. Use me as your final sacrifice, to slay a direct heir of the Ding family. That might well make your ancestral grave emit auspicious green smoke. She clapped a hand over her mouth, then added with feigned contrition, my apologies. I suspect you don't even know who your own father is, let alone your ancestors. For that I sincerely apologize. James nearly choked on his fury. He raised his palm ready to strike Ding Yaoqing down, but froze mid-motion. According to his intelligence dossier, this girl's constitution was extraordinarily frail. A single blow would wound her. The slightest contact could prove fatal. Even summer air conditioning had once hospitalized her for half a month. One slap from him, and she'd be dead before she hit the floor. He glanced at his watch. The Public Security Bureau would arrive imminently. He needed to secure her, fast. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. Miss Ding, do not forget there are dozens of hostages here. Refuse me, and I shall execute one every 10 seconds. He expected panic, yet her expression remained utterly serene. The moment you kill your first hostage, I shall take my own life. James stared speechless, then exploded. Are you insane? Would you truly sacrifice yourself for commoners? You're wealthy, you're young. Don't you value your own life? I value my life deeply, Ding Yaoqing replied coolly. But you've misunderstood something. Their lives mean nothing to me. I forbid your slaughter, not out of compassion, but duty. As stipulated in Article 1 of the Apostles' Codex within the Public Security Bureau, when calamity strikes, an apostle must stand before ordinary citizens. I am merely fulfilling my sworn duty. James fell silent again. This was precisely why he loathed rigid idealists. They possessed no capacity for flexibility. High Priest, what shall we do? The Public Security Bureau is already here, one subordinate whispered anxiously. No matter, they've arrived just in time. If she won't comply, perhaps they will. They certainly won't allow her to die in our hands. Events unfolded exactly as predicted. Once the skeletons were eradicated and word reached the Bureau that Ding family's sixth young mistress was inside, officers hesitated instantly. Though the Ding family claimed they bore no responsibility for Ding Yaoqing, the Bureau couldn't afford true indifference. After all, no one knew whether the Ding family would later exact quiet retribution. What do they demand? The corpse of the sovereign beast we recovered days ago. Hearing this, the Bureau chief frowned sharply. Originally, they treated the sovereign beast merely as rare salvage. After all, for a low-tier demonic insect like the bloodworm to evolve into a sovereign beast was exceedingly rare. Yet now the situation clearly ran deeper. Agree, but tell them retrieving the corpse will require time. Meanwhile, secretly deploy our elite squad to infiltrate from the rooftop. Yes, sir. Just as the aide began issuing orders, a report crackled urgently in his earpiece. His pupils contracted sharply. Chief, surveillance reports. An individual has suddenly appeared inside the building. What? Were the perimeter guards asleep? They saw no one enter, but surveillance detected him instantly, as if he'd materialized from thin air. The chief frowned in confusion. Could this be a Ding family operative? Meanwhile, inside the mall plaza, James and his men waited restlessly, when suddenly a foot crossed the threshold. An overwhelming aura descended instantly. Every soul within the mall felt their hairs stand on end, minds blanked in terror. Many civilians gasped, choked, rolled their eyes back, and collapsed foaming at the mouth. Thud, thud, thud. All civilians crumpled unconscious. Even James's own men buckled to their knees, overwhelmed. In that instant, an immense, suffocating pressure enveloped the entire space. This is... James turned toward the source, where a lone figure strode slowly into view. Each step moved with cinematic slowness. His body burned crimson, white vapor rose in shimmering waves from his skin. Hot, so hot. Wu Qi panted, tongue lolling, clutching a basket as he entered. His face instantly transformed by blissful relief upon feeling the mall's cool, conditioned air. The terrifying pressure vanished as if it had never existed. Who knew how he'd endured the journey? Autumn had arrived, yet the heat remained unbearable. Worse still, inexplicably, not a single car would start on the streets. He'd merely stepped out to buy soy sauce, yet walked all the way from the city outskirts to downtown. He sidled over, snatched a bottle of water from a bystander's hand, and gulped it down greedily. Thanks. How much for the water? The question died on his lips. He whirled and froze. The man held both a pistol and the water bottle, staring at him dumbfounded. Wu Qi, cultist. Wu Qi glanced at the gun, then at the scene in the mall's center, and his face turned a literal vivid green. Terrorist attack. His features twisted in sheer panic. Why had such peril found him? Should I drop to the ground and cover my head? Wait, this is my first terrorist attack. Should I take a photo first? As Wu Qi spiraled, a bead of sweat traced James's temple. Who was this man? That oppressive aura. He'd never encountered anything like it before. Granted, the man later displayed unmistakable fear. Yet James, ever perceptive, noticed one telling detail: the moment Wu Qi appeared, Ding Yaoqing visibly relaxed. James' psychic ability was named emotional symbiosis. It allowed him to perceive the genuine thoughts stirring within another's heart. That was precisely why he had hesitated to act against Ding Yaoqing. He sensed unmistakably that every word she spoke was utterly sincere. Yet her emotional state resembled a stagnant pool. When he probed with his ability, he found no trace of malleability, and should he push too forcefully, her fragile body would simply collapse under the strain. And this man before him, though outwardly trembling in fear, radiated not a single flicker of terror within his mind. How perverse! This man held them in utter contempt, deliberately humiliating them with such theatrical disdain. Was he silently declaring that no matter how many stood against him, absolute control remained unshaken in his hands? James glanced left and right. The acolytes he had brought were already paralyzed by the earlier display of intimidation, rendered utterly incapable of combat. Even if ordered forward, they would offer no meaningful aid. He cast a silent, somber gaze upon the unconscious figures strewn across the ground, then deliberately looked away. It seems I must face this alone. I wonder whether my mere 300 combat points will suffice. Strange, I just said combat points. James shook his head sharply, then fixed his eyes on Wu Qi, who still feigned terror, and drew his gleaming sword. Firearms were useless against such an opponent. Yet as he scrutinized Wu Qi for what felt like an eternity, his resolve crumbled further, until at last he could not bring himself to strike. Damn it! Not a wisp of spiritual energy leaked from Wu Qi's form. His true strength remained utterly inscrutable. Every inch of his body appeared vulnerable, yet each might well be a meticulously laid trap baiting James into fatal misjudgment. To lunge forward is to die. Hell, the gulf between us is simply too vast. James strained to summon courage, but found his will utterly paralyzed. He was afraid. This man who had spent his life manipulating others' emotions, instilling dread in his enemies, now trembled with raw, unadulterated fear. Sweat cascaded down his face like a torrential downpour. His sword grew heavier in his grip, trembling uncontrollably. What was he to do? Flee. That was the sole path to survival. Just as he prepared to move, a firm hand clamped down upon his shoulder. Steady yourself. Leave this to me. A man's figure materialized silently behind him. James's body instantly went slack. He collapsed onto the floor, utterly spent. Ding Yaoqing whirled around in stunned disbelief. She had never imagined they'd concealed an ally among the crowd. Had they waited for a moment of lowered guard? Don't be astonished, Miss Ding. You're fortunate. Your opponent is a master. He sensed me the instant I entered. Wu Qi. His entire being froze. He had no idea what any of them had just been talking about. Our mission has failed, but as an apostle, I beg one final contest. I wish to know with absolute clarity the chasm that separates me from true mastery. Wu Qi, brother, surely you've misunderstood something. He tried to speak, but overwhelming emotion, coupled with his habitual tongue-tiedness, left him utterly speechless. Silence means consent. I am Griffin, Knight of the Xia Xian cult, and 8-star apostle. Honor me with your guidance. With that, he tore open his upper garment, revealing a torso sculpted by relentless discipline and raw power. This is your one chance. Awaken, my spiritual energy. Instantly his chi surged violently, swelling, spiraling, roaring forth in palpable waves. The cultists surrounding him watched, tears streaming down their faces. Lord Griffin, give it everything. Carry our faith with you. Wu Qi, what in the world is going on? Who exactly is the villain here? Take this, Phosphor Soul Jade Shatter. His spiritual energy detonated in a blinding burst, coalescing into countless luminous orbs that swirled inward, converging, compressing, gathering into a colossal sphere hovering before his chest. He lunged, a devastating fist driving straight into the orb. In that instant, a cataclysmic wave of light erupted, tearing through space itself. It hurtled toward Wu Qi. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the air, but as the dust settled, they stared in utter disbelief. Wu Qi stood there, bewildered and unharmed. Even more chilling, the surrounding buildings remained utterly intact, not a single brick disturbed. As expected, the gap is simply too great. Griffin collapsed to his knees, his skin ashen, then slumped forward onto the ground. Yet my life holds no regrets. To meet a master such as you before my end is my utmost honor. That single technique had consumed his very life force. Death was inevitable regardless of Wu Qi's response. Yet none could fathom that it had inflicted not the slightest harm upon him. Wu Qi, wait, what on earth is happening? Is this truly a robbery? Or did he somehow stumble into some bizarre carnival spectacle? Are you mocking me? Before Wu Qi's eyes, Griffin threw back his head and let out a piercing guttural cry, performed several dramatic flourishes, then abruptly dropped to the ground with a resounding thud. Brother, staged fall. Could you possibly be more transparent? I didn't even move. I didn't so much as graze you. And yet with dozens of witnesses staring right at us, you just flopped over and claimed I did it. Why does this scene feel eerily familiar? Then it struck him. The same trick had been pulled by that despicable Luo fellow. It clicked instantly. This man sought retirement from the cult. Not escape, but absolution. He needed plausible deniability, a public humiliating defeat at the hands of an invincible foe. Look, I tried. I truly gave it everything, and still lost utterly. Wu Qi clutched his head, mind reeling. Fine, you're free. But why did you drag me into this? No, don't lie there. Get up and explain yourself. Wu Qi dashed forward, seized Griffin by the shoulders, and slapped him twice, sharp and stinging. Wake up. Hey, you bastard. Slap after brutal slap rained down, so violently that the remaining cultists cowered on the ground, trembling in abject terror. Too savage. Desecrating a corpse. And then, before everyone's disbelieving eyes, Griffin's soul rose from his body, haloed in soft light, wings unfurling behind him, ascending serenely toward the heavens. A golden beam suddenly pierced the air above him, guiding his ascent. Just as he began to vanish beyond sight, Wu Qi shot out a hand and gripped his head firmly. Hold on, don't fly off yet. Before the stunned onlookers, Wu Qi yanked the soul downward, snatched off the radiant halo, and smashed it to glittering fragments beneath his boot. Ignoring Griffin's frantic struggles, he tore at the wings, feathers scattering, until in moments they became nothing but a pair of absurd flapping chicken wings. At that moment, the crowd watched as a plump little angel suddenly appeared behind Wu Qi and tapped his arm. Wu Qi turned his head to see the angel pointing first at Griffin, then at himself. Do you mean he belongs to you? The angel nodded solemnly. In the next instant, the angel felt his body grow weightless, only to find himself pinned across Wu Qi's knee, then stung by sharp, rhythmic smacks upon his backside. This is Xiao's sovereign territory. You foreign winged being have no right to raise your voice here. Get out of my sight. Clutching his sore rear, the angel fled in tears. Wu Qi seized Griffin's soul and thrust it back into his body. Griffin, who had just closed his eyes in death, now jolted awake with eerie lucidity and stared at Wu Qi in stunned disbelief. I was dead, wasn't I, eh? Don't die yet. Explain yourself first. Explain what? I'd finally made it to heaven, only to be yanked back down by you. Who among the devout could endure such sacrilege? Overcome by fury and shock, Griffin fainted outright. Meanwhile, the cultists, who had been weighing whether to fight on, dropped their weapons without hesitation. That man dared strike an angel. What hope did they have? They feared no death but this kind of living torment that they truly dreaded. Wu Qi stared, utterly bewildered. Don't surrender. If you surrender, I'll never explain this away. Glancing left and right, he spotted James, sitting frozen on the floor, paralyzed with terror. His eyes lit up. You, stand up and hit me now. He immediately flopped onto the ground, hoping the cultists would lose track of him entirely. James recoiled frantically. Wu Qi lunged forward and grabbed his wrist. Come on, don't hold back. Just one punch. Just one. James shook his head violently. No, big brother. Please cooperate. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Wah. James burst into sobs. Mommy. Under Wu Qi's relentless psychological pressure, James had snapped completely. Wu Qi. Security Bureau officers stormed in and swiftly subdued everyone. The bureau chief strode straight to Wu Qi, who stood protectively before Ding Yaoqing, and clasped his hand firmly. Student Wu, thank you for your extraordinary contribution. Without you, we might have suffered far greater losses. Wu Qi. No, sir. I swear this has nothing to do with me. I understand, you're humble. But frankly, denial won't change what everyone witnessed. There's no hiding your role, not with so many witnesses. Wu Qi. And Student Wu, let's be honest, you struck hard. At least leave us a high-ranking survivor in decent shape. Of the 3 leaders, one lies near death, another has lost his mind. What about the third? He committed suicide, behind you, terrified. Wu Qi. With nerves that frail, why join a cult in the first place, say? Honestly, running away would have been perfectly reasonable. Why choose death? In truth, he had intended to flee, but reasoned that Wu Qi would inevitably uncover even his most hidden refuge. Witnessing James's descent into madness, he resolved not to suffer the same fate. Seizing the moment Wu Qi looked away, he ended his life, hoping to ascend to heaven. Yet just as hope swelled within him, he stared in horror. Heaven's gates remained shut. Then, eternal darkness swallowed him whole. No, truly, it has nothing to do with me. They're all imagining things. I'm really quite ordinary. Wu Qi nearly wept. This defied every principle he lived by. The chief. Student Wu, we fully respect your desire for humility, but frankly that explanation holds no credibility. Can sheer imagination drive someone mad, or kill them, or make them take their own life? Wu Qi. So Student Wu, you young people overthink everything. You're in the prime of youth. There's no harm in standing tall. Stop reading those sensational novels. Jealousy, slander, envy. They don't reflect reality. We're trained professionals. We uphold integrity, not pettiness. Wu Qi buried his face in his hands. This world has gone utterly mad. Not only does the mouse serve as the cat's bridesmaid, it now covets the cat's bed. Student Wu, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Ding Yaoqing stepped forward and bowed deeply before him. The Ding family will never forget your grace. Name any request. You shall have it unconditionally. Wu Qi's eyes sparkled instantly. Perfect. The greatest favor you can do me is erase my involvement entirely. But, the reward. Donate it all. After all, accepting gifts would forever tie him to the incident. Ding Yaoqing and the chief exchanged glances, silently marveling inwardly. Such moral integrity was rare in this age of ethical decay, a true paragon of virtue. The chief wiped a tear from his eye and resolved quietly but firmly, "You may refuse, but we must give. We cannot let a good man's heart grow cold." Wu Qi caught the chief's unnerving gaze and decided instantly to leave. Who knew what further chaos might unfold if he stayed? He hadn't walked far when he spotted Xiao Yan slumped wearily outside. Upon seeing Wu Qi, Xiao Yan approached, his expression layered with complexity. "Brother Xiao." Wu Qi rushed forward like a drowning man spotting land, grabbing Xiao Yan in a tight embrace. "Brother Xiao, you must persevere. Right now you're all I have left." "Wu Qi, did you know all along?" Wu Qi blinked puzzled. "Know what? Why I couldn't become an apostle." Xiao Yan exhaled slowly, and a faint shimmering aura of spiritual energy coalesced around him. Yes, he had awakened as an apostle. Moments earlier, as he lay spent after battling skeletal warriors, a warm current surged from his dantian, flooding his limbs, his senses, his very being. In that instant he understood he had become an apostle, and at last grasped the meaning behind Wu Qi's cryptic words. "You haven't yet met the person or experienced the event that will transform you." Indeed, Wu Qi had offered abundant hints. To awaken as an apostle demanded peak integration of heart, body, and technique. His physique and skill had long surpassed the threshold, but his heart had remained unrefined until now. "So, you've broken through to apostleship." Wu Qi gaped, then slapped his own palm in sudden realization. "That's it. Now it all makes sense. You were the one." Xiao Yan. Hey, I'm grateful truly, but don't go making wild claims. How on earth is this even related to me? How could it not be related to you?" Wu Qi wore an expression of sheer agony. He'd known all along. Sticking close to the protagonist never ended well. "Brother Xiao, I think our relationship is solid enough, so please don't use me as a human shield. Just admit you're the one who eliminated those cultists. Why fabricate some elaborate pretext? Yes, you haven't fully matured yet. You need to stay hidden, but you can't drag me into your chaos." Xiao Yan sighed inwardly. "Wu Qi, I know what you're thinking. You want me to grow stronger faster. But growth demands patience. Even if I truly am the protagonist, you must grant me time to develop. You can't force a sapling to bear fruit before its roots take hold. The truth is, I've stopped caring about your growth altogether. You city folk are ruthless. You'll stop at nothing to achieve your ends, even trampling over an honest man like me." Hearing this, Xiao Yan drew a sharp breath. It clicked. He'd seen Xiao Yan's recent progress and impatience had overtaken him. It was like watching a fruit ripen upon the branch, anticipation swelling with every passing day. Yet along that path lay countless temptations. And now Wu Qi stood squarely within their grasp. "Hey Wu Qi, I just remembered something urgent at home. I've got to go." "Wait, don't run off. Come with me and clear this up." "Hey." Xiao Yan whirled around and bolted, leaving Wu Qi alone frozen in bitter despair. After a long silence, he suddenly tilted his head upward, gaze adrift in blank confusion. "Oh right. What was I even doing out here?" Inside a modest rented apartment, Brother Hao and the others were draped in cobwebs. "How long does Wu Qi plan to take buying soy sauce?" "I'm starving," Xiao Bai murmured softly. The group exchanged glances, then collectively exhaled a weary sigh. Meanwhile, halfway to the scene, a patrol unit from the Public Security Bureau received an abrupt dispatch. The incident had been resolved. No further assistance required, and they were instructed to promptly return the corpse of the king beast. "Seriously, what kind of nonsense is this?" Grumbling, the driver began to turn the vehicle, when suddenly a figure holding an umbrella materialized directly ahead. SHD. He slammed the brakes. The car skidded to a hair's breadth halt before the stranger. "Hey, do you have any idea how dangerous that is?" Leaning out the window, the officer shouted in fury, only to find the man before him offering a faint, enigmatic smile. Then a voice resonated, deep, velvety, hypnotically calm. "Can't breathe." His face contorted instantly. Clutching his throat, he thrashed wildly, skin flushing crimson. His comrade beside him sensed disaster and reacted at once. Hostile contact. Rifle raised, he aimed straight at the man. "Turncoat." At that very moment, a whisper slithered into his ear. His pupils dilated, his gaze turned vacant. The remaining officers spilled from the vehicle, encircling the stranger. "You, aren't you part of the Xia Xian cult?" "Apologies. I have no affiliation whatsoever with that cult." The man's voice washed over them like warm spring rain. Intimate, soothing, disarmingly familiar, melting away suspicion as if it had never existed. Only the squad leader sensed something deeply wrong. Fighting against a rising tide of unease, he raised his weapon, just as a single gunshot cracked the air. A gaping wound bloomed across his forehead. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the asphalt. From the passenger seat, the officer who'd ridden beside the driver stepped forward, gun in hand, face twisted in savage glee, as he emptied round after round into the fallen commander's body. "Damn it, so what if you saved my life once? You strutted around like royalty. Die. BRRRT, BRRRT. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Open fire now." Orders flew, but no one lifted their weapon. "Fracture, turn on each other." At the umbrella-wielding man's silent command, every officer pivoted and opened fire indiscriminately upon their comrades. Unfazed by the storm of bullets whizzing past, the man strode calmly toward the vehicle, retrieved the king beast's corpse from its armored safe, and vanished into the haze. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and spoke tersely. "The item has been secured. Excellent. Though Griffin's entire team has been wiped out. Oh, Griffin was merely bait, but given his skill escape should have been effortless. He encountered Wu Qi. How unfortunate indeed. Since the king beast had been slain by Wu Qi, they'd launched a discreet investigation into him, yet uncovered virtually nothing. They knew only that he'd recently arrived in Tianyang City and had already made waves at school. They suspected he represented some powerful faction and chose not to provoke unnecessary conflict. Yet this operation, once again, had been derailed by him. Shall I eliminate him? Not yet. Those surrounding him pose complications. Just retrieve the artifact and return. The next morning, Wu Qi entered campus, only to hear hushed chatter erupt inside his classroom. Did you hear? Wu Qi went full legend yesterday at Central Plaza. Wiped out 800 cultists. No, it was 8,000. I heard it was 80,000. Wu Qi stared blankly. I'm still drawing mahjong tiles. Why not say I slaughtered 800 million? And rumor says he went brutal. Saw one cultist looking clean-cut and handsome, lost all restraint, pinned him down, and went full beast mode. CRUNCH. Clothes shredded to ribbons. The cultist couldn't endure the psychological assault and snapped on the spot. That was just the second. The third suffered worse. He wasn't satisfied after the second, so he targeted the third. But she refused, resisted to her last breath, and chose suicide to preserve her honor. Wu Qi blinked slowly. Am I even the hero here? And are these rumors realistic? His face darkened as he strode in. Silence fell like a shroud. An invisible pressure filled the room. Students exchanged nervous glances, then snatched up textbooks and buried themselves in frantic study. Wu Qi sank into his seat just as the homeroom teacher shuffled in exhausted. He'd tried resigning overnight, but the principal vetoed it. After all, who in their right mind would volunteer to lead this class? To retain him, the principal even dangled his daughter as incentive and promised him eventual succession. The teacher recoiled in indignation. Me? Succumb to temptation. Please. Ahem. Class, we have a new transfer student today. Let's give her a warm welcome. Students exchanged bewildered stares. Is our classroom blessed or cursed? Why does every single day bring a transfer student? But their grumbling evaporated instantly as a stunning young woman glided in, graceful, poised, bowing with elegant courtesy. Hello everyone. I'm Ding Yaoqing. Whoa, a total goddess. Wait, Ding Yaoqing. Isn't she the top scholar from Sanyuan High? Why would she transfer here? Wu Qi watched Ding Yaoqing from his seat, knowing full well she'd come for him. After yesterday's events, her misapprehension had only deepened. He hadn't expected her to enroll outright. A quiet life, once certain, now felt impossibly distant. Yet someone else was struck with far greater shock. Zhao Yi seated directly behind him. Impossible. She shouldn't be here. Zhao Yi's mind reeled. Yesterday's events had already transpired, so why was she standing right there? Classmate Ding, please take a seat. Classmate Ding, sit here beside me. A boy enthusiastically patted the empty seat next to him, then struck what he believed to be a dashing pose. I'm sorry, I have obsessive cleanliness. I refuse to sit beside someone unclean. Ding Yaoqing gazed at him as if he were a cockroach. The boy, but I'm extremely hygienic. Your face violates building codes. The boy instantly turned ashen gray. I apologize, my words just now may have wounded you. The boy instantly regained his composure. Though her remark had been harsh, perhaps she hadn't meant it. Actually, I meant every word. The boy, Wawa. He burst into tears and fled the classroom. After witnessing that boy's humiliation, the other students who'd considered approaching her fell utterly silent. She was clearly no ordinary person. Ding Yaoqing calmly strode over and sat beside Zhao Yi. Never expected to see you here. They knew each other well. Both came from prominent families in the capital, having crossed paths on several occasions. Yet Ding Yaoqing had lived in Tianyang City for years, so their acquaintance remained distant. What brings you here? Zhao Yi's voice carried an unmistakable urgency. Hearing this, Ding Yaoqing cast a thoughtful glance toward him. By your tone, it seems I shouldn't be here at all. Zhao Yi stiffened inwardly, alarmed by his own lapse, and swiftly steadied his breath before replying, expressionless. I'm simply curious. Why did you suddenly transfer to this school? And what about you? Why has Zhao family's heir ended up in such a subpar class in this fifth-tier city? Let me guess. The only noteworthy student in this class is classmate Wu Qi. So you're here for him too? Is it because of the Gaokao? Not quite. The moment you saw me, you looked genuinely startled, meaning you were certain I had no business being in this class. Was yesterday's accident connected to you? Not likely. So that would mean... Enough. Zhao Yi blurted out, drawing bewildered stares from everyone around. Phew. Sorry, I just had a momentary lapse. He apologized to the others, then sank back into his chair, his voice edged with quiet desperation. Please, stop analyzing me. He's rarely shown such an expression. This must be serious. I'll explain everything in due time, but not yet. Liar. Arms crossed, Ding Yaoqing turned away, refusing to speak to him further. Just then the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. One announcement. Our school's monthly assessment is approaching, a joint examination among 4 institutions. The administration takes it very seriously and has specially hired instructors from various mercenary guilds to serve as teaching assistants. Students will form teams of 4 each, supervised by 1 assistant instructor. Now I'll call out names. Please Please collect your assignment forms and head to the playground to locate your assigned mentor. He then pulled out a stack of forms and began reading aloud. Wang Lufei Zhang Mingren Li Yihu and Ji. Lu Bingyue Wang Mengshi Hao Yin Lu. Wu Qi couldn't help but think this class truly conceals tigers and dragons. Still, it didn't matter. As long as he kept his distance from those few, he'd be fine. Wu Qi glanced sideways at Xiao Yin and the others. Those three were walking calamities, especially Xiao Yin, the story's protagonist, who seemed magnetically drawn to disaster. Sticking close to him guaranteed nothing but trouble. Then again, with so many students in class, surely it wouldn't be that coincidental for us to end up on the same team. Ha ha ha. Moments later, Wu Qi stared blankly at the three grinning faces beside him. Yes, fate had indeed conspired against him. Sigh. Wu Qi exhaled deeply. Xiao Yin, as if I wanted to be on your team. Ding Yaoqing cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Yi. The schools organizing such an event clearly signaled preparation for the Gaokao, but logically schools shouldn't yet know about this. So, had he deliberately leaked the information? Soon the four arrived at the playground and located their mentor, a strikingly handsome young man leaning against a tree. Seeing them approach, he clicked his stopwatch. 10 minutes and 28 seconds. Unacceptable. He straightened up and adjusted his attire. His gaze swept across their youthful, unlined faces, and he let out a cold, disdainful snort. You took 10 minutes and 28 seconds to descend from the top floor to the ground. If confronted by demonic beasts, 10 minutes would be more than enough time for you to die, repeatedly. Wu Qi and Xiao Yin snapped upright instantly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xing Tian, your instructor until graduation. You may address me as Teacher Hua. Regardless of your family background, whether you're some young master or young miss, you are all equal before me. My orders are absolute. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Wu Qi and Xiao Yin barked in unison. Xing Tian nodded approvingly, yet his eyes narrowed at the other two who stood with bored indifference. These academy-bred youths thought themselves above everyone else. Clearly he'd need to demonstrate his authority, or they'd never respect him. He pointed sharply at Wu Qi. Step forward. Oh yes, sir. Wu Qi hurried forward. Today I'll show you the chasm between an apostate and an apprentice apostate. Strike me. Huh, sir, that doesn't seem appropriate. Have you forgotten what I just said? My command is law. Strike me. Yes, sir. Wu Qi immediately raised his leg, and 10 minutes later, woo woo, an ambulance screeched onto the playground. Under the stunned gazes of faculty and students alike, Xing Tian, trembling violently, foaming at the mouth, was lifted onto a stretcher and rushed away. Minutes later, inside the principal's office. Principal, headmaster Hao, homeroom teacher. All three sat, smoking brows furrowed in despair, staring at Wu Qi, standing rigidly at attention before them. This is the third time, classmate Wu Qi, not to sound judgmental, but have students ceased to satisfy you? Have you now escalated to tormenting teachers? But he ordered me to strike him. He told you to strike him, not kick him there. It's fine, I checked just now. No lasting damage. Headmaster Hao drew deeply on his cigarette and blew out a perfect smoke ring. Are you a physician? The principal asked, puzzled. Hao said nothing. Only a single tear silently traced down his temple. Still, given the circumstances, this incident is somewhat understandable. We'll issue a major demerit, and you'll cover his medical expenses. That settles it. Headmaster Hao, when will those filthy little white specimens finally sell? We're practically living on dirt. Wu Qi sighed and walked out, only to find Xiao Yin trembling nervously beside him. Listen, I don't mind you eyeing me, but don't try that move on me. I'm the last surviving heir of the Xiao family. Wu Qi. So, how do we handle our next instructor? They used to have a mentor guiding them. Now he's gone. It was said that the Apostle Center would assign a new mentor. Ding Yaoqing instantly recognized the man approaching, a bearded, disheveled figure radiating profound weariness, holding a wine flask in hand. He was Huoliang, captain of the Lion Adventuring Company. During the previous Sovereign Beast incident, all his comrades had been slaughtered and he himself sustained grievous injuries, forcing him to permanently withdraw from frontline apostle duty. Though he had amassed considerable wealth over years as a company captain, the loss of so many brothers left him shattered, trapped in unrelenting grief. Thus, when offered the role of assistant instructor, he accepted without hesitation. No need for superfluous words. I've been assigned a simple mission by higher command to let you experience firsthand what apostle operations entail. Once we arrive, you'll make all decisions yourselves. I shall intervene only if your lives are in imminent danger. Having spoken, he turned and set off without waiting for Wu Qi's reply. Though he claimed indifference, he doubted he'd ever need to act, not with that man among them. His gaze flickered toward Wu Qi, the very one who had slain the Sovereign Beast and avenged his fallen comrades. Though Wu Qi was in truth his benefactor, late at night in the silence, Huoliang could not suppress a bitter, haunting question: why didn't he come sooner? Had he arrived just a little earlier, perhaps my brothers would still be alive. He knew such thoughts were ungrateful, yet they persisted. Mentor, Wu Qi called out, snapping him back to the present. He immediately replied. Our assigned task carries 3 merit points. Investigate reports of paranormal activity in an abandoned villa on the city's outskirts. Determine whether the rumors hold truth, and notify the Apostle Center so they may dispatch appropriate personnel. Such tasks were deliberately simple, designed solely to ease novices into apostle work. Let me warn you, never assume low-point assignments guarantee safety. No apostle mission is ever truly safe. Wu Qi tensed instantly, so sharply that Xiao Yin could clearly see a heart-shaped object pulsing rhythmically from Wu Qi's chest. Xiao Yin, what is this man's anatomy? As Wu Qi's group advanced toward their objective, several figures had already entered the suburban villa. Fellow viewers, this is the infamous haunted villa on the city's outskirts. Today, Brother Dong leads you on a real-life exploration. If you enjoy the stream, please show your support. Send gifts big or small. Watching the flood of virtual gifts surge, Brother Dong's face erupted in ecstatic delight. Indeed, paranormal live streaming proved highly lucrative, though his crew behind him hesitated uneasy. Brother Dong, maybe we should call it off. This place feels deeply unnatural. Over a dozen people have vanished here. A young woman whispered, trembling. Afraid of what? Brother Dong shifted the camera away. Those disappearances. Just scare tactics aimed at ordinary folks, so corporations can buy the land cheaply. Besides, even if danger exists, I've specially invited 3 apostles. He grinned toward the 3 figures standing silently within his team. Gentlemen, we're counting on you. Rest assured, we're professionals. You focus on streaming, we will handle everything else, said the lead youth, smiling confidently. All 3 were third-star apostles. Dispatching a 3-point task was effortless. That was Brother Dong's greatest source of confidence. All right, everyone prepare. We move out now. At Brother Dong's command, the team gripped their gear and followed him into the villa. It's pitch black in here, someone blurted upon entering. Every window had been sealed shut with steel plates. No sliver of daylight penetrated. Brother Dong led the way, voice trembling with manufactured terror. Viewers, already I sense something profoundly uncanny about this place. For the next 3 hours we must survive here. Not a joke. Your encouragement alone sustains us. Oh, thank you, Brother Wu Di Xiao Fei Fei, for the rocket. Thank you, brother. Brother Dong shouted, elated. Rockets flooded the screen. Within moments, the donations eclipsed 3 months' worth of his usual streaming revenue. But just as euphoria surged, the live chat exploded. Where are they? Oi, where's the person behind you? They've vanished. Look behind you now. The message stunned Brother Dong. He whirled around and froze in disbelief. His entire team had disappeared. Brother Dong, his mind blanked. This wasn't in the script. Meanwhile, every member of the team had been scattered across separate locations inside the villa. One crew member, tasked with staging illusions, trembled as he shone his phone's light ahead, realizing he stood alone in the villa's long-shadowed corridor. On the wall hung a massive portrait of family of 4. Or was it illusion? He couldn't shake the chilling certainty that their eyes were following him. I'm sorry. So sorry. I shouldn't have come. I'm leaving right now. He apologized, frantically hastening forward. Until reaching the foot of the staircase, a sharp noise echoed from above. Instinctively, he looked up and saw a pitch-black mass hurtling down toward him. No, crack. A sickening impact. Blood sprayed violently as the man was reduced to pulp. Upon closer inspection, the object was a colossal trunk which, having claimed its victim, vanished once more. Elsewhere, the terrified young woman sprinted blindly, only to collapse screaming as searing pain lanced through her leg. No, please, don't. She pleaded in agony, but no mercy came. From the darkness, silhouettes emerged, black, formless, and dragged her shrieking into the void. Her screams faded swiftly into the gloom. Across the villa, screams erupted in every direction. Huff, huff, huff. Wang Zhongkue gasped raggedly, his face contorted with raw terror. He'd assumed it was merely a routine assignment. After all, he'd verified it carried only 3 merit points. Then why had this horror unfolded? Hearing the heavy footsteps approaching, he swiftly got up and fled, knowing it was something beyond his capability to confront. At that moment, he passed through a corridor lined with knightly armor, and just as he reached the middle, the knights by the side suddenly flashed red in their eyes, and their swords slashed down in an instant. Wang Zhongkui's legs were instantly severed. Wang Zhongkue let out a chilling scream, and then he was horrified to see the armors moving, raising their weapons as they approached him. No, don't, help. Suddenly, the birds and beasts outside the villa flew up in panic as Wu Qi and the others got out of the car, gazing at the villa before them. Wow, this place doesn't even need a set for a horror movie. Wu Qi exclaimed. Be careful inside, I won't intervene unless absolutely necessary. This was also a training exercise for Wu Qi and the others. At the same time, the assistant teacher would evaluate each student's behavior. The group nodded and then walked inside. It's so dark. Xiaoyan pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight. For some reason, the beam was weak, barely illuminating his immediate surroundings. Is there a brighter light? Zhao Yi inquired. Ding Yaoqing and Xiaoyan both shook their heads. Huoliang shook his head from behind. This was why newly graduated apostles were prohibited from taking high-point tasks. Although they were talented, they lacked experience, and rashly accepting high-point tasks would surely lead to trouble. He was about to speak when Wu Qi suddenly interjected. Light source. I've got it. Wu Qi thought of something, clapped his hands, and a light bulb appeared above his head. He then removed the bulb, twisted it, and immediately the brightness surged, illuminating the entire room. Everyone, what's wrong? Wu Qi looked at them curiously. Where did you get that light bulb? Xiaoyan said, somewhat exasperated. This was not scientific at all. Hey, is that all it takes? Can't you do it? Normal people can't do that, okay? Wu Qi. Look, this is what happens when rich kids have been out of touch with reality for too long, and now they say I'm not human. Huoliang was also dumbfounded, unable to close his jaw. Wait, had he been away from school too long? Was this a new kind of spiritual technique? But why waste a precious spiritual technique quota on such nonsense? He found himself unable to comprehend this person, how obviously so powerful, perhaps even surpassing him, yet in many ways he was peculiar. Meanwhile, in a dark room, somewhere a man in a white coat looked grimly at the monitors, showing Wu Qi and the others. How could they come here? These people were not comparable to the ordinary individuals before. If they went missing here, it would be a huge problem. More importantly, that man is here too. The man in the white coat stared at Wu Qi on the monitor, knowing all too well that it was this man who had eliminated Griffin and his crew and easily killed his beast. Where's that guy Wei Yang? He asked his assistant behind him. He seems to be at school. The assistant replied, somewhat frightened. The man in the white coat almost went mad. Why was he at school for no reason? Go have Regis hold them off. The experiment is almost complete, and we absolutely cannot let them disrupt our plans. Yes. Inside the villa, Wu Qi and the others surveyed the premises, which was quite large, covering almost 500 square meters. The villa's architecture showed signs of age with cracks everywhere, yet the interior decorations appeared fairly decent. There shouldn't be anyone living here, right? Are these things from the previous owner? Xiaoyan looked at Huoliang. Finding information before a task is your responsibility, don't ask me. Huoliang replied indifferently. Xiaoyan had no choice but to take out his phone, but at that moment Ding Yaoqing suddenly furrowed her brows. Wait. Everyone stopped in their tracks. What's wrong? There's a smell of blood. Ding Yaoqing's nose twitched, pointing to one area. Over there. Huoliang instinctively glanced at Zhao Yi, who subtly shook his head. Huoliang, who was about to say something, immediately shut his mouth. As they approached, they saw a layer of red bloodstains on the ground. Human blood within the last hour. Teacher, shouldn't we halt our actions now? This exceeds the scope of the task. Ding Yaoqing said coldly. This? Huoliang hesitated, about to speak, when Zhao Yi interjected. I'm afraid not. It seems this place has been sealed off. Zhao Yi threw a small ball at the door. The moment it hit, a violent explosion erupted. However, when the smoke cleared, the door was found to be intact. The signal has also suddenly vanished. Xiaoyan exclaimed, holding his phone. Does that mean it's very dangerous? Wu Qi despaired, wondering why he was so unlucky, experiencing things that ordinary people might never encounter in a lifetime. It's all your fault. Wu Qi slapped Xiaoyan on the shoulder. Xiaoyan, what does this have to do with me? You are the main character. Accidents often happen around the main character. Even minor events can become serious. Who are you blaming here? Xiaoyan. No, I just want to say, do you think I'm the main character just because of my name? Isn't that a bit presumptuous? It's not presumptuous. I have evidence. What evidence do you have? Haven't you said 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? Don't bully the poor youth. This was something he heard from classmates. When it was said, it stirred up much excitement. That's not true. That was said by my grandfather. Didn't our family live in the East for 30 years and move to the West afterwards? Then what about don't bully the poor youth? The house in the East was demolished and a huge compensation was given. My grandfather said life is unpredictable. Oh, just because we were poor when we were young doesn't mean we won't get rich when we grow old. Don't bully the poor youth. You didn't hear the second part. Wu Qi. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged ahead. Welcome, gentlemen, to my villa. 5 foreigners appeared on the second floor. Who are you? We are the great followers of the holy teachings. The heretical cult. Ding Yaoqing frowned, recognizing these annoying individuals. Ding Yaoqing placed her hand on her waist. Don't move, Miss Ding. We have hostages. Saying this, he clapped his hands, and the people who had entered earlier appeared on the ceiling. Oomph. Ding Yaoqing lowered her hand. All right. Truth be told, we bear no ill intent. We merely wish to play a little game with you all. The blond man at the front pulled aside the black cloth draped behind him, revealing a massive rotating wheel. The rules are simple. This wheel will determine the nature of each round. We'll play best off. If should you win, you may take the captive, and do as you please afterward. Call the authorities, flee, whatever you choose. But should you lose, you must play another best off of round, and continue doing so until you finally emerge victorious. Though each round must be followed by a 1-hour rest period. Strange, what possible advantage does this give them? Xiaoyan asked, puzzled. They're buying time. Zhao Yi replied coolly. Across from them, the blond man merely shrugged with a smile. In truth, they had no choice. Their opponents included Wu Qi. Even if they fought together, they stood no chance against him. Fortunately for them, Ding Yaoqing was among their ranks, an unyielding, rigid thinker, so they devised precisely this scheme. And events unfolded exactly as they'd anticipated. We accept. Ding Yaoqing agreed instantly. Hey, senior sister Ding, shouldn't we first leave and alert the authorities? The Apostle Accord explicitly states that apostles may not ignore ordinary civilians facing imminent peril. Xiaoyan. Clearly none of the others intended to flee either, so he too fell silent and acquiesced. Excellent. Then let us begin round 1. The blond man spun the wheel with force. It whirled at blinding speed, then after several seconds gradually slowed and came to rest, its needle pointing decisively to one sector. All eyes turned to the sector, where 2 bold characters glowed unmistakably. Tennis. Oh, I know this one. Wu Qi shot his hand into the air, brimming with excitement. You truly do. Let me tell you, Mastering this takes at least a year or two of rigorous training. Xiaoyan voiced his doubt. Are you underestimating me? I watched it on TV, and when I did I secretly practiced in private. Don't worry about it. With that, Wu Qi strode forward. Xiaoyan, still uneasy, called out to the opposition. Since this is a match, surely there must be an impartial referee. Rest assured. The blond man's body flared with spiritual energy. Then with a shimmer the energy coalesced upon the floor beside him, forming a faceless figure wearing a hat. This is my spiritual ability, absolute fairness and impartiality. Once a game begins, its rules must be observed without deviation, and any violation incurs immediate punishment. Even I myself am forbidden from cheating. He speaks the truth, Ding Yaoqing affirmed. Hearing her say so, Xiaoyan fell silent. Yet he remained uneasy about Wu Qi. Formidable though the man was, he could sometimes be alarmingly unreliable. Then I shall go first. The blond man stepped forward. Since the opposing side had deployed their strongest fighter immediately, only he could possibly match Wu Qi. Yet the moment he stood directly across from Wu Qi, an overwhelming pressure surged through him. It's all right. I'll double both my physical prowess and spiritual energy during the match. And with the Drank spiritual technique Gamer's Edge and the Crank spiritual technique Court Master enhancing me, I cannot lose. In hand-to-hand combat he might stand no chance, but in games, he was unquestionably peerless. With a sharp snap of his fingers the referee beside him called out. First round match tennis, best of 3 sets. Player Wu Qi serves first. Match, commence. At his command the surroundings transformed instantaneously. The entire villa dissolved into a colossal tennis court. Wu Qi and the blond man now wore pristine tennis attire, rackets gripped firmly in hand. Wow, amazing. Stars sparkled in Wu Qi's eyes. A fusion of emission materialization and transformation abilities. Zhao Yi instantly analyzed the shift in scenery. This was clearly the result of multiple individuals synchronizing their abilities. All right, you serve first. The blond man channeled torrents of spiritual energy into his hands and feet. Wu Qi meanwhile bounced the tennis ball a few times with studied nonchalance, then tossed it high into the air. Not half bad. Though it seems you've added no spiritual energy whatsoever. The blond man sneered. Underestimating me. If this was all he had to offer, victory was already. Boom. A shockwave erupted midair, followed by a streak of light that slashed past the blond man's cheek and slammed into the far court. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the arena. His 4 teammates were hurled backward like ragdolls. The blond man, Xiaoyan, and the others. Slowly, stiffly, he turned his head and beheld a 10-meter-wide crater gaping behind him. 15 loved. Yage. Wu Qi clenched his fist triumphantly. What are you cheering for? The point went to their side. Xiaoyan sighed, exasperated. Huh, didn't I just hit it over? You have to land it within the lines. Haven't you watched tennis before? Which tournament did you watch? Wimbledon or the Australian Open? The World Junior High School Tennis Championship. I even ride horses. Xiaoyan. Just aim your shots inside the lines. That's all you need to do. Oh. Wu Qi produced another tennis ball. His opponent instantly panicked, waving his arms frantically. Wait, hold on a second. We're playing real tennis. Please at least watch a proper match first. Sweat beading on his brow, the blond man hurriedly produced a television and played a professional tennis match. Wu Qi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then with a sudden ping, inspiration lit up his face. Now I get it. Wu Qi served again, this time mimicking the televised technique, perfectly delivering a clean textbook serve. But the moment the ball crossed the net, it was smashed back with brutal speed. Wu Qi darted forward a few steps and returned it. Thwack! Yet again the ball rocketed back, bouncing even farther away. Wu Qi gaped in astonishment. Then something utterly unexpected occurred. They'd expected him to sprint desperately after it. Instead, whoosh! His arm shot forward with impossible speed, stretching all the way to where the ball would land. Then his wrist flicked sharply upward. The ball slammed across the net, only to fly back instantly. Wu Qi strained, hurling it forward with all his might. Thwack! But his opponent refused to yield. The ball returned faster and faster until Wu Qi's arms blurred into streaks of motion. Thwack! 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 Finally he leapt high, executed a thunderous smash. A deafening crack echoed, then silence. The ball did not return. Wu Qi peered closely. It landed squarely in bounds. Yage! Just as he celebrated, cold water doused his triumph. Out! Wu Qi! Hey, don't make things up. My shot landed in. How is it out? It's not your shot that's out. It's you who's out. Why? Wu Qi protested indignantly. Why? You're charged with assaulting your opponent. Even the normally impassive referee pointed accusingly at the blond man, roaring in outrage. Wu Qi craned his neck and recoiled in shock. There lay the blond man, his face grotesquely swollen into a porcine mass, slumped on the ground, limbs twitching spasmodically, and horrifyingly a sliver of his soul visibly slipping from his mouth. Wu Qi. So that's why his opponent had been so stubborn. He'd literally been catching every shot with his face. Wu Qi stood awkwardly watching the blond man being carried away, then glanced at the other's fearful expressions and forced a smile. It was just an accident. Your accidents certainly seem to multiply. Xiaoyan drifted past him with quiet irony. Wu Qi. All right, next match begins now. The blonde man's teammates exchanged glances, then reluctantly gripped his hands and spun the wheel. After all, it was his ability. The wheel soon halted, its needle pointing squarely at the words, billiards. Does anyone here know billiards? Xiaoyan turned to the group. Huoliang waved his hands first. Never played. I've no interest in this game either, Zhao Yi shrugged. Looks like I'll have to step up then. Ding Yaoqing set down her phone and rose. Do you know how to play? I glanced over the rules just now. Should be fine. It's merely a simple mathematical exercise. Ding Yaoqing strode forward, and in an instant her attire shifted into sleek functional billiards attire. A cue appeared in her hand. I'll take you on. A black man rushed forward upon recognizing Ding Yaoqing. Second match, snooker. Begin. At the referee's call, the surroundings shimmered, and a pristine billiards table materialized before them. The black man chalked his cue, aimed at the white ball, and struck with force. The ball scattered violently across the felt. Yet fortune eluded him, not a single ball found the pocket. Your turn. Ding Yaoqing studied the arrangement of balls, then selected her angle. Billiards is nothing more than precise angular calculation and calibrated force. Once mastered, pocketing becomes inevitable. She infused spiritual energy into her cue and struck with explosive power. Whoosh. The white ball shot forward like a comet. Ugh. The blonde man groaned, swaying upright. He'd just glimpsed his great-grandmother. Strange, why does my face ache? Brother, watch out. He looked up, just as a white sphere hurtled toward him like a falling star. Thud. His head snapped backward, a crimson arc of blood traced gracefully through the air. Ding Yaoqing. Wu Qi and the others. The blonde man's team. Out. Under the weight of their collective gaze, Ding Yaoqing silently retrieved her phone. 10,000 yuan each. This never happened. The group. Nearby, the black man vigorously shook the blonde man, until moments later he stirred awake. Brother, wake up. We've already won 2 rounds. One more, and we'll stall for a full hour. Then, go ahead and play. Why wake me? The blonde man blinked blankly. Because this round drew basketball. He stared speechless. Wait, can't we change it? Let's pick something safer, please. Brother, it's your ability that chose it. No alterations possible. He sighed deeply. This cursed ability. I shouldn't have cultivated it in the first place. Brother, just stand aside, we'll handle it. That Ding Yaoqing's physically frail, but effectively it's still for. That reasoning held merit. Once again the scene dissolved, and they stood clad in basketball uniforms. Third match, basketball. Ready, begin. Snap. Huoliang, tall and powerfully built, snatched the ball first, then passed it cleanly to Xiaoyan, who executed a dazzling dribble before sinking a flawless three-pointer. Excellent. Wu Qi clapped excitedly, only for the opposing team to launch a lightning-fast pass, crossing half-court in a flash and delivering the ball straight into the waiting black man's hands. He soared, dunked, score. Truly their opponents possessed formidable skill, while Wu Qi and Ding Yaoqing knew little of the game, making every point a grueling struggle. By halftime the score stood at 2,759. Xiaoyan and Zhao Yi were tightly guarded, leaving no choice but to pass outward, and the ball landed squarely in Ding Yaoqing's hands. We're doomed. A chill ran through Xiaoyan, yet Ding Yaoqing spoke calmly. No need to worry. I watched your play. I grasped the essence. Accuracy alone determined success. Simply align the angle, apply proper force, and release. She executed a textbook fadeaway jump shot, the ball arcing elegantly through the air, only for the stunned onlookers to witness. Thud. A direct impact against the blonde man's skull, stationed unawares at the corner. Silence fell. Ding Yaoqing. She quietly withdrew her phone once more. Another 10,000 yuan, for this to vanish from memory. The group. Fortunately, basketball injuries are commonplace, so her act was deemed accidental. Still, she was disqualified. The match resumed 4-on-4, intense, evenly matched. In the final quarter, Wu Qi's team trailed by a single point. Just after the blonde man's team scored, the ball landed in Wu Qi's hands. A flash of insight lit his eyes. He recalled their mid-court fast break, and he braced himself, shouting to Xiaoyan and the others. Go! They instinctively sprinted forward, defenders scrambled back. Then Wu Qi whipped the ball with all his might. The basketball soared skyward, silence hung heavy. In the stands, the blonde man crouched behind the bleachers, clutching a stool over his head. He refused to believe he could be struck here. Whoosh! The ball ricocheted off the wall. Thud! And buried his head deep into the bleachers, eyes rolling upward in dazed disbelief. All eyes turned to Wu Qi, who slowly patted his pockets and produced 10 yuan. Here, buy some ice cream to soothe him. The group. Unsurprisingly, the match was forfeited. They were condemned to remain for 1 full hour. An hour later, the blonde man stirred awake, only to find his teammates' faces looming over him. Brother, time to play. He stared wordless, then exploded. Play you. I'm done. Let whoever wants it play. I'm handing them over, calling the police, and surrendering. But brother, why? We won. Win your third uncle's beard. Clearly getting beaten isn't your problem. This wretched game ends now. And someone, I demand justice. Yet the very instant he uttered those words, the rope suspending the hostage from the ceiling snapped and plummeted downward. A wave of terror surged through the crowd as panicked cries erupted. Wu Qi reacted swiftly, somehow producing a large sheet of fabric. Teaming up with Xiaoyan, he dragged it taut, while constantly repositioning himself, carefully tracking the hostages' descent trajectory. In moments they locked onto the optimal landing zone and stood firm with unwavering confidence. "Don't worry, we'll catch you." Thud, thud, thud. The hostage crashed squarely onto the floor, not once, but repeatedly, each impact carving deep craters into the ground. Wu Qi, Xiaoyan, the onlookers. Boom. A group scrambled up from the craters, roaring at Wu Qi in fury. "You said you'd catch us." Wu Qi scratched his head, utterly embarrassed. Beside him, Xiaoyan couldn't resist a dry remark. "By the way, how did you survive that fall from such a height?" They paused, stunned. Then realization dawned. "Right, why didn't we die?" Before they could ponder further, the ground trembled violently. Then from all directions, over a dozen grotesque beasts charged forth. Royal beasts. Huoliang instantly recognized them. Undoubtedly royal beasts. "Why are there so many?" "So this is your experiment inside this facility. Artificially engineered royal beasts." These creatures' original forms were ordinary low-tier demonic beasts, goblins, prairie wolves, blade hares, and the like. Such species rarely evolve into royal beasts. Their innate weakness makes survival nearly impossible, even if they manifest royal traits. The blond man and his companions nodded fearfully. They hadn't expected the doctor to unleash these unfinished specimens now. Temperamentally volatile, they attack any living being in sight. This was no mere test. It was a massacre. "Can we contact the outside world?" Ding Yaoqing turned to Zhao Yi, who shook his head. "No. Communications are completely severed." "Wait. We were live streaming when we entered. They saw us get into trouble. They must have already called the authorities." Dongge hastily raised his hand. "Then why hasn't anyone arrived? Even after over an hour?" Xiaoyan frowned, perplexed. Dongge and the others froze. Indeed, even at the slowest response time, help should have arrived by now. A cold, mirthless smile flickered across Zhao Yi's face. Either someone above had suppressed the alarm, or worse. "First, we must dismantle the barrier sealing this building and restore external contact. Do any of you know how to break it?" Zhao Yi asked. There are 2 control nodes for the barrier. I can lead you to both." If the doctor showed no mercy, neither would they. "Wu Qi, hold these beasts off while we disable the barrier." With that, Zhao Yi sprinted sideways, Huoliang close behind. "We're counting on you." Xiaoyan dashed off with Ding Yaoqing toward the opposite wing. "Wu Qi, wait, do you really trust me with this?" He stared at the demonic beasts before him and swallowed hard. Elsewhere in a concealed chamber, the doctor watched Wu Qi on the monitor, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. "Perfect. You'll serve as my ideal test subject." His fingers danced across the keyboard. The wall behind him rose silently, revealing shelves, not laden with goods, but with severed heads. Each neck ended in a metallic screw, and most horrifying of all, every head remained alive. Why must I endure this horror? I want to go home. I want to go home." Wah! One by one the heads wailed in anguish, yet the doctor ignored their torment entirely. He selected one at random, then opened the console below, exposing a recessed socket. He flipped a switch. The head descended smoothly into the socket, rotated several times, and its gaze abruptly dulled into vacant emptiness. Simultaneously, the royal beasts confronting Wu Qi flared crimson in the eyes. Though formidable in strength, these royal beasts had been forcibly elevated from weak, base-tier demons, devoid of true sentience, even less intelligent than common wild animals. Thus the doctor resorted to this crude neural override. Wah! Wu Qi whirled and fled, only to see a bat-like royal beast soar into the air, wings flaring as countless razor-sharp blades rained down like hail. In an instant, Wu Qi vanished beneath the storm. Success! The doctor exulted, until his expression shattered a second later. There stood Wu Qi, lifting his head, blinking blankly around. Then glancing down at himself, his pristine outfit had transformed into a bikini. Wu Qi, the doctor. The doctor nearly lost his mind. He stared at the back-controlling head. "What is wrong with you? Designing clothing for the target? And, oh gods, was that Victoria's Secret?" The royal beasts pursued Wu Qi, relentlessly tearing through the villa in chaotic pursuit, until they converged beside a colossal pillar where beast and man spiraled wildly around it. Suddenly, Wu Qi broke free from the loop, while the beasts continued their dizzying orbit. Then without hesitation, he whipped out a frying pan and thrust it forward. Bang! The bat slammed headfirst into the pan, triggering a domino crash as each beast collided with the one ahead. Instantly, they staggered drunkenly on the spot, stars spinning dizzily above their heads. Wu Qi glanced at the pan, then at the dazed beasts, and without pause. Bang! 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 3 more decisive strikes, and every royal beast collapsed motionless. From the shadows, the doctor stared slack-jawed. He'd anticipated failure. The records did list Wu Qi as exceptionally strong, but never imagined such absurd, humiliating defeat, felled by a frying pan. Could it be a spirit energy weapon? Yet, who in their right mind would forge a spirit energy artifact as a frying pan? As he reeled in disbelief, the scene below shifted once more. Shush! Wu Qi wiped sweat from his brow, eyeing the fallen bat, and rubbing his growling stomach. He'd run long enough to starve. Is Dio edible? He pulled a book, large as a person, from his trousers and placed it atop the pillar. Its cover bore the title Culinary Atlas of Jojo crossed out. replaced with classic of mountains and seas. Moistening a finger, he flipped rapidly, then stopped at the passage he sought. In the western ridge dwells a specter, human-shaped with blood-red eyes and protruding fangs. To consume it grants longevity and vigor. Wu Qi's eyes lit up, a delicacy and a tonic. Then the doctor watched in disbelief as Wu Qi produced a massive cauldron from nowhere, swiftly chopped radishes and scallions, ginger and garlic. With a cleaver tossed them into the pot, stirred vigorously. With a ladle hoisted the unconscious bat and dropped it in, before taking a sip from a soup spoon. He frowned deeply. The doctor was nearly losing his mind. Was this truly something a normal person would do? Even if that creature was his trophy, would he really begin cooking it right here in such a perilous place? What if it's poisonous? Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, a light tap landed on his shoulder. He whirled around, and his soul nearly fled his body. There stood Wu Qi silently behind him. Brother, got any salt? The doctor's spirit hovered above his own body, then froze. Realizing something was wrong, he glanced down at his motionless form and shot back inside in a flash. Once re-anchored in his body, the doctor broke down. How did you get in here? How did you even know I was here? His own laboratory was ringed with countless traps and mechanisms. So how had this man appeared inside his very chamber? Your door wasn't locked. Just because my door wasn't locked doesn't mean you can waltz in. Wu Qi blinked, then snapped his fingers. Ah, I see. My apologies. He stepped out and closed the door quietly behind him. Knock, 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 knock. Uncle, may I come in? The doctor stared blankly. That's not what I meant. Uncle, how about now? Is this acceptable? Do you have salt? Hurry, the broth's about to boil. After the initial shock subsided, the doctor steadied himself once more. I'd already raised my estimation of him as high as possible, yet still I hadn't imagined he'd be this formidable. In an instant, he reconstructed Wu Qi's movement, how he'd materialized before him without warning. The footage he'd seen earlier on the surveillance monitors had been deliberately staged, a phantom illusion woven from spiritual energy designed solely to distract him, while Wu Qi circled unseen to his flank. Yet here the doctor hesitated. How had Wu Qi pinpointed his exact location? He pondered, then his eyes widened in sudden, chilling realization. Of course, when releasing those sovereign beasts, he'd channeled spiritual energy. Could Wu Qi have traced him along that faint, lingering resonance? He stared at Wu Qi in horror. Such terrifying perceptiveness. Such lightning-swift reflexes. This man's strength must have reached the lunar tier. Or even beyond, high lunar tier. Should he fight Hedon, he still held one final trump card, but deploying it would burn all bridges behind him. His hand crept stealthily toward the emergency button beneath the lab bench, just as Wu Qi, glancing at the monitor, spotted Xiao Yan and the others. Wait, this is the surveillance room, and I can see Xiao Yan and his team, yet you're still here, so that means he'd been discovered. The doctor slammed the button. So uncle, you're also a victim trapped here. Huh. The doctor froze mid-breath. Then with a sudden hiss, the floor beneath Wu Qi split open. Wu Qi blinked, then sensing danger glanced downward, only to vanish in a blur, plummeting into the abyss. Ah. Though startled that Wu Qi had actually fallen for the trap, the doctor no longer cared. He had to reach his ace, now, and escape. If Wu Qi could find him, this place was no longer safe. Fortunately, Wu Qi had fallen into his custom-built pit, 100 meters deep, sealed on all sides. He hadn't intended to imprison Wu Qi, only to buy precious time. He pressed the closure switch, but just as the floor panels began sealing shut, a hand shot out, seized his ankle, and yanked him down with terrifying force. Ah! A blood-curdling scream tore from the doctor's throat. Then in the next breath, he found himself flattened beneath Wu Qi's rear and crushed into a crimson paste by the impact. Phew! Safe landing. Safe what? The doctor, miraculously reforming from his pulpy state, roared at Wu Qi. You dragged me down just to use me as your cushion? Oh, uncle, you've got it all wrong. I feared you'd be unsafe up there alone, so I brought you down with me. Unsafe? This is my house. The word slipped out. Then he knew instantly that he'd made a grave mistake. Wu Qi studied him, then slung an arm around his shoulders. Uncle, how truly tragic. Such a fine home reduced to a haunted ruin. The doctor stared silently, then inwardly wondered, do I look that harmless? So utterly unthreatening, he never once suspected me. Uncle, don't worry, we're professionals. We'll get you out safely. The doctor said nothing. Straight to the crematorium, perhaps. Still, he puzzled over Wu Qi's lack of suspicion. Was he feigning ignorance? Mr. Wu Qi, have you ever considered that I might be the mastermind behind this entire house? The doctor asked cautiously. Wu Qi glanced at him, then clapped him heartily on the shoulder. Uncle, stop joking. You, the mastermind. Why can't I be the mastermind? I've killed dozens, countless people, I tell you. Wu Qi sighed, gazing at him with weary pity. Uncle, please, spare us the bravado. Name one villainous overlord in all of fiction who looks remotely like you. That's dumb. What's wrong with my appearance? Uncle, must I speak plainly? Look across every television drama. Has any antagonist ever looked so utterly unremarkable? What do you mean? You think you're average looking? You're profoundly average. With a sigh, Wu Qi sat cross-legged on the ground. Uncle, I know it rankles. You dreamed like all children of being a hero or a tycoon. I wanted to be a scientist too. But reality is reality. We grow up. People like us, ordinary in face and fortune, should simply accept our role as background extras. Grand dramas aren't meant for us. That ignited the doctor's fury. What does appearance have to do with morality? Can only handsome men be heroes or villains? Precisely. Think. On-screen protagonists and archvillains are always striking. Even minor antagonists have character grotesque, fearsome, unforgettable. But us, neither beautiful nor monstrous. That's the true curse. That's just fiction. It's not real. No, it is real. Otherwise, how would it ever make it onto television? Wu Qi declared it with absolute conviction. Everything he knew, he'd learned from television. And television to him was infallible truth. No, it's all entertainment. Don't you understand? Entertainment. Nonsense. Would they broadcast entertainment on the national news broadcast? NDR. Sure fell silent. And how utterly unreasonable this man was. Just then rustling sounds echoed around them. The shadowy figure instantly sensed danger. Countless blood-red eyes gleamed from the surrounding darkness. A horde of grotesque creatures emerged from the gloom, fixing their unblinking gazes upon Wu Qi and Dr. Sure. And it was only then that Dr. Sure recalled. He had left behind some experimental waste here. Wu Qi immediately stepped forward, shielding Dr. Sure. And, Uncle, stay right behind me. Don't move an inch. I'll protect you. All right, Dr. Sure nodded vigorously. Though he too was an apostle, his ability affected only inanimate objects. From their earlier exchange, this man seemed immensely powerful, but perhaps not quite sharp of mind. Perhaps he could be manipulated. Let them cripple each other, and he'd reap the spoils. Ha ha ha. I'm a genius. At that moment, a hideously malformed tiger strode forward step by deliberate step. Man and beast locked eyes, then roared in unison and charged, crashing together in a violent grapple-like death roll. Yes, kill him. Dr. Sure cheered, until a chilling realization struck. He stiffly turned his head and found himself completely encircled by the test subjects. Dr. Sure fell silent. In an instant the beasts swarmed over him, burying him beneath their weight, and a chorus of agonized shrieks erupted. Help me. Wu Qi, save me. Didn't you promise to protect me? And Wu Qi heard none of it. His entire focus locked on the tiger. 3 minutes later, a sharp metallic clang rang out. Man and tiger sprang apart. Wu Qi slumped against the wall, drenched in sweat, guzzling water from his canteen. Across from him, the tiger sat surrounded by the test subjects, being fanned, offered water, massaged, even smirking defiantly. And Wu Qi bristled with indignation. Was he truly so defenseless? I have assistants too. Wait, where is mine? And meanwhile, Dr. Sure drove 2 knives alternately into the wall, scaling upward like a desperate climber. His body was a tapestry of bruises and lacerations. He finally understood Wu Qi was no savior. He was a walking calamity. Relying on him was sheer folly. No more waiting. He would save himself. After an arduous ascent, he shoved open the hatch above and tumbled out, collapsing onto the floor and gasping for breath. I'm free at last. Dr. Sure shouted triumphantly, only for his collar to tighten sharply behind him. A cold dread seized him. Then, in whoosh, and thud, Na's sickening impact slammed him back onto the floor, nearly expelling his bile. Dazed, he lifted his head and met Wu Qi's infuriating grin. Uncle, why did you run off? Didn't I tell you it's dangerous here? You were supposed to stay behind me. Why didn't you listen? But I just climbed out. Why drag me back down? Dr. Sure stared blankly around, then broke down in despair. Where exactly did you go? Even getting onto a bed gives you trouble. Listen, stay behind me. Anyone who wants to harm you must first get past me. Clang. Na gong sounded. Wu Qi threw jabs like a seasoned boxer, then bellowed and charged the tiger. Wait, and before Dr. Sure could speak, more blood-red eyes flared into view all around. Close it. Close it. Close it. Dr. Sure cried out in anguish, only to be buried once more beneath the snarling mob, pummeled mercilessly. 3 minutes passed, and driven by sheer will, Dr. Sure scaled the wall again, hands raw and bleeding, yet refusing to yield. Once atop, he slammed the hatch shut, hurried into the room, nailed the door with 2 wooden planks, and barricaded it with heavy crates. Only then did he exhale deeply. Now let's see how you climb up. Uncle, coffee. Oh, thanks. Dr. Sure took a sip, then froze, head snapping up. Wu Qi stood before him, and splish. Coffee sprayed from his mouth. Stunned, he stammered, and how did you get out? Wait, how did you get up here? There's a hidden door in the wall. Behind it lies an elevator direct to the top. Oh, direct. Then why didn't you tell me? I climbed 200 meters of sheer vertical cliff. Tears streamed down Dr. Sure's face as he roared. You never asked. Wu Qi wore an expression of pure innocence. By the way, Uncle, I'd like to introduce you to a good friend. Come here, Xiaohu. Na tiger, twice a man's height, ambled forward. Uncle, meet Xiaohu Lang and Sang Biao. We forged our bond through battle. Dr. Sure stared speechless. Sang Biao. What is that? Wait. Oh right. Uncle, I'll just pop to the restroom. You all get acquainted. Wu Qi turned and walked out, leaving Dr. Sure alone with Xiaohu Lang and Sang Biao. His smile tightened, awkward, brittle, and utterly forced. Hi. And the 3 beasts grinned back, human-like, unsettling, then raised their paws, and Dr. Sure's scream tore through the chamber. He tried to flee, but the door was sealed tight. Wu Qi and elsewhere Ding Yaoqing Xiao Yin and the blonde man arrived at one of the barrier control nodes. In, let's be clear, I brought you here, but I'm not a fighter. Their abilities were designed for synergy, primarily for entrapment and attrition. In, is someone already guarding the switch? Do we have intel on the defender? In none. Dr. Sure never shares such details. And the blonde man turned and strode away. The others remained hidden in a safe room, and he intended to join them. The moment Ding Yaoqing entered, a harsh grating cackle filled her ears. Then in a flash a black shape lunged downward. Shink! And she barely evaded it, then focused a monkey. Its face was twisted and grotesque, coarse steel gray fur bristled across its limbs, its massive arms and legs were streaked with fresh blood, unnerving to behold. A summoning type ability. There are 7 distinct categories of spiritual abilities: enhancement, summoning, materialization, emission, transformation, control, and special. Enhancement augments the physical or intrinsic attributes of a person or object, such as amplifying combat power, accelerating movement, or sharpening a blade. Summoning calls forth beings imbued with unique effects. Materialization manifests tangible objects possessing extraordinary properties. Emission projects various forms of energy, fire, water, lightning, and so on. Transformation alters one's own physical form to acquire corresponding abilities. Control enables dominion over targets under specific conditions, demanding mastery of intricate techniques. The special category encompasses all abilities that defy classification within the other 6. The moment Ding Yaoqing crossed the threshold, she gathered spiritual energy into her eyes and activated her spiritual technique, Focus. Fortunately, summoning abilities confer virtually no enhancement to the user's physical body, thus eliminating the summoner. The source was sufficient. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan turned and met Ding Yaoqing's pair of blood-red eyes. Whoosh. Ni's consciousness blurred instantly, his own irises flared crimson. I'll borrow your body for a moment. Nin, the next instant spiritual energy surged violently from Xiaoyan, rocketing from apprentice apostle rank 3 straight to rank 6. From the shadows a man watched the spectacle and let out a cold, mirthless chuckle. And a control-type ability, is it? Truly exceptional. To become a full-fledged apostle at such a tender age qualifies one as a prodigy. Yet alas, you've committed a fatal blunder. And the man commanded the monkey horde to thrust their fingers deep into their own eyes. A chorus of agonized shrieks erupted. You should never have seized control of that boy before entering. Apostle combat is a war of information, and as a control type, exposing your method is tantamount to suicide. Then again, perhaps it was inevitable. Youth clouds judgment. Even genius cannot compensate for meager reserves of spiritual energy. You acted early, desperate to end the fight swiftly. And now that his opponent's strategy was laid bare, victory grew simple, prolong the engagement. The man guided his monkeys through deliberate, evasive movements across the chamber. As he'd anticipated, Ding Yaoqing could not hold back. She directed Xiao Yin toward the remaining monkeys. In awe. And Xiao Yin leapt high, then drove a crushing fist into a monkey's skull. With a guttural cry, the creature burst into nothingness. He pressed the assault, dodging, weaving, striking relentlessly. Though strong and swift, the monkeys possessed only the spiritual energy of apprentice apostles rank 2. Blinded by their self-inflicted wounds, they offered little resistance. Yet their numbers were inexhaustible. No matter how many fell, more emerged without pause. Half an hour passed. Xiao Yin's movements stiffened, faltering. Exhausted already. What a pity, Miss Ding. This is apostle combat. And the man wiped sweat from his brow. He hadn't expected Xiao Yin to endure this long. Summoning wave after wave of monkeys had drained him severely. But now this would end. He summoned one final monkey, larger, fiercer, with protruding fangs and a visage of pure savagery. After blinding it, he hurled it forward, its speed eclipsing all others. Xiao Yin, caught mid-motion, could not intercept in time. The beast's claw tore Ding Yaoqing apart in a single brutal sweep. It's over. Not cruel smile curled the man's lips. Slaying the heiress of a great clan was intoxicating. Ha ha ha, and shink. Yet even as euphoria flooded him, a pair of blood-red pupils materialized in midair, and a voice calm and detached pierced the silence. It's over. He recoiled in shock, reaching instinctively to summon his monkeys. But his spiritual energy was spent. He tried commanding those already inside the room, yet they staggered aimlessly. Howie, I never saw your eyes. Why did I fall under your influence? Nei roared. And before him, the world dissolved. Only Ding Yaoqing remained seated serenely before him. I never claimed my ability was control type, she said calmly. Nin, that instant realization struck. He had been utterly deceived. You deliberately seized control of that boy in front of me. And that wretched woman had misled him from the very first step. Feigning control-type prowess to provoke his fatal misjudgment, blinding his own summons, crippling their effectiveness, then using Xiao Yin to exhaust his spiritual reserves. But how did you locate me? When you summon new monkeys, you unconsciously position them around yourself. Trace lines from their positions. They converge precisely at your hiding place. And the man stared dumbfounded, then muttered bitterly. One last question. What is your spiritual ability? Without that answer, he would die unfulfilled. Not telling you. Ding Yaoqing rose from her chair and approached him, then extended a finger toward his temple. Spiritual technique, memory needle. Her fingertip hardened into a gleaming metal needle and plunged into his skull. He screamed in agony, but she ignored him, her finger pulsing rhythmically as torrents of fragmented memories flooded her mind. Ding Yaoqing's eyes blazed crimson once more. An ability activated desperate peril. Indeed, her ability belonged to the enhancement category. She permanently strengthened her own spirit, with each augmentation etching itself indelibly into her being. Combined with advanced mental domain spiritual techniques, this granted her powers far beyond mortal limits, such as delving directly into another's memories. Memory Needle was a Class C spiritual technique, potent in function, yet classified low due to its perilous side effect. When activated, the entirety of a target's lifetime memories floods the user's consciousness at once. Such overwhelming data can easily shatter the mind, erasing identity, replacing it with alien echoes. Ding Yaoqing, however, was immune. Her fortified spirit shielded her integrity, allowing her to filter the torrent, swiftly isolating what mattered: a man, cloaked in black, holding an umbrella. Just as she neared the revelation of his face, her vision dissolved into haze. And thud. A spurt of blood erupted from her mouth as Ding Yaoqing clutched her lips and coughed violently. What stunned her most was not the memory blockade itself, but that she could recall absolutely nothing of what had just transpired. Fortunately, she was a psychic-type spirit ability user. Only then did she sense something deeply amiss. An ordinary person would have instinctively dismissed it entirely. So that's why you couldn't speak of it back then. Ding Yaoqing's eyes sharpened with sudden understanding. Then in one swift motion, she crushed the switch beneath her boot. In another control chamber, Zhao Yi and Huo Liang stepped into total darkness. Pitch black so dense that not even a hand held before one's face could be seen. From somewhere unseen, a hoarse voice echoed. Consider yourselves unlucky to have met me. I am Klein of Insha, the Shadow Assassin. My spirit ability allows me to merge into a target's shadow and strike without warning. Zhao Yi adjusted his glasses. Klein froze, bewildered that this youth knew his ability. Yet he recovered instantly, composure reasserting itself like steel snapping back into place. Even if you know, so what? You will still die. Klein vanished into the shadows at once. With no light source in the room, he could traverse endlessly, striking from any angle. Even if this boy knew his power, his youth rendered him utterly incapable of reacting in time. He coiled silently above Zhao Yi, waiting for the slightest lapse, then a strike. But at that very moment, spiritual energy surged violently across Zhao Yi's body. Anxiety syndrome. Zhao Yi murmured coolly, and in an instant spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, solidifying into a flashlight. He flicked the switch. A blinding white light flooded the chamber. Klein shrieked as he tumbled down from above. A flash of silver sliced through the air, then two sharp hollow thuds echoed in the dark. Zhao Yi shook the short blade in his hand, then slid it smoothly back into his sleeve. You. Huo Liang stared stunned. That man had been no weakling. He ranked at least 5 stars. Huo Liang had braced himself for a desperate life-or-death struggle, only to watch Zhao Yi end it in a single flawless stroke. Don't dwell on it. I defeated him for a specific reason. Zhao Yi crushed the switch underfoot, then pulled out his phone and began moving steadily along the window ledge. What is your true objective? Why did you redirect our mission here? Huo Liang burst out. Indeed, their original assignment had been elsewhere. Even before Wu Qi's unexpected intervention during the teaching assistant selection, Zhao Yi had already planned to remove that assistant through fabricated misfortune and replace him with Huo Liang. In fact, this entire mission had been issued by Zhao Yi himself. I won't explain myself, but know this: coming here means your vengeance begins now. As he spoke, Zhao Yi continued shifting the phone. Signal restored. A rare, genuine smile flickered across his face. Then his fingers danced swiftly across the screen. Let's go. Where? To the treasure hidden here. Zhao Yi swept his flashlight beam across the bookshelf, then pulled out several volumes in precise sequence. Click. A crisp sound echoed. The bookshelf parted slowly, revealing a yawning pitch-black passageway. How did you know this concealed door existed? I know far more than you imagine. Rest assured, I am no member of the Xia Exine sect. Do you recall our agreement? You vowed to pay any price for vengeance, any price at all. Huo Liang clenched his teeth. His comrades, Xiao Yin and the others, still weighed heavily on his mind, though vengeance burned within him, dragging innocence into the fire. Then decide quickly. The time is slipping away. Zhao Yi checked the time on his phone. Huo Liang steeled his resolve. His fallen team members would not die in vain. Together they stepped into the suffocating darkness of the passage. In the surveillance room, Wu Qi returned from the restroom to find Dr. Bo sitting dazed on the floor, disheveled, trembling clothes askew. He rushed over immediately. Uncle, what's wrong? At the sight of Wu Qi, Dr. Bo broke down completely, tears streaming. Wu Qi instantly wrapped his arms around him. It's all right, uncle. I'm here now. Don't be afraid. Truly. How could anyone remain unafraid in such perilous circumstances? Uncle, I discovered the phone works again while I was in the restroom. My teammate just called asking me to join him. Dr. Bo recoiled inwardly. So soon. He had personally confined Wu Qi to his side, yet those operatives couldn't even subdue a handful of youths. But wait, if this boy believed him to be a victim, perhaps he could play along, blend into their group, and slip away unnoticed. Without hesitation, he declared, Wu Qi, take me to that room. I need to retrieve something. Oh. Wu Qi led him inside. Dr. Bo snatched a USB drive and hurried to copy the data, only to discover upon insertion that the drive was shattered. It's over. Panic seized him. He hadn't anticipated such a disaster, and he carried no backup drive. Uncle, are you trying to copy some files? Wu Qi asked curiously. Yes. Do you have a USB drive? Dr. Bo blurted, voice rising with hope. Sure. I've got one with thousands of terabytes of storage. Upload speed is lightning fast too. Dr. Bo's eyes lit up. This was divine providence. He plugged the drive into the computer and moved to initiate the upload, when suddenly a crimson pop-up window flashed onto the screen. If you're my brother, come slash me. I'm waiting for you in Shaba City. Breaking news that night, I went to my neighbor's sister's house. Level up to 999 in 1 slash. Premium gaming experience, feel like a true master. Dr. Bo stared, speechless. What is this? Before he could react, a vibrant green software icon appeared on the desktop. Scanning initiated. Your system contains numerous viruses. Automatic removal in progress. Ding. Virus removal complete. Dr. Bo blinked, then trembled as he opened his files. Every last document had been erased, cleaner than a dog's tongue after a feast. Your USB drive. Massive memory capacity. Not the memory, I mean your antivirus software. Exactly. The 630 antivirus. Kills every virus stone cold dead. Total system security guaranteed. Uncle, install it quick. We must leave now. Install what? It's all gone. Half my life's work. Wiped out in an instant. No, look, it's still here. Dr. Bo glanced frantically, only to see a single icon blinking on the screen, old bird wallpaper. Dr. Bo stared, then let out a raw, guttural scream. Ugh. Xiaoyan strained to open his eyes, and found himself slung over the back of a blond man sprinting with desperate urgency. You're awake. Ding Yaoqing floated beside them, suspended in midair. Before Xiaoyan could utter another word, a searing wave of agony ripped through his body. Don't move. Your body was forcibly elevated once, and now it's operating far beyond its limits, Ding Yaoqing cautioned. Where are we going? To find Zhao Yi. Xiaoyan lifted his head with great effort, and saw everyone fleeing in terror toward the villa, while behind them a rustling sound crept ever closer. He whipped his head around, and beheld a sight that would haunt him for eternity. An endless tide of insects surged after them, devouring everything in their path, steel, stone, even the very earth, leaving nothing but hollow silence in their wake. Even other sovereign beasts were reduced to skeletal remnants in an instant. What is this? Xiaoyan cried out, trembling with dread. Ghost-repelling ants, a perilous species whose passage leaves not a single blade of grass standing. At that name, recognition struck Xiaoyan like lightning. He had studied them in his Academy Beastology course. But that can't be right. These are classified as Class D beasts. Though voracious, they turn on one another once their swarm exceeds roughly 100 individuals. In theory, yes, but a sovereign beast has emerged among them. That limit is now shattered. Damn it. The group burst into the villa, racing toward the very room Zhao Yi had entered earlier. Ding Yaoqing instantly scanned the interior with her spiritual sense, then turned sharply to the blond man. Shatter that bookshelf. Yes. With coordinated force, the blond man and his companions reduced the shelf to splinters, revealing a hidden passageway behind it. Inside now. Wait. How do you know it's safe? What if it's a dead end? Dong Gu blurted out, voice cracking with panic. Then leave. Hey, how dare you say that? Didn't you swear that apostles must never ignore civilians facing catastrophe? True, but apostles need not intervene when civilians choose death themselves. Listen here, I'm broadcasting all of this live. If you abandon me, you'll face the fury of hundreds of millions. Ding Yaoqing halted mid-step. Dong Gu, sensing her hesitation, flashed a triumphant smirk across his face. Right now, I demand you escort us safely out, not chase some damn Zhao Yi. Ding Yaoqing said nothing. Instead, she pulled out her phone, tapped swiftly, and within seconds Dong Gu stared in disbelief as his livestream account vanished. How is that possible? What did you do to my account? I purchased the platform you were streaming on. Silence fell over the group. Really? I can switch platforms. I bought all of them. Without another glance, Ding Yaoqing strode into the concealed doorway, the blond man and others following without hesitation. Brother Dong, what do we do now? His companions turned to him, eyes wide with desperation. Damn it, follow them. But in those precious seconds lost to argument, the swarm breached the threshold. Dong Gu shoved the person beside him, sending 4 comrades crashing down in a tangle of limbs. No. Countless ants swarmed over their bodies. In less than 10 seconds, flesh, muscle, and bone alike dissolved into oblivion. Dong Gu seized the moment to slip into the secret chamber. They rushed to its far end, and there stood Zhao Yi and Huoliang before a humming machine, a USB drive firmly inserted into its port. Why, oi? Ding Yaoqing demanded. Cannot say. Zhao Yi offered only those same 3 words. A comical helmet rested atop his head. With deliberate taps upon the console, he triggered a flood of ants surging inward, closing in fast, threatening to drown them all, when Ding Yaoqing suddenly spoke 2 words. Wei Yong. Zhao Yi's expression flickered, then settled into calm. You've already reviewed their memories. Of course, you possess such a rare ability. You seem remarkably familiar with my power. Her eyes flared crimson, only for her ability to sputter and die the next instant. Zhao Yi chuckled, tapping his helmet lightly. I understand you far better than you imagine. He pressed another button on the console, and the swarm surged forward again, jaws clicking, mandibles glistening, poised to consume them whole. Yet every insect froze mid-lunge. Impossible. Zhao Yi recoiled in shock, then hammered frantically at the keyboard. His ability, anxiety disorder, allowed him to manifest objects specifically designed to counter an opponent's powers, provided he possessed complete knowledge of that ability. The helmet was one such artifact, and his control over the swarm stemmed from exhaustive intel on the Doctor's power. Having reverse-engineered the Doctor's system, he'd forged a viral USB drive capable of hijacking command over the Doctor's controlled beasts. Has it been discovered? Yet that shouldn't be possible. My ability was engineered exclusively to counter his. Even if he detected it, he couldn't possibly wrest control back. He urgently pulled up the target's operating interface, only to stare dumbfounded at a screen cluttered with trivial browser games and a single outdated desktop wallpaper. How is this possible? Zhao Yi stared, incredulous. In his memory, the Doctor was anything but decisive, certainly not this ruthlessly efficient. He hacked into the surveillance feed, and there it was, Wu Qi's enormous grinning face filling the screen. Hey, Zhao Yi, can you see me? I'm right here. At the sight of Wu Qi, everything clicked. His shock dissolved, replaced by eerie stillness. So you anticipated all of this, and simply watched me struggle. Ding Yaoqing sensed the shift in Zhao Yi's demeanor instantly. Zhao Yi. He ignored her, and continued speaking. Precisely. Perhaps I cannot defeat you, but at the very least, I can take one of you with me. With that, he pressed the dial button on his phone. Far outside the villa, perched on a cliffside, a youth, no older than 14, lay sprawled on a folding chair, a lollipop dangling from his lips, earbuds nestled snugly in his ears. Ding dong. At the ringtone, he lazily lifted his phone. Huh, work's calling. Then he reached for a remote and pressed a single button, unveiling a sleek micro-missile mounted behind him. First time orchestrating an assassination of this scale. I hope you survive. He depressed the trigger. Instantly, the missile launched, locking onto the villa, arcing high, then plummeting straight downward. Boom. A miniature mushroom cloud erupted where the villa once stood. Am I dead? Zhao Yi felt his mind utterly blank. His body was unnaturally light as a feather. It makes sense, really. No apostle could survive such an attack. Still, this is for the best. At least I'll take Xiao Yan with me. Yet, he felt a pang of guilt toward Ding Yaoqing and the others. His body grew lighter still. Above him, a colossal golden gate shimmered into view, and standing before it was a chubby golden-haired boy, his face bruised and swollen. Zhao Yi, an angel, had divine services expanded all the way to Xia country, and yet, this one looked catastrophically unqualified, battered beyond recognition. The plump little angel fluttered over, wings flapping, and reached out to grasp Zhao Yi's arm, when suddenly a large hand clamped down on his wrist. What do you think you're doing? Didn't I make myself perfectly clear last time? Did you not get enough of a beating? The startled cherubic angel stared at Wu Qi in terror, then yanked a massive hammer from his diaper and slammed it square onto Zhao Yi's skull. Dizzied and disoriented, Zhao Yi opened his eyes, only to find Wu Qi's face hovering above him. Hey, student Zhao Yi, you're awake. Excellent. I was almost convinced you died. Zhao Yi exhaled in relief, then froze stunned as he gazed at Wu Qi. In that instant, he bolted upright, only for searing agony to rip through his body. Don't move. You're critically injured. I've already called 120. Why did you save me? To toy with me? You bastard. Zhao Yi threw a punch, but the next second white-hot pain seized him and he collapsed onto the ground. And there, still alive, he saw Xiao Yan and the others. Wu Qi. A student, Zhao Yi, what exactly are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Allow me to explain. A voice rang out. Zhao Yi whipped his head around and saw Huo Liang rise to his feet, a chilling, unnatural smile twisting his lips. You? Let me introduce myself. I am Wei Yang, the very one among the 12 you've been seeking. Zhao Yi's pupils contracted in shock. How could you possibly know? Simple. It's fate. Huo Liang's expression softened into rapturous awe. We were all chosen by fate. You included Zhao Yi. Everything has been ordained. Despair flooded Zhao Yi's face in an instant. He had mistaken this for salvation, only to find himself staring once more into an endless abyss. Then, faintly, a voice broke through. Fool, it's far too early to surrender to despair. Ding Yaoqing staggered upright, her voice frail but resolute. If everything truly were preordained, why have you committed such a grievous error? Zhao Yi's pallor receded, color returning to his cheeks. Error. Precisely. If I'm not mistaken, you've just undergone reincarnation, haven't you? Ding Yaoqing unveiled a staggering truth. Did you deduce it? Yes. Even as my memories were being suppressed, suspicion took root. The moment his memories were sealed, he recalled Zhao Yi's earlier words. Don't speak. Not unwilling, but forbidden. To utter them would alert them, triggering memory alteration. So his knowledge of Wu Qi and Xiao Yan must also remain unspoken, leading him to conclude both were of the same nature as the being now before them. She knew little of Wu Qi, but Xiao Yan. She was certain he possessed no extraordinary power. When she'd previously hypnotized him, she'd probed his memories thoroughly, every detail laid bare. And then there was Zhao Yi's irrational hostility, another clue. After all, she too had read novels. Only when this figure invoked fate, and Zhao Yi's face crumpled into utter desolation, did she confirm it he was a reincarnator. For even reborn he remained powerless to alter reality, hence his despair. Ding Yaoqing laid out her reasoning, and even the controlled Huo Liang couldn't help but applaud. Brilliant. Truly worthy of the Ding family's eldest daughter. So, what precisely is this error you speak of? Simple. Since you knew of his reincarnation, it follows that you orchestrated it yourselves. And his subsequent actions, driven by subconscious suggestions, were clearly intended to target you. As a psychic-type ability user herself, she understood such manipulations better than anyone. From the start, Zhao Yi's behavior had struck her as deeply aberrant. His psyche bore the weight of some primordial terror, yet his conduct was wildly incongruous, reckless, self-destructive, like launching himself into mutual annihilation with the enemy, an act utterly alien to his true nature. You sought to exploit this method to achieve your ends, but your fatal miscalculation was misidentifying your target. Zhao Yi believed Wu Qi was your leader. In truth, he isn't, which is precisely why you've revealed yourself so conspicuously. Huo Liang's expression darkened instantly. This had never crossed his mind. Meanwhile, a new light kindled in Zhao Yi's eyes. But before elation could bloom, a sharp slap cracked across his forehead. Brother, what on earth were you thinking? How could you possibly suspect me as the ultimate antagonist? Look at me. I'm barely built for this role. Zhao Yi. Though struck, he paid it no mind, because a variable had emerged. Wu Qi was the greatest anomaly he'd encountered since his rebirth. Ha. Your deduction is astute. But tell me, do you truly believe he could ever be your savior? He raised a hand toward Wu Qi. Suffocation. Wu Qi. Huo Liang. They locked eyes. Above them, 3 crows wheeled silently, cawing fool, 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 suffocation, self-mutilation, despair, Wu Qi. He pointed at Huo Liang, speechless, and turned to Zhao Yi. This is the one who terrified you into submission, eh? This man is clinically insane. Wait, hold on. If you reincarnated, then you must be the protagonist. Wu Qi's eyes lit up. Another protagonist. His safety just doubled. Protagonist. At Wu Qi's words, Huo Liang instantly recalled Zhao Yi's earlier declaration. He wants to cultivate a rival for himself. I see now. Huo Liang clenched his teeth. No wonder this man played the fool. He'd spotted Zhao Yi and Xiao Yin and deliberately chose them as rivals to groom. This man likely perceived everything, yet cared not a whit. Instead, he treated them as stepping stones, confident apparently that he could effortlessly clean up any chaos he left behind. How utterly arrogant. His current vessel could not fully manifest his true strength. This opponent would certainly survive. But others? A sinister smile flickered across his face. The peacekeeping squad had already arrived. Snap. He clapped his palms together, then unleashed a piercing, ear-splitting shriek. Spirit technique megaphone. Merely in frank technique, the lowest tier, but perfectly suited to the moment. Slaughter. The sonic wave erupted outward. Instantly, the peacekeeping squad members entering the area froze. Then their eyes glazed over, twisted with sudden madness. They surged blindly into the forest. Cough, cough. Blood spattered from Huo Liang's lips as a grotesque grin widened across his face. Let's see how long you can hold out, Wu Qi. By then the peacekeeping squad had fully assembled. Thank heavens, they're here. Thank heavens, they're here. Wu Qi had barely spoken when, bang, a gunshot cracked through the air. A bullet slammed into his chest. Wu Qi. Xiao Yan roared, veins bulging at his temples. Zhao Yi and Ding Yaoqing stared in stunned disbelief. Bang. Wu Qi crumpled to the ground, then moments later sat upright again. I'm fine. Perfectly fine. Lucky I had those coins my uncle gave me to buy soy sauce. He paused mid-sentence, suddenly snapping his fingers. No wonder yesterday's dumplings felt incomplete. The onlookers fell silent. A massive pound sign seemed to materialize above Huo Liang's head. Keep shooting. Bang. That amulet Xiao Bai gave me. That amulet Xiao Bai gave me. Bang. That glass marble Xiao Qing gave me. Bang. That garbage bag Xiao Qi gave me. Stop. Huo Liang bellowed. I tolerated the amulet and the marble, but a garbage bag stopping bullets. It's a Bari family brand bag, top-tier material. Huo Liang blinked, then smacked his palm against his forehead. Oh, it's a Bari family bag. No wonder. Wait, what? Since when does the Bari family even make garbage bags? Aim for his head. Bang. A bullet streaked forward, only for a figure to leap in front of Wu Qi and take the impact. Xiaohu. Xiaohu. Bang. Alang. Bang. Sang Biao. The crowd stood frozen in silence. Though terribly ill-timed, I've long wondered what is Sang Biao exactly. Xiao Yan couldn't help but mutter. Meanwhile, Huo Liang was nearing madness. How on earth had they forged such unshakable loyalty in mere moments? He snatched a rifle from a nearby peacekeeping officer and opened fire on Wu Qi in a furious burst. Da-da-da. Dust slowly settled. Gasping, Huo Liang peered through the haze and saw Dr. Chun standing bewildered in front of Wu Qi. Uncle, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? The uncle cried, voice raw with anguish. He'd been hiding perfectly well until he'd inexplicably teleported right into the chaos. Eyes blazing crimson, Huo Liang hurled the rifle aside and drew his long blade, slashing downward at Wu Qi with lethal force. Shink. The blond man stared dumbfounded at the blade protruding from his abdomen. Wait, on one side is your enemy, on the other your rival. Why stab me? Excuse me, who even are you? Why did you jump in front of me like that? Wu Qi asked, equally baffled. Art. Huoliang let out a feral, guttural howl, his frustration boiling over. He'd been so close, just one final blow away from victory, yet fate kept hurling absurd interruptions at him. It was like watching a game download stall at 99, only to flash, download failed. Pure maddening torment. Fine, I didn't want to resort to this, but you leave me no choice. Spirit technique, all things bloom. As Huoliang uttered the incantation, his body went slack. The earth trembled violently. Boulders and vines erupted skyward, coalescing midair into a colossal titan 6 stories tall. He can even command inanimate matter? Xiaoyan gasped. Roar. The titan roared, then drove its fist down. No one intercepted this time. Wu Qi vanished beneath the crushing blow. Wu Qi. Xiaoyan screamed again, eyes wild, only to watch the titan lift its fist and reveal Wu Qi flattened into a comically thin silhouette, blinking his enormous eyes rapidly. Xiaoyan stared speechless. I really shouldn't have invested emotion in this. Then, Wu Qi sprang back up, visibly furious. You may look impressive fused, but don't go squashing me. Xiaoyan, everyone, lend me your strength. How do we help? Xiaoyan asked. If he merges, heavenly or not, we merge too. Run toward me now. Wu Qi spread his arms wide and bellowed. Understood. Though baffled, everyone instinctively sprinted toward Wu Qi. Divine armored fusion. White light blazed from Wu Qi's body, radiating outward to meet the onrushing figures. The blonde man reached first, launching himself forward to lock his arms tightly around Wu Qi's back. The black man lunged from behind, wrapping his arms around the blonde man's head while anchoring himself to Wu Qi. Zhao Yi and Xiaoyan flanked Wu Qi left and right, locking their legs tightly around each other's waists, then hooking their feet over the black man's head. Their hands gripped Wu Qi's forearms. Zhao Yi brandished a short blade. Xiaoyan leveled a pistol. The lower limbs were entrusted to the blonde man's 3 teammates and Dong Ge. In pairs they embraced Wu Qi's legs, then crouched low, forming living seats upon each other's knees. Divine Titan, fusion complete. Boom. A thunderclap split the heavens. Huoliang stared mute. Never before have I felt so profoundly grateful to be their enemy. Ding Yaoqing stood frozen. First time I've ever considered poor physical fitness a blessing. Glad I lagged behind. Ding classmate, care to join? I've saved you wings. Just spread your arms. Wu Qi, mindful of her stamina, offered her the simplest role. Thank you, but absolutely not. Please pretend I don't exist. Ding Yaoqing frantically waved her hands. Fine, then just charge ahead without me. Go. Wu Qi took his first step, tripped over a stone. Then, crash. Everyone tumbled head over heels. Huoliang stared blankly. So why am I wasting time on these fools? Wu Qi rose, wiping his face fiercely. You actually shattered my divine titan. What does that have to do with me? The dazed onlookers exchanged glances, then silently pulled out their phones and gathered around Ding Yaoqing. We'll give you everything we own. Just promise you won't speak of this. Ding Yaoqing stared speechless. A thunderous blow crashed down as a colossal fist slammed the ground, flinging everyone aside. Xiaoyan, it is up to you now. Wu Qi lay on the ground and spoke with difficulty. Did you do anything? Xiaoyan roared. What are we to do now? This man clearly has no intention of intervening, Xiaoyan shouted as he ran. No, he has already acted. Otherwise, why would you still be able to run now? Xiaoyan froze, then ripped the bandages from his body, bandages Wu Qi had wrapped for them, and watched as his body was instantly restored to its original state. On closer inspection, even his stamina and spiritual energy had returned. He immediately remembered what Wu Qi had said and realized what it meant. Moreover, when he used his ability earlier, we were unaffected. That means he reduced the opponent's strength to the lowest level. If we still cannot defeat him now, Wu Qi will likely abandon us. At those words, Xiaoyan felt an icy chill. He had long forgotten that beneath Wu Qi's image there lurked a callous and ill-tempered man. Can you still use your spiritual ability? Ding Yaoqing asked Zhao Yi. No, my ability's activation condition requires complete knowledge of the target's spiritual ability, otherwise it cannot be triggered. What an absurd ability, Xiaoyan muttered. It is a restraint. A restraint. Exactly. Spiritual ability is a markedly idealistic phenomenon. To strengthen it, one method is to continuously augment it with spirit techniques, and then fortify it with abundant spiritual energy. The other is to impose a restraint upon oneself. Ding Yaoqing explained. I see, Xiaoyan said as understanding dawned, and then something occurred to him, and he spoke immediately. So your body is bound as well. Indeed. She possesses absolute use and enhancement over mental-type spirit skills, and the corresponding price is her physical constitution. Thus her ability is called Juedigiming. Zhao Yi for his part imposed this restraint upon himself to gain an effect that could absolutely counter other abilities. Of course his restraints did not end there. To thwart those people his restrictions were far more severe. So what do we do now? It is all right. That fellow is not in his true body. The stone giant he formed has limited strength, roughly at a 5-star level. Zhao Yi dodged the stone giant's strikes as he said, but that is still beyond our ability to contend with. No, every spiritual ability has its weakness. Zhao Yi watched the stone giant hammer the ground, with each punch, each blow sending tremors through the earth. Fortunately, its primary target was Wu Qi, which bought them precious time to think. I know. Lai Jizi, use your ability. Pull him into the game world. The blonde man froze in surprise. No, our powers are only useful for delaying, otherwise they are worthless. When you are told to use them, you use them. Oh, the blonde man and the others instantly activated their abilities. A large roulette wheel appeared, and at that moment Zhao Yi's spiritual energy surged violently. Activate anxiety disorder. A dart manifested in his hand, he threw it at the roulette, and it struck one of the game's dead center. Air combat. In the next instant the surrounding scene shifted and Zhao Yi, his two companions, and the blonde man found themselves inside a fighter aircraft. The stone giant was drawn in as well, but the aircraft shattered and the giant plunged to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the stone giant was smashed to pieces. What the? Can our abilities be used like this? The blonde man and the others were stunned. Deactivate your abilities. Oh, the blonde man immediately deactivated his power. They watched Huo Liang struggle out from the wreckage of the stone giant. Falling from such a height had clearly taken its toll on him. Fortunately, it was not his true body. As he emerged, he heard Ding Yaoking's indifferent voice, spirit skill deceiver. Then Xiao Yan's roar filled the air. Die, bastard. With a crash, he infused all his spiritual energy into his right hand and slammed a heavy punch into Huo Liang's face. Huo Liang was hurled away and collapsed, convulsing a few times before falling still. It worked. Xiao Yan cried, pumping his fist, though his expression immediately twisted with pain. The deceiver's effect cheats the body into becoming stronger, but it leaves behind grave after effects. Just as he exulted, a voice rang out. Do you think that will defeat me, eh? Xiao Yan looked in astonishment to see Dong Gu reeling to his feet. You only defeated Huo Liang's body. Bodies like that I can produce at will. All the security team members wore the same expression as they stared at them. How are we supposed to fight that? Xiao Yan despaired. Indeed, there is nothing you can do to me. I am a god. Dong Gu cried out with exhilaration. There is another way, Zhao Yi said through gritted teeth. He had long suspected the opponent would not be so easily slain. If victory were that simple, their future struggles would have been needless. Find his true body, Ding Yaoqing proposed. Exactly. No matter how powerful his ability, controllers must operate within a certain range to manipulate their constructs. Wu Qi, where's Wu Qi? Zhao Yi had been about to ask Wu Qi for assistance, but found that Wu Qi had vanished. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away in a wooden cabin in the forest, a young man, holding an umbrella, sat in a chair sipping coffee. Around him lay 2 corpses, and upon closer inspection, the chair he sat in was grotesquely fashioned from the body of a woman. There is only one reason you lost. You opposed a god. No sooner had he finished than a faint scream echoed. A figure suddenly tumbled into the cabin with a crash. Wu Qi pulled himself up from the splintered wood, looked about, and cried out in bitter indignation. I knew being beside the protagonist would bring nothing but trouble. No benefits, only beatings now, even from a stone giant. He lifted his head and saw the man staring at him in surprise. I see. While I was controlling those people, you traced the flow of spiritual energy to find my true body, Wei Yang said with a darkening expression. He once again felt he had underestimated this man's power. After all, he had been 10 kilometers away and still discovered. At that moment, Dong Gu and the others voiced the same realization. Zhao Yi and the others were stunned, then immediately understood that Wu Qi had already located the enemy's true body. In the end, we still have to make you act, Zhao Yi said with a sigh. Wu Qi stared at the 2 corpses lying on the ground and at the chair the assailant had occupied, immediately realizing this man was no friend. Wei Yang sneered coldly. At such close range, and with his true body present, his ability would not fail again. Freeze, he declared, then watched Wu Qi stand frozen in place, a cruel smile curling his lips as he twisted the handle of his umbrella and drew forth a long blade. I won't grant you a swift death. Instead, I'll let you watch, inch by agonizing inch, as your own body is torn apart. Rest assured, afterward I'll preserve you as my masterpiece, forever enshrined in my private collection. He strode toward Wu Qi, raised the blade toward his arm, and just as he prepared to strike, slap, Wu Qi struck him full across the face. Wei Yang flew backward, crashing headlong into the wooden hut. Spit. Blood sprayed from Wei Yang's mouth. Stunned, he gazed up at Wu Qi in disbelief. You actually struck me. His words left Wu Qi momentarily speechless, then utterly exasperated. Wait, aren't you about to stab me? Shouldn't I hit back? Yet something about that line sounded eerily familiar. A flash of memory surfaced. It was nearly identical to what their deranged teacher had once said. Wu Qi, unaware that Huo Liang had been possessed, had long assumed the man before him was simply a deranged instructor. But now, hearing those same chilling words, Wu Qi instantly, almost instinctively, concluded this man must be the mad teacher's accomplice. Ring ring. His phone lit up with a video call. Zhao Yi, is your end finished? Yes, done. Wu Qi, did you run into someone there? Exactly. But don't worry, I've got him handled. Wu Qi declared confidently, taking full responsibility. After all, why let the main protagonist monopolize every major threat? As a background figure, one must still clear minor foes. This opponent had just been sent flying by a single slap, clearly no formidable adversary. Now was the perfect moment to prove himself, otherwise how could he possibly survive being ordered onto the front lines against stronger enemies later? Then may I see his face? Zhao Yi pressed, urgently desperate for confirmation. Wu Qi smirked inwardly. Of course. He wants to assess value, not mere appearance. After all, protagonists rarely tolerate idle companions, especially when two others already hovered near him. This wasn't curiosity. It was appraisal. Some protagonists are magnanimous, others ruthlessly self-serving. Would you gamble on kindness? Absolutely not. Wu Qi set the phone aside. Moments later, Wei Yang emerged from the hut, unbothered by being seen. After all, none of them would remember him afterward. When Zhao Yi and the others glimpsed Wei Yang's face, they recoiled in shock. It's him. They recognized him instantly, the student council president of their school, Hanju. Wu Qi likely hadn't met him before. At this time, he should have been training with elite students inside a secret realm. Rumors claimed all 12 were students of Tianyang No. One high. Turns out it was true. That very rumor had prompted Zhao Yi's transfer. After all, in the future, he wouldn't even reside in Tianyang City, and his knowledge of these individuals extended to just one name. Damn it. Why did my power fail against you? I am a god. Divine commands cannot be defied. Wei Yang's expression twisted into something grotesque. But don't think that leaves you unscathed. I am divine. A god's emissary cannot fall. The instant he spoke, spiritual energy erupted from his body. His frame, originally around 1.75 meters tall, swelled rapidly, surging to over 2 meters in the blink of an eye. His spiritual energy surged violently. This is self-hypnosis, Ding Yaoqing explained. One of the ultimate techniques of control-type adepts, using internal manipulation to elevate oneself to peak physical prowess. Xiaoyan looked uneasy. Is Zhao Yi safe? Uncertain, Ding Yaoqing replied. Zhao Yi himself couldn't say. He'd never witnessed Wu Qi fight at full strength, nor did he truly know the man's capabilities. Wu Qi, I will kill you, with the cruelest method this world has ever known. Whoosh. Wei Yang vanished, reappearing instantly before Wu Qi and driving a devastating punch straight into his face. Wu Qi shot backward like a bullet. Wu Qi, forget it. I'll save my concern for later, Xiaoyan muttered, convinced the man stood little chance. Only to witness Wu Qi soar through the sky, loop swiftly around the planet, and reappear behind Wei Yang. Upright and rigid, Wu Qi thrust his arm forward, fist striking Wei Yang squarely at the base of the skull. Crack! Wei Yang hurtled through the air, slamming into a massive tree before sliding limply to the ground. He staggered upright, dazed and unsteady, his body reeling from the blow, his vision doubling as he tried to focus on Wu Qi. Impossible. Why did it fail? Why? He landed the blow cleanly, yet Wu Qi bore not a single mark. Wu Qi patted his chest, exhaling in relief. Scared me half to death. I thought your hair might change color. Thankfully, it was only a generic size enhancement transformation. Had it involved hair color shifts, or worse, balding, he'd have fled immediately. Hawk. Wei Yang lunged again, fists flailing wildly, each landing squarely on Wu Qi, yet inflicting absolutely no damage. Huff, huff, huff. 10 minutes later, Wei Yang gasped for breath, his knuckles swollen and raw, his towering form shrinking back to normal. His gaze upon Wu Qi now held pure, unadulterated terror. Don't underestimate me. I trained under my uncle after all. Taking down a disposable extra like you. Child's play. Wu Qi thumped his chest proudly. All right, you're done. Now it's my turn. Wei Yang felt a chill of dread and bolted. But in the next instant, a strange figure materialized behind Wu Qi. Cloaked in shimmering gold and white, the figure extended a hand toward him. Silence descended, absolute suffocating. Wei Yang lost all control of his body. Only his mind remained awake. This ability is... Hey. Wu Qi bounced forward like a boxer, fists cocked, sprinting toward the paralyzed Wei Yang. What's the proper line here? He paused, then pointed dramatically skyward. Behold, the star of your doom is already flickering. Whoa, I actually said it out loud. So embarrassing, so exhilarating. Wu Qi vibrated with giddy excitement, while Wei Yang watched paralyzed and wide-eyed with horror. And now Ora. Wu Qi's fists rained down upon Wei Yang like a relentless storm. Each blow struck with the crushing force of a freight truck. He was like a leaf tossed wildly in a tempest, trembling in the gale, or like a fragile vessel adrift upon a churning sea, shattered and scattered. Thud. A single devastating punch slammed Wei Yang's head into the ground. Wu Qi then raised both arms high. I win. Meanwhile, on the other end of the call, Zhao Yi and the two others stared in stunned silence. The phone had tumbled to the floor when Wei Yang first attacked Wu Qi. Though the live feed remained visible, all audio had been lost. Thus, from their perspective, what had just unfolded was this. Wei Yang landed one punch on Wu Qi, only for Wu Qi's figure to vanish mysteriously, instantly reappearing behind him. Is this the extent of your enlightenment? Wu Qi then casually delivered a punch that sent Wei Yang flying, without even bending his arm. Wei Yang struggled back to his feet. Wu Qi tapped his chest and said, Your ability is formidable, but your heart lags far behind your power. Such a person holds no value whatsoever for cultivation under my guidance. Provoked, Wei Yang launched a frenzied assault. Yet Wu Qi neither dodged nor flinched, accepting every strike with calm indifference, his eyes brimming with infinite contempt. Finally, he spoke softly. A rotten fruit holds no nourishment. Your future ends here. Wu Qi then activated his ability, freezing time around them, paralyzing Wei Yong utterly, before pointing skyward. At that moment, sound returned in fragmented bursts. Behold, your Death Star already flickers. Zzzt. Aura. Then Wu Qi and his afterimage simultaneously unleashed a barrage of punches, reducing Wei Yong to a shapeless broken mass. So this is his true strength. Xiaoyan gaped. I had already imagined him as extraordinarily powerful, yet he still surpasses even my wildest expectations. Zhao Yi, however, felt uneasy. How could someone like Wu Qi leave no trace in the annals of the future? He wondered whether Wu Qi might be one of the 12, but having now shaken off Wei Yang's mental interference, he dismissed the thought. A personality like Wu Qi's simply could not remain low profile, no matter how hard he tried. Still, at least with classmate Wu Qi on our side, we stand a far better chance against the remaining 12. Ding Yaoqing's lips curved upward faintly, then immediately settled back into their usual composure. Xiaoyan, however, was less optimistic. His mouth twitched as he muttered, "Frankly, I'm not worried about the 12. I'm terrified he'll do this to me someday." The mere image of himself enduring 10 minutes of Wu Qi's onslaught filled him with despair. Even so, it's still preferable to world annihilation. Zhao Yi remained unperturbed. If his death could restore global peace, he would embrace it without hesitation. Just then, an anomaly erupted on the call. A swirling vortex suddenly manifested above Wei Yong, and in an instant he vanished along with it. A spatial type ability. Zhao Yi clenched his teeth, but he knew well that even killing Wei Yong outright would change nothing. Moments later, Wu Qi arrived on a bicycle, located them, and folded it neatly into a compact satchel. Zhao Yi, the man just disappeared. It doesn't matter. Zhao Yi took a slow, deep breath. What I'm about to tell you may fade from your memory moments after hearing it, but I still ask you to listen carefully. Wu Qi and the others exchanged glances before turning their full attention to him. First, I am indeed a reincarnator. Then you must know every profitable opportunity in the future. Wu Qi exclaimed, eyes alight. I do, but I needn't memorize them. I was already wealthy beyond measure. Wu Qi. A sudden, inexplicable urge to punch him surged within him. Moreover, wealth becomes meaningless in that future, because the world itself collapses. Xiaoyan and Ding Yaoqing grew grave, but Wu Qi remained perfectly composed. Of course he was calm. If he could reincarnate, he was clearly the protagonist, and Xiaoyan was also a protagonist. Two protagonists wreaking havoc upon one world. What else could possibly follow but ruin? 1 year from now, beginning in Tianyang City, a massive apostle corruption event will erupt. Every apostle will begin abusing their powers indiscriminately, laying waste across the city, then rapidly spreading nationwide, then globally. By the time I returned, the world stood on the brink of total extinction. Wait, that's impossible. Ding Yaoqing furrowed her brow. If the catastrophe originated in Tianyang City, why did our nation's Apostle Association vice directors sit idle? They are no weaklings. They vanished. Vanished? You're joking. Ding Yaoqing recoiled in shock. To lose only the vice directors would be alarming enough, but the association's director was one of only 3 crown-class apostles in the entire world. How could he disappear? I don't know precisely what occurred, but it is fact. And what of the patriarchs of the great clans? Either eradicated, or likewise corrupted. The 12 wield powers so bizarre, so illogical, they defy reason. Like him. Me. Yes, you are one of the 12. And you are the only one whose identity we have confirmed. Xiaoyan's expression cleared. He finally understood why something had felt deeply off when Zhao Yi transferred into their school. This man had come for him. Wu Qi clapped him on the shoulder. How devious you are. What does this have to do with me? Xiaoyan roared. Then bewildered, he added. Look, I'm exactly who I am. Even if I wanted to, I lack the strength to pull it off. In just 1 year, even less, how much could his power realistically grow? Without Wu Qi's presence, he wasn't even certain he'd awaken at all. Ah, classmate Xiaoyan, you are the protagonist. And when a protagonist falls to darkness, his power becomes terrifying. Stop making things worse. No, it's true. Your future ability is exceptionally troublesome. What is my ability? Xiaoyan asked, curious. Enhancement path, endless slaughter. Each life you take grants you permanent spiritual energy, growing stronger with each kill. And the closer your bond with the victim, the greater the surge. By the time I died, you had already grown strong enough to challenge a vice director alone. The ability sounded formidable, yet Xiaoyan felt no joy, only profound dread. How did you learn that detail? The part about bonds intensifying the gain. I don't know if it's true or false, but according to rumors you slaughtered your entire family. That's impossible. Xiaoyan immediately roared. It's possible. Don't forget the ability of that man just now. Ding Yaoqing said. Only then did Xiaoyan recall Wei Yang's power was mind control, so absolute that even the victim remained utterly unaware of being manipulated. If that were the case, such a horror was not beyond imagining. Damn it. Xiaoyan slammed his fist into the ground. Still, an operation of this scale couldn't have occurred without warning, could it? Take this incident for instance. Even basic investigation would expose their identities. That's precisely my point. Aside from Xiaoyan himself, any exposure, however minor, of the other's identities is instantly erased. Worse still, even speaking their plans aloud to a trusted ally triggers immediate reversal. Such reversals recurred countless times in the future. Each time their schemes unfolded flawlessly only to be foiled at the final moment by their adversary's uncanny foreknowledge. It wasn't until one fateful occasion, when he seized an opportunity for a solo ambush, that he uncovered the truth. You didn't fail. You succeeded. We simply reversed the outcome. In that future timeline, Zhao Yan stood tall and aloof before Zhao Yi. At that moment, Zhao Yi believed death was inevitable. Yet Zhao Yan turned and walked away without a word. It was shortly thereafter that he reincarnated. So what's your plan this time? After learning Zhao Yan's identity and mistakenly accusing Wu Qi, I resolved to eliminate them. But I couldn't confide in anyone. Convinced Wu Qi was the mastermind and knowing this location was a Xia Xian sect stronghold, I intended to exploit it to destroy Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan fell silent, then mimicked Wu Qi, puckering his lips and slapping Zhao Yi's shoulder. How devious you are. Isn't this just reciprocity? No, I won't use the Xia Xian sect to kill him. With Wu Qi present, that's utterly impractical. Instead, I hired a known assassin and ordered a massive weapon strike on this site. Then isn't that targeting me too? Zhao Yan asked, puzzled. No, my contract with the assassin named me as the target. Zhao Yan instantly understood that explained Wu Qi's extraordinary lethality. The blast had to be catastrophic enough to ensnare him, thereby guaranteeing his demise as collateral damage. This man sought mutual annihilation. So, you're saying we'll forget all this afterward? Zhao Yi nodded, but then glanced expectantly at Wu Qi. Aware of Wu Qi's uniqueness, he dared to wager perhaps Wu Qi, intent on training them, would preserve their hard-won combat memories here. Wu Qi, why is he staring at me like that? Did defeating that minor character earn me extra responsibilities? As the group conversed, the remaining peace enforcement team finally arrived and escorted them away. Yet what they revealed afterward left everyone, except Zhao Yi, stunned. Your mission caused unprecedented chaos, the enforcement team declared. You deployed high-grade explosives, inflicting severe losses upon the mission sponsor. Compensation is mandatory. Moreover, your instructors were injured. Consequently, you are required to fund the complete reconstruction of their villa and forfeit 30 academic credits. The Xia Xian sect. You're overreaching. There's no such sect. Only ordinary civilians. The punishment was draconian. Accumulating 30 credits typically took ordinary students 1 to 2 months, and for most such a penalty effectively disqualified them from the National College entrance examination. Not only had Wei Yong been erased from existence, but even all traces of the Xia Xian sect vanished. Yet Zhao Yi paid no heed. I remember. Everyone remembers. Zhao Yi clenched his fists, elated. His intuition had been correct. Wu Qi truly possessed this power. This time memory remained unaltered. He'd already confirmed it with Ding Yaoqing and Xiao Yan. Both recalled everything vividly. Now at last he held the key to defeating them. Meanwhile, in a shabby rented apartment, Brother Hao and his associates pored over thick textbooks. Educational psychology, child psychology, criminal psychology. Ding dong. The telephone rang again. Brother Hao flinched violently. He'd grown hypersensitive to its shrill tone. He suffered insomnia, nightly dreading another call announcing Wu Qi's latest catastrophe. Hello, he answered, voice trembling. What a... Half an hour later, Brother Hao stood in the principal's office. Mr. Hao, please take a seat. Oh, yes, Principal, how kind of you. No, it's you who's too kind. Once seated, the principal drew a deep, steadying breath. Mr. Hao, I'll speak frankly, your son possesses remarkable talent, but his aptitude for provoking calamity is equally extraordinary. He's been enrolled less than 10 days, and already detonated the school once, assaulted classmates twice, and hospitalized 2 teachers. Brother Hao, truly we hold Wu Qi's abilities in the highest regard, but the sheer frequency of his disruptions has become untenable. We're quite overwhelmed. Principal, I understand. Spare the pleasantries, just name the figure. This isn't about money. In fact, the Ding family has already settled all damages. What concerns me is education, not merely our institution's duty, but yours as parents. Heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. Principal, you must empathize. Wu Qi is the sole heir of the Hao lineage, spoiled inevitably through generations of devotion. Principal, wait, something feels deeply amiss here. Mr. Hao, the crux is this: no teacher remains willing to instruct him. Principal, rest assured. So long as he attends school, I'll handle the teaching arrangements. After all, he had no intention of entrusting Wu Qi to others, not after sending 2 instructors to the hospital. After protracted persuasion, Brother Hao finally pacified the principal. Stepping outside, he found Wu Qi gazing at him with pitiful, wide-eyed innocence. Uncle, this really wasn't my fault. All right, no harm done. Let's go home for dinner. Back home, Brother Hao lit a cigarette and dialed a number. Hey, Chief. Quick question, do you have any connections in Tianyang City? Does the peace enforcement team chasing me count? A voice crackled from the receiver. Brother Hao, surely our organization, this large, has some domestic influence. We're a terrorist organization. Why would we cultivate influence? The moment we make contact, we're arrested. Brother Hao, fair point. What exactly do you intend? I need to find a qualified instructor. Ah, I see. You wish to infiltrate schools, indoctrinate children early, and supply our organization with a steady stream of recruits. Brilliant concept, though its feasibility remains questionable. Brother Hao, of course, he is the chief, always plotting expansion. Do you have any such contacts? Absolutely none. I loathe education. My academic failures drove me straight into terrorism. Brother, how could they work part-time? Do we hold teaching licenses? Can Xiao Bai forge one? Moi. A spark ignited in Brother Hao's eyes. Inside an office in a downtown high-rise, the air suddenly warped into a swirling vortex, and Wu Yang plummeted from it. Hi. A girl giggled, waving cheerfully before approaching Wu Yang and gently tapping his body with a single finger. Phoenix flame. A burst of fire instantly ignited upon Wu Yang's body, then flared outward, consuming him entirely. Wu Yang let out a piercing, agonized scream as he writhed helplessly within the flames, until gradually his struggles ceased and he was reduced to ash. Yet amid the ashes rested a golden egg. You tossed a twig toward it. The egg swelled, instantly expanding to nearly human size. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. Then with a sharp crack it burst open. Wu Yang tumbled out onto the floor, slick with viscous egg fluid. Cough, cough. He coughed weakly, then lifted his head, only to see 3 silhouettes standing before him. The girl wore a small chick-shaped mask. Her outfit bristled with golden feathers, and her sleeves were sculpted into delicate wing-like forms. Oh my, how utterly disheveled you look, little lamb. This restoration cost you 20 years of your lifespan. You know, of course you don't mind, do you? Humph. From the side, a man with long black hair and a dark trench coat sneered. Pathetic. Defeated by a lowly human. Truly shameful. I still can't fathom why the master ever accepted you. Oh my, don't be so harsh. Though little lamb's strength may be feeble, his abilities remain quite remarkable. The girl fluttered her feathered wings playfully. Wu Yang, still sprawled on the floor, twisted his face into a snarl. His fists clenched so tightly that droplets of blood welled onto the tiles. Wait. A voice cut through the silence. The man seated at the head of the room had spoken. Wu Yang instantly bowed his head to the floor. Master, I am deeply disappointed. Forgive me, master. It was mainly that Wu Qi. Wu Yang jerked his head up in desperation. Silence. An overwhelming pressure surged forth. He was hurled backward, slamming hard into the wall behind him. Cough. Blood spilled from Wu Yang's lips. I have no interest in your excuses. He bit his lip, then lowered his forehead once more to the cold floor. Yes, master. The plan commences soon. I grant you one final chance. Assist Mao and ensure Yin's return to position. Yes, master. No further words followed. Wu Yang pressed his forehead to the ground in deep obeisance, then rose and strode out. Outside the door, 2 figures stood waiting, watching him with open mockery. Wu Yang lowered his gaze, clutched his wound, and walked away. Hey, what's up, boss? You waved excitedly. The plan nears its start. How goes your preparation? All set. The old man has agreed to attend. We'll succeed without fail. Excellent. Remember, if he senses anything amiss, eliminate him immediately. You covered your mouth with both wings, letting out a delighted, breathy giggle. He. I promise you it'll be perfect. After all, how could he possibly suspect his own daughter? Oh, I simply cannot wait to see the look on his face when he realizes he's been slain by his beloved child. 3 days passed swiftly. During those days, Wu Qi remained home, writing his formal self-critique. Blame for the incident at the villa had fallen squarely upon him. Parents across the school voiced outrage, branding him dangerous and demanding his expulsion. The principal found himself in a bind, though he recognized Wu Qi's extraordinary talent. Parental sentiment carried weight. After all, the school did not rest upon a single student's shoulders. Just as he began to feel truly stymied, Ding Yaoqing appeared. With her formidable financial influence, every voice fell silent, and every accuser offered profuse apologies to Wu Qi. Finally finished. Wu Qi stretched languidly, checked the time, and turned to Hao Go. Uncle, I won't be eating at home tonight. Where are you off to? Xiao Yan invited me over. Retaining his memories, Zhao Yi wished to consult them on certain matters, and since Xiao Yan harbored deep anxiety about his own future role in his family's annihilation, they'd agreed to meet at his residence. When Wu Qi arrived at Xiao Yan's villa by bus, he happened upon Ding Yaoqing and Zhao Yi, just as Xiao Yan emerged from the front gate. Come on in. Xiao Yan turned to lead the way. Wait. Wu Qi spoke up sharply. The 3 turned puzzled, only to find him frowning at Ding Yaoqing and Zhao Yi. Hold on. You're visiting someone's home as guests, and you brought nothing. Don't you understand even basic social etiquette? Only then did Ding Yaoqing and Zhao Yi notice Wu Qi carrying a basket draped with cloth. Do we really need to bring gifts? Of course. A token gesture, however modest, carries meaning. Oh, come now. Don't you know what reciprocal courtesy means? Give and receive. That's how relationships flourish. He'd gleaned this wisdom from television dramas. Give a gift, win goodwill, and watch doors swing wide open. No, we're students. No need for such formalities. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly. No, since Wu Qi brought something, we mustn't appear discourteous. Wait, let us prepare something quickly. Without waiting for his protest, the 2 dashed off, and returned moments later, each bearing a basket. Dad, Mom, my classmates are here. Xiao Yan's parents hurried in from the living room. He'd already introduced them. These were his new cherished friends, instrumental in his ascension to the rank of apostle. Still, Xiao Yan had warned them these friends possessed rather unconventional temperaments, so please tread carefully. But the couple dismissed it lightly. Children, how strange could they truly be? Welcome. Xiao Yan speaks of you constantly. Says you're his dearest friends. Mrs. Xiao exuded elegance, her poise refined and regal. Mom, why say that? Xiaoyan blushed. Haha. Auntie, our first meeting. Just a small token of respect. Please accept it. Wu Qi smiled politely. Oh dear, what a thoughtful boy. But no need for gifts. Just come as you are. Take it back. Auntie truly cannot accept it. Auntie, it's handmade by me. Just a humble expression of goodwill. In their gentle tussle, the cloth slipped, revealing a basket brimming with live hand grenades. Mrs. Xiaoyan snatched the basket and roared at Wu Qi. Are you gifting us? Or eliminating us? What expensive gifts. I can't afford those. I only make what I'm good at. These are handcrafted, and their explosive yield is impressive. Wu Qi thrust his thumb skyward triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. No problem, no problem. Perfect timing actually. My husband's negotiating a business deal soon. He'll take a few for personal security. Mrs. Xiao thought so, my son was right. This one is delightfully eccentric. Mr. Xiao. Deal secured, guaranteed. Zhaoyi stepped forward, offering his basket. Auntie, uncle, first meeting. This is my gift. Mrs. Xiao stole a glance at her son. This one is safe, right? Mom, trust me, this one's solid. Her worries vanished instantly. How kind of you to be so thoughtful. Auntie, allow me to introduce this item properly. He lifted the cloth, revealing a sleek black business card emblazoned with a single star character kill. Auntie, uncle, this is a certified assassin's card. Whatever troubles you face, they'll resolve them. World-renowned professionals. Rest assured, payment is settled in full. They're ready for service, anytime. Mrs. Xiao, son, if you're being held hostage, blink twice. Xiaoyan swiftly pulled Zhaoyi aside. Why on earth would you choose to give this? He roared. I glanced at it in the car. Apparently the best gifts are those people actually need. I did some research and found out your father's recent rival has been unusually aggressive, so this idea came to mind. Xiaoyan stared blankly. No, it's just normal business interaction. The marketplace is a battlefield, and on any battlefield decapitation tactics are the most effective. Xiaoyan sighed. Fine. His father's leaving town in a few days. Maybe it'll come in handy after all. Xiaomu placed the basket into Xiaofu's arms. Xiaofu blinked. Where exactly am I supposed to go with this? Then Ding Yaoqing stepped forward. Auntie, I'm new here. Just a small token of goodwill. Please accept it with a smile. Xiaomu stared silently. Just hearing those words now made her liver tremble. She opened the basket and found it brimming with stacks of cash. Xiaomu stood frozen. Xiaoyan gaped. I wasn't sure what you might need, so I brought money instead. You can buy whatever you wish directly and freely. Thank you. Xiaomu's lips twitched involuntarily. This at least felt vaguely normal. She dragged Xiaoyan aside. Son, are these friends of yours from legitimate circles? Let me be clear though, our Xiao family rose to wealth quickly. We've always been law-abiding citizens. Absolutely no illegal activities. Do you understand? Xiaoyan sighed. Mom, you've misunderstood. They're all signs of prominent families. To his dismay, Xiaomu recoiled in even greater alarm. The mafia? Oh no, my son's gone astray. He's gone overseas to join the underworld. Now it makes sense. The hand grenade, the business cards. It's all intimidation. This money isn't a gift. It's your blood money. Xiaoyan groaned. Mom, please stop watching so much TV. Anyway, I'll take them inside now. He slung an arm around Wu Qi and the other two, ushering them into the house. Listen, you three had better take your gifts out of here. You've terrified my mother half to death. The trio instantly deflated. First attempt at gift-giving, total failure. Enough, let's get serious. What exactly lies ahead for me? We're not entirely certain, but we know something extraordinary happened to you, triggering your downward spiral. At the word extraordinary, Wu Qi, mid-bite into a slice of cake, lit up instantly. A broken engagement. Wu Qi, stop joking around. Xiaoyan stiffened visibly. Ding Yaoqing's eyes gleamed with sudden intrigue. So, you truly have a fiancé? Xiaoyan hesitated. Yes, I do have a fiancé, but our relationship is deeply affectionate. We grew up together, and she cherishes me dearly. Then the wound she inflicts will cut deepest. Ding Yaoqing spoke calmly. Xiaoyan froze, his expression turning to stone. Zhaoyi cast a subtle glance at Wu Qi, so he'd known all along. Was this deliberate? A trial meant to temper Xiaoyan? Indeed, if Xiaoyan could surmount this threshold, his strength would undoubtedly surge forward. But should he falter? Zhaoyi recalled Wei Yang's grim fate and spoke without delay. Then let's build our analysis upon that premise. If Xiaoyan were abandoned by his fiancée, how would he react? Despair, dejection, profound emotional collapse. Ding Yaoqing answered for him. Yanzi, I cannot live without you. Yanzi. Xiaoyan's lingering melancholy vanished instantly, replaced by sheer bewilderment. I thought the mood was growing too heavy, so I tried to lighten it. Wu Qi scratched his head awkwardly. You yourself said your bond is strong, so why would she break the engagement? Ding Yaoqing tilted her head curiously. Xiaoyan rubbed his chin, then turned toward Wu Qi. Perhaps it's about power. I suspect I wouldn't have awakened yet had I never met Wu Qi. Zhaoyi nodded slowly. Precisely. Were I orchestrating this, I'd deploy a disciple from a servant clan to seduce her, then coerce and entice her into discarding you, flooding you with anguish and despair, thus creating the perfect opening for them to infiltrate your psyche. driving you to pursue power at any cost. No, Xiao Yan rejected it instantly. Though I'd grieve deeply, I'd never murder my own kin over such betrayal. Zhao Yi fell silent, then spoke deliberately. Then this trauma alone is insufficient. It's merely a catalyst. If so, I'd turn next to your family. Then it's confirmed. Legend says you killed your own father. So their target must be your mother. Damn it. Xiao Yan slammed his fist into the wall. But this remains speculation. Actually, before Zhao Yi could continue, Xiao Mu's voice rang out from outside. Oh, Lin Lin, what a surprise. Please come in. Wait, no? Please leave. Hurry, go now. Hearing his mother's flustered cry, Xiao Yan bolted outside, followed closely by the others. Outside they found a radiant young woman, bright-eyed, fair-skinned, exuding pure, wholesome charm, being gently but firmly guided toward the gate by Xiao Mu. Her gentle beauty and approachable grace were unmistakably the kind that stirred hearts. No wonder Xiao Yan had taken notice. Yet she hadn't come alone. 2 women and 1 man stood behind her, each holding elaborately wrapped parcels, their faces warm with polite smiles. Brother Xiao, Sister Wang. Just a humble token of respect. The Zio's welcoming smiles instantly hardened. Oh no, not this routine again. So even the in-laws had fallen under their sway. Had the mafia grown this brazen lately? What else were they delivering now? The couple dared not look, already dreading the answer. No wonder their annoying son had friends he'd strayed far off the righteous path. Then, catching the group's tense, conflicted expressions, the truth struck them. They were the ones who'd led their son astray. Given their son's clumsy, unrefined nature, he'd probably surrendered without resistance, barely needing a nudge. Seeing the Zio's shifting expressions, the visitors grew anxious. Had they somehow uncovered the truth? Brother Zhang's sister-in-law, may I ask, isn't the domestic job market quite stable? Shouldn't we walk the upright, lawful road? Xiao Fu's face flushed crimson as he struggled to speak. The Zhangs stared stunned, then comprehension dawned. Oh, is the main road congested? That's why we took the side route. No, how dare you take the side road? Can't you simply wait a while longer? Why abandon the broad, proper thoroughfare, only to squeeze through narrow, dubious alleys? These Zhangs had always seemed so respectable, yet beneath the surface they schemed along crooked paths. The Zhangs exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, does it matter which road we take? Shall we take the shortcut to save time? Nonsense. All you ever think about is taking shortcuts, you. Enough. Don't get angry. Zhao's mother hurriedly stepped in to restrain her husband, then flashed him repeated, urgent glances. Don't forget, our son is still in their hands. Only then did Zhao's father calm down. The Zhang family grew increasingly restless. They had intended a surprise move against the Xiao household, but never expected the Xiaos to already know. Brother, sister-in-law, if you're already aware, let's speak plainly. We're deeply grateful for your support over the years. Yet Linlin has been personally invited by Master Fang's son to join his team for the National College entrance examination. Brother, you know Linlin's talent well. Surely you wouldn't want such brilliance squandered. Once she graduates from university, she'll repay your kindness without fail. The woman seated beside Zhang's mother let out a cold snort. Yet inwardly, she mused, surely this provocation will be too much for Xiao Yan's mother to bear. According to the dossier, this woman was temperamentally frail and physically unwell. A single sharp shock like this would surely overwhelm her. At once rushed to the hospital they could. A cruel, calculating smile flickered across the middle-aged woman's face. Then, she saw Xiao Yan's mother begin to weep. Mom, Xiao Yan shot Zhang Linlin and the others a fierce glare, just as his mother, overcome with emotion, threw her arms around his father. Thank heavens, they didn't choose our son. Xiao Yan, middle-aged woman. The Zhang family. Huh, wait, what on earth is happening? Ridiculous. Compared to losing one's child to overseas indoctrination by foreign cults, what is a mere fiancé? Another can always be found, but if the son is gone, he is truly gone. Son, thank goodness you're not cut out for greatness. Zhao's mother clutched Xiao Yan, trembling with relief. Xiao Yan, Mom, have you even heard what you just said? The Zhangs exchanged bewildered glances. The reality before them bore little resemblance to the scenario described earlier. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, you seem to have misunderstood. We've come to formally break the engagement. Exactly. Break it off. Whoever refuses is no better than a dog's grandson. Xiao Yan, Mom, you just swore. That's so unlike you. All the Zhangs. Something feels deeply off. Also, please draft an IOU and return every item we've ever given you. Then we'll publish a formal notice. From this day forth we sever all ties. No connection, no association. It wasn't stinginess that drove them, it was evidence. Should any of them later be arrested, this paper trail would prove their complete disassociation. Now really, must you be so petty? Gifts once given aren't meant to be reclaimed. The middle-aged woman laughed bitterly. Don't speak so lightly. You broke faith first. Don't blame us for abandoning loyalty. Had you not lured my son into the underworld, none of this would have been necessary. Madam, rest assured every cent shall be returned to you down to the last coin. Zhang Linlin sprang to her feet, face flushed crimson, chest heaving violently. This was the first time she'd endured such public humiliation. Stop. Don't call me auntie. We're hardly acquainted. Address me as Madam Xiao. This was no jest. The relationship had to be severed cleanly and irrevocably. Madam Xiao, today's disgrace shall be repaid in full. East of the river for 30 years, west for another 30. Never mock a youth for his poverty. Xiao Yan, he stole your line. Hold on. Wu Qi stopped fooling around. Come here. Zhao Yi lowered his head and tugged Wu Qi aside. Zhang Linlin's gaze toward Madame Xiao turned openly disdainful. Madam, please don't fault me for reversing my word. Our paths diverge ever more sharply. I am on the cusp of becoming a full apostle, while he hasn't even attained apostleship. Such a man is utterly unworthy of me. At that moment, Xiao Yan's eyes dimmed with profound desolation. He never imagined his childhood sweetheart would become this. Slap. Madame Xiao struck him squarely across the head. Her palm reddened from the force. What are you staring at, still pining after her? Knew you were no good. Xiao Yan. But Mom, you just said you were relieved I was no good. Madame Xiao gave a sharp, dismissive huff. For her son Sake, she would play the villain today, without hesitation. None of that sullen posturing. Whose attention are you trying to command? That's enough. We've said our piece. Please leave immediately. The middle-aged woman's heart sank. She hadn't anticipated Madame Zhao's ironclad composure. The entire plan had crumbled before it began. Just then her gaze flickered sideways to Ding Yaoqing, and her expression darkened instantly. Ah, I see. You'd already secured a replacement. So I was merely a stand-in. Zhang Linlin watched Ding Yaoqing with biting irony. What made this woman superior? Merely a prettier face, a shapelier figure, a more refined aura. Nothing more. So what's the deal? Aren't they some kind of terrorist cell? Madame Xiao asked, genuinely startled. Were these two groups not aligned? Xiao Yan, I told you, they're not terrorists. Yet recalling the lavish gifts Wu Qi and the others had brought, the misunderstanding was almost inevitable. He cast a long, silent look at Wu Qi. Wu Qi, why stare at me? I didn't make her break the engagement. Xiao Yan, never mind. By sheer accident, Mom escaped emotional collapse. Indeed, though Madame Xiao realized she'd misjudged the situation, she felt no anger, only deep, quiet satisfaction. After such a commotion, what remained to trouble her? As long as her son stayed on the righteous path, everything else paled to insignificance. The middle-aged woman, however, refused to yield. Hear this month's exam will be a quadruple school joint assessment, and it determines who qualifies for the National College Entrance Examination. Your Xiao Yan likely lacks even the eligibility to sit for it. My Xiao Yan has become an apostle. Ha ha ha. Yes, an apostle. But can he ascend to full apostle before the exam? And what of his merit points? I hear he lost 30 on his first assignment. The minimum threshold for this exam is 25, and with only 20-odd days remaining, where pray tell will he find those points? Madame Xiao fell silent. This was undeniable truth. Then let's make a wager, Xiao Yan suddenly declared. A wager on what? The middle-aged woman regarded him with amused contempt. She knew this boy better than anyone. Before crossing paths with him, he was nothing but a worthless failure. Let's wager on whether we place within the top 5 in this month's exam, the very spots that secure national exam qualification. Oh, and if you lose, what then? I will kneel before you, in front of the entire student body, and offer my formal apology. All right, if we lose, well, repay 10 times what we owe you. The middle-aged woman felt elated. In just over 20 days, there was no conceivable way this kid could become an official apostle. Even if, by some fluke, he did become an official apostle, look at his teammates. One appears perpetually embittered, and the other is so beautiful, she seems merely ornamental. As for the last one, what on earth is that? Fine. Son, Mom, don't say any more, I've already decided. After saying that, the Zhang family left. When they returned home, Zhao, he asked, you intend to use this method to draw their attention onto you? Xiao Yan nodded. Partly they were unwilling to concede, and partly they feared those people might do something harmful to his parents. If the school concluded he was disgraceful and he kneeled before the entire faculty and student body, it would wound his mother deeply, perhaps more severely than anything else, and that would greatly reduce the chance anyone would strike his parents again. We must not be careless. Those people have no scruples. They'll have some people come protect your parents. Thanks. Xiao Yan said sincerely, don't thank me yet. If your strength is insufficient, it will be useless and will only distress Aunt more. That's right. You're only a 4th-rank trainee apostle now, right? Xiao Yan had awakened at 3rd rank, but after the battle with Wei Yang, he had risen to 4th rank. Yes, becoming an official apostle in just over 10 days will not be easy, Ding Yaoqing warned, because there were still ranking matches to fight. Less than 20 days remained. During the trainee apostle period, the more solidly you lay your foundation, the better your mastery of spiritual energy will be as an official apostle. You could take medicines or aids, but those are an overdraw on the future. Once used, your ceiling becomes fixed. Is there no short-term method? There are, but they depend on talent and are family secrets, techniques that minimize the harm. There are rumors that forcing a breakthrough by oneself can work, but that is a stroke of rare fortune. Besides, you still have the 5th rank to surpass. It's pure fantasy. Zhao Yi said if you want secret techniques, we can provide them. To Zhao Yi, these matters were trivial. His sole concern was preventing the world's destruction. No, that's unnecessary. I have another plan, Xiao Yan said with a smile which piqued the curiosity of Zhao Yi and Ding Yaoqing. What plan? Xiao Yan turned to look at Wu Qi. Wuga, help me. Wu Qi stared in disbelief, pointing at himself. Me? Yes. You are the only one I can rely on. You want me to get stronger quickly, don't you? He refused to believe Wu Qi could have waited so long. Too many accidents had happened around him recently. Xiaoyan would not believe for a second they weren't arranged by Wu Qi. He suspected Wu Qi wanted to use this as a way to force his growth. Wu Qi muttered him, not even an apostle. Am I supposed to be your instructor? Once he said that the others could not fully trust him either. See what he says. He clearly can't aim that high, can he? Otherwise people would come to you whenever trouble arose. What would you do then? Wu Qi suddenly remembered something and hesitated. There is a method, but I don't know whether it will work. It doesn't matter. I will try anything. Xiaoyan declared firmly. Count me in. Zhao Yi raised his hand as well. Although he already stood out among his peers facing those 12 monsters, he still needed to strengthen himself. Me too. Ding Yaoqing said calmly, I will cover the expenses related to training. Seeing their determination, Wu Qi could only nod helplessly. One thing I should state beforehand, if it doesn't work you can't blame me. Don't worry, that's our decision. Xiaoyan immediately assured him. If it truly proved useless, then it would surely be their own fault. After all, Wu Qi had no reason to deceive them. Wu Qi was speechless at their faces. Whatever. If things went badly, it would be their misfortune. They went out to the suburbs, and the training method was something Wu Qi had seen on television. They split into two teams. One would begin training according to Wu Qi's regimen, while the other had Wu Qi himself go and earn points. Soon the three of them arrived on the outskirts. A truck drove up, unloaded an assortment of items. The driver bowed to Ding Yaoqing and then departed. According to Wu Qi, for the next week, we must adapt to this weight. Zhao Yi handed over what looked like an ordinary piece of clothing. The instant Xiaoyan took it. Thud. The garment struck the ground and smashed a deep pit. This clothing. Oh, it weighs 200 jin. You will wear it for the coming period. On television, a monkey-tailed alien did the same, which was why Wu Qi had described these measures. Zhao Yi made above-standard preparations. No, this kind of training will kill someone. Although Luo Yan could lift a 700 jin barbell at school, he used his entire body and drew on spiritual energy, and even then it lasted only an instant. This was to be worn continuously. Will you train or not? Zhao Yi asked coldly. I will. Xiaoyan bit his lip. He gritted his teeth and put the garment on, but once it was on he found it took all his effort merely to straighten his body. Then run 10 kilometers. Xiaoyan stared at Zhao Yi in disbelief. 10 kilometers? Are you joking? That's what Wu Qi wrote. Zhao Yi changed into his own weighted garment. Ding Yaoqing, being physically weaker, could only perform a reduced regimen. By the way, do not use spiritual energy while running. Xiaoyan staggered, but said nothing, then began to walk slowly. Each bore a different load. Zhao Yi had doubled his own. Ding Yaoqing prepared ample tonics to replenish the damage the training would inflict on their bodies. The opportunity had been given, whether they could endure it depended solely on themselves. Meanwhile, Wu Qi looked exasperated at the information in his hand. Zhao Yi had found him a mission worth 10 points. The requirement was to serve as a bodyguard for someone. Me. With my scrawny frame, who am I supposed to protect? Zhao Yi said the task carried little danger. For Wu Qi, it was practically a free reward, so he felt a little relieved. Following the address, he arrived at a nightclub in Dongqing district. Hello. I'm the bodyguard assigned by the Apostle Association. May I see your boss? Wu Qi gazed up at the two towering black-clad men before him, his voice trembling slightly. The two men exchanged a glance, then tapped their earpieces. Chief, the Apostle Association has sent someone, a student. Understood. Then turning to Wu Qi, he said, follow me. He led the way, and Wu Qi trailed closely behind, casting cautious glances around. Everywhere he looked, burly, menacing figures drank and played cards. Several scantily clad young women eyed him with playful, flirtatious glances. Wu Qi quickly averted his gaze. He held no interest in these girls, not out of shyness or awkwardness, but from a firm, pragmatic conviction. Beauty, in his view, was the root of endless trouble. Better to keep one's distance, whenever possible. The black-clad man ushered him into a room where a broad-shouldered, rugged man sat sprawled in a chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Two stunning women flanked him, idly shuffling a deck of cards. On his right thumb gleamed a vivid green jade ring. Damn it. I pay top coin, and they send me this greenhorn. The boss shot Wu Qi a dismissive glance and snorted coldly. If you're dissatisfied, you may request a replacement, Wu Qi offered carefully. Fine, make do with you. Relying on them. I'd be dead 8 times over by now. Take a seat somewhere. Though unimpressed, he treated Wu Qi with measured courtesy. After all, he came from the Apostle Association. Let me be clear, your sole duty is to keep me alive. Understood? Wu Qi nodded vigorously. What's your name? Wu Qi. Good. Wu Qi, you'll serve for 7 days. When that time ends, you're free to leave. The boss's surname was Fan, a shadowy overseer of this district. With population surging and apostles emerging across society, unrest had taken root, spawning countless crises. Among them stood the underworld syndicates. Boss Fan's enterprises centered on arms trafficking and underground gambling parlors, modest in scale, yet sufficient to sustain him luxuriously. Lately, however, he'd drawn unseen enmity. Assassins had struck him repeatedly. Only sheer luck kept him breathing. As he resumed his game, a subordinate entered carrying a glass of red wine and poured it for the boss. Fan did not drink, but instead fixed Wu Qi with a pointed look. Wu Qi remained motionless. The boss sighed in exasperation, then glanced again. Wu Qi frowned. Why are you staring at me? Taste the wine. Then just say, taste the wine. Why keep glaring like that? You're making me nervous. Boss Fan rubbed his temples, lamenting his ill fortune in landing such a clueless novice. only to lift his eyes and find Wu Qi still seated unmoved. Taste the wine now. I don't know how. And if you're worried it's poisoned, just don't drink it. Does it have to be consumed? Damn it. I still have to eat outside, don't I? Can I skip meals? Boss Fan exploded. Cook for yourself. If you fear poison, eat only what you prepare. Wu Qi replied flatly. You are a boss. Surely you don't cook your own meals. And what else would you suggest? Your life or your dignity? Boss Fan fell silent. A strange, unsettling thought flickered. Wasn't that disturbingly logical? Away with it. Take it away. The subordinate bent to retrieve the glass, then in one fluid motion spun his wrist and produced a blade slashing toward the boss's throat. Shit. Though massive, Boss Fan reacted with startling speed, arching backward to evade the strike, then lashing out with a brutal kick. His underlings rushed in, weapons drawn, only to freeze as the assassin hurled an object onto the floor. It detonated instantly. An invisible shockwave erupted, felling everyone in the room like wheat before the scythe. Ugh. Boss Fan retched violently, then spotted Wu Qi crouched behind a chair, still moving. He bellowed, get over there, now. Fight him. Oh, right. Wu Qi scrambled forward a few steps. Come on. Come here. He glared fiercely at the assassin, yet kept his entire frame shielded behind Boss Fan's hulking silhouette, feeling utterly secure. Boss Fan stared blankly. Why are you hiding behind me? It's safe. Am I safe? Who's protecting whom? Boss Fan roared, move, now. Wu Qi pouted but stepped forward. The assassin, meanwhile, did not underestimate him. Anyone who could move freely after an ether blast grenade clearly concealed formidable strength beneath that unassuming exterior. Trying to lure me in. I'll do the exact opposite. In a flash, the assassin hurled his knife straight at Wu Qi. Wu Qi snatched up a chair and swatted it aside. The assassin extended both hands, and 10 more throwing knives flew forth whistling through the air. Yet Wu Qi spun the chair left and right, parrying each blade with flawless instinctive precision. Wu Qi. Don't worry, Chief. I've got this. Wu Qi declared, exhilarated. Are you certain you've got this? A hand clapped lightly on Wu Qi's shoulder. He turned and froze. There stood Boss Fan, riddled with knives, silently observing him. If you keep fighting, I'll be the one finished. Wu Qi fell silent. The assassin paused, bewildered. Which side was this man even on? I've never thrown knives that accurately. Even I can't match that. At that moment, screams erupted from outside. Boss Fan snapped at Wu Qi, hold him off. I'm leaving. Understood. Boss Fan smashed through the window and leapt down. The assassin ignored Wu Qi entirely and bolted out the door. Wu Qi followed, plummeting 3 stories, landing hard on his backside. Dazed, he frantically scanned the street. Chief, where are you? Down here. Wu Qi jerked his head down and saw Boss Fan sprawled face down on the pavement, dazed and disoriented. Wu Qi was instantly overcome with emotion. Chief, you're incredible. You jumped down just to cushion my fall. Boss Fan stared blankly. Do you think I wanted to arg my leg? Help me up, now. Wu Qi hurriedly hauled him upright. How did you get down here? I drove. Good. Let's take your car. Under current circumstances, who knew whether his own vehicle might harbor a bomb? Where is your car? I don't see it. Parked under that lamppost. Lamppost. Boss Fan followed Wu Qi's finger and beheld a crimson, boxy object. Boss Fan stared speechless. If you hadn't called it a car, I'd have mistaken it for the city's newest public trash bin. Fan Lauda suddenly felt a pang of regret. Whose car is this? Secondhand? Thirdhand? I don't know. My uncles and elder brothers assembled it from spare parts. They said it'd make commuting to school easier. Wu Qi's eyes shimmered with emotion. He'd merely mentioned offhand that he'd never ridden in a small car, and yet his uncles had built him one. If other families have it, he must too. At that moment, he resolved to land a respectable job one day, to honor and care for his uncles. Brother, let's get in the car, quickly. What could Fan Lauda do? With no alternative left, he reached for the door handle, pulled, then pulled again. Can't you open this door? Oh, it only opens from the inside. Then how do we get in? Wu Qi scrambled onto the roof, pried open a panel with a crowbar, and yanked it aside. After you, brother. Fan Lauda. A sunroof. On this rust bucket. With grunts and contortions, he squeezed through the opening, nearly impaling himself on the knife strapped to his chest. Once finally wedged inside, he watched Wu Qi climb and thrust the crowbar behind the steering wheel and hammer it repeatedly, clang, 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 until the engine sputtered to life with a series of sharp beeps. Fan Lauda. A tractor-style ignition sequence. Brother, help me engage the turn signal. Wait, you expect me to operate the turn signal? Fan Lauda stared stunned. The lights are on your side, so naturally you activate them. Lights? He glanced over and realized with dawning horror that those weren't headlights at all. They were 2 flashlights duct taped to the front grille. Hurry up, their car's gaining. Silently, Fan Lauda extended his hand and pressed the external button. Brother. Blink. We're fleeing for our lives. Forget traffic laws. Just drive. Fan Lauda roared. Oh. Wu Qi pouted, muttering under his breath, disgruntled. Guess penalties won't come out of your license now, huh? Fan Lauda. As if this vehicle even had a license. Wu Qi stomped the accelerator, and the car shot forward like a startled hare. Fan Lauda blinked in surprise. Unassuming as it looked, the thing possessed startling speed. Yet another vehicle appeared behind them, tailing relentlessly. Can we shake them off? Yes, but first strap yourself in, brother. Got it. Fan Lauda swept his hand across his shoulder. Nothing. Fan Lauda, you don't even have seatbelts. Fan Lauda broke down. Wu Qi, unfazed, handed him a length of rope. What is this? Your seatbelt. Fan Lauda, it didn't feel remotely safe. No choice. When running for your life, practicality trumps protocol. Fan Lauda took the rope and lashed himself to the seat. Then Wu Qi floored the accelerator, and the car launched forward like a catapulted boulder. Fan Lauda was slammed back into the seat by ferocious acceleration, only to be flung backward an instant later flat onto the floorboard. Ah, damn it. He gazed blankly upward at the roof, then cried out in anguish. What in the world just happened? Wu Qi peered down at Fan Lauda lying supine beneath the ceiling and offered an apologetic shrug. Sorry, brother. I forgot to mention the reclining mechanism's broken. Why didn't you say so sooner? Fan Lauda wailed, tears streaming down his face. He clutched his lower back in agony, just as a stray insect darted into his open mouth. Gah, gah, gah. Choking face purpling, he clawed at his throat, gasping for air. Wu Qi hurriedly passed him a water bottle. Fan Lauda chugged half of it in one desperate gulp. Phew. Thank goodness you keep liquor in the car. There's no liquor in my car, Wu Qi replied, puzzled. Then where did that come from? A cold dread crept over Fan Lauda. It was sitting on your dashboard. Fan Lauda, that's the assassin's bottle. Ugh. Ugh. Get me to a hospital, now. Oh, I'll speed up. Wu Qi stomped the accelerator, sending Fan Lauda flying backward once more. Ah, damn it. Meanwhile, inside the pursuing vehicle, the assassin spoke urgently into his phone. Master, we're in hot pursuit, but there's an issue. What issue? Are there others targeting him, besides us? Why do you ask? Well, he looks kidnapped. The assassins exchanged glances, watching Fan Lauda, bound to his seat, violently bouncing up and down like a human spring, then whistled low. Pitiful. Finally, Wu Qi burst out of the underground tunnel and onto the main thoroughfare, where the assassins dared not follow, too deeply wary of the Public Security Bureau's jurisdiction. Yet Wu Qi showed no sign of slowing. Hit the brakes. We're at the hospital. Fan Lauda spat blood. I'm searching for a street lamp. What on earth for? This car has no brakes. I'll ram a lamppost to stop. You don't have what? Fan Lauda stared, incredulous. Then it struck him, hadn't this very car been parked beneath a street lamp when they first found it? Look, there's one. Stop. Crunch. Glass shattered, and Fan Lauda rocketed through the windshield airborne. A passing freight truck struck him midair with a sickening thud, sending him tumbling headfirst into the moat. Brother. Wu Qi screamed from the car. I told you to tighten that seatbelt. Why wouldn't you listen? Wu Qi leapt into the water without hesitation. That night, Fan Lauda slowly opened his eyes and heard a woman sobbing nearby. He recognized the voice instantly, his wife. Mr. Wu Qi, were those assassins responsible for my husband's condition? Absolutely. They were vicious, even ran him over with a cargo truck. Fan Lauda, what did that have to do with anyone else? He was the one who'd ruined everything. Then he saw Wu Qi staring at him, eyes wide, unblinking. Brother, you're awake. Wu Qi hastily wiped away tears. Thank heavens. The doctors say surviving this was nothing short of a miracle. Fan Lauda, he agreed wholeheartedly. If not for Wu Qi's official letter of authorization from the Apostles Association, he'd have assumed the man had come to finish him off. His wife rushed over, trembling. Honey, are you all right? Do I look all right? Fan Lauda muttered, exasperated. A flicker of awkwardness crossed her face. Then she leaned close, whispering near his ear. Honey, the delegation arrives the day after tomorrow. Can you still attend? Fan Lauda recalled yes, tomorrow's critical negotiation. But in his current state, he couldn't even lift his head, let alone walk. How's Xiao Wu's search for freelance apostles going? Indeed, he hadn't relied solely on the Apostles Association. He'd also contacted independent operatives. One never puts all eggs in a single basket. His gaze drifted toward Wu Qi, who sat nearby, absorbed in a video game, and a wave of suffocating frustration washed over him. We've located a few. Some will arrive tomorrow morning. One of them is even a medical-type apostle. Master Fan immediately relaxed. His safety was now assured. Yet this development rendered the man seemingly obsolete. Master Fan's expression turned volatile. Wu Qi had always been intended as expendable. Though unreliable, he had displayed genuine devotion in protecting him. Plug my ventilator back in, now. Huh. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to recharge it. Wu Qi hastily reconnected the ventilator. Master Fan's chest heaved violently. He made his decision. Since this youth had brought him such ruin, there was no reason to let him live. His factory still needed workers, and the Apostle Association posed no obstacle whatsoever. Being a bodyguard was inherently perilous. A staged accident would erase Wu Qi cleanly. The association would merely deem the mission failed, no questions asked. And he'd save a fortune. At that thought, Master Fan bared his teeth in a grim smile, only for his jaw to lock rigidly in place. Doctor. Doctor. The next morning, 4 figures entered the hospital room. They were 3 men and 1 woman, sharp-eyed, lean, and self-possessed. They did not belong to the Apostle Association, and many apostles found its structure stifling and preferred independent operations. These are members of the Wild Wolf adventuring team. This is my husband. The 4 nodded respectfully toward Master Fan, then turned their gaze to the lone remaining figure in the room. Ah, this is Mr. Wu, an apostle dispatched by the Apostle Association. At the mention of the association, the four exchanged unmistakable looks of disdain. They despised official enforcers above all else. Yet glancing at Master Fan's battered condition, they couldn't help but smirk. Clearly this man lacked true competence. If he had, Master Fan wouldn't have ended up in such a wretched state. Instantly the woman stepped forward and extended her hand toward Master Fan. By divine edict, restore. A radiant white light enveloped Master Fan. His skin tingled faintly, and half an hour later, to his astonishment, he moved again. Huff. The woman exhaled deeply. Her ability had clearly drained her. Truly remarkable. Of course, unlike certain people who can't even perform their core duties competently. She cast a scornful glance toward Wu Qi. Well then, you three had better step up. You can't expect the lady to support you all. Wu Qi addressed the men with solemn earnestness. The three men burst into tears. Wah, how could she say that? I am working hard. Exactly. She's got a temper, yet blames others. Grinds her teeth while sleeping, and never washes her feet. What on earth are you all talking about? I'm talking about him. Why are you three blubbering like infants? The woman roared, her face flushed crimson. The three men fell silent, then blinked. Wait, why do we cry? But my primary duty is performed flawlessly. Wu Qi looked genuinely bewildered. Flawlessly? Look at how he's mangled. She jabbed a finger toward Master Fan. Master Fan, that's only my side job. I'm actually a student. My homeroom teacher stresses this constantly. Everyone, enough, enough. We're all colleagues now, let's set aside the squabbling. Master Fan intervened as peacemaker, then shot the woman and her team a subtle, meaningful look. They understood instantly and fell silent. Gentlemen and madam, I require your protection. I have critical matters ahead, and absolute discretion is essential. Rest assured, we are professionals. The woman affirmed at once, then threw Wu Qi a defiant, triumphant glance. You may rest easy, he is professional. Fine. Wait, why are you suddenly excluded from this? You speak up too. Master Fan bellowed. It's a side job. Even side jobs demand diligence. What has become of today's youth? No sense of dedication whatsoever. Oh. Master Fan felt a profound weariness settle over him. Was he hiring a bodyguard, or adopting a capricious elder? After a brief preparation, he led Wu Qi and the others to a psychiatric hospital in the Eastern District. Eastern District. No sooner had they entered than a wild, disheveled figure dashed out shrieking. Ha! Gone. All gone. Die? Die all of you. His underlings lunged forward, pinning the man to the ground. Master Fan calmly withdrew a handkerchief to cover his mouth, then signaled silently. The man was swiftly hauled away. My apologies for the spectacle. For security reasons, my factory lies directly beneath this hospital, so incidents occur from time to time. The others merely nodded, but Wu Qi watched the departing madman, closely sensing something deeply amiss. Years of television watching had honed his instincts. Something here was profoundly wrong. If his intuition held true, beneath this facade lay hidden explosives. Master Fan noticed Wu Qi's unsettled expression, but remained unconcerned. So long as he stayed compliant, he might linger a little longer. But if he dared resist, even slightly, he would vanish without a trace. They proceeded deeper into the hospital. At the lowest level, Master Fan instructed everyone to don protective suits before entering a concealed doorway. Inside, they beheld a vast subterranean factory, mass-producing countless plastic necklaces. Wu Qi, seriously, you orchestrate this entire operation, security details, secret entrances, armed guards, for handicrafts. I assumed you were manufacturing contraband. The other four, however, paled. The necklaces pulsed with dense spiritual energy. Yet this Qi was unlike any they knew, repulsive, devouring, as though prolonged exposure would erode the soul itself. Gentlemen, this is my true enterprise. Though business has been sluggish lately. Is it the city inspectors tightening regulations? Yes, the inspectors are insufferable. Get lost. Master Fan's face darkened. Wu Qi slunk off meekly. Truly the tide turns fast, new waves sweep away the old. Yesterday they were comrades in arms, today he was mere refuse. Reality, brutally, unflinchingly real. Master Fan, couldn't you just keep that grievance to yourself? Oomph. Wu Qi turned away, chin lifted in wounded pride. Master Fan, I'll eliminate you first thing tomorrow. Tomorrow I finalize a major transaction. I require your unwavering protection. Wu Qi, is the electronics watch vendor next door giving you the evil eye? You're selling barely anything, and yet you're fighting. Once this batch sells, I can confidently say the entire Xiaoshang market of Tianyang City will be ours. Wu Qi's eyes widened in sudden realization. This was the decisive battle that would shape the market's very structure. So tonight everyone pulls an overtime shift. We must finish this batch. No sooner had he spoken than a worker suddenly began trembling violently, then let out a guttural scream and tore open his own clothes. Money. No money. Not a single coin left. Overtime. Endless overtime. Die all of you. He lunged at a nearby worker and began clawing at his clothes. Quick, take them away. Armed underlings immediately dragged both men off. Wu Qi couldn't help but sigh. Capitalists, demanding overtime without pay. That Wu Qi. At that moment Fan Lauda, the boss above, spoke up. You've seen how critical tonight is. Could you stay and oversee things here for me? Fan Lauda grinned with ill intent. Wait, what exactly am I supposed to do? Do whatever you like, as long as you stay right here. All right. Rest assured, boss. I'll manage this place perfectly. Fan Lao Da chuckled. Good. Since you've agreed, there's no issue on my end. At least this job seems safe enough. A cold sneer flickered across Fan Lao Da's mind. Let's see how you die this time. I'll make you endure every agony I suffered. After Fan Lao Da left, Wu Qi sat idly watching the workers, until gradually he realized the work held no real complexity. Sitting idle made no sense. So he joined in. At first his motions were clumsy, but as time passed his speed increased steadily. And strangely, each time he accelerated, the machines themselves began moving faster. The workers, numbed by routine, stared blankly, then realized to their shock they could no longer stop their own hands. Slowly they noticed Wu Qi's arms blurring into afterimages. Well, fine, he'd been brought in by the boss. But soon their eyes bulged wide open. They watched stunned as Wu Qi stepped aside, and the tools left unattended began assembling parts autonomously. Each time he shifted position, the machinery stirred to life as if imbued with sentience. Eventually, every worker froze, staring in disbelief as machines whirred independently, accelerating relentlessly. Indicator lights flashed wildly and sparks erupted from overheated joints. Then, boom, a deafening explosion shattered the assembly line. The chain reaction ignited flames across the entire factory. Then, boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the three-man assassination squad raced toward the factory, weapons in hand. Their intel confirmed it housed the target's facility. Destroy it, and the quarry would surely emerge. But the moment they reached the gate, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted skyward. The trio stood frozen. Their leader silently lifted his phone. Sir, if you hold any grievance against us, just say so. We'll return your payment. Why orchestrate this? You hired us, then hired others too. Isn't that excessive? They could have completed the mission flawlessly, yet you still summoned us. Is this mockery? Silence answered him. What on earth was happening? Elsewhere, Fan Lao Da rode in his car, then burst into laughter upon seeing the fiery column rising into the sky. Is heaven itself celebrating my triumph? But as he watched, unease crept in. That location felt oddly familiar. Then his phone rang. Huh. Breaking news: a massive explosion has occurred at a psychiatric hospital in Dongqing district. Preliminary investigation points to a gas leak. Residents are advised to take fire prevention precautions. Fan Lao Da raised his gaze to the smoldering ruins before him. Suddenly, everything felt hollow. Gone. Wait, my entire factory. How did it explode? There were 3,000 people inside. He seized a rescue worker by the collar. Are there survivors? Well, all patients and workers survived. But your 3,000 men, all dead. Fan Lao Da. Was death that selective? Boss. Just then Wu Qi staggered out, soot-streaked and disheveled. You're alive, Fan Lao Da gasped in disbelief. Yes, boss, it was terrifying. Wah. Tears streamed down Wu Qi's face. Who could have foreseen it? He'd simply been working, when suddenly the machines detonated. But don't worry, boss. Even though the machines are gone, I salvaged the products. Your delivery tonight won't be delayed. Hearing this, Fan Lao Da instantly relaxed. As long as the payment cleared, nothing else mattered. Boss, the deadline's approaching. A woman from the Wild Wolf adventuring team reminded him from behind. Fan Lao Da immediately ordered everyone to load the goods and rush to the rendezvous. An hour later, inside a derelict factory, he arrived breathlessly with his crew. You're late. A hoarse voice echoed slowly. My apologies. Unexpected complications arose. Fan Lao Da offered a contrite bow. He glanced across. The figure sat beneath a black umbrella flanked by silent black-clad attendants. This was Wei Yong, the very man Wu Qi had pummeled relentlessly days earlier. With Mao Tu's faction now executing its own plan, and Yin, whose descent temporarily postponed, Wei Yong had been reassigned to another operation. Hand over the goods. Fan Lao Da signaled his men to toss the bag before Wei Yong. Wei Yong opened it with one hand, withdrew a necklace, and instantly his expression darkened. You dare mock me? This isn't what I ordered. He hurled the necklace straight into Fan Lao Da's face. Fan Lao Da stood stunned. He snatched up the necklace. Its unique aura utterly vanished. It was nothing more than cheap plastic. Wu Qi, what is the meaning of this? Wu Qi. Wei Yong snapped his head up, and there standing behind Fan Lao Da stood the very brute who'd beaten him senseless. But this was made exactly to your specs, top quality. You couldn't get it for less than 3 yuan at any street market. Fan Lao Da was nearly apoplectic. You turned my 10th Sandiyuan artifact into a 3 yuan trinket. Boss, no turning back now. Let's seize their money and split it on the spot. The 4 members of the Wild Wolf adventuring team strode forward, visibly irritated by the man's arrogant posturing. Boy, I suggest you cooperate peacefully with the transaction. Otherwise, what happens next is entirely beyond our responsibility. A man cracked his knuckles, his aura surging with overwhelming intensity. The Wild Wolf adventuring team. Wei Yong remarked coolly. Ha ha, not bad for a novice to recognize us. The man sneered coldly. The Wild Wolf adventuring team was a notorious underground apostle squad. Every member ranked at least 5 stars in combat prowess. Renowned for accepting any commission for the right price, they operated without moral constraint. Rumors even claimed they had once assassinated their own employer. 8, 9, 10, you have one chance. Eliminate them. Yes, sir. Three black-robed figures stepped forward from behind Wei Yong, shrugging off their cloaks, and to the Wild Wolf team's astonishment, all three were students. Yet they advanced like shambling revenants, unsteady, disjointed, unervingly detached from human grace. Hey, what luck! The master has granted us battle, another chance to ascend in strength. Hey, the boy marked with the numeral 8 on his forehead grinned, eyes alight with feverish excitement. Then let me see, my opponent shall be you. With blinding speed, 8 lunged toward one of the Wild Wolf members, only for the man's body to swell violently. In an instant he transformed into a monstrous werewolf. A colossal crimson claw descended from above, slamming down upon 8 with cataclysmic force. Boom! A plume of dust erupted skyward. Just as the werewolf assumed his strike had landed, a sudden rhythmic clatter pierced the air, dice rolling. Clack, clack, clack. Before him materialized 3 vividly hued dice, displaying 2, 4, and 6. From the swirling haze emerged 8, unscathed, unmarked. 3 identical dice now hovering before him, showing 2, 2, and 4. Oh, my sincerest apologies. I won. Winner takes all. Instantly the werewolf felt a portion of his spiritual energy vanish. What just happened? Simple. This is my spirit ability, winner takes all. Each attack requires infusing spiritual energy to spin the dice emblazoned upon my brow. If no energy is consciously channeled, the system defaults to the energy already primed for that strike. Whomever rolls the higher total wins. Immunity to the opponent's assault plus absorption of spiritual energy multiplied by the difference in totals. The werewolf watched stunned as 8's aura visibly intensified. Ah, what a sublime sensation. Come, attack again. Let's test your fortune. The werewolf gritted his teeth. Something was deeply wrong with this ability. By pure numerical comparison, he should have won. Yet he had lost. Why? Unless victory wasn't determined by raw die values at all. And that spiritual energy radiating from 8, it unsettled him profoundly. It echoed the same resonance he'd sensed earlier in Old Fan's pendant. The werewolf channeled spiritual energy. The dice spun rapidly. Simultaneously, 8 infused his own energy. The dice whirled in kind. 5, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Mine's higher. The werewolf slashed forward with razor-sharp claws. Swish. 3 crimson gashes tore through the air. Yet 8 stood untouched, unmarred. Apologies, I won. The werewolf felt a violent drain. His spiritual energy plummeted. His massive lupin form recoiled, half its mass collapsing back into frail humanity. 8 drew a blade. Before him the dice spun once more. 6, 6, 6. 2, 5, 1. My apologies, winner takes all. You lose. Swish. A silver flash cleaved the air. Deep bone-bearing wound split the werewolf's chest. His transformation shattered entirely. How could this be? I lost to a mere child. The werewolf collapsed, disbelief twisting his features. Then in dawning horror, he saw his 2 comrades also sprawled motionless on the ground. His spiritual energy is so weak. How can he activate this ability repeatedly with such devastating effect? The Wild Wolf woman cried out, terror gripping her voice. Beside her, Old Fan voided his bladder outright. Ha ha, that's our secret. A fierce eagerness lit the trio's faces. As they bent to seize their spoils, Wei Yang's voice cut through the air like a whip. Halt. These 3 are not your prey. Their movements froze mid-reach. Bewildered, they turned toward Wei Yang. Master, rest assured, you'll be compensated upon return. But for now, stand down. Wei Yang spoke calmly, then turned his gaze toward Wu Qi, standing silently nearby. Fate brings us together again, Wu Qi. At those words, both the Wild Wolf team and Old Fan pivoted sharply toward Wu Qi. Wu Qi stared blankly at Wei Yang. Who are you? Ha ha, don't recall. Understandable. To you I am likely but an insignificant insect. What a... Wei Yang's entourage recoiled in shock. They knew his strength intimately. Yet he spoke these words with utter humility. Master, who is he? 8 ventured. If he wished he could erase you in 3 seconds. Wei Yang replied, tone utterly devoid of exaggeration. After all, he himself required 5 seconds for such a feat. Wu Qi surpassed him. 3 seconds sufficed. Wu Qi. Hey, don't go making things up. The Wild Wolf members swallowed hard. I know what you're thinking. That's precisely his cruel amusement, feigning weakness only to shatter your certainty the moment you engage. He nudged the sack at his feet with his boot. So, you traced us through our middleman, then followed the thread straight to us. As sharp as ever. Wu Qi, I just wanted some points. The Wild Wolf team and Old Fan instantly grasped the truth, especially Old Fan, who should have suspected Wu Qi long ago. Who else protects a client with such absurd theatrical zeal? So you were just toying with me, eh? Sir, not like this. This is entrapment. The Wild Wolf members now threw themselves into perfect abject stillness, mortified, wishing they could dissolve into dust and vanish from existence, recalling every insult they'd hurled at Wu Qi moments before. But Wu Qi, though I cannot best you today, is different. All black-robed figures snapped into battle stances. I wager you cannot eliminate us all in a single instant. Bang! Every black-robed figure crumpled to the ground. Master, aren't you being awfully cautious? Should you wish to test it yourselves, feel free. I have business elsewhere and must depart. Wei Yang bore deep psychological scars Few could endure over 10 minutes of relentless punishment and remain composed. The group fell silent. If he says that, who dares try? Just then one black-robed figure leaned close and whispered something into Wei Yang's ear. Wei Yang's lips curved into a radiant, anticipatory smile. All preparations complete. Excellent. Wu Qi, next time we meet, I shall not fall to you as before. No. 7. Yes, sir. With a crisp snap of his fingers, 7 triggered their departure. Wei Yang and his entourage vanished in an instant. Wu Qi, why did things spiral like this? Sir, please don't believe his nonsense. I'm just an ordinary student. Before he could finish, Old Fan cut him off abruptly. Mr. Wu, you need say nothing. I understand. Without pause, he snatched up his phone and dialed. Hello. Public Security Division. I wish to surrender. So that's how it is. Wu Qi said, deeply disheartened. Fan Lauda has entered, and our points are gone. Worse still, groceries at the small market will now cost 2 yuan more. Zhao Yi fell into deep thought the moment he heard this. So this was how they had corrupted people, through such subtle, insidious means. 2 yuan was a substantial price hike. One simply couldn't bear it. Wait. Zhao Yi quickly shook his head, banishing that inexplicable thought. No, it's the necklace. The necklace is the catalyst. Had nearly been led astray by Wu Qi's line of reasoning. Yet Wu Qi truly possessed remarkable perceptiveness. What had begun as an ordinary assignment had revealed something profoundly anomalous. After all, Zhao Yi himself had been here for months, yet uncovered nothing. Truly, one person could not be compared to another. Wu Qi. No, don't look at me like that. I told you, it was pure coincidence. I understand your meaning. I truly do. Zhao Yi knew in his heart Wu Qi feared standing out too conspicuously lest he rob them of valuable training opportunities. Understand what exactly? I think you understand nothing at all. Wu Qi trembled with fear. He felt his status rising alarmingly high and dreaded that if this continued, he'd soon be sent as cannon fodder before the final boss. How has Xiao Yan been practicing lately? Fairly well. Truthfully, Xiao Yan was practicing diligently, but Zhao Yi suspected the young man would struggle to meet Wu Qi's exacting standards. And indeed, events unfolded precisely as had anticipated. No, fairly well won't suffice. He must strive harder, push further. I'll go check on him myself. When he arrived at the suburban training ground, he found Xiao Yan executing Wu Qi's assigned tasks with meticulous precision. Over these past few days, Xiao Yan had already begun adapting to the weight he carried. Upon spotting Wu Qi approaching, he grew visibly tense. Wu Qi. Right, let's begin the next phase. Brother Wu, isn't this moving a bit too fast? Fast. Time waits for no one. If things progressed any further, he feared he might soon become one of the 4 sovereigns. Next task, climb a tree. Climb a tree. Xiao Yan's brow furrowed with confusion, while Zhao Yi and Ding Yaoqing exchanged thoughtful glances. Exactly. Wu Qi sketched a quick diagram on paper. A stick figure stood perfectly upright, perpendicular to the trunk at a precise 90-degree angle. How on earth is that possible? Xiao Yan muttered, dumbfounded. At that moment, Zhao Yi spoke up. I see it. A spark lit Zhao Yi's eyes. He strode instantly to a towering tree and stepped upward. In the next instant, he slipped and slid back down. Yet after several attempts, he finally stood steady upon its bark. I understand now. It's about the subtle manipulation of spiritual energy. Brother Wu, I grasp your intention completely. His very address of Wu Qi had shifted, signifying newfound reverence. Brother Wu means that our prior use of spiritual energy has been excessively crude. Though foundational spirit techniques enhance attack power or speed, they waste vast quantities of energy. In combat, every iota of spiritual energy is precious. When opponents possess roughly equal reserves, conserving even a trace translates directly into preserved combat efficacy. He turned his gaze toward Wu Qi. Brother Wu, surely there's a third stage. Ah yes, water walking. Just as I suspected. Zhao Yi paced excitedly before turning to Wu Qi. Brother Wu, may I publish a scholarly paper on these 2 methods, eh? Of course, the authorship will remain yours. I only wish to disseminate this methodology widely. In Xia State, spiritual energy research remained underdeveloped. Time itself had been too scarce. Compounding this were covert and overt hostilities from foreign powers, leaving many critical domains neglected. Take for instance the fine control of spiritual energy. Elite apostles naturally mastered such subtlety, but for novice apostles the situation was dire. Most pursued flashy high-impact techniques while neglecting foundational control, rendering their spiritual energy usage grossly inefficient. Nor could one truly blame them. Schools taught only rudimentary control techniques. Refined methodologies remained absent from curricula. Children of aristocratic families needed no such instruction. But what of those from humble origins? Wu Qi's approach differed fundamentally: simple, effective, accessible, and most crucially resource-light. Never underestimate seemingly trivial training. Like a pane of glass, its transparency remains invisible until shattered. It's entirely unimportant to me. But please, do not use my name. Publish it under your own if you wish. He considered the method utterly inconsequential, and having long since forfeited anonymity, he wished fervently to avoid further fame. Yet these words struck Zhao Yi with profound emotion. Regardless of Wu Qi's motives, such open generosity far surpassed the hoarding secrecy of entrenched noble houses. He understood withholding superior methods, but actively suppressing others who discovered similar insights than enforcing monopolies. That was despicable. You feasted, but must you deny others sustenance? Thus he resolved whatever Wu Qi intended, he would act with integrity. Brother Wu, you have my word. I know precisely what to do. Wu Qi. A suspicious hunch flickered. What scheme is he scheming now? Thereafter Zhao Yi guided Xiao Yin through tree climbing. He and Ding Yaoqing grasped the principle effortlessly, yet Xiao Yin remained entrenched in his ingrained habit explosive allure-nothing bursts of spiritual energy. He kept exhausting his reserves mid-ascent. Don't unleash energy all at once. Merely coat your soles with a thin layer. Then add minute protrusions to grip the bark. You're expending far too much energy. Scale it back. Thud. Xiao Yin plummeted from the tree. Without his weighted vest the fall might have been harmless, but the vest did more than burden it actively disrupted spiritual energy flow exacerbating his already shaky control. Yet he uttered no complaint, only trained with fiercer resolve. Opportunity had eluded him before, and now that it had arrived, he would never squander it. After all, this was a publishable methodology for spiritual energy cultivation. While Xiao Yin practiced climbing, Wu Qi began training Zhao Yi and Ding Yaoqing. Brother Wu, no need for anything overly precious. Zhao Yi felt already indebted beyond measure. Continuing thus, he feared he'd never repay the debt. Relax, I don't have anything precious. Here, both of you blindfold yourselves. He'll attack, you evade. They nodded, assuming this was reaction speed training, then complied, covering their eyes. They'd practiced similar drills at home. The foundational spirit technique circle functioned identically. By dispersing spiritual energy around oneself, one could sense intruding energy, the instant it breached that sphere, enabling immediate evasion. Zhao Yi braced himself, then in the next breath, crack, he flew backward headfirst, embedding himself deep into the trunk of a nearby tree. Crack. Zhao Yi pulled his head out from the tree, 2 streams of blood dripping from his nose, and his gaze had become slightly dazed. Xiao Yin, who was training beside him, was left speechless in shock. No way, you were way too harsh. It's fine. It's fine. Zhao Yi hurriedly stopped Xiao Yin and then stumbled off in a diagonal direction. Hey, where are you going? Xiao Yin shouted urgently. Oh, it's this way, Xiao Yin. There's nothing wrong yet. He couldn't even walk in a straight line. Great-grandma, why are you here? Are you going home with her? Damn it, don't go with her. Xiao Yin quickly pressed him down to let him rest for a while before he recovered. This is way too dangerous. How about we just forget it? You guys have money and power, so there's no need to rush, right? Resources do not equate to strength. Many wealthy and powerful people can't stand out. His current strength was that of a 3-star apostle, which was already considered outstanding among students of the same age, but he knew it wasn't enough. Those guys were advancing at a terrifying speed. If he didn't seize this opportunity to improve, he would never catch up. But you'll die like this. Then that just shows my awareness level. Zhao Yi pushed him aside and walked step by step back to Wu Qi. Xiao Yin watched Zhao Yi's silhouette, a complex feeling welling up inside him. He questioned himself. He was training hard too, but did he really have Zhao Yi's determination to risk his life? Wu Ge, don't you use spiritual energy? I don't know how. Wu Qi spread his hands. Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned, then he instantly understood Wu Qi's meaning. So you mean to evade attacks when the opponent isn't using spiritual energy? No, I just simply want to hit you. I got it. Wu Qi, what did you understand? Then let's continue. Zhao Yi returned to his original position. Even without using spiritual energy, he was still confident in evading. The wind generated by swinging the stick, the attacker's state of mind, and even their breath frequency could serve as. Boom. Zhao Yi was sent flying again. In the same spot, the same hole, he felt a thunderous ringing in his head as stars appeared around him. This time he took even longer to recover before slowly standing up. There were no warnings. Zhao Yi realized he was wrong again. Wu Qi's attacks carried no air currents, not even the slightest trace. How could he dodge that? I understand now. At that moment, Ding Yaoqing came over and sat down in the same spot. Ding Jia, aren't you pushing yourself too hard? It's fine. Since it's training, we will inevitably face danger. Xiao Yin paused again. He thought Wu Qi should know Ding Jia's physical condition and would likely hold back. Boom. Ding Yaoqing was also sent flying. There was no mercy whatsoever. So does that mean mental strength is useless? Ding Yaoqing scratched her chin, her lower body transparent, a halo appearing above her head, wings sprouting from her back. Ding Jia's soul was knocked out. Fortunately, the soul quickly re-entered, and Ding Yaoqing regained her composure. Wu Ge, how am I supposed to dodge this? Zhao Yi felt he was too stupid to understand Wu Qi's thoughts. I remember it was something like intuition. It's something similar. Intuition. Yes, it seems to have the ability to sense the opponent's attacks, understand their emotions and psychological thoughts, and at higher levels, even foresee the future. The 3 of them were instantly dumbfounded. They just wanted to simply improve their strength. Isn't this going a bit overboard? Moreover, didn't you say this wasn't precious? If this spiritual technique were to be revealed, people outside would probably go crazy trying to get it. This is just one aspect. There are also 2 other techniques of the same type. One can enhance defense and attack, just like spiritual energy, while the other can instantly incapacitate over 10,000 people. Xiao Yin and Zhao Yi instantly recalled the energy Wu Qi had emitted before. So that was it. Wu Ge, this skill is way too precious, isn't it? Precious. Whether it's useful is another question. Zhao Yi and the others automatically interpreted this as whether they could even learn it was uncertain. Wu Ge, please rest assured we will definitely study hard. Refusing any further would appear pretentious. They had decided to respect Wu Qi like their teacher from now on. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was time for the first monthly exam. During this time, a nationwide sensation occurred. All high schools added a training course, and the content of the training was precisely the tree climbing and water walking methods provided by Wu Qi. Moreover, it was specially noted in the book that this technique was provided by a person unwilling to reveal their name. Then flipping to the next page, there was a huge photo of Wu Qi occupying both sides of the page. Indeed, Wu Ge said he didn't want to be famous, but he never said he couldn't have his photo published. Since Wu Ge liked geniuses, why not promote his name as a master and attract more civilian talents? What he didn't know was that this method was even better than he imagined. Many apprentice apostles were extremely grateful to Wu Qi as this gave them an opportunity for further advancement. Of course, Wu Qi was unaware of this matter. He was busy training the three of them, and during his free time, he watched TV, played games, and enjoyed a carefree life. As for points, there was no need to worry. It was said that after Zhao Yi published a paper, the point issue was directly resolved, and they could just go take the exam. However, such days were soon coming to an end. At this time, many students at the entrance of Tianyang one high school were excitedly watching the school gate. The monthly exam was about to begin, and many top-ranking students who had been training outside had returned. Look, they're coming. It's Fang Jie, ranked 10th. He was already a one-star apostle before the summer vacation. I wonder how far he has progressed now. The people around him aren't weak either. It's said that his team is composed entirely of apostles, so they will definitely have one of them participating in the college entrance examination. It's rumored that they also invited a powerful external aide aiming to seize the first position. Zhang Linlin followed Fang Jie, feeling an unprecedented sense of vanity, a feeling she couldn't experience while being around Xiaoyan. Although Xiaoyan's family was quite wealthy, sometimes feelings couldn't be measured by money. Linlin, that Xiaoyan still hasn't arrived. Could it be he's too afraid to show up? Asked Zhang Linlin's best friend beside her. Haha, who knows? Probably just bragged himself into a corner and now fears losing face, chuckled another friend. Students around them murmured among themselves, fueled by deliberate whispers. The wager between them had already spread across the entire school. Many eagerly awaited Xiaoyan's humiliation. Think about it. How could a mere apprentice possibly ascend to full apostle status in under a month? Utterly overestimating himself. This time he'll disgrace himself beyond redemption. Meanwhile, inside the Xiao family villa, Xiaoyan's parents watched the televised exam with tense silence. The monthly assessment was being broadcast live citywide. They too worried for Xiaoyan, not about embarrassment, but for his safety. They knew their son, while he would never back out from a challenge out of shame. Yet such rapid advancement in so short a time must have cost him dearly. Elsewhere at Tianyang City Square, 4 massive screens displayed real-time feeds from 4 schools. Whoa-ho-ho, look, there's my son Fang Jie. Oh my, so that's Fang Jie's mother. Whoa-ho-ho, I'm so-and-so's mother. Just look how lovely my daughter is. Let's exchange WeChat contacts. A middle-aged woman wearing thick gold bangles clapped her hand over her mouth, laughing heartily. Certainly worth braving the scorching heat just to flaunt herself here, far better than watching quietly at home. Oh dear, which child is yours? Would you like my son to give them some guidance? I'd even be happy to share my parenting wisdom. Whoa-ho-ho. The woman slapped Xiao Bai hard on the shoulder. He crossed his arms, his forehead dotted with exasperated hash marks. I'll kill you tonight, straight at your place. Wait, why are we watching this here when we bought a TV? Xiao Bai grumbled. They'd worked several days straight just to afford that second-hand set. Wasn't it all pointless? At that, number 7 ahead of him radiated palpable resentment. This live stream is exclusively licensed by a certain app. If you watch at home, you need a premium subscription. Number 7 muttered darkly, then exploded. Our national television system has been ruined by these subscriptions. I pay for cable. Why must I also pay for memberships? Damn it. Even the landlord's toddler couldn't watch Teletubbies. They'd resort to pirated streams only for the parent to arrive right as an ad cut in. Macau Royal. This month alone rent spiked 8 times in just 3 days. Bro. Calm down. Xiao Bai and the others hastily grabbed number 7 and dragged him away, fearing further outbursts might draw unwanted attention. Just then a louder cheer erupted from within. It's Lin Zilong, the top-ranked Lin Zilong and his team. Fang Jie's cheerful expression instantly darkened. For figures approached slowly from afar. Leading them, Lin Zilong wore his school uniform draped loosely over his frame, hands buried deep in his pockets, eyes half-lidded, as if perpetually sleep-deprived. The 3 beside him ranked among the top 8 at Tianyang. 1 high. Hey, brother Long, wake up a little. There are actually some promising contenders this round. Look, Fang Jie, that peacock has shown real progress. A shorter student grinned as he spoke. Behind him stood a towering giant over 2 meters tall, shouldering a colossal axe broad as a door panel. The last was a striking young woman. Lin Zilong glanced dismissively at Fang Jie. I hold no interest in him. His voice carried clearly. Fang Jie heard every word, his handsome features twisting instantly into cold fury. Just then another voice rang out. Look, it's Yi Fanxian, Deputy Student Council President, and ranked 3rd in school. Odd. Why hasn't the student council president appeared? No idea. He's been absent since the semester began. As the two groups converged, Lin Zilong remarked with faint mockery, "Where's your president? Without him, this monthly exam will be dreadfully dull." Yi Fanxian adjusted his glasses. "Even without the president, I guarantee our student council secures its advancement quota. As for you, don't stumble and tarnish the school's honor." Heh, I'm still waiting for someone who can make me stumble." Lin Zilong stretched lazily before they all entered the school gate. "Everyone Fang Jie began. But Lin Zilong's group didn't spare him a glance, walking past him as if he were air. Fang Jie's face contorted with rage. "These bastards." Then he noticed Zhang Linlin gazing at Lin Zilong and his companions with undisguised admiration, and his tone turned venomous. "What are you staring at?" Zhang Linlin snapped back to attention and stammered, "Nothing. I wasn't looking at anything." "Humph. Remember your place, you're mine. I lifted you up and I can cast you down just as easily." "Understood." Zhang Linlin nodded frantically. At the square, the middle-aged woman bit her handkerchief and dialed her son's number. "Son, during the exam, crush those arrogant fools beneath you. Your mother spent a fortune raising you, not to become a laughingstock." On-screen, Fang Jie's expression grew even darker. Soon all participants assembled on the sports field. Time ticked steadily forward as every candidate gathered there. Lin Zilong scanned the crowd, then frowned. "Strange. Where's the one who invented the foundational Qi microcontrol training method?" "You mean Wu Qi? He's paired with Xiao Yan. Their team's comparatively weak, likely disqualified for insufficient strength." Zhao Yi concealed his true identity. Ding Yaoqing attended Sanyuan High, a school with little prestige. Though she excelled academically there, few outside recognized her potential, especially since she rarely demonstrated her abilities publicly. What a pity. I truly looked forward to testing myself against him. After all, the creator of the foundational Qi microcontrol training method must possess formidable skill. Shame this exam is so exceptional. Time neared the appointed hour. The principal checked his watch, regretful that several promising candidates hadn't appeared yet unwilling to delay further. He cleared his throat and stepped onto the podium. I'll say just a few words." But before he could continue, a sharp sound echoed overhead. Everyone looked up to see silhouettes plummeting vertically from the sky. "SHD." The principal cursed aloud, then ducked instinctively behind Wu Qi's homeroom teacher. Boom. Dust billowed. From the haze emerged 4 figures. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust, and there before the crowd stood Zhao Yi, Ding Yaoqing, Xiao Yan, and an unfamiliar man. Right on time. How brother glanced at his wristwatch and smiled. He had appeared here because Wu Qi's team lacked a supervising teacher, so he volunteered. Conveniently, he'd even had Xiao Bai forge a teaching qualification certificate. These people, the students below, gazed up at Xiao Yan and the others on stage, ragged, torn clothing clinging to their bodies as if they'd just fled a catastrophe. Though their appearances were battered, their bearing radiated an unmistakable, transformed aura. Before her television screen, Xiao Yan's mother wept uncontrollably. Her son stood before her, yet that haggard visage spoke of unspeakable hardship endured. Like beggars. Zhang Linlin scoffed coldly from below, but her eyes kept flickering involuntarily toward Xiao Yan. "So cool. Gao Yun, we need an entrance like this during our college entrance exam." Lin Zilong's eyes sparkled with gold as he excitedly tugged at his shorter companion's sleeve. "Spare us. This would get us disqualified." Gao Yun, the shorter one, sighed in exasperation. "Hey students, enough posing. You've held that pose for 5 whole minutes. Step down, please. The monthly exam is about to begin." The principal muttered, darkly, veins pulsing at his temples. "Damn it. I've waited forever for my moment to shine, only for you fools to steal the spotlight." "My apologies, principal." Xiao Yan grinned cheerfully as he greeted him, then descended the podium one by one. Just as expected, until everyone froze in disbelief, Wu Qi flattened into a wafer-thin disc on the floor, now rose shakily, and began to shuffle forward. "What was that thing?" "All right. Now that everyone's assembled, let me outline the rules for this monthly exam. As you all know, this is a joint examination among 4 academies to be held within the secret realm beyond Tianyang City." At those words, every student's eyes lit up. The very word secret realm evoked visions of rare resources, especially spirit beasts whose essence could yield precious cultivation techniques, thereby amplifying their strength. However, I must emphasize several critical rules. First, killing is strictly forbidden. Any student who causes another's death will be immediately disqualified from this exam. Second, teams consist of exactly 4 members. Should even one student withdraw, the entire team forfeits eligibility. Third, strict adherence to academy regulations is mandatory. No prohibited artifacts or enhancers may be used to artificially boost personal power. Violators face expulsion from the academy. Fourth, the rest were standard stipulations, tedious perhaps, yet indispensable. After all, no one could predict what mischief the students might devise. "Hey Zhao Yi." Wu Qi suddenly nudged Zhao Yi's arm from below. "Brother Wu, what is it?" "No, it's just, do I imagine it, or is everyone staring at me?" Those unblinking gazes made his knees tremble. "Ahem, perhaps it's our attire." "Oh, Brother Wu, you didn't eat breakfast, did you? I've got 2 steamed buns here." Zhao Yi hastily changed the subject, voice tinged with guilt. "Oh, thanks." Wu Qi instantly brightened, devouring the buns with cheerful enthusiasm. In summary, These are the essential points to remember. I hereby declare this monthly exam officially begins. His words had barely faded when a colossal formation erupted across the courtyard, and in the next breath, every student vanished. Whoosh. When consciousness returned, they found themselves standing in a pitch-black chamber, each bearing a numbered badge affixed to their chest. Welcome to your first trial. I am Tianxin, your chief examiner. A melodious female voice resonated from the darkness, followed by the emergence of a statuesque mature woman stepping gracefully from the shadows. Wow, such vibrant, spirited young scholars. Tianxin smiled warmly, her charm sending ripples of flustered awe through the crowd. Enough pleasantries. I'll now briefly explain the examination rules. First, the number on your chest badge serves as your official identification throughout the exam. Lose it and you're disqualified permanently. I have a question. A boy in black school uniform raised his hand. Please proceed. Is the numbering random? No, it is not. Tianxin's smile deepened, radiant and knowing. Your numbers reflect your relative strength, ranked precisely by faculty from all 4 academies, descending from highest to lowest. In short, your badge number is a direct testament to your cultivation prowess. Instantly, every student looked down at their own badge. What a 2000th. That's impossibly low. I refuse to believe it. Fake. I couldn't possibly rank only in the low thousands. Brilliant. I'm in the top 1,000. Meanwhile, Wu Qi's face drained of color. His badge bore a single stark numeral, 1. Wu Qi. Whoosh. In that instant, he felt 100 burning stares pierce his back like sharpened needles. Hey brother Xiao, let's swap badges. No way. Xiao Yan clutched his badge tightly. He'd known this schemer had ulterior motives. At worst, I'll draw the attention of Feng Jie's team, but you'll be targeted by everyone. But you're the protagonist. This kind of spotlight belongs to you. Wu Qi pleaded urgently. Apologies, I'm still an unripe protagonist. You're like a cactus, growing at a snail's pace. Sorry, I'm simply this inept. Xiao Yan replied, utterly unapologetic. Wu Qi, this kid had clearly gone rogue. Aren't we brothers? Wu Qi attempted the emotional appeal. We could not be. Wu Qi, damn it. This stubborn fool resisted both coaxing and pressure. Quiet please. Tianxin clapped sharply and continued. This exam employs a weighted scoring system. Final scores depend entirely on your exit order from the passage ahead. I shall lead. I walk first, you follow closely behind until we reach its terminus. Of course, merely following me would be far too simple. Along the way, countless perils await you. At this, Tianxin's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. By the way, should you overlook a single detail, death here remains a distinct possibility. She added, eyes twinkling with quiet amusement, sparking immediate chaos among the students. Wait, the rules explicitly forbid fatalities, someone cried out in alarm. But did you read carefully? It states students may not kill one another. Not that danger itself is prohibited, though instructors will strive to maintain control, while accidents do happen. This is utterly irresponsible. Then you're free to opt out of the exam. Tianxin snapped her fingers, and a door materialized behind them. Students wishing to leave, please exit through this door. One more note, since this exam is conducted in teams, if even a single member chooses to withdraw, the entire team will be disqualified. Please deliberate carefully. Let's avoid unnecessary rifts. No sooner had she spoken than several students immediately strode toward the door. I'm here to take the exam, not to risk my life. Sorry, I'm afraid to die. We're just students, we shouldn't sacrifice ourselves for something like this. In an instant, a wave of candidates chose to withdraw. Hey second brother, don't do this. Let's push forward together. Didn't we vow to strive side by side for the Gaokao? A student stepped forward and called out. I'm sorry, I'm terrified. But your withdrawal endangers our entire team. If you walk out, we all lose our eligibility. The student spoke with rising agitation. After a moment's hesitation, the second brother clenched his teeth. I'm sorry. And without another glance, he strode resolutely through the door. At that moment, Tianxin spoke again. Please have the rest of their team follow them. Let's not waste precious exam time. Several students trudged reluctantly toward the door. How fortunate. Wu Qi watched the departing crowd in silence, and tears streamed down his cheeks. He longed to leave too. But the problem was, he glanced around, only to find himself completely surrounded. A profound sorrow welled up within him. There's no way out. In the blink of an eye, 1/5 of the crowd vanished. Seeing no further withdrawals, Tianxin snapped her fingers once more. The door dissolved into nothingness. Honestly, what utter weaklings. Clearly this is merely the first trial designed to test courage. Think logically, would the school truly allow students to die? A lavishly dressed young man swept his fringe aside with practiced nonchalance as he spoke. Hearing his words, several anxious students instantly relaxed. So it was all just intimidation. Excuse me, what then is the true objective of this exam? Someone hurried over to stand beside the elegant student. Hear it and know the school has always emphasized the triad of heart, body, and skill. Since the first trial unfolds under such conditions, it must be testing physical endurance. I see. Those nearby gazed upon him with sudden reverence. Exactly the admiration he relished. I am the true genius, he mused inwardly. They ranked me 267th. An unforgivable insult. Once this exam concludes, I Hua Leitang shall prove to all of Tianyang City that I am its most extraordinary prodigy. Lin Zilong standing beside him cast a sidelong glance, then quietly sidestepped several paces away. Senior brother, what's wrong? Keep your distance. Idiocy is contagious. Hua Leitang shot him a furious glare. Enough. Everyone, be still. I now declare this examination officially begins. Come along, my dear boys and girls. Follow me. Qianxin turned and strode into the darkness. Instantly, every student surged forward behind her. Don't shove. Don't shove. Let me get to the back, please. Wu Qi's desperate cries pierced the crowd. Being at the very front made him conspicuous, but the surging tide behind bore him relentlessly forward. Moments later, the crisp tap of high heels echoed around them. In the suffocating blackness, only Tianxin's silhouette remained faintly visible. Think about it, this is merely the first trial meant only to screen out those with inadequate fundamentals. At this pace it should conclude in roughly half an hour. Hua Leitang exuded quiet confidence in his stamina. Though physical endurance wasn't his strongest suit, 30 minutes posed no challenge. With that thought, he subtly quickened his pace to catch up with the vanguard, determined to secure a top ranking. Yet 3 hours passed, and Hua Leitang staggered listlessly at the rear. Thump, thump. One student after another collapsed around him, eyes hollow with despair. How is this possible? How could it last so long? It should have ended long ago. Hua Leitang broke down. His teammates had fallen far earlier after dragging them for a short stretch, had abandoned them entirely, his own willpower already spent. He could no longer see the main group ahead. Darkness rushed in from all sides, swallowing sight and sound alike, leaving only the thunderous drum-like pounding of his own heart echoing in his ears. By the way, if you're careless, dying here is entirely possible. Hua Leitang suddenly recalled Tianxin's words, and terror flooded his soul. Could it be? I really might die here. At that thought, he crumpled onto the floor, staring into the abyss, certain some unspeakable horror lurked within its depths. I refuse to continue. Hua Leitang wheeled around to crawl backward, only to freeze as a pair of blazing red eyes locked onto him. A blood-curdling scream reverberated through the corridor. The number of remaining candidates grows ever smaller. Xiaoyan frowned, scanning the dwindling crowd. Truth be told, were it not for Wu Qi's brutal training regimen, he'd have collapsed long ago. Yet something unsettled him, had too many vanished. Zhao Yi. His voice died mid-sentence, as the surrounding students vanished without trace. His eyes widened in dawning alarm. Then in the next breath, reality itself twisted around him. The oppressive blackness dissolved, replaced by a familiar room. This is... Xiaoyan looked around. It was unmistakably his own bedroom. He pushed open the door, only to find the living room pitch black, yet pierced by a faint rhythmic dripping sound. Xiaoyan moved slowly toward the sound. When he reached the center of the living room, he saw a man standing motionless, knife in hand. The dripping came from crimson droplets falling steadily from the blade's tip. Before him lay two figures slumped on the floor, their wounds bleeding profusely. They were Xiaoyan's parents. Clutching their injuries, they stared at him in stunned disbelief. Mom, Dad, Xiaoyan roared, and spiritual energy erupted from his body as he lunged at the man. But in the next instant, he was sent flying by a single brutal kick. Cough, cough. Xiaoyan sprang back to his feet, only to lock eyes with the man's face. His pupils contracted violently. For the man standing there was himself. Forgive me, I have no choice. I need power, boundless, limitless power. With those words, he raised the bloodstained blade. You monster. Zhao Yi, I entrust everything to you. A man who had been reduced to half his body gave a bitter, grim smile to Zhao Yi. Silence followed. Around him were people Zhao Yi knew, companions and foes alike. But now each lay on the ground with unwilling, open eyes, motionless and still. Lao Li Qingqing Tian Ge, Zhao Yi murmured as he looked at the fallen. Though he knew they were illusions, seeing them again still sent ripples through his heart. Boom. A towering explosion shattered the air. He turned and saw 12 figures shrouded in shadow walking toward him. Let the world dance. A blast echoed. In a hospital ward, Ding Yaoqing lay on her bed, yet could hear the conversation outside with unnerving clarity. Give it up. Her body is too frail. If she continues to cultivate, her flesh will not be able to sustain that vast spirit. Even a mental suppressor would be useless, a doctor sighed. Another voice replied, no need to explain, I understand. Inject her with the new experimental serum. But sir, if we do that, she will not live past 20, someone protested. It does not matter. Inject her. The Ding family cannot have such disgrace, the man said coldly. A woman begged anxiously, brother, can't we try another way? Yaoqing becoming like this is not entirely her fault. Enough, no more. I told you that matter is closed. She is as she is, there is no point blaming others now, the man said firmly. By the way, the Zheng family has an experiment that needs her. When she is 18, well, marry her into their household to secure resources back for Yaowu, someone added. Brother, that experiment is. Enough, I have decided. It will be so, he cut in. After a moment's silence, the woman said decisively, fine, but I have one request. What is it? Since you do not care for her, I want to take her to Tianyang. Do as you please. Footsteps drew near, and in the ward, Ding Yaoqing slowly closed her eyes. Outside, those watching the video of the exam were incredulous as they saw all the students collapse. What kind of test is this? Someone demanded. Why did they all fall? Seriously, this exam is impossible. No, not everyone fell. There is one left. All eyes turned to the screen. Wu Qi stared blankly at his surroundings. Behind him lay a vast sheet of white with a black circle painted on it, and in front of him stood a group of teachers. Not affected at all. No wonder the principal put him first, a mustached teacher exclaimed in surprise. He has indomitable spirit and is immune to any illusion. He followed me straight out. What a remarkable boy, the teacher praised. Qianxin licked his lips intrigued. Outside the square, the crowd watched the TV in astonishment. Impossible, someone cried. My son hasn't come out yet, and he comes out first. Who is this child? A middle-aged woman shouted, clutching her handkerchief. Ahem. The man in seat 7 cleared his throat and raised his hand. Sorry, my child is not very promising, not at all, he protested awkwardly. And yet he simply took first. We hardly trained him, and still he got first. How on earth do we explain that? Calm down, calm down. Haha. Everyone fell silent, secretly fuming. Xiaobai, take 10 yuan and book the most expensive table at the Tianyang Grand Restaurant. Lobster and abalone, spare no expense. Xiaobai was speechless. Is he trying to show us up? In the exam hall, Wu Qi bewildered asked, Teacher, where are the others? He had merely followed the teacher and emerged in less than 10 minutes. They didn't come out, someone replied. You are the first. I'm first. Wu Qi muttered. What is going on? How is he first again? This is infuriating. Everyone was silent. It was said these people were like a single family. What a provoking thing to say. Wu Qi turned and touched the black circle. How do I go in? Do you want to go back? Yes, my friends are still inside. He could not have the first place cap placed on his head so easily. The teacher sighed. His character was plain to see. Careless of his own safety, he rushed out only to save his companions. They made silent notes. When Wu Qi returned inside, he found everyone wearing twisted expressions as if they had been tormented by nightmares. What did they dream of? Wu Qi wondered. A moment later, white circles appeared above Xiao Yan's head, the last of which played back what Xiao Yan had experienced. As the executioner's blade was about to fall, Wu Qi threw a punch. Thud. The fake Xiao Yan's eyes fluttered, his tongue-lolled stars circled his head, and he toppled over. Xiao Yan was speechless. In Zhao Yi's dream, the leading man spoke to him in a cold voice, let this world dance. In his despair, the indistinct face suddenly became Wu Qi's, who abruptly produced 2 lengths of red cloth from behind. He chanted something like, King Sing Nami Na. Drums beat. Beat the drums, strike the gong. They sang a ridiculous refrain about carrying a missile to market. The 12 waved red cloths bobbed their heads and began to dance, hips swinging. Zhao Yi was speechless. Our goal is to conquer the world. Our motto is no cavities. Action. They advanced toward Zhao Yi, dancing the yanga. Zhao Yi, join us. Embrace the evolution of light. Zhao Yi was unmoved. Why would I join you? They'll just join my grandmother's yanga troupe. She's more professional than you. What? Someone more professional than us. All of you depart and find his grandmother. With that, the 12 twisted their waists and strode off into the distance. Zhao Yi muttered. You all come back here. In the hospital, Ding Yaoqing slowly opened her eyes and saw the doctors watching her. Rest assured, the experiment was a success. Ding Yaoqing looked at her hands and feet in confusion and saw no obvious change. What effect does the experiment have? She asked. This experiment is the greatest of its kind. It will benefit the entire world, the doctor declared, arms outstretched and elated. Then the doctor's face shifted into Wu Qi's, and he seized her hand. Congratulations, you have become a boy. Ding Yaoqing was speechless. There are many people unhappy with their gender in this world, and my experiment perfectly solves that problem, Wu Qi proclaimed. He yanked the bedsheet hard. Come look at your sexy little leg hair. Ding Yaoqing was stunned. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, stop. Ding Yaoqing seized a nearby rack and hurled it wildly at the doctor. Moments later, the 3 abruptly sat upright from the ground. Phew, saved by Brother Wu. Strange. Why do your faces look so pale? Xiao Yan stared in astonishment at Zhao Yi and Ding Yaoqing. What kind of dream had they endured? Even their ironclad wills had crumbled, leaving them trembling uncontrollably, their auras visibly frayed and weakened. Nothing much, just a sudden realization that no obstacle in life is truly insurmountable. Zhao Yi murmured wistfully. He could scarcely fathom the sheer psychological devastation he'd suffered upon witnessing his grandmother rise as leader of a 12-member squad, and then lead her square dance legion to conquer the entire world. Oh my, finally awake. I've been terrified out of my wits. Wu Qi wiped tears from his eyes. Wait, what's wrong with you two? Why won't you look up? We're terrified too. The 2 sighed inwardly. Just as they regained consciousness, almost simultaneously others sprawled across the floor, began clutching their heads, and rising shakily to their feet. An illusion. Lin Zilong massaged his temples. Oh, it must have been auditory hypnosis, triggered by our teacher's high-heeled footsteps. The effect likely manifests our deepest fears. The short man shook his head, then placed both hands upon his 2 teammates. Spiritual energy surged from his palms, and moments later, they stirred back to awareness. Others likewise employed their own methods to rouse their still unconscious comrades. Well, we've lost, just once. What do you mean? The short man frowned in confusion. I was among the second wave to awaken, but when I opened my eyes, he was already up. Lin Zilong pointed his thumb toward Wu Qi. No, He may never have fallen under the spell at all. Yi Fanchuan, vice president of the student council, stepped forward and adjusted his glasses. What a terrifying individual, Lin Zilong declared, yet his expression grew even more exhilarated. Nearby Xiao Yan scanned the surroundings and asked, "Where's teacher Tianxin?" "Oh, she's already outside. I noticed you hadn't followed, so I came back to find you." At those words, everyone froze in stunned silence. Most had assumed he'd simply awakened early, never imagining he'd actually exited and returned. "How long did you run?" Yi Fanxian asked immediately. "About 3 minutes. Hearing Wu Qi's reply, several students fell into thoughtful silence. So this trial tests the heart. If so, perhaps the tunnel isn't long at all. No, it won't be that simple. Zhao Yi shook his head. This assessment mirrors the Gaokao. If it were merely illusion, it would be far too trivial. As the group spoke, Ding Yaoqing suddenly cried out, "Careful, something's coming." All turned sharply toward the rear, hearing guttural roars grow steadily louder. Then a staggering figure emerged into view. Instantly, everyone braced for combat. As the figure drew near, they recognized it instantly. A zombie. Indeed, an undead creature straight from cinema. And behind it, a horde surged forth. Grah. Their crimson eyes locked onto Wu Qi and the others before they lunged forward with deafening roars. "Leave this to me." One student inhaled deeply. Fire God's breath. A torrent of flame erupted down the corridor, engulfing every zombie in an instant. Success. The student exulted, only for his face to fall the next moment as the zombies strode and scathed from the inferno. "Impossible. Fool. Their very existence is illusory. Of course your attack missed." Lin Zilong rolled his eyes. "Then, can we just ignore them?" No. This environment was conjured collectively by multiple apostles designed to trap minds in illusion. Pass through unshaken and it dissolves a falter, even once, and the illusions harden into reality. No sooner had Ding Yaoqing finished speaking than grotesque entities poured from the shadows behind cockroaches, specters, demonic beasts, chaotic and monstrous. The illusion's mechanism is precise. Deny their threat entirely and their attacks cannot harm you. But let doubt flicker even for an instant and their strikes will strike true. As for why our attacks fail, it's because these phantoms are born from the unconscious students lying prone. Until they awaken, the illusions persist. Hardly had the words left her lips when the horde crashed upon them. True to Ding Yaoqing's warning, disbelief shielded them, yet theory proved infinitely easier than practice. These manifestations were unervingly lifelike. The slightest tremor of hesitation invited immediate assault. And once struck, the searing pain would relentlessly reinforce the illusion's reality. Earlier, Wu Qi had assured them the tunnel could be cleared in under an hour. Yet another full hour had passed with no exit in sight. "You said it would take only minutes." Fang Jie burst out. "Yes, I emerged swiftly myself." Wu Qi replied, puzzled, then paused, startled before a quiet thrill surged within him. Wait, was this a miscalculation? Did this mean they now held him in lower regard? Glancing surreptitiously behind him, he confirmed it. Some students now watched him with skepticism. Others whispered, lowly questioning his reputation. Unexpected dividends indeed. He was still savoring the thought when a languid voice cut through the air. "Fools! How dare the lower-ranked question the might of Tianyang's number one?" Lin Zilong didn't even deign to glance back. Yi Fanxian adjusted his glasses again. "I've heard he thrives on cultivating talent, nurturing them until they mature enough to challenge him directly. Think carefully. If he'd simply let us out himself, what purpose would we serve? This defies his philosophy." "Wu Qi, how did this escalate to philosophy? What philosophy do I even have? I barely know how to spell the word. After all, he selflessly disseminated his training methods to all. Yet you doubt him." The short man scoffed. Instantly the crowd grasped the truth, and many turned to Wu Qi with quiet remorse. No, of course people should speak freely, right?" Wu Qi hastily interjected. "True, such idle chatter leaves no mark on him." Lin Zilong realized he'd overreached. More precisely, he simply doesn't see it. Would an elephant heed an ant's provocation? His gaze is fixed solely on the most gifted few. Yi Fanxian remarked coolly. "Wu Qi, stop twisting my words, you bastards." At that moment, several branching paths materialized ahead. "Seems we've reached the second trial. Then, farewell for now. From here onward, each path belongs to its master." With that, Lin Zilong's, Yi Fanchuan's, and Wu Qi's teams each chose a passage and vanished into the depths. Fang Jie chose Wu Qi's group, not because he believed Wu Qi was leading them, but because he regarded himself as Wu Qi's equal, not his subordinate. Yet only 3 paths lay before them, so he selected this one. First, Xiao Yan was already here. Second, since Wu Qi's team clearly intended to cultivate new talent rather than dominate through force, the others in his group posed no real threat. As he pondered this, he sneered ahead, only to freeze. Everyone else, including Xiao Yan and his 2 companions, ran normally, nothing amiss there. But one figure moved utterly out of sync with the rest. Wu Qi drove with one hand and sipped a beverage with the other. "Wait, how are you driving?" Fang Jie roared. "Huh. Oh, I'm tired from running." Wu Qi replied, utterly unbothered. "Oh, I see. You're tired. So that explains absolutely nothing. You get tired and just start driving? Referee, this is a violation." Fang Jie bellowed. Outside, the instructors stared in silence. Though driving was admittedly excessive, they'd combed through every rule, yet found not a single clause forbidding it. After all, who would ever imagine someone could drive in Wu Qi pressed a button on the vehicle. With a series of rapid, seamless transformations, it unfolded and reshaped itself into a fully equipped motorhome. Hey Zhao Air, you and the others hop in and take the wheel for a bit. I need to shower. Referee, he's going to shower. The instructors exchanged glances. Mr. Wu Qi, please exercise some restraint and consider your classmates' morale. A voice crackled over the intercom in the darkness. Reluctantly, Wu Qi abandoned his shower plans. Others, weary from running, eyed the slow-moving vehicle and attempted to leap aboard for a brief respite, only for the vehicle to suddenly buck, flinging them off like startled sparrows. Then before the stunned crowd, the vehicle raised a sign bearing bold, unmistakable words. Get lost, this is a private vehicle. Everyone stood speechless. Had the vehicle gained sentience? Or was this an extension of Wu Qi's spiritual ability? Their envy had little time to fester. Soon Zhao Yi braked sharply. Ahead loomed a sheer, bottomless chasm. Wu Qi and his companions disembarked. With a press of his finger, Wu Qi triggered the vehicle's retraction sequence, its form collapsing inward, folding layer upon layer until it shrank into a palm-sized box, which he slipped into his backpack. Only then did the others realize where the vehicle had come from, and their envy deepened. Clearly, it was a spirit artifact. Spirit artifacts were remnants left behind when apostles of the manifestation path perished, objects infused with their lingering resentment and residual power. Though retaining their original abilities, such artifacts carried unpredictable side effects upon use. Unsurprisingly, they assumed Wu Qi's vehicle belonged to this category. But how do we cross? Someone cried in despair. For us this is child's play. For figures stepped forward from the crowd. The leader's spiritual energy erupted, and his body contorted, shifting seamlessly into a massive eagle. We're off. With a powerful downstroke, he soared skyward, carrying the other three across the chasm, leaving the rest staring helplessly at their retreating forms. But midway across, a violent gale erupted, and before them swarmed countless monstrous birds, each crowned with a grinning human head. Damn it, headbirds. Headbirds, E-class, demonic beasts, ferocious, cannibalistic, and fiercely territorial. They hunted in packs. The eagle in flight recoiled in panic. 5 or 6 headbirds. He could handle them. But this was a flock, and he bore 3 passengers who slowed him down. He struggled only briefly before being seized, dragged away into the abyssal dark, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, the flock circled once, then dissolved into shadow. So flying across is forbidden. Zhao Yi murmured thoughtfully. Then how do we cross? Someone broke down. The headbird's ambush had shaken them deeply. This was no simulation. People died here. Simple. We walk across. Walk across. Are you insane? Zhang Linlin blurted. No, he's right. We walk across. Fang Jie gazed at the yawning cliff. As one of the academy's top 10 students, his perception was sharp enough to discern what others missed. The first trial tests the heart. Those whose inner resolve falters are eliminated outright. If you pass unscathed, you may simply follow the instructors out. Fang Jie glanced briefly at Wu Qi, then continued. Should you fail to cross, however, that direct exit vanishes. You must then complete the trials as prescribed. Though given this is an examination, the challenges will draw exclusively from foundational spiritual techniques taught at school. The 3 foundational spiritual techniques: refine, coil, and focus. Refine, drawing unclaimed spiritual energy from the air and imprinting it with one's own essence, transforming it into personal chi for use. Coil, wrapping spiritual energy around the body to enhance physical resilience and agility. Focus, concentrating chi within the eyes to perceive the flow and trajectory of spiritual energy. These 3 techniques form the bedrock of every apprentice apostle's repertoire and the very foundation of apostle combat. Of course, mastery, true integration, would render these techniques instinctive, freeing up mental space formerly occupied by rote invocation. Yet such synthesis remained exceedingly rare. Thus, if tested, the exam must assess precisely these fundamentals. Focus. Instantly, everyone activated the technique, and before them, suspended across the chasm, shimmered a series of translucent, luminous stepping stones. Strange, the stones don't reach the far side, someone exclaimed. Of course not. They've layered in an advanced technique, something our instructors never taught us. Someone sighed in exasperation. Naturally, for every foundational technique, there existed advanced variants. Yet not all instructors taught them. Only those whose students had mastered the basics beyond reproach. Fang Jie deduced the stones were concealed using the advanced technique, veil, suppressing the ambient resonance of spiritual energy to render objects imperceptible to ordinary focus. Where basic focus revealed the origin of chi, veil demanded both greater expenditure of energy and microscopic precision in observation. I have abundant chi. I'll lead. Follow closely behind me, someone volunteered. Understanding the principle, they now raced against time. This was a competition. First to arrive, first to claim victory. He leapt onto the first visible stone and advanced steadily, his teammates trailing step by step. But the moment his teammates stepped onto the stone marked by the leader, there came a sharp, brittle crack. The stone shattered instantly, and the student plummeted screaming into the unfathomable depths. How is this possible? Na figure ahead stared in astonishment at the scene before him. It seems each plank permits only one person to stand upon it. Fang Jie sneered coldly. He had hesitated precisely out of fear that hidden traps might still lie ahead, hence his refusal to cross first. In that case, success now hinges entirely on one's own skill. Fortunately, this examination would not eliminate any students, but Fang Jie glanced back at his group. One member had already vanished without a trace. Zhang Linlin stood behind her, face pale with dread. As for the last member, he felt no concern whatsoever. Brother Fang, what should I do? Don't abandon me. Zhang Linlin gazed at him with pitiful, pleading eyes. Rest assured, I will never abandon you. After all, this woman possessed an exceptionally rare ability. He turned toward the final member of the group, only to see the figure nod silently, then lead two others swiftly into the shadows. Elsewhere, others began attempting the cliff crossing. Even certain students who had already become apostles found the transparent glass planks unervingly difficult. Each step demanded absolute concentration to discern the hidden platforms. The slightest lapse meant plunging into the abyss below. Crack. Watching yet another student plummet, Xiao Yin felt a flicker of tension, but quickly steadied himself. During the past month's intensive training, he had faced far greater perils and had also mastered the unique ability taught by Brother Wu. At that thought, he drew a deep breath, leapt high into the air, and rapidly gathered spiritual energy within his eyes. And instantly, every transparent plank beneath him materialized in sharp, luminous clarity. I can do this. Xiao Yin darted onto the first plank, lightly tapped his toes, and launched himself skyward once more, landing cleanly upon the next glass platform. After several rapid leaps, he swiftly reached the midpoint. Yet just as he locked his gaze upon his next target platform, a sudden figure barreled into him, shoving him violently sideways. My apologies, I don't need to search for planks at all. I simply follow where others leap, and the young man grinned. This tactic not only ensured his own passage, but also eliminated rivals in the process. A flawless double victory. Yet just as he exulted, preparing to land upon the very plank Xiao Yin had targeted, a tremendous force erupted from behind, yanking him backward with brutal force, before a massive boot slammed down hard upon his face. Thanks for the tip, but I've discovered something curious. It seems one needn't even stand on the planks to survive. Xiao Yin flashed a grin midair, then surged forward, crossing the chasm in moments. Phew. Zhao Yi and Ding Yaoqing had already arrived. Where's Brother Wu? Still on the other side. Why hasn't he crossed yet? Xiao Yin turned and shouted across the gorge, Brother Wu, hurry over, Wu Qi. Hurry. Do you seriously think I can cross? I told you, I'm just an ordinary person. Yet none of you believed me. Now look, these bastards are forcing me to jump off a cliff. Trembling violently, he crouched low on the ground and cautiously peered over the precipice, into utter impenetrable blackness below. He picked up a stone and dropped it into the void. It vanished with a sharp whistle, and 10 minutes later, a blood-curdling scream echoed up from the depths. Wu Qi. Nind. This was perilous beyond measure. But how then was he to cross? At that moment, Zhao Yi noticed Fang Jie and Zhang Linlin approaching, not alone but accompanied by several others, all buzzing around Fang Jie with fervent admiration. Fang Jie reveled in their flattery, then cast a contemptuous glance toward Wu Qi across the chasm, snorting softly. What's this? Could it be that the city's top-ranked student cannot even cross? Shall I kneel and beg you? Perhaps I'll carry you across myself. And of course Fang Jie spoke only in jest. He did not truly believe Wu Qi would fail. Carry me across. That phrase instantly ignited a spark of inspiration in Wu Qi's mind. He rummaged through his backpack, retrieved a rope, fashioned a loop at one end, swung it several times in the air, and hurled it with precision onto a boulder across the gorge. Wait, what does he think he's doing? Probably intends to climb across using the rope. But isn't that against the rules? He likely believes his talent grants him license to defy convention. I've seen many like him. They never last long. Exactly. Unlike our brother Fang, who embodies humility and prudence. Fang Jie lifted his chin proudly. Even the top-ranked student of Tianyang High dared not underestimate such audacity. Meanwhile, in the surrounding darkness, the human-headed bird sharpened its talons, waiting until Wu Qi reached the midpoint, then seizing him mid-climb. Just as the crowd braced themselves to witness Wu Qi's humiliation, he seized the rope and yanked with all his might. Whoosh! A collective lurch rippled through the onlookers. Then in stunned silence they watched as the two cliffs slid together with seamless, perfect alignment. Fang Jie and his group. The human-headed bird. The spectators. Then jaws slack they watched Wu Qi casually dust off his hands and stride across unimpeded. Is this an apostolic ability? No. It's not even teleportation or spatial transference, which we'd accept without question. But fusing two cliffs. How is that even possible? Referee, is this permissible? The instructors. Well, it is permissible. The world is vast and wonders abound. And his name is Wu Qi. Qi meaning all things, right? So naturally he possesses everything. Ancient sages foresaw precisely this scenario and named him accordingly. How thoughtful. The principal of Tianyang No. One high school wiped sweat from his brow. The crowd. Inside the exam grounds, Fang Jie grabbed Xiao Yin by the arm. Wait, how are you so calm? He fused the cliffs. Xiao Yin shot him a sidelong glance. Fusing cliffs is nothing. Have you seen him lift rivers into spiraling torrents? With that, Xiao Yin strode onward, leaving Feng Jie frozen in place dumbfounded. Is this creature even human? Am I seriously competing against an extraterrestrial? All suppressed their bewilderment and pressed forward, entering a narrow passageway wide enough for 3 people abreast. The slender corridor stretched nearly 100 meters. Feng Jie surveyed the scene and immediately ordered a student forward. The student obeyed without hesitation, stepping into the passage, when suddenly a sharp whoosh pierced the air. A palm-sized leather ball hurtled toward him at blinding speed. Startled, the student cried, "Bind!" Spiritual energy instantly coiled around his body, significantly reinforcing his defenses. Its velocity is modest, its material merely leather. Surely I can withstand it, and he assessed instantly. Yet the next moment the ball struck his forearm with crushing force, followed by a sharp, brittle sound. Crack. His arm twisted grotesquely in an instant. What's happening? He clearly used the entangle technique. Why is he still injured? The concentration of spiritual energy is insufficient, Zhao Yi stated plainly. He then stepped forward. Suddenly a leather ball shot toward him and struck his chest with a sharp thud. Yet in the next instant the ball ricocheted violently away. It slammed into the ceiling above, then arced back toward Zhao Yi, only to rebound again the moment it touched his crown. Feng Jie, standing behind, stared in stunned disbelief. This is deflection. Indeed, it was precisely that, the advanced application of a spirit art, deflection. By withdrawing spiritual energy from non-target areas and concentrating it intensely upon a single point, one could dramatically amplify defensive resilience. He himself knew this technique, but never imagined Zhao Yi could wield it with such effortless mastery. Damn it! Feng Jie clenched his fists then, though bitterly reluctant, shouted, "Zhao Yi, this trial tests the spirit art deflection. If we attempt it individually, we'll certainly fail, and our spiritual energy won't hold out. Instead, let's gather together and divide the defense among us." In truth, this was the optimal strategy. The trial tested not only deflection, but also cooperation. Within the world of apostles, solitary combat was perilous. Each apostle type possessed inherent limitations. Thus, under specific circumstances, one must set aside prejudice and unite wholeheartedly. Yet though this path was undeniably correct, Zhao Yi spoke otherwise. "I refuse." "Why?" Zhao Yi did not answer Feng Jie. Instead, he turned to Ding Yaoqing and Xiao Yan. "Let's use this to verify Senior Brother Wu's teaching efficacy." "Hey, wait, I'm hardly proficient in that." Xiao Yan scratched his head, exasperated. "No matter. Use deflection for support." A faint smile flickered across Ding Yaoqing's normally impassive face. Then all 3 abruptly dissipated their spiritual energy and dashed swiftly down the corridor. "Are you insane?" Feng Jie roared from behind. Just as in that very instant, countless leather balls erupted skyward, hurtling toward them like a storm. But then, an astonishing sight unfolded. Milliseconds before impact, Zhao Yi's body twisted with uncanny precision, and the ball grazed past him by a hair's breadth. The balls wove a dense, intricate net around the trio, yet Zhao Yi and Ding Yaoqing moved like ethereal sprites amid blossoms, slipping through every narrow gap with flawless grace. Xiao Yan, though somewhat disheveled, evaded the barrage skillfully, aided by precise applications of deflection. In the blink of an eye, they reached the far end of the corridor. How did they do it? Feng Jie could scarcely believe his eyes, until suddenly Zhao Yi's earlier words echoed in his mind. Senior Brother Wu's teaching. So, he whirled toward Wu Qi. "Wu Qi, how on earth did this land on me again?" "No, I never taught them anything concrete. But the method was yours." Zhao Yi's voice rang out calmly from beside him. "I was just improvising. Wait, why are you even back here?" Wu Qi stood frozen, staring blankly at Zhao Yi before him. "I feared they might misunderstand Senior Brother Wu's greatness, so I returned to clarify." Zhao Yi spoke with solemn gravity. "My greatness? Huh." He'd merely spoken offhand, never imagining they'd actually master it. Worse still, he himself hadn't practiced it at all. Then again, wasn't Zhao Yi the protagonist? What else could one expect? He was merely an ordinary person. How could he compare? Worse yet, they assumed he had mastered it. And Zhao Yi had even admitted, "All I saw was on television." So our Grandmaster is television. Zhao Yi murmured, enlightened. Ding Yaoqing mused, "The surname Dian is exceedingly rare. Wu Qi, you two are usually sharp. Why do you turn absurd the moment I'm involved? Does Dian even appear in the 100 surnames?" There was simply no explaining it away. Wu Qi gazed at the corridor ahead. What now? How could any ordinary person possibly cross this? One step inside would mean certain pummeling. As he fretted, a leather ball screeched to an abrupt halt before him. Then with eerie anthropomorphism tilted its surface toward him, its patterned face seeming to glance then wave. Curious, Wu Qi approached, and instantly a surreal dialogue began between man and ball. "What? You're the school ball's cousin? Ah, you've heard of me from my cousin. Haha, told you I'm generous at. Well, my cousin's quite admirable. Say, cousin, could you let me pass? 300. Fine by me." Wu Qi paid up without hesitation and strode through boldly. The others. "Referee, never mind. Do as you please." Feng Jie had already abandoned protest. The world was simply too dark. At that moment, Wu Qi and his companions entered the next zone, only to be plunged into absolute darkness. Though the prior corridor had been dim, visibility remained adequate, but here, not even a hand before one's face could be seen. So, the final trial begins. Zhao Yi glanced at Ding Yaoqing. I'm not adept at circular perception. Ding classmate, this one rests with you. Understood. Ding Yaoqing closed her eyes and radiated spiritual energy outward from her core. Within her divine sense, the corridor transformed, revealing in one direction a distinct square-shaped aura. Found it. She led them swiftly to the source, only to find the door locked. Ugh, like an old sow wearing pearls, layer upon layer of nonsense. Xiao Yin groaned. Ding Yaoqing shot him a cool glance. Please, there's a lady present. Xiao Yin rubbed his head. She'd reminded him he'd nearly forgotten Ding Yaoqing was a woman. For she carried herself with unyielding strength. Even under grueling training, she uttered not a single complaint, outpacing even him in diligence. And strangely, while Zhao Yi had phoned home several times over these days, Ding Yaoqing had contacted her family not once. Shall we return for the key? Ding Yaoqing asked. Looking for a key, are you? Fang Jie's voice cut in from behind. They turned, only to see a new passage unfurling backward from their position, its gloom pierced by faint light. There Fang Jie held aloft a bronze key. The key is mine, and I won't surrender it. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes. How did he know a key was required here? Coincidence. And earlier, how had they crossed that chasm so unervingly? As if they'd simply appeared accompanied by others. Zhao Yi scanned Fang Jie's direction and saw only his own squad approaching. Only those who escape emerge victorious. You lost, not because you lacked strength, but because your arrogance blinded you. Fang Jie laughed even more heartily. His teammates had confirmed it, there was more than one exit, and they had completely bypassed the key step. If they located another door, they would overtake Wu Qi's team and be the first to escape. Then farewell. Just as Fang Jie and his team began scanning the walls with their compass, Wu Qi staggered to one side, exhausted, pulled out a piece of chalk, and sketched several swift strokes in the darkness. A door materialized. With a gentle push, it swung open, revealing the faces of their instructors beyond. Fang Jie, Masked Man, Zhang Linlin, and then farewell. Xiao Yan waved cheerfully and followed Wu Qi through the door. Before exiting, he thoughtfully closed the door behind them. And instantly Fang Jie's team rushed forward, only to find cold, unyielding stone beneath their palms. Fang Jie roared in fury. And this was utterly outrageous. Even cheating couldn't secure his victory. Wait, something was off. You cheated entirely. You didn't even attempt a single legitimate trial. Damn it. Does that mean I can't even cheat as well as him? And Chief Referee, how shall we adjudicate this? Nun instructor asked uncertainly. Indeed, Wu Qi's team had not exited by conventional means. All eyes turned toward the central seat, where a broad-shouldered middle-aged man sat, his bulging muscles radiating raw authority. He was Hero Chief Referee of this monthly assessment and director of the Tianyang Municipal Public Security Bureau. And he had originally declined to attend, but recent disturbances caused by the Xie Xian cult compelled him to oversee the exam in person. Of course they pass. Our sole requirement was to exit this space. How they did so is entirely their own mastery. Hero spoke with an easy, affable smile. Still, one detail lingered in his mind. Fang Jie, the student whose team had experienced sudden surveillance lag during the second trial. By the time footage resumed, they were already across the chasm, and the key itself remained suspiciously unaccounted for. Hero stroked his beard thoughtfully, but as he'd stated plainly, the exam demanded only one thing: exit. The method was irrelevant to his judgment. Moments after Wu Qi's team emerged, Tianxin produced a pocket watch and began timing. And soon thereafter, Fang Jie stepped out. His expression storm-darkened. Though they exited swiftly, one teammate had collapsed during the heart-testing trial, incurring point deductions. Fang Jie had hoped to surpass Wu Qi's team and reclaim those points, but fate denied him even that consolation. Shortly after their emergence, several figures suddenly leapt from a black circular mark drawn nearby. Startled to see both Wu Qi's and Fang Jie's teams, they quietly withdrew to the periphery. Next came Lin Zilong, Yi Fanchuan, and others. Within the hour, candidates trickled out steadily. Then precisely 60 minutes later, Tianxin halted the watch. Very well. I declare this examination concluded. In the next instant, 4 black circles dissolved into mist, and every student who had fainted within the corridor reappeared, lying unconscious upon the floor, soon stirring back to awareness. Strange. I thought I was dead, and yes, I recall being incinerated by the demoness, and I believe my skull was pierced by a harpy. Students erupted in stunned elation. None had expected to survive. And you are very much alive. Our earlier declarations were deliberate fabrications to instill fear and thus activate the latent ability required for the first trial. Tianxin stepped forward to explain. Understanding dawned instantly across the crowd, while those who had withdrawn groaned in bitter regret, cursing their own hesitation. Oh, come on. I just hesitated for a second. Had I gone, and I'd have ranked in the top 10. Exactly. My teammate insisted on withdrawing. I stayed only to spare him guilt. You're lying. And to students clamoring about bias, instructors offered no reply, instead continuing the announcement. Your individual scores have been finalized. Scoring criteria are detailed below. Please log in via your mobile device using the designated URL and your candidate ID to view your results. Students immediately retrieved their phones. Infang Jie checked his score 33 points. In first trial 9 points, awarded based on speed of awakening. Second trial 8 points. Crossing the cliff awarded 6 points, additional points scaled with velocity. In third trial 6 points. Team completion granted full marks, solo passage scored proportionally to time. Fourth trial 10 points. Exit alone earned 6 points, locating the key added 2, discovering the door added 2 more. By this rubric Zhang Linlin scored 21, the masked man 31, and their fourth member 0. Their total 85 points, plus 20 bonus points for finishing second yielding 105 overall. And he glanced at the others. Lin Zilong's team 131 points. Yi Fanchuan's 120. The top performing teams from the other 3 schools likewise clustered between 120 and 130. Curses, Infang Jie gritted his teeth. Though he'd anticipated this outcome, acceptance still eluded him. If only that one member hadn't faltered, their score would have soared. They might even have claimed the top ranks. Yet the truth remained, he simply had no better candidates available. Zhang Linlin was acceptable. She was his own selection, possessing a uniquely rare aptitude. But the fourth, if he'd merely cleared the first trial, even scoring 20 points, it would have made all the difference. Curiosity drew him to Wu Qi's team's scores, and he fell silent instantly. In Zhao, 36 points in Ding, Yaoqing 38 points in Xiao, Yin 32 points in Wu, Qi 74 points. Summing to 180, plus 30 bonus points for finishing first, 210 points, undisputed champions. Infang Jie's face darkened further. He hadn't forgotten their wager with Xiao Yin. Yet Wu Qi's expression grew even grimmer. Wait. Teacher, something's wrong with these scores, he blurted urgently. What's wrong? How did I get 74 points? Did the system malfunction? No one else exceeded 40, yet he stood at 74. Oh, there's no error here. You passed twice, so naturally you received double the score. The first time you cleared all challenges with teacher Tianxin, earning a perfect score. Then you returned and completed them again. In the first challenge you never lost consciousness. Another perfect score. In the second you earned 6 points, in the third 10, and though you failed to locate the key and door in the fourth, you simply drew 1 and received 8 points. Thus your total is precisely 74 points, the full mark. The representatives from the other 3 schools froze in disbelief, then stared incredulously at Wu Qi. While they'd barely survived a single attempt, he had completed the entire course twice. And both times with such astonishing scores. Wu Qi, was this even possible? Wait, how did I just win again? Wu Qi cried out in utter despair. The others fell silent. This man was utterly insufferable, yet undeniably overwhelmingly powerful. After all candidates emerged, their respective team mentors transmitted Zhao Yi's trio's video of the third challenge, a wildly unconventional, almost absurd method of completion that left everyone speechless. And yet it was this very person who had taught them that technique. It meant he was far more formidable than he appeared. Very well. All examinees, please proceed to your dormitories to rest. Tomorrow the second examination will commence. All examinees were escorted to their assigned dormitories, allocated strictly by ranking. The higher ones ranked the superior the accommodation. Wu Qi, for instance, resided in a private villa while lower-ranked students were crammed into dorms housing 10, 20, or even a staggering 100 people. Some protested this arrangement, but the dormitory supervisor silenced them with a single effortless remark: improve your ranking, and you'll earn better lodgings. They immediately fell quiet. Raising one's rank was no simple feat. Dejected, they trudged toward their massive 100-person dorm, only for Fang Jie's masked companion to quietly follow in their wake. That afternoon inside the villa, Wu Qi gazed at the 3 before him and sighed deeply. Brother Wu, I mean no disrespect, but how shall I put this? Xiao Yin spoke wistfully. Perhaps we could afford to be a little more discreet. Give us a chance to prove ourselves. It wasn't vanity driving him. He felt Wu Qi acted like a devoted patriarch, constantly shielding and guiding them. Yet as the saying goes, without enduring the storm, how can one behold the rainbow? They yearned for Wu Qi to loosen his grip just a little. Hearing this, Wu Qi instinctively covered his mouth. Will my children have grown up? Wait, no. Do you seriously think I want this? He roared. Did he wish to stay low-key? Impossible, he simply couldn't. It was like a curse. Wherever he went, an invisible spotlight blazed upon him. Wait, spotlight. Wu Qi stroked his chin. Could he possibly be the protagonist? The thought flickered and vanished just as swiftly. No, absolutely not. How could he, utterly ordinary, not even an apostle, be the chosen one? So why then had he arrived at this extraordinary juncture? He reflected. His life before school had been unremarkable. The anomaly began only after enrollment. So what precisely was amiss with the school itself? His gaze drifted to Xiao Yin, perched on a small stool, and in that instant everything clicked. He had been inadvertently drawn into the protagonist's aura. Wu Qi smacked his forehead in dismay. He'd been reckless. Initially he'd merely sought to let the protagonist outshine him, but he'd gravely underestimated the sheer gravitational pull of the protagonist's aura. By positioning himself beside the protagonist, and later being framed by those 2 scoundrels from the Luo family, he'd unintentionally fostered the illusion of his own strength in Xiao Yan's eyes. Thus he'd become an official member of the protagonist's circle, and inevitably swept up in its radiant influence. After all, aside from rare exceptions like Yin Jiu, most supporting characters orbiting the protagonist also reap benefits. It's how the protagonist's greatness is affirmed. And now, disastrously, Zhao Yi had entered the picture. Two protagonist auras blazing overhead, like three Sanwa floodlights left no choice. If anyone would stand out, it would be him. He could even serve as the protagonist's shield. Realizing this, Wu Qi knew exactly what to do. If the protagonist's aura forced him into the spotlight, he'd seek out the antagonists instead. After all, antagonists traditionally exist to bestow experience upon protagonists. Naturally, he had no intention of committing evil. He knew his own limits well enough. He simply couldn't bring himself to do anything truly vile. He needed only to linger near an antagonist and absorb a fraction of their dark contrarian aura. But then came the next dilemma: where precisely could he find one? Cults like the Xia Xian sect remained elusive. Wu Qi fretted, until dinner time when he caught sight of Fang Jie and his eyes lit up instantly. Wasn't this the archetypal antagonist? Granted, Fang Jie and Zhang Linlin were reserved for Xiao Yan, but he required a loyal subordinate. His gaze shifted instantly to the masked man seated nearby. Fang Jie and his group fell silent mid-bite. They'd been dining peacefully, until Wu Qi suddenly fixed them with two unervingly luminous, unblinking eyes. What does he want with me? Fang Jie shifted uncomfortably. Wu Qi's reputation now loomed larger than life. Even he had to concede the man's brilliance. Yet this eerie, calculating stare coupled with fleeting, sinister smiles suggested something deeply unsettling was unfolding. Brother Fang, did you do something to provoke him? His lackey whispered, trembling. No, I'd have to be insane to cross him. I'm at odds with Xiao Yan, not him. Fang Jie finished, and the masked man grew distinctly uneasy. True, Fang Jie had done nothing, but he was another matter entirely. Could he have discovered me? Impossible. I've only just begun and my actions have been meticulously concealed. Is he that perceptive? His spoon trembled slightly as he recalled his leader's warning before entering. Among this cohort, beware Wu Qi above all. Brilliant, ruthless, and terrifyingly cruel. A single misstep, a single telltale sign, and he'll expose you. He delights in elaborate psychological games. Anyone who disrupts his design becomes his sworn adversary. The masked man and his peers had shuddered at the words, hence their extreme caution ever since. Only he had found it absurd. Thanks to Fang Jie, he'd spent days orbiting Wu Qi like a nervous satellite. He'd lived in constant dread, yet now he'd finally been singled out. And what followed would chill him even further. For the true terror had only just begun. For the entire next day, Wu Qi shadowed him relentlessly. Wherever he went, Wu Qi followed. When he reached for a second bowl of rice at dinner, Wu Qi, who had just been sitting nearby, suddenly materialized inside the serving window, ladling food onto his plate. When he pulled out his phone to watch a movie, every actor on screen, lead or supporting, had inexplicably transformed into Wu Qi, who now gazed at him knowingly from within the video itself. The final straw came in the restroom. Just as he began unfastening his trousers, he glanced sideways, and there in the adjacent stall stood Wu Qi, cheerfully waving at him. Worse still, Wu Qi fixed him with a leering, predatory stare and an unsettling grin. No wonder the team leader had called him a pervert. Boss, it's over. I can't take it anymore. My mental pressure is unbearable. The moment I close my eyes, his face floods my mind. The masked man spoke tearfully into his phone, darting frantic glances around. Terrified, Wu Qi might leap out from any corner. A long silence followed on the other end before a measured voice replied. Perfect, then keep him occupied. Yes, sir, I'll hold him off. The masked man fell silent. Boss, you're not solving my problem. You're trying to eliminate me. Don't put it that way. While you detain him, the others gain the opening they need to execute the plan. Besides, he's only watching you. Nothing more. By the time he does more, it'll be too late. He raged inwardly. But what could he do? Rank ruled all. One rung higher on the ladder crushed all resistance. Though trembling with fear, he pressed on. Still, boss, why don't we just send someone to eliminate him outright? With his strength, won't he jeopardize our entire operation? No, precisely because he's strong, he serves our plan. The stronger he is, the greater his utility. The voice on the line dripped with cold irony. The masked man paused, then slowly grasped his leader's meaning. In short, hold on just a little longer. Once this is over, you'll be promoted. The masked man said nothing, then sighed inwardly. Fine. He slipped stealthily from the underbrush and hurried back to his room. His squad ranked high enough to warrant private quarters. After washing up, he collapsed onto the bed. And truth be told, after a day of relentless tension, lying down truly felt exquisite. He rolled onto his side, eyelids already heavy, only to freeze. Wu Qi lay directly across from him, hands folded beneath his chin, beaming at him with serene, unnerving delight. The masked man stared, speechless. Wu Qi grinned. A sharp gasp seized the man's throat, his vision dimmed, and he slumped unconscious. Wu Qi blinked. Did I push too hard? Then again, he is the antagonist. Probably harmless. Yet curiously clinging to this villain overnight had yielded results at dinner. No one else so much as glanced his way. Had the masked man known Wu Qi's thoughts, he'd have spat in his face. Was it indifference? No, it was sheer terror. Everyone feared becoming his next obsession. That night, every student slept soundly, especially the masked man, who couldn't be roused even by shouting. Then, without warning, the ground lurched violently. All snapped awake, only to blink in stunned disbelief. They now lay sprawled in an utterly unfamiliar place. Their teammates had vanished. Moments later, a stern male voice crackled over a hidden intercom. Attention, all candidates. The second examination has commenced. This examination takes place within a sealed realm, a secret domain prepared exclusively for this trial. Within this realm, 200 condemned criminals have been deployed. Each wears a score plaque, bearing values of 1, 2, 3, or 4 points. Each point value reflects escalating lethality. Your objective is simple: eliminate these convicts and claim their score plaques. Each team must secure precisely 10 points, no more no less. This exam operates on strict elimination. Teams failing to assemble fully falling short of 10 points or exceeding them will be disqualified. A specialized device on your wrist will alert you when a score plaque enters a 100-meter radius. Should you suffer a fatal blow, you will instantly be teleported back to campus and disqualified. Alternatively, you may withdraw now. You have 10 minutes to decide. At the stroke of 0, the exam begins, lasting exactly 72 hours. As he spoke, a 10-minute countdown appeared on every candidate's wrist display. Wait, we're still students. How can we possibly? This is utterly excessive. Is anyone in charge? Students erupted in anxious murmurs. Parents watching outside stormed the observation gallery, only to be swiftly subdued by Hero himself. Combat between apostles is no child's game. Hesitation born of mercy guarantees only your own death. Hero spoke calmly. Having witnessed too many tragedies where compassion invited swift, brutal retribution, they chose this path. This trial is inevitable. Those unwilling to accept it may withdraw now. Instantly, dozens pressed the surrender button, slaughtering beasts or monsters. They'd do it without flinching, but taking human life. Their souls recoiled in horror. Time's up. 532 teams remain. I declare, the examination begins. At the signal, every candidate vanished into concealment. In unknown terrain teeming with unseen rivals, invisibility was the first law of survival, drummed into them since day one at school. So perhaps 20 teams will survive in the end, Zhao Yi mused. Not all score plaques would be found. Not all would be claimed. He also needed to verify his teammates' positions. Exceeding 10 points by exam's end would trigger automatic disqualification. Yet oddly, he felt no anxiety about scoring. His real concern lay elsewhere. He'd watched Wu Ge closely these past days, and something was deeply wrong with the man in Fang Jie's squad. Zhao Yi suspected the Wayang faction would strike during the exam. As he pondered, his wrist display flickered with an alert. Zhao Yi flattened himself against cover. Moments later, a stunning woman emerged from the trees. Her prisoner's uniform had been altered to accentuate her figure, and emblazoned boldly across its chest was the number 1. Zhao Yi drew his blade without hesitation. Gender meant nothing. In the world he inhabited, his hands were long, stained with blood. Just as he lunged, rustling broke from the forest. Another youth stepped forth, crossbow raised and steady in hand. The woman instantly raised both hands in surrender. Don't kill me. Please, I beg you. I don't want to die. And she collapsed to her knees, her delicate face streaked with tears, like pear blossoms drenched in rain, evoking unbearable pity. At least the young man hesitated, unable to strike. What crime did you commit? Wah. My husband beat me, and I accidentally shoved him. He just stop crying. It's not your fault. Come with me. I'll find you a safe place to hide. In 3 days you'll be safe. Hearing this, she instantly wiped her tears and smiled through her sobs. Thank you. You're a good person. Those words flushed the young man's cheeks crimson. He stepped forward, reaching out to help her rise, when in the next instant, thrust. A blade plunged deep into his torso. Yet thanks to his wrist guard he survived, but golden light flared across his body as a teleportation sequence activated. Why? And he stared at her, disbelief etched across his face. Boy, remember this beautiful girl's lie. A feverish gleam lit up her face. On her wrist a watch flickered, the number shifting from 0 to 1. Brilliant. She punched the air in triumph, then froze, a sudden chill biting her neck. Instantly, she feigned helplessness, turning back with a coy, lingering glance. Classmate, spare me the act. I know who you are, the serial killer who slaughtered 16 female students in Tianyang City last year, and 3 taxi drivers. At Zhao Yi's words, her mask dropped. Her expression soured. What rotten luck. And then her features softened, suddenly alluring, as her fingers trailed lightly along the blade's edge, voice dripping with seduction. Handsome boy, since I'm powerless now, why not? I'm not interested in you, but I won't kill you either. Because you're still useful. She scoffed inwardly. How flattering. He claims disinterest, yet clearly covets my beauty. Don't let her seize an opening, or she'll strike ruthlessly. Still, such a handsome fellow isn't exactly a loss. Moments later, she hung tangled and disheveled from a tree branch. So, is this really all I'm good for? Exactly. Brother Wu taught me bait must be placed conspicuously, so prey walks right into the trap. But what if wild beasts come? This island teems with dangerous predators. Perfect, then they'll make excellent rations. After all, I'll be stranded here for 3 days. He couldn't stomach human flesh, but devouring beasts that had fed on humans, that he could tolerate. She stared speechless. Are you a demon? Meanwhile, elsewhere in the secret realm, the masked man scanned his surroundings with cautious vigilance. Gone. Truly gone. Ha ha ha. I've finally shaken him off. He crowed with glee. And rightly so. This was an exam instructors would never allow candidates to congregate. Yet unease soon crept in. He glanced left and right, then whispered hoarsely in, "Wu Qi." In what? In before him Wu Qi removed 2 forked twigs from his face and grinned. The masked man fell silent. "And how did you get here? Referee, someone's cheating. Do something." "And whoa, don't say that. Actually, I sought you out for a reason." In Wu Qi spoke with earnest sincerity. In the masked man tensed, suspecting exposure, his spiritual energy erupting as a shimmering barrier instantly sealed them off. On surveillance feeds Wu Qi appeared to chase the masked man away, yet in truth both stood motionless. Even those passing nearby remained utterly unaware of their presence. This was the masked man's ability, illusory mirage. And by channeling spiritual energy, he conjured convincing decoys, fooling foes, and evading even instructors' scrutiny as their monitoring devices lay beyond the field's resonance. In the previous exam he'd used this art to help others succeed, first sending an illusory self leaping across a chasm, then hurling the real candidate safely across. For once the ability activated, neither harpy-headed sentinels nor any other observers could detect their true forms. "And speak, what do you want?" "Nothing urgent. I simply wish to stay near you for a while." In Wu Qi's tone was disarmingly sincere. "And why?" And the masked man frowned baffled. "Let me be honest, I possess no extraordinary talent. My reputation is pure exaggeration, blown up by others' tall tales. I'm utterly ordinary. Yet now my fame has ballooned beyond endurance. Xiao Yin and Zhao Yi are the protagonists. If I remain near them, my notoriety will only swell further. So I've decided to linger among antagonists like you, to absorb some misfortune and dampen the protagonist's radiant aura." In essence, he sought proximity, not allegiance. After all, becoming a true antagonist risked a brutal beating from the heroes. The masked man stared blankly. And why does this sound like a heartless lover's excuse? And worse, we're the ones being discarded. Most absurd of all, we're expected to accept it willingly. Because higher command had ordered him to detain Wu Qi. Fine, but heed this warning, attempt no deception. Otherwise, we won't harm you. But we'll issue a stern moral condemnation. In Wu Qi beamed, relief flooding his expression. "In, what's your name, classmate?" "Zhang Jun." "In, what's your organization's name?" "In Zodiac." Zhang Jun saw no risk in revealing it. Even if disclosed, Wu Qi would forget it within moments. Just then his wristwatch flashed, indicating an approaching prisoner. Zhang Jun instantly ducked into cover and yanked Wu Qi down beside him. Though his ability concealed them, caution remained paramount. Seconds later, a man clad in level 4 prisoner garb strode into view. Zhang Jun hauled Wu Qi deeper into hiding. "Boss, why hide? Just confront him," he'd "I'm not you. I can't beat him." Zhang Jun sighed, exasperated. Ni's intel confirmed all level 4 prisoners were certified apostles, most nearing mid-tier rank. Wu Qi might dismiss the man, but Zhang Jun dared not. The stranger's bulging biceps strained against torn sleeves, each arm densely tattooed with names. Each name marked a victim, over 100 slain. Zhang Jun knew him well, a monstrous sadist who tortured children, arrested only this past January by joint forces of the Public Security Bureau and the Apostles Association. Never imagined he'd surface here. Zhang Jun silently prayed the man wouldn't spot them, only for the footsteps to halt abruptly. "Come out, boy." Zhang Jun's heart skipped a beat, and he concealed himself even more deeply. He was no ordinary combatant of the organization. His ability was unique, and thus he had not been subjected to corruption. He stood little chance against this man before him. Is he bluffing? Zhang Jun had no intention of revealing himself. Yet in the next instant the man hurled a stone straight toward them. The barrier shattered instantly, exposing both their figures. Another one. How fortunate I am. His bear-like physique bore down on Zhang Jun with crushing pressure. "Wu Qi, can you handle him for me?" "Are you joking? I'm just an utterly ordinary person. I couldn't possibly defeat him. If I could beat him, why would I be tagging along with you in the first place?" Zhang Jun. Damn it. Was this guy refusing to act? Then there was no choice. He'd have to rely on himself alone. "Hold this for me. Remember, one item inside is extremely valuable. Not a single mistake must be made." Zhang Jun handed his backpack to Wu Qi. Wu Qi immediately cradled the bag to his chest. "Big brother, leave it to me. I've got this covered." In the next moment, a loud clatter rang out as a cascade of objects tumbled from the pack. Wu Qi. He glanced at the scattered items on the ground, then whipped his head up. Just as he reached out to call after Zhang Jun, the latter had already charged forward. Spirit technique, clone. 6 identical copies of him materialized around him instantly. 3 brandished knives and lunged forward, while the remaining 4 drew pistols and opened fire upon the prisoner. A trivial parlor trick. The prisoner drew a massive axe and swung it in a sweeping arc. The 3 melee clones exploded into mist with a sharp pop. Then with a swift horizontal sweep, he deflected the incoming bullets. Aya! Roaring in fury, he slammed the axe into the ground. A shockwave erupted outward, engulfing all 4 clones before they dissolved into nothingness. Meanwhile, behind him, Wu Qi clutched the items in his arms, inspecting them carefully. Thankfully, none were damaged. Especially this crystal orb. It looked exquisitely expensive. Fortunately. Shush! A sudden gust tore through the air. Time itself seemed to freeze then. Crack. A brittle shattering sound split the silence as the crystal orb fractured cleanly in two. Wu Qi. He clapped both hands over his face and screamed like the anguished figure from a famous expressionist painting. At that moment, dust swirled around the prisoner. Concealed within his own ability, Zhang Jun watched the prisoner's back and lunged forward without hesitation, drawing his blade and channeling every ounce of spiritual energy into its tip. Die! Zhang Jun drove his blade straight into the prisoner's flank. Clang! What should have been a fatal strike instead echoed with the harsh ring of metal, and his blade snapped clean in two. Not good. Zhang Jun's pulse spiked. But before he could react, the man whirled around with terrifying speed. Thwip! A grotesque, gaping wound ripped open across Zhang Jun's abdomen. Cough, cough. Blood spurted from his mouth as he collapsed to his knees. Don't worry, I deliberately avoided your vital organs. After all, killing you outright would be far too dull. Now that I'm finally free to move again, I intend to savor every second of this. A lethal strike would have triggered Zhang Jun's forced teleportation, robbing the prisoner of his amusement. With bloodthirsty relish, he licked the crimson droplets from his axe's edge. Whoa, you're not worried he's got some contagious disease? Wu Qi blurted out. The prisoner. Zhang Jun. Tui, tui, tui. The prisoner retched violently several times, then hesitated uncertainly. He's a student. He should be fine, right? Not necessarily. These young ones these days are wild. No telling what. Cough, cough. The prisoner dropped to his knees and dry-heaved uncontrollably. Then he frantically rinsed his mouth with water and glared ferociously. You tricked me. You were the one who chose to lick it. And I'm perfectly healthy. I have no illness whatsoever. Zhang Jun roared. How do you know you haven't missed something? Cough, cough. Which side are you on anyway? Don't just stand there making snide remarks. Damn it, I'm still. Wu Qi clamped both hands over his mouth. Shoo, this is live-streamed. Mind your influence. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to. You started this whole topic, you know. Zhang Jun flailed his arms wildly. Then he turned toward the prisoner, who was still coughing up blood, and bellowed furiously. Enough already. I've been fighting you for ages, and you're unscathed. Yet a few words from him make you vomit blood. I told you, I'm perfectly healthy. The prisoner staggered upright again, though his face had paled noticeably. Zhang Jun steadied his breath and asked, How did you detect me? His ability granted exceptional concealment. How had the other man pinpointed his location so swiftly? Moreover, that last counterstrike clearly concentrated vast spiritual energy precisely where Zhang Jun intended to strike. Only then could it have been blocked. This proved the prisoner had anticipated his attack trajectory. Truth be told, your concealment ability is remarkably refined. Even a scanning sphere would fail to detect you unless observed with extreme care. The prisoner grinned broadly. Unfortunately for you, our abilities clashed catastrophically. Before him, a square frame shimmered into existence, displaying two circular markers, one green, one red. This is my ability, Peerless Mowing Game. It displays the precise number of enemies and allies nearby. And if targeted, it renders them as full 3D models. To me, you're utterly transparent. No hiding place remains. He felt no concern revealing his ability's effect. Once activated, the markers appeared automatically and could not be suppressed or erased by the target. It was precisely this power that had allowed him to slaughter freely across the city, until ironically he'd been captured by that so-called hero. Now assigned to this monthly examination, though forbidden from killing, he possessed countless methods far crueler than death, methods he intended to unleash upon these brats. Just imagining the helpless, despairing eyes of parents watching their children suffer sent a thrill surging through him. And what he'd revealed was only half of his ability, deliberately misleading his opponent. With that thought, his gaze shifted to Wu Qi, standing off to the side. This boy unsettled him deeply, for his tactical map had registered no trace of him whatsoever. Wu Qi, it's your turn now. I can't beat him. Zhang Jun spoke with visible strain. Wait, didn't he just explain his ability aloud? In stories, that's exactly when the underdog unleashes a hidden power and turns the tide. Why on earth would you assume I have such a power? Zhang Jun's brow twitched with dark lines. That's how it always plays out on TV. Zhang Jun. What garbage television is that? He'd report it the moment he got home. The crux is, I simply can't defeat him. But on TV, after the opponent declares their ability, the hero always has a countermeasure. Oh, right. That's reserved exclusively for main characters. So you're just a minor extra. Zhang Jun fell silent. Though he was indeed a minor extra, wasn't it at least a little rude to state it so bluntly? So I'm outmatched, and you wouldn't want me to die here, would you? Let me tell you, if I fall, there'll be no one left to freeload off you. Zhang Jun sighed inwardly. How utterly pathetic was his attempt at intimidation. Wu Qi paused thoughtfully, then nodded. That's true enough. He rose to his feet. Instantly, the prisoner tensed. His earlier conversation had revealed this man's formidable strength. Perfect. Just perfect. What I savor most is slaughtering prodigies. The prisoner moistened his lips. Outside, the audience held its collective breath. Honestly, deploying such a dangerous criminal against students feels excessively reckless. Not entirely. It's said today's high schoolers grow stronger each year. The elite among them are already nearing mid-star tier. Exactly. And rumor has it Wu Qi once defeated an apostle of the high-star tier. Is that even real? Meanwhile, numerous senior faculty watched intently from outside. The rare occasions Wu Qi had ever fought made this moment a long-awaited revelation of the legendary prodigy's true power. Without hesitation, the prisoner activated his ability. Invincible Mowing Game. It comprised 5 components: minimap awareness, parry, light attack, heavy attack, and ultimate burst. By combining light and heavy attacks in varied sequences, he could chain together devastating combos, and upon reaching a threshold number of hits, unleash a cataclysmic ultimate burst. It was precisely this ability that had allowed him to rampage unchecked across Tianyang City. Spirit Art Chaotic Wind Axe Technique. His massive axe blurred into an impenetrable web of steel, enveloping Wu Qi completely. He employed only light attacks, not to wound, but to build combo count. Then, seizing his opponent's momentary lapse, he'd deliver a decisive ultimate burst to end it all. The plan seemed flawless, until his assault concluded, and he found Wu Qi standing unscathed where he'd been. He evaded all of them. If none landed, then none count toward the combo. The prisoner exclaimed in disbelief. He may seem unassuming, but he's the undisputed top cultivator of our year. Zhang Jun boasted with pride, only to watch stunned as segmented cracks appeared across Wu Qi's body before crumbling like brittle tofu onto the floor. Zhang Jun. The prisoner. The audience. Every single hit landed, and I was out here hyping you up. You didn't even register it. Zhang Jun roared. Yet at that very instant, Wu Qi extended both hands, swiftly gathering the fallen cubic fragments, and in a flash reassembled himself whole. What the a? Astonishment rippled through the crowd. Could one truly regenerate after being cleaved apart like that? Then they noticed no blood had spilled. Once restored, Wu Qi puffed out his chest and glared fiercely at the prisoner. Then from his small satchel he withdrew a massive tome and a Tang-style sword, and began flipping through its pages with urgent focus. Zhang Jun peered curiously. The cover read Manual of Swordblade Proficiency. He's learning on the spot. More than sufficient. Wu Qi tested the blade with a few practice swings, then leveled it confidently at his foe. Haha. The prisoner steadied himself. Though baffled why his strike hadn't killed Wu Qi, and why his wrist's protective ward hadn't triggered, he remained undeterred. I'll reduce you to strands thinner than hair. I dare you to regenerate that. Chaotic Wind Axe Technique. He unleashed the same technique again, identical strikes raining down. He expected another effortless hit, yet shock froze him mid-swing. Every blow had been blocked. Not merely blocked, but deflected with effortless grace. Wu Qi even sipped from a beverage while parrying. Then came greater indignity. Wu Qi balanced on one leg, wielded the sword with the other foot, and still back, turned, continued leafing through his Manual of Swordblade Proficiency with both hands. Zhang Jun. Was that really how the manual taught it? You wretch, daring to scorn me? Glancing at his combo counter, now surging past the required threshold, the prisoner grinned triumphantly and bellowed. Die? Ultimate Burst. With a thunderous swing, he loosed a colossal crimson slash hurtling toward Wu Qi. Just as exhilaration surged within him, anticipating Wu Qi's obliteration, he stared dumbfounded as Wu Qi stood untouched. Did I strike too fast? Did he simply not register it? He waited, yet nothing happened. Again. No. Seven and others frowned sharply at the spectacle unfolding before them. Why did the prisoner's energy-based attacks fail? Their prior training had yielded identical results. I think I grasped part of it. Brother Hao approached, lighting a cigarette. What's really going on? It's likely his ability. His eyes are uniquely attuned. He cannot perceive the flow of spiritual energy. Thus he believes himself utterly ordinary, and consequently perceives neither spirit arts nor manifestations of qi. Ordinary humans cannot see spiritual energy, thus their view of apostles' battles often appears absurd, especially when confronting projection-type apostles. One facet of his ability seems to be this: what he does not comprehend simply does not exist, and if it does not exist, it cannot affect him. Brother Hao's words left the group speechless. Could such a thing truly be possible? Precisely. For apostles, knowledge is power. The more we understand, the greater our advantage. But he operates inversely. The less he understands, the more invulnerable he becomes. Wait, if I simply teach him about spiritual energy, wouldn't that nullify his ability? No. Seven exclaimed, electrified. Then they could reclaim the jade pendant effortlessly. That's exactly the problem. Brother Hao's expression darkened instantly. The problem is, he cannot be taught. During earlier joint training sessions, Brother Hao had tried instructing Wu Qi on spiritual energy, but failed utterly. His thoughts drifted back to those preceding days. Wu Qi, let me teach you something about spiritual energy. It'll certainly help if you ever become an apostle, won't it? Sure. Wu Qi immediately nodded in agreement. He longed to be as cool and confident as Zhao Yi and the others. So first I'll explain what spiritual energy is. You can think of it as a unique form of energy. Do you understand? No, I don't. Brother Hao. Wait, how could you possibly not grasp that? Energy, just like electricity, wind, or solar power, is fundamentally the same kind of force. Uncle, I've seen those three things you mentioned, but what does spiritual energy look like? I've never seen it at all. You simply can't see it yet, but once you become an apostle, you will. But how can I become an apostle if I can't even see it? I don't even know what it is. Just treat it as a physical quantity for now. Well, I only know those two characters, physics, but I've never studied it. Brother Hao. Arg. And just like that, we stalled at the very first step. Brother Hao sighed deeply. This guy truly wasn't cut out for learning. What began as a lesson on spiritual energy had devolved into a month-long crash course in physics. And even that hadn't stuck. So did we gain nothing from all this? Not quite. Brother Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Actually, I discovered another ability he possesses. As they returned to the island, Wu Qi patted his body gently, feeling no injury. You're unharmed? Zhang Jun asked, astonished. What harm could there possibly be? Nothing even happened just now. Yet moments later, Wu Qi frowned pensively and rubbed his chin. But at this rate, I probably can't beat him. Wait a moment. With that, Wu Qi pulled a garment from his small school bag, an outfit emblazoned with a bold S emblem. The instant Wu Qi slipped it on, his entire expression transformed, radiating unwavering self-assurance. Yet Zhang Jun couldn't help but ask, why are you wearing your underwear outside your clothes? This is Superman. All superheroes wear it this way on TV, and they can even fly. As he spoke, Wu Qi lifted effortlessly off the ground. Zhang Jun. Honestly, Wu Qi flying didn't surprise him, but he did wonder, wouldn't wearing giant boxers exposed to the open air create terrible drag? Then Wu Qi raised both arms and flexed fiercely, the muscles across his torso instantly surging toward his chest, swelling his pectorals into massive sculpted bulks. Next, he thrust one arm forward while placing the other on his shoulder, and charged headlong. The convict's pupils contracted sharply. He barely managed to raise his axe in front of his chest. But in the next instant, a sharp crack. The axe shattered into fragments. His chest caved inward violently, then he shot backward like a cannonball. Wu Qi looked up, surged skyward in pursuit, seized the convict by his clothing, and rocketed upward with blinding speed, piercing Earth's atmosphere in an eye blink and soaring into the silent void of space. Then, gripping the convict tightly, Wu Qi spiraled downward, flames roaring around them, until a deafening boom shook the heavens. The convict slammed into the earth, carving a colossal crater. Zhang Jun gaped, stunned for a heartbeat, then sprinted forward without hesitation. He found the convict lying broken within the crater, every bone in his body pulverized. By all natural laws, he should have been dead, but astonishingly, he still drew breath. Cough, cough. Spitting blood, the convict locked eyes with Wu Qi and rasped, "Kill me, do it now." Agony seared through his body, so excruciating he longed to black out. Yet his consciousness remained unervingly lucid. Wu Qi, you do it. After all, you defeated him. Huh, me? But I've never killed anyone before. Wu Qi looked genuinely distressed. Kill me. In 18 years I'll rise again, a true man. Seeing the convict's resolve, Wu Qi reluctantly drew a pistol and aimed it at him. Click. A jolt of dread struck the convict's heart, but when he opened his eyes, he was still alive. Sorry, the gun jammed. Wu Qi cleared the barrel, aimed steadily at the convict. The convict swallowed hard. Go on. 18 years from now I'll be. Click. The gun jammed again. Wu Qi tilted his head curiously, then fired sideways. Bang. A clean, sharp report. There, we're good now. All set. This time it will work. 18 years from now I'll be. Click. Aya. The convict burst into tears, wailing desperately at Wu Qi. Brother, just give me a clean, quick death, please. This is terrifying. If you must, let's use a knife instead. I'm begging you. Zhang Jun. This was crueler than death itself. Yet soon he understood Wu Qi likely believed this man wasn't worthy of dying by his hand. Better to let him cling to life in agony, just to toy with him. Truly fastidious, Zhang Jun muttered inwardly. No wonder the boss called him a freak. His logic defied ordinary minds. Stepping forward, Zhang Jun drew a blade and plunged it deep into the convict's chest. From the ruined heart, he extracted a large gleaming scorecard, bearing the number 4. How such a massive card had been embedded inside the body remained a mystery. Here, you take it. No, you keep it. You go ahead and hold on to it, Wu Qi suddenly said, flustered. Zhang Jun studied Wu Qi closely, detecting unmistakable guilt in his expression, but thinking nothing more of it, he pocketed the scorecard. Then, using his ability, Zhang Jun vanished from sight, only to hear Wu Qi call out. Hey, classmate Zhang Jun. May I ask, did you come here with some kind of plan? Wu Qi asked cautiously. Zhang Jun's pulse quickened, so he's finally asking. He wasn't surprised. Wu Qi's perceptiveness made such a question inevitable. Still, he could steer the conversation, mislead him just enough. Yes, what do you want to know? No, not exactly. I was wondering, does your plan require certain key artifacts? Exactly. We've prepared for this plan for a long time. Each artifact cost us dearly to acquire. At those words, Wu Qi's face turned pale and strained. Classmate Zhang Jun. Hypothetically speaking, if one of those key artifacts were damaged, what then? Our entire plan would collapse. These artifacts operate as an interlocked system. One missing, and the whole mechanism fails. Wu Qi. So, classmate Zhang Jun, given how important your plan is, surely you have backups for such critical artifacts. Just in case something unexpected happens, say a minor accident shatters one into 2 pieces, you need spares to keep things running right. Know this device is extremely sturdy. Moreover, it features dual safety mechanisms. So long as the core remains intact, it will continue functioning perfectly. Oh, so you mean the outer glass shell is merely a protective casing, meaning even if it shatters into 2 pieces or 8, the core remains operational. Exactly. Wait, no? Why on earth are you asking about this? Here, you hold it carefully. Don't drop it. Hearing this, Zhang Jun's suspicion deepened. He hastily unzipped his bag and withdrew the crystal sphere, only for a sharp crack to echo as it split cleanly in two, its core tumbling onto the floor. The core flickered valiantly twice, then died. Zhang Jun. Wu Qi, don't look at me. I warned you to hold it steady. You dropped it yourself. That has nothing to do with me. Then why did it fracture? The explanation is rather complex. Please watch the VCR. A rapid flashback flashed through Zhang Jun's mind, and with sudden crushing clarity he understood. Yet instead of relief, despair overwhelmed him. Then why didn't you tell me beforehand? I was afraid you wouldn't accept it. Wu Qi blinked, innocently wide-eyed and guileless. Well, I'm accepting it now. Zhang Jun felt his skull might explode. Trembling, he snatched up the phone. Hello, boss. What is it? This is about our major operation. Are there any backup supplies prepared? None. There are simply too many items to carry in. And besides, something's gone wrong, hasn't it? The voice on the other end tightened with alarm. No, nothing's wrong. I just worry others might handle things carelessly. What if a mishap jeopardizes the entire mission? Zhang Jun moistened his lips. Rest assured, the exterior is exceptionally durable. Even substellar attacks cannot breach it. And even if damaged, it remains fully functional as long as you remain inside. So there's no cause for concern. Zhang Jun. Any further questions? No. I've got work to do. Gotta go. Zhang Jun slammed the phone down, then turned slowly toward Wu Qi. Wu Qi. A cold premonition prickled his spine. Wu Qi. Whether I survive from here on depends entirely on you. Wu Qi. What on earth does that have to do with me? Zhang Jun said nothing, merely began preparing in grim silence. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Xiao Yan had encountered adversaries, but they were not prisoners. Something is deeply off about these people. Xiao Yan surveyed the four figures encircling him. Though peers in age, their cultivation far surpassed his own. Yet such disparity defied reason. After enduring Wu Ji's grueling short-term training, Xiao Yan had barely ascended from probationary to formal star apostle, nearly losing his life in the process. These four, however, were different. He recognized them. They were classmates from his academy. Though once stronger than him, their advantage had been marginal, their family backgrounds unremarkable. All had hovered around 5th-rank probationary apostles, yet now each radiated the aura of a 2-star apostle. Oh, Xiao Yan being a 1-star apostle must feel quite impressive. Alas, we're all 2 stars. Even if you rely on an elder brother's backing, what of it? Eliminate you, and their advancement halts. With that, all 4 lunged forward simultaneously. Thud, 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 attacking from 4 cardinal directions, their speed sluggish, their strikes weak. Xiao Yan parried effortlessly. Yet after landing 1 blow, they instantly retreated. Why halt your assault? Xiao Yan asked coolly. No, we've already struck. The lead student's face twisted into an eerie smile. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted, then snapped toward the points where he'd just made contact. Their black spiritual energy coalesced upon his arm, swirling, thickening, until it solidified into the form of a monkey. Squeak, squeak. The creature shrieked shrilly, then clamped its body tightly around Xiao Yan's forearm. Crack, crack. His bones groaned under immense pressure, proof of the beast's terrifying strength. Parasitic monkey, a species whose juveniles starved of security latch desperately onto any nearby being. Once attached, they never release, not even in death. They drain your spiritual energy until none remains. Of course you won't object. You're its mother now. The student grinned maliciously. Xiao Yan tried raising his left arm to dislodge the monkey, only to find it utterly paralyzed. He turned his head and saw barnacles densely carpeting his left forearm. His neck constricted sharply as a slender vine coiled around it. Then, searing pain flared in his leg as though something burrowed deep beneath his skin. He's a daughter plant parasitic by nature, leeching nutrients from its host to fuel its own growth. As for what's tunneling through your leg, the boy glanced sidelong at his comrade. Iron wire worm. It bores relentlessly into the brain, transforming its host into a hollow puppet. His smile curdled, grotesque and revolting. Xiao Yan apostle combat is fundamentally a battle of information. You know nothing of us, hence your fatal error closing distance. Xiao Yan remained silent, yet memory surged. Training days passed. Brother Zhao, does a lower rank apostle always lose to a higher rank one? No. With precise execution, even an ordinary human could slay a lunar tier powerhouse via poison, nuclear detonation, or other means. Nothing is absolute. When ranks are close, information dominates. For instance, among Fustar apostles, differences are minimal. Master their secrets and exploit them, and victory is yours. Fustar tier refers to ranks 1 through 3. Midstar and High-star tiers follow accordingly. Huff. Xiao Yan exhaled slowly. You claimed I knew nothing about you. But do you know me? Huh. They froze, then watched in horror as the monkey on Xiao Yan's arm shrieked in agony. Squeak, squeak. Instantly the barnacles sloughed off his arm, the vine behind him withered and crumbled, the iron wire worm writhed free, then lay inert upon the ground. Impossible. They recoiled in shock, then spun to flee, only to find their limbs locked rigid, immovable. I return your words, you knew nothing of me. Thus you erred gravely in choosing melee combat. Xiao Yan smiled, a flash of white teeth in the dim light. The four of them looked down and discovered a strand of pink spiritual energy clinging to their hands, the other end anchored firmly in Xiaoyan's palm. Indeed, this was Xiaoyan's spiritual ability, alien water. When it was first developed, Wu Qi had been genuinely puzzled why not alien fire. Oh, that would invite copyright disputes. Xiaoyan blurted out, then froze mid-sentence. Why on earth would alien water trigger copyright issues? Back in the present, Xiaoyan curled his finger, and instantly one of the boys felt an overwhelming force yank him forward, sending him hurtling through the air. Alien water, elastic resin. This was a specialized application of Xiaoyan's ability. By itself, his alien water held no effect, but when fused with spiritual techniques, it birthed entirely new variants. This elastic resin emerged from merging alien water with the spiritual technique adhesive resin, granting it both tenacious adhesion and extraordinary elasticity. As the student soared toward him, Xiaoyan cocked his fist, channeling spiritual energy from his core into his knuckles, and struck. Boom. His fist landed squarely on the boy's face. In that instant, the youth's eyes rolled back, blood and teeth spraying outward, before he crashed heavily onto the ground. Simultaneously, the wristband's safety protocol activated. White light flared around his body. The other three likewise shimmered with radiant white light. In team-based trials, the elimination of one contestant triggered the immediate withdrawal of all. Damn it. One of them snarled, seething with frustration, having just acquired such formidable power only to be so swiftly undone. Cough, cough. Just then a sudden fit of coughing erupted beside him. Xiaoyan turned and noticed the coughing boy's hair had visibly paled. But before he could scrutinize further, all four vanished in unison. TCH, should have interrogated them before striking. Still too inexperienced, Xiaoyan sighed. Yet the sight of those students' deteriorating condition left him with a deep, unsettling premonition. From then until 8 o'clock that evening, conflict erupted across the secret realm. Yet to every instructor's astonishment, the number of eliminations remained remarkably low. In Examination Hall 1, however, the instructors furrowed their brows. Strange. Has this year's cohort truly grown so exceptional? How is it that so many have already reached 2-star or 3-star ranks? Within a single day, over a dozen students had manifested initial star cultivation. Yet if schools possessed such prodigies in abundance, they would long since have proclaimed it far and wide. Why conceal them now? Hero Director of the Public Security Bureau wore a grim expression as he addressed Tian Xian below. Teacher Tian, please transmit this year's student records to me immediately. Yes, sir. Tian Xian promptly retrieved a laptop, executed several commands, and the data streamed seamlessly onto Hero's tablet. The file detailed each student's profile, clearly indicating that, just 1 month prior, they had still ranked as apprentice apostles, yet within 30 days they had inexplicably ascended to initial star status. Yet critically, none exhibited the corresponding strength expected of initial star cultivators. Tian Xian, investigate those students immediately, Hero commanded without delay. Yes, sir. As Tian Xian turned to leave, a petite girl, barely 1.4 meters tall, peered eagerly into the room, her hand extended toward Tian Xian. Hi. Auntie. Inine. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be boarding at school? Tian Xian exclaimed, startled. The girl was Inine, a sophomore at Tianyang No. 1 High who normally resided on campus. It was already 8 o'clock. Why had she appeared here? Hee, I bunked off, she declared, proudly puffing out her chest. Tian Xian stared silently. Was that something to boast about? Fine, sending you back now wouldn't be safe anyway. Go find your father. Okay. And with limbs moving in perfect sync, Inine marched inside. Upon entering, she cheerfully waved at everyone. Hi. Hello, uncles and aunts. Oh, is this Director Ying's daughter? Ha. What an outstanding young lady. Truly, comparing people leads to despair, comparing goods leads to disgrace. Just look at her. A torrent of effusive praise poured forth from the assembled teachers. Yet Inine showed not a trace of embarrassment. Instead, she lifted her chin high, radiating quiet confidence, as if to say, you're absolutely right. I am this exceptional. Inine, what brings you here? Hero himself was taken aback. He doted on his daughter utterly, granting her nearly every wish. Only his appointment as chief examiner had compelled him to send her to boarding school. I missed you. Inine lunged into his arms. Watching on my phone strains my eyes. Being here feels so much better. She pulled out a candy the size of a wash basin, licked it contentedly, and swung her legs while gazing at the live feed ahead. Hero sighed helplessly. He had no recourse against her and simply let her be. Dad, these are the candidates you've been watching closely. Inine picked up a sheet of paper from the desk covered in student numbers. These are students whose character and aptitude stand out. Though some may not sit for the Gaokao, they remain exceptional. After the monthly exam, I plan to recruit them into the Public Security Bureau for rigorous cultivation and mentorship. I see. She studied the numbers on the page, slowly licking her candy. Meanwhile, within the examination grounds, all contestants began seeking shelter for rest. Nightfall brought the greatest peril, especially within these dense concealed woods. So, we're sleeping here. Wu Qi yawned, watching Zhang Jun leap onto a towering tree and frantically weave branches into camouflage. My ability deactivates during sleep. We must secure a hidden location and maintain rotating sentry duty. Strangely, he instinctively trusted Wu Qi not to harm him. After all, he sensed he still held some utility. Do you take the first or second watch? First watch. Good. I'll wake you at 2. With that, Zhang Jun closed his eyes, only to hear loud snoring erupt beside him moments later. Zhang Jun. He whipped his head around, and there was Wu Qi snug under a blanket sleeping like a blissful sage. Hey! Zhang Jun bellowed, and Wu Qi jolted awake, blinking groggily. What's wrong? What's wrong? You're on first watch, so why are you asleep? And where precisely had that pillow and quilt materialized from? Worst of all, he'd even changed into pajamas. All right, my watch. Wu Qi slapped his cheeks. Brother, this isn't trivial. If we're ambushed and eliminated, we'll have nowhere to cry our regrets. Mom, I know. All right, I'm turning in. Zhang Jun shut his eyes again, while Wu Qi wedged 2 toothpicks beneath his eyelids and sat upright, arms crossed, vigilantly scanning the darkness ahead. His eyelids grew inexplicably heavy, those 2 toothpicks propping them open, bent inward, then snapped with a sharp crack. Wu Qi's eyes snapped shut. His body slumped to the ground like liquid, sinking into deep, blissful sleep. Wu Qi. Hey! No sooner had his eyes closed than a shout rang out from above. Wu Qi jolted awake, instantly scanning left and right with wary vigilance. He wildly pumped his fists in the air, then flashed Zhang Jun a thumbs up. Zhang Jun, how about I take the first half of the night watch? No need, trust me. Wu Qi thumped his chest with conviction. Zhang Jun, suddenly I'm not so sure I do. Soon after, Wu Qi patrolled tirelessly, lugging a bucket of coffee, sipping whenever drowsiness crept in. Then without warning, a bee buzzed past his face. Bzz. Its drone unfurled like a lullaby, and at last lulled Wu Qi's eyes shut once more. An hour later, 4 figures crouched silently in the surrounding woods, watching Wu Qi sleep. That's Wu Qi, right? The top-ranked high school student in Tianyang City. He's sleeping soundly, 0 alertness. Ha ha ha, perfect. Take him down, and our names will echo across the city. Grins twisted across their faces as in unison they lunged toward Wu Qi, only for his hand to suddenly stir. In one fluid motion, he snatched a stone from the ground and flung it skyward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the 4 reached Wu Qi's front, poised to strike, the stones descended. Thud, 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 smacking each squarely on the head. Dazed and disoriented, they crumpled to the earth. When their senses returned, Wu Qi had vanished. Frantically, they scanned left and right, only to spot him peacefully suspended between 2 trees, cradled in a tangle of vines. Oh! Steady rhythmic snores confirmed he slept soundly. Unwilling to concede defeat, they charged again, this time converging from all 4 cardinal directions. All 4 crashed in together, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. From within came the thunderous clamor of combat. Yet mid-battle, Wu Qi strode calmly out of the haze, tipped his sleeping cap at the stunned fighters, and ambled aside to lie down and resume his nap. As the dust settled, the 4 staggered upright, blackened eyes, swollen faces, only to realize their blows had landed entirely upon one another. Their limbs were grotesquely entwined. What in the world just happened? With trembling fingers pressed to the ground, they painstakingly untangled themselves. Is he really asleep? One boy whispered, voice edged with fear. Does it even matter? Even if he wakes, he's powerless against us now. We are no longer who we once were. At that, black aura coalesced around them, and their faces contorted into nauseating grins. Come to think of it, we've never actually used our abilities before. Right. We're supposed to be summoners, I think. Then let's test them now. Ordinarily, one grasps an ability's function the instant it manifests, but theirs had not been cultivated, it had been bestowed. One of them roared, "Appear, my summoned beast." At that very moment, Wu Qi rolled over in his sleep. The summoning array warped unnaturally, and seconds later 2 crimson eyes glowed fiercely in the darkness. The boy cried out, elated. This is my summoned beast. Huh. But as he beheld the creature emerging, he froze. Its colossal frame radiating supreme indifference, its spirit unshakable by any force, any event. Crunch, crunch. All 4. Is that a capybara? Crunch, crunch. The capybara continued chewing placidly on a leaf, gazing blankly ahead. How exactly does this thing work? I've never heard of it harming anyone. The boy's voice cracked with despair. They'd expected a fearsome predator, yet got a gentle herbivore instead. What if we send it forward? Maybe it has some hidden power. Another boy ventured cautiously. All right, go on, capybara. Attack that man. Crunch, crunch. Don't just chew, move. Get over there and attack him, now? The boy bellowed. Crunch, crunch. If you don't stop loafing, I swear I'll boil you alive. At those words, the capybara finally stirred, marching forward with solemn, deliberate steps until it stood beside Wu Qi's makeshift bed. All held their breath. What power will it unleash? It's a rodent after all. Surely those massive incisors will tear him apart. The capybara's summoner clenched his fist. The other 3. Do you believe that? Then, under the weight of collective anticipation, the capybara lifted both forepaws gently, hoisted Wu Qi into the air, and Wu Qi didn't stir, not a single twitch. I get it now. Its ability lies in its utterly harmless aura. It approaches any being undetected, a natural-born assassin. The boy shouted, electrified. The other 3. Truly impressive. How did you conjure that theory? Go, capybara, rend him with your ultimate fangs. At his command, the capybara's eyes flared crimson, then with serene precision balanced Wu Qi atop its own head. Ho! Crunch, crunch. Ho! Crunch, crunch. All 4. That's it. That's the grand finale. So your ultimate ability is balancing people on your head. Back in reality, every instructor fell silent. They'd hoped these students might rival elite units like the Parasite Squad. But yes, they truly stood out. Ing Enin watched astonished as her father jotted down this student's ID number 2. You're recording this one too. She gasped. Oh, Tianyang City just opened a new zoo. They're desperately seeking a mascot. After exams, I'll transfer him there. Ing grinned, already calculating the annual tourism revenue. Ing Enin. Sometimes she reflected being chief of the Public Security Bureau wasn't easy at all. Inside the exam hall, another student rubbed his face in resignation. Fine, I'll handle this. He stepped forward, black spiritual energy erupting from his body, then slammed his palm into the ground. Appear, my summoned beast. A distorted light shimmered, and a smaller creature materialized before them. They stared, then blurted a sloth. The group stared, jaws slack, at the creature before them. Wait, this one's different from the last. Treetog's trainer suddenly exclaimed. They turned to look, and indeed it was different. This Treetog's gaze burned with fierce intensity, utterly unlike the lethargic, carefree air of its kin. This was a Treetog with ambition, with purpose. That gave the boy confidence. It doesn't matter if your base stats are low. What matters is character. Go, Treetog. Show him what you're made of. The Treetog raised its stubby arms, then began crawling slowly toward Wu Qi. Half an hour later, the four stood in stunned silence, staring down at the Treetog, now perched triumphantly at their own feet. Seriously, should we just carry it over? Or wait for it to get there? By then the exam will be over. Capybara's trainer sighed, exasperated. No sooner had he spoken than the Treetog froze mid-step, then spent another 30 minutes laboriously turning around, only to pause, lock eyes with him in a glare of pure disdain, and resume its slow, deliberate pivot. It was a Treetog of dignity. It would defeat its master's enemy through sheer unaided effort. The others stared speechless. Not now. We're in the middle of an exam. Don't throw a tantrum. Fine, we'll join in too. The remaining two trainers summoned their spirit beasts. Two luminous arrays flared into existence, and from them emerged two colossal figures. Undisputed heavyweights, so imposing that even seasoned warriors dared not approach. One reigned unchallenged across the Australian wilds, the other was a living legend in their homeland of Dacia, the iconic koala and the revered giant panda. The two trainers erupted in elation. These were true powerhouses, especially the giant panda. Its cuddly appearance belied its ferocity in the wild. Even apex predators kept their distance. Finally, something reliable. They immediately ordered the two beasts forward. Both remained rooted in place. Move already, they pleaded frantically, only to watch the panda lean lazily against a tree, roll its eyes, and go utterly still. I am the national treasure, one of the highest-ranking beings in this land. What right does some lowly servant have to command me? As for the koala, it wasn't defiance. It simply could not move deep in a critical detoxification phase. It was immobilized. The four stood frozen in silence. The audience sat in identical, baffled silence. So what precisely was the practical use of this spiritual ability? Such was the inevitable consequence of relying on borrowed power, not cultivated through one's own discipline. Only one person rejoiced, Ing Xiong feverishly scribbling notes on a sheet of paper. Humph. Let's see who dares claim Tianyang lacks worthy treasures this time. Inside the exam grounds, the four exchanged helpless glances. What now? They couldn't win alone, and their spirit beasts were useless. Just as they debated stepping forward themselves, dizziness struck like a hammer blow. Instantly, the protective wards on their wrists activated. Bright light flared around all four. What's hap? Cough, cough, cough. One barely managed to speak before collapsing into violent coughing. The others followed suit. In the next instant, three vanished, teleported out without warning. Outside observers watched in utter confusion. Though each student's feed streamed live, the broadcast automatically shifted focus, unless the student was actively engaged. It cut instead to those still locked in combat. Yet at this hour few remained fighting, and every single one had collapsed. Thud, thud. Lin Zilong frowned, gazing down at the two figures slumped before him. Competent fighters, even ranked above him. Yet Lin Zilong never doubted his victory. Even outnumbered Tutin, he'd held them at bay for an extended duel, until just as he gained the upper hand, both crumpled without warning. Beside him, Yi Fantian faced the same bizarre collapse. The two shared a strange, fated rivalry, drawn together even here. Their spiritual abilities are clumsy, unrefined, like forced ascensions, not earned cultivation. And their stamina is severely limited. Yi Fantian adjusted his glasses, then withdrew a smooth, spherical device from his sleeve. I retrieved this from them. It appears to enable rapid coordination among teammates, suggesting they anticipated the exam structure in advance. None of this concerns me, but being left hanging like this, unbearable. Lin Zilong bristled with frustration. He craved a clean, cathartic battle, only to have his opponent vanish mid-fight. He glanced sideways at Yi Fantian, who responded with a dismissive eye roll. Don't look at me. I refuse to fight you now. Whichever of us falls, Tianyang no. One Hai loses. Yi Fantian was an unwavering patriot of Tianyang no. One Hai, proud of his role in the student council, fiercely devoted to its honor. Excluding the anomaly Wu Qi, he and Lin Zilong were the school's elite prospects. If either were eliminated, Tianyang no. One Hai would suffer irreparable disgrace. But something grave is unfolding. This exam feels perilously unstable. Yi Fantian gazed upward, unease tightening his brow. Similar collapses erupted across the testing grounds. Outside, instructors scrambled. Students returning via teleportation all exhibited varying degrees of unconsciousness. Parents outside erupted in panic. "Director, should we halt the exam?" Kenshin asked, voice strained with concern. "No. Stopping now would trigger chaos beyond control. There's a traitor among the students. Send instructors in to investigate." "Understood." Kenshin dispatched 20 invigilators. They entered, immediately dispersing to gather the remaining examinees. Unbeknownst to all, during Ingxiong's absence, a proctor slipped a USB drive into the surveillance console. The monitors instantly flooded with fabricated feeds. Every student's status was overwritten with false data. All preparations complete. Now, plunge every student within the secret realm into despair. A stark crimson one blazed upon the foreheads of several instructors. Their faces twisted into grotesque grins as they deployed specialized devices, hunting for infiltrators already embedded within the exam site. Dawn broke the next day. Zhang Jun stirred awake, blinking groggily. Last night's sleep had been blissfully deep, though inexplicably warm. Wait, had Wu Qi even swapped shifts with him? As his vision cleared, he found himself encircled by a ring of silent, staring faces. Zhang Jun. He looked down and saw himself bound stuffed headfirst into a steaming cauldron. Zhang Jun. "Wu Qi, you wretched scoundrel. Where the hell were you standing guard?" At that moment, Wu Qi suddenly woke up from the side. Seeing Zhang Jun in the pot, he exclaimed, "Zhang Jun, you are quite particular getting up early for a bath." "Bath? I am being stewed here. Hurry up and save me," Zhang Jun roared. Just as he finished speaking, several arrows flew in, striking the heads of a few cannibals. Then Zhao Yi came with a group of people. Lin Zilong, Xiao Yan, and others were all here. "Brother Wu, Zhao Er, you finally came. You have no idea how scared I was without seeing you guys." "Yeah, you finally arrived. I am also quite frightened being next to this guy," Zhang Jun cried out from the pot. "Xiao Yan." It seemed this guy was in quite a miserable situation due to Wu Qi. Brother Wu, as expected, something went wrong with the exam. Wu Qi. How could there not be a problem? Generally, where there is a protagonist, issues arise during the exams. The watch has lost its function, the protective and detection devices have all become ineffective. Zhao Yi originally used that woman to hunt other students, but after a while he found that students could no longer be teleported away. Only then did he realize something was wrong, and coincidentally, at that moment Ding Yaoqing used her ability to find them and gathered them together. Some people seem to have gone insane, actually eating people. Even the top student from the second high school has become abnormal. Lin Zilong frowned as such opponents disgusted him. Zhao Yi looked at Zhang Jun. He felt something was off with this person during the first exam. Unexpectedly, he was immediately targeted by Brother Wu. "Let me go first, I have important matters to discuss with you." Zhang Jun immediately pledged his loyalty to the crowd. Zhao Yi stepped forward to untie him. With so many people here, they weren't worried about him escaping. After being released, Zhang Jun immediately used his ability to cover everyone. "I will admit first, I am a member of the Zodiac organization." "Are you talking about those people who are after me?" Xiao Yan immediately asked. "Exactly, you are one of our targets this time. But that doesn't matter now. What's important is that the plan has already begun." "What plan?" Zhao Yi immediately asked. "The school's elite corruption plan." Zhang Jun stated word by word. "To put it simply, there are also our people among the school teachers, so we knew the exam questions in advance and understood that the second round takes place in a secret realm. Including myself, there are a total of 4 people who will use special devices to bring all students, prisoners, and incoming teachers in the secret realm to corruption, turning them into our people." Everyone's expressions changed. They initially thought it was just a terror activity, but unexpectedly, it was so dangerous. "Why are you telling us this?" Xiao Yan asked in confusion. If he suddenly turned to the light side, he definitely wouldn't believe it. Hearing this, Zhang Jun sighed, then took out the broken crystal ball from his backpack and cast a resentful glance at Wu Qi. Everyone instantly understood. Oh, Wu Qi must have discovered their plan directly and quickly controlled him. Is this the keen observation ability of Tianyang's top student? Lin Zilong trembled with excitement. If it weren't for the timing, he really wanted to have a match with Wu Qi. "Wu Qi. No, you broke it yourself. Oh, when I handed it to you, it was still lit." "Hey, what do you mean by turning your head like that? Speak up. I took a picture back then." Everyone. So cautious. No wonder he surrendered so readily. Turns out he had already set up a handle. Everyone looked at Wu Qi with admiration. "Wu Qi. Wait, even if that's the case, you might not succeed. There is still the Hero Bureau chief outside. We have 2 plans to deal with him. It is said that a senior from the organization has gone there and even invited people from the Evil Heart sect. By then, the Hero Bureau chief will also be controlled and turned into our people." Zhao Yi instantly understood. No wonder the future situation would become so dire. The elites of Tianyang City, teachers, and even officials have all been controlled. Using them as a base, they would infiltrate the college entrance examination in the same manner, causing the situation in Summer Country to deteriorate rapidly. Zhao Yi immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, they had Wu Qi, which left a flaw in the opponent's plan. If this thing is broken, does it mean it has no effect? Not exactly, it just means the effect is not as strong. but it is still effective against those with poor psychological quality or who have already collapsed psychologically. In the case of the watch's protective measures being damaged, those prisoners wouldn't be courteous to the students, making it easy to breach the students' psychological defenses and subsequently lead them to corruption. Will they gain strength after falling? Lin Zilong asked. At least that was the case for him. Yes, after falling their strength will improve, but there will be side effects. What side effects? Life. The enhancement of abilities will rapidly consume one's lifespan. Basically, using it once will consume at least 1/3 of it. Then what value does this thing have? Use it 3 times and it's gone. Wu Qi said helplessly. No, there is a way to make up for it. At this point, Zhang Jun's expression became unnatural. Stop stalling, hurry up, and say it. What method? Xiaoyan couldn't take it anymore. The method is eat people. Eat people. Everyone was shocked. That's right, eating people. Those who have fallen can use this method to replenish their vitality and continue using spiritual abilities, even rapidly improving their levels. I see. Zhao Yi finally understood why those people in the future would be so strong and progress so quickly. As mentioned before, spiritual abilities are a kind of mind-based power. These people use their lives as the price. How could their strength not be formidable? We need to get out quickly and inform the Hero Bureau Chief. Now their only hope was that the Hero Bureau Chief had not fallen for the trap, or in that case, under his leadership, they still had a chance. Is there any way to get out? Zhao Yi asked. There is. At this time, the teachers outside should have entered. They are mainly responsible for you elites, but their devices for entering can still be used. We can use that to teleport out. Zhang Jun could be said to speak without reservation. After all, he had already betrayed, so he simply decided to betray thoroughly, otherwise he would not survive no matter what. So, the problem is now simple: find where those teachers entered, and escape through that same point. Yi Fantian adjusted his glasses. Let's split up, Zhao Yi. We'll act as bait to draw their attention while you locate the exit. Lin Zilong declared without hesitation. Hey, don't you even ask for our opinion. A few people trailing behind Lin Zilong blurted out anxiously. Right? We want out too. It's far too dangerous to stay here. Staying here is actually safer. Lin Zilong rolled his eyes. Here at worst we'd merely be captured and eventually fall to corruption. But outside, you'd face enemy officers and members of the Xia Xian cult. So tell me, what's your choice? Silence fell over the group instantly. All right, Gao Yun, mimic their appearances. The short man suddenly unleashed a surge of mental energy. In an instant, the faces of 4 students morphed into those of Wu Qi and his companions. I must clarify, though, I am a psychic-type apostle. Shape-shifting isn't my forte. I'm barely managing this much. It won't withstand scrutiny, so move quickly, the short man warned. Understood. Zhao Yi and Xiaoyan immediately hoisted Wu Qi and dashed forward. Hey, what are you dragging me for? I feel like I belong here. Let me go. Zhang Jun followed closely behind Zhao Yi's group, masking their auras with his ability. Yet they hadn't gone far before an explosion echoed from behind. Lin Zilong's team had already engaged the enemy. Zhang Jun, you use your ability to get Brother Wu out. We'll create the opening for you. Wu Qi remained speechless. Don't you even consult the person involved, eh? Before he could utter another word, Zhang Jun seized him and sprinted toward the door, just as a middle-aged man sitting on the ground abruptly lifted his head. Enemies. The others instantly snapped into defensive stances. Zhang Jun's heart pounded as he guided Wu Qi past the man, only for the man to raise his hand sharply toward them the very next second. Boom. A searing white beam shot toward Zhang Jun, grazing his ear by mere inches. An illusion, The man frowned deeply. But in the next breath, 3 figures plummeted from the treetops. Hetero water acid rain. Countless droplets rained down from above, vast and overwhelming. One of them slammed his palm onto the ground. The moment, a colossal wall erupted, encircling everyone within. Yet at that very instant, the middle-aged man's expression twisted in alarm. Stop. It was too late. Zhang Jun had already propelled Wu Qi through the doorway. Damn it. With a single punch, the man shattered the skull of the wall summoner, then turned coldly toward the 3 intruders before him. Ah, it's you 3. You've long been under special surveillance by our organization. Though you've committed some missteps under our watch, it's hardly shameful. That one who just fled, that was Wu Qi, wasn't it? Never imagined Zhang Jun would betray us. Truly worthy of being Tianyang City's finest. What masterful tactics. But do you truly believe you can hold us off? With a flick of his wrist, 3 figures stepped forward to stand directly before Zhao Yi and his comrades. Entertain them for now. Yes, sir. The 3 newcomers were students, each bearing the numbers 7, 8, or 9 emblazoned upon their foreheads. Master, may we devour them? You may if you win. The middle-aged man shrugged indifferently. Though headquarters had flagged these 3 as high-priority targets, if they couldn't even defeat his own subordinates, they held no further value for cultivation. Heard of you, Zhao Yi, a prodigy from the capital. Might this humble soul have the honor of witnessing your prowess firsthand? Without delay, he activated his ability. 3 dice materialized before Zhao Yi's eyes. Number 8 swiftly shook them. The cubes spun wildly. 3, 3, 3. 1, 2, 4. A look of elation lit number 8's face. He'd struck extraordinary luck right from the outset. He lunged forward instantly. Die. Though his fist carried little spiritual energy, the sheer multiplier effect of his dice result meant devastating force, even against Zhao Yi. Thud. His confident blow landed squarely on Zhao Yi, yet the next moment left him stunned. Zhao Yi stood unharmed while number 8 felt a sharp depletion of his own spiritual energy. Impossible. Number 8 glanced desperately at his dice, only to see that the triple threes had transformed into 1-2-4. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi's dice now read 3-3-3. Nothing's impossible, Zhao Yi murmured, tapping the jade ring on his finger. Number 8 had no idea Zhao Yi already knew him. After Wu Qi's return, he'd recounted number 8's abilities in detail, and Zhao Yi, drawing from memory, had already identified him. In the future, he'd studied number 8's powers thoroughly, so the moment they met, Zhao Yi deployed his own ability, Anxiety Syndrome. This granted him a jade ring, the Gambler Sovereign's jade ring, capable of altering the outcome of any game. Now it's my turn. Zhao Yi flicked the dice once. Without glancing at the result, he drove a crushing fist straight into number 8's face. The impact sent him flying backward, smashing through several trees before collapsing unconscious. Zhao Yi then turned his gaze toward the seated middle-aged man who offered a faint wry smile, before rising to his feet. Meanwhile, Wu Qi and Zhang Jun burst out onto the school's athletic field. Yet the field lay utterly deserted. They hurried onward, only to encounter Tian Xin, who had arrived to assess the situation. Due to the unusually high number of affected students, many had been relocated to the school infirmary. Teacher Tian Xin. Wu Qi and Zhang Jun rushed over, recounting everything. Her expression darkened instantly. Come with me. I'll take you straight to the director. But the moment Tian Xin turned, a group of black-clad figures materialized before her. The Xia Xin cult. Her heart sank. She sensed their strength was formidable, and their leader vastly surpassed her own. Wu Qi, Zhang Jun, go find the director. I'll hold them off. Tian Xin steeled herself for death, but even in dying she would ensure their escape. Do you truly think you can succeed? The cult leader extended his hand. More Xia Xin cult members surged forward, sealing them in a tightening circle. All of you will die here today. No sooner had the words left his lips than a cool, detached voice cut through the air. I wouldn't be so certain of that. The leader of the Xia Xin cult glanced and recognized a familiar face. Hao Yin. Instantly his brow furrowed. What was he doing here? After all, Hao Yin was a high-ranking operative of a notorious terrorist organization, men who valued wealth over life. Why would they involve themselves in this murky affair? In truth, even Team 7 could not fathom why Hao Yin insisted on coming himself. Wouldn't it have been wiser to let the Xia Xin cult wear down Wu Qi? Perhaps they might even eliminate Wu Qi in the process. That woman named Tianxin is my ex-girlfriend. Team 7 fell silent. They stared at Brother Hao with stunned disbelief. You? Ex-girlfriend? What's wrong with that? Can't I have an ex-girlfriend? Let me tell you, don't judge by my current complexion. Back in my prime, I was effortlessly charismatic. These past few years, though, relentless missions have left their mark. Nothing more than wind and frost. He turned toward Xiao Bai and the others. Don't think your handsome faces will save you. Just wait a few years and you'll look just like this. With those words, Xiao Bai and his companions instantly contemplated quitting the team. Hold on, now I'm curious. Teacher Tianxin is wealthy, powerful, and stunningly beautiful. Why did you two break up? Did she replace you? Team 7 asked, intrigued. Hey, don't slander our relationship. In fact, I initiated the breakup. She refused. His voice trailed off, growing quieter with each word. The others stood speechless. Wait, what gives you the right to break up? You're utterly ungrateful. She never looked down on you, and yet you walked away. Team 7 was left utterly dumbfounded. You don't understand the circumstances. By then I'd already joined the organization. Love struck unexpectedly, but I was a criminal and she served the Public Security Bureau. Our paths were never meant to converge. She had a brilliant future ahead. I couldn't hold her back. Brother Hao spoke with quiet melancholy. Hearing this, the others felt a pang of empathy. It was after all profoundly reasonable. Who would have guessed Brother Hao possessed such depth of feeling? And so they came. When Tianxin laid eyes on Brother Hao, her pupils contracted sharply. Xin. He restored his true visage and appeared before her in an instant. Slap. In the next moment, he received a stinging blow. Xin. Slap. Another strike. As Tianxin raised her hand again, Hao Yin seized her wrist firmly. Please stop. Xin. What if you hurt your hand? The others stared speechless. Damn. It's no wonder he ever had a girlfriend. Just listen to that line. Still, they couldn't help but feel sorrow for the pair. Two souls yearning for each other, yet doomed to part. Tianxin yanked her hand back with force, but failed. Then coldly she spoke. Didn't you say the same thing to my best friend? Hao Yin, you truly are extraordinary. Out of my 6 closest friends, you seduced 5. Team 7 froze in silence. We were told it was because of the irreconcilable divide between good and evil, not because you got caught seducing her friends. Seriously, did you distort your face like this just to avoid being thrown into a pig basket? Now we seriously question your motives for joining our organization. Xin. Well, they pursued me. But I swear, my heart has always belonged solely to you. Besides, that was all in the past. Hey, Xin. Leave this to me. You all should go first. Xiaoqing, hurry, escort them out. Team 7 stared blankly. Are you really running out of excuses? Xiaoqing stepped forward and flicked his wrist. Suddenly, a vast black curtain materialized in his grasp. This was his ability, Black Magic Curtain. Once enveloped by the curtain, one could instantly travel to any location he had previously visited. This was precisely why they had evaded capture for so long. Xiao Qing draped the curtain over the group. The moment it unfurled again, they stood inside the hospital. There they immediately located Hero Director. How did you get here? Tianxin recounted everything without delay. Hero instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. He reached for a specialized phone, engineered to bypass signal jammers, to alert his superiors. But his hand met only empty air. He frowned in embarrassment. Impossible. I always carry it. Then it struck him perhaps he'd left it in the live streaming studio. And with that thought, his daughter flashed into his mind. No, Ini. Without hesitation, Hero bolted toward the studio. He arrived just in time to see his daughter impaled against the wall by a long spear. Her eyes stared blankly ahead. Inin. Inin. Hero and Tianxin watched in horror, their eyes burning with fury as they lunged forward. Inin. Inin. After lowering Inin gently, Hero trembled as he pressed 2 fingers to her neck, searching desperately for a pulse. There was none. Arg. Hero threw back his head and roared to the heavens, then whirled around ready to hunt down his enemies. But the instant he turned, a hand pierced straight through his chest. Stunned, Hero looked back and saw his daughter gazing at him with an eerie, twisted smile. Surprise, Daddy dear. Inin, why? Confusion flooded Hero's gaze. Why, oi? Inin withdrew her hand and cupped her cheeks tenderly. Yes, why? At first perhaps it was mother's influence. But later, I grew to savor the sight of others' despair. Come, Daddy, let us descend together into the abyss of hopelessness. Cough, cough. Hero's mind reeled. Something was gnawing at his will. Mind control. Correct. Indeed, it is a mind control ability. Its activation condition. The target must first be plunged into utter despair. Of course, this power did not belong to Inin herself, but to another member of the Zodiac organization. Inin too had fallen victim to this technique, for only those already infected could transmit it further. Tianxin stood frozen, unable to speak. She could not comprehend how her own niece had become this monster, and now realized with chilling clarity that the entire scenario had been a trap meticulously laid for Hero. Though Wu Qi had warned that high-ranking conspirators would target Hero, he never imagined, never dared imagine, that the traitor would be his own daughter. Under ordinary circumstances, Hero would never have succumbed so easily, yet he had first been shattered by the apparent death of his daughter, then moments later betrayed by her very hand. Under this double assault, his spirit fractured, and the corruption took root. Arg. Clutching his skull, Hero fought with every fiber of his being. Daddy, stop resisting. Would you truly kill your own flesh and blood, or would you stand by while she slaughters more students? Ah, either choice leads you to despair. Inin covered her mouth, laughing merrily. Indeed, it was a perfect deadlock. The moment she appeared, Hero's fate was sealed. As time wore on, Yingxiang's eyes slowly dulled, and he rose up like a revenant. In. Oh my, this is my dear father. Inin then turned to her maternal aunt. Aunt, then what is your choice? Tianxin met Yin's indifferent gaze, and for the first time felt how strange his niece had become. She calmed herself quickly. She was more than merely Yin's aunt. It seems you have already made your choice. No sooner had the words fallen than Yingxiong struck. In an instant, Yi Tianxin's body flew into the wall, slid down, and fell unconscious. Then next is you. Inin looked down at Wu Qi. As for Zhang Jun, she simply ignored him. Wu Qi. Zhang Jun. How had things come to this? Big brother, I'm counting on you. Zhang Jun patted Wu Qi's shoulder, then decisively used his ability to flee. Wait, who are you calling my big brother? Oh, come on. Where are you? You ran off and left me. Wu Qi turned and saw the man already at the door. Sistering, something came up at my place, but go ahead. Let's keep in touch. Wu Qi spun to run, but the next second the walls around the entire streaming room were sealed by massive iron gates. Wu Qi stood speechless. Is this the end? A voice said, Wu Qi, what is your choice? Frankly, our boss thinks highly of you. If you surrender to us, we won't mind giving you a place among our Zodiac ranks. They planned to kick Wei Yang out later anyway. That fellow had been defeated by Wu Qi and was the weakest. Fine. Wu Qi agreed without hesitation. There was no other way. One must preserve life first. Did he refuse? Such backbone. Wu Qi stood silent. No, I mean yes, I didn't refuse. You agreed so readily, you must not be sincere. No, I'm sincere. See, you already said no. That's just a verbal tick. If you intend to kill me, just say so. Wu Qi said in despair, convinced he might die here today. And then let me beat you into submission. Inin tugged at her clothes. A flame instantly enveloped her, and her outfit transformed into a little chick costume. Her aura surged to moon-level intensity. Of course, this newfound strength was a post-fall augmentation that demanded the expenditure of life force. But life was the one thing she did not lack. Soul flame. Inin spread her 2 wings, countless orbs of fire appeared upon them, and slowly swelled. They shot toward Wu Qi. Astonishingly, each flame seemed animate, curving in midair to strike him. Explosions rocked the space. Wu Qi did not dodge, he was struck by every blast. Her flames were not ordinary fire, but ones that targeted spirit, mind, and life itself. Those hit by them suffered a fate worse than death. This was why she lacked no life. Her flames could siphon the life force of others. She had hoped to catch Wu Qi off guard and land a crushing blow, but to her astonishment, he stood unscathed, not even betraying a flicker of pain. Indeed, those favored by our boss have tricks up their sleeves. Ying Yining was surprised a moment, then regained her composure. They all knew the skirmish between Wei Yang and Wu Qi. When Wei Yang first recounted it, they had assumed Wu Qi had merely been in a state of spiritual imperviousness that countered Wei Yang. But now her attack proved ineffective, as well confirming that such specialized attribute assaults could not touch him. A very unusual spiritual ability. Ying Yining extinguished her flames. Do not think I will surrender because of that. I am not like that worthless Wei Yang. She extended her hand. All things have destiny, where destiny lies the heart abides. Merge, fallen abyss, the tainted dark flame. As her words fell, a pair of wings erupted from her back. Flames rained and fused into the surrounding walls and floor. A fire formed in her palm, she pressed it to her chest, and the once slight girl's body began to swell rapidly. Her thin arms in an instant thickened to rival Wu Qi's 2 thighs, her height approaching 3 meters, taller even than her father. This was the awakened state of her ability, Life Fire. It was a transcendence of spiritual ability attainable only at Muntier. After absorbing a target's life, she could also draw out the traits contained within that life and bind them to any object, endowing that object with the same characteristics. This Life Fire had been extracted from a close combat expert. Wu Qi was speechless. He measured his own height with a hand, then stretched his arms to gauge Yingxian's, finally tiptoeing to estimate Ying Yinyan's. He laughed aloud, a burst of incredulous mirth. Wu Qi turned to run, but stumbled. A huge face appeared on the ground, disturbingly human, and stone hands seized his feet. In the next instant, Yingxiong and Ying Yining teleported over and unleashed a furious barrage. Phantom fists hammered down, engulfing Wu Qi. After 3 or 4 relentless minutes, they stopped together. Wu Qi lay battered and bruised, his body flattened from the blows. Oh, that's it. Ying Yining grew more convinced that Wei Yang was a weakling to have been felled by such a person. He was not exactly feeble, but far below her expectations. Whatever. When we return, I'll tell the boss to replace that useless one. Keeping him on the team is shameful. She ordered her father to haul Wu Qi away, but as he moved, Wu Qi suddenly sprang up, glaring at her with bruised purplish eyes. Oh my, quite resilient. This will be entertaining. Just as she prepared to strike, Wu Qi pulled a backpack and produced a can of spinach. Staring at the can, Wu Qi's face twisted in torment. He knew eating it would make him stronger, yet he struggled. He loathed spinach. Even its smell made him want to vomit. But there was no other way. He twisted off the lid, closed his eyes, and poured the spinach into his mouth. Elsewhere inside the examination hall, countless beams of light shot toward Zhao Yi. He did not surrender. Instead, he employed a technique learned from Wu Qi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His figure darted with blinding speed, the light beams grazing his body as they whizzed past. The middle-aged instructor was momentarily startled. Zhao Yi's reflexes were far swifter than expected. Yet he remained unconcerned. No. Could this be some kind of spirit art? Though it appears newly mastered, requiring intense concentration. Had truly a prodigy. But the instructor accelerated his finger-flicking rhythm. How long can your focus endure? As a high-staring apostle, his reserves of spiritual energy were vast. But the spirit art Zhao Yi wielded consumed immense mental stamina. With each passing moment, the imbalance grew. Zhao Yi would exhaust himself long before prevailing. The instructor's hands moved like a rapid-fire weapon, unleashing a barrage of light projectiles. Yet Zhao Yi evaded them all, his movements fluid, precise, and uncannily agile. Gradually, however, Zhao Yi's motion slowed. Even his clothing bore scorch marks where light projectiles had grazed him. He's faltering already. Still, for one so young to command such formidable spiritual resilience, that alone is worthy of pride. He sensed his opponent's intent to wear him down, and thus held back from closing in. Though perhaps not the strongest among instructors, he possessed profound combat experience. If his foe sought attrition, there was no need to oblige. He ceased firing spirit projectiles, then flung forth 2 radiant swords, blades forged of condensed light, hurtling toward Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi instantly spun and fled. The instructor gave chase, quickly deducing Zhao Yi's plan to stall until the other 2 concluded their battles, then converge and overwhelm him together. Yet such tactics betrayed youthful inexperience, utterly futile against a seasoned fighter. Of the 3, only Zhao Yi, a mid-star apostle, posed any real threat. The others, one was a noblewoman whose stamina was woefully inadequate, the other a novice apostle newly ascended. Admittedly, their talents were extraordinary, but at this stage they lacked battlefield efficacy. Even if they overcame his subordinates, the toll would leave them spent, incapable of mounting coordinated resistance. Though Wu Qi escaped, capturing these 3 still secures me great merit. With that, he launched a soaring slash, felling countless trees in its wake. Yet Zhao Yi evaded it by the narrowest margin. The pursuit endured for over 10 minutes, until another devastating slash erupted from the instructor. Just as it neared Zhao Yi's back, a figure materialized before him. Hetero water, shield rebound. Xiao Yan thrust both palms forward, their centers shimmering with azure water spheres. The instructor's slash struck the aqueous barrier. Like a taut rubber band stretched to its limit, the sphere elongated dramatically, slowing the blade's momentum perceptibly. At the instant of maximum tension, Yin snapped his arms forward. The rebounding slash surged back with doubled velocity. The instructor recoiled in genuine surprise. He had not anticipated such ingenuity. Alas, his own ability centered on light, an emission type art demanding exceptional reflexes. What Yi achieved he too could replicate. Shink! A blade sliced across his torso, gouging a grotesque wound. Crimson blood gushed forth. His extraordinary constitution allowed him to stagger backward, but when he beheld his attacker, shock froze him rigid. Before him stood Yi, yet this Yi was unmistakably him. Yet something was profoundly wrong. This Yi wore armor seemingly forged of translucent glass. Impossible. He whirled toward the other side, only to see the Yi who had sat motionless on the ground raise a hand in casual farewell, before his features and form dissolved and reformed into those of a slender young woman. Ding Yaoqing. No, it can't be. When did you switch places, eh? The instructor roared. Ding Yaoqing smiled faintly, her thoughts drifting back to earlier moments. During team formation, the short man had used a face-shifting spirit art. Ding Yaoqing also commanded this technique, and executed it flawlessly without the telltale imperfections that betrayed the short man's disguise. Thus, the instant they confronted these adversaries, Ding Yaoqing proposed a stratagem. She would assume Zhao Yi's identity to draw the instructor's attention while Zhao Yi eliminated the others, then extract intelligence on the instructor's abilities through interrogation. Would they talk? Those who relied on underhanded arts to ascend surely possessed no ironclad willpower. Not even a ghost would believe otherwise. To further divert the instructor's focus, Ding Yaoqing orchestrated a ruse after Wu Qi identified the dice thrower below. She instructed Zhao Yi to craft a ring specifically designed to counter the opponent's power, and ironically, it was precisely the bizarre ability of Subject 8 that sent her flying with a single punch. That still makes no sense. Your physical constitution could never sustain prolonged combat against me. At this, Ding Yaoqing offered a quiet smile. True, originally it was impossible, but I trained with Wu Qi for an entire month. For 30 days straight, she endured relentless punishment, each day teetering on the edge of life and death. Progress was inevitable. To Wu Qi, she was never a girl, merely a disciple. He showed no leniency, offered no quarter. Through repeated fractures and repeated miraculous healings by Wu Qi, she eventually witnessed a surreal sight: the cherub-winged, plump young man, leaning calmly against the gates of heaven, cigarette dangling from his lips, observing them with serene detachment. As if silently declaring, I shall simply watch you strut your arrogance. When she finally regained full awareness, she discovered her once fragile body had transformed, surpassing ordinary humans in strength, endurance, and spiritual capacity. Senior Sister Ding, you and the others withdraw first. This one is mine. These words ignited the instructor's fury. Do you think my injury makes you my master? Even now, I'll drag you down with me. Roaring, he gathered his entire essence into a cataclysmic wave of energy, hurling it toward Zhao Yi. But Zhao Yi crossed his arms before his face, and the blast struck him only to rebound violently, swallowing the instructor whole. The middle-aged teacher disintegrated into ash in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi's armor exploded into fragments, a suit he had conjured using his ability after learning of the teacher's identity. Its function was to reflect light-based energy, though usable only once. Thus, he deliberately provoked his opponent into unleashing a wide-area attack, intending to rebound it. The tactic proved astonishingly effective. Let's go, fine Brother Wu. Though the path ahead was perilous, they could not bear leaving Wu Qi alone there. Moreover, this area would soon be sealed off by the Zodiac Organization's barrier. Elsewhere, a Xia Xian cult priest delivered a single punch that shattered a stitched-together giant into gore. Hao Yin appeared battered and broken, his right arm even torn clean from its socket. Yet number 7 and the others made no move to intervene. Instead, they casually played card games nearby. Hao Yin, you are no match for me. Here stand dozens of cultists whose faith flows entirely into me. I draw their strength, their very life force. What then do you have to oppose me? As a member of a sinister cult, his abilities clearly revolved around mental subjugation. His power belonged to the enhancement domain. So long as others believed in him, his spiritual energy surged, albeit within a limited radius. This priest, a lunar rank cultivator, possessed an awakened ability that fused the strength and life force of every devotee who worshipped him directly into his own being. Thus, Hao Yin's summoned entities stood no chance against the Xia Xian cult priest. They were effortlessly overwhelmed and cast down. Hey brother Hao, need help? Just say the word. I'll ask the boss to swap our positions. Number 7 called out from the side. A colossal hash symbol instantly materialized above Hao Yin's head. Brother Hao, let me take over. You've got your reasons after all. Xiao Bai covered her mouth, barely concealing her amusement. The priest, baffled by their demeanor, wondered had they truly failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Or did this man harbor some hidden trump card? Even so, the priest remained utterly confident. He was already nearing mid-lunar rank, and victory seemed inevitable. Hao Yin's jaw twitched. These wretches. At last he exhaled deeply, and his spiritual energy began contracting violently inward. Sensing the shift, the others immediately flung their cards aside and bolted for the exit. They knew exactly what Hao Yin was about to do and feared retribution above all. Weave forth. The heavens, the earth, all things entwined upon a single thread. Hao-Yin extended a single finger, a slender filament shot forth, striking the severed arm on the ground before coiling upward at his command, lifting the limb back into his palm. He pressed the arm into place. Then in a blur of motion, countless silken threads interlaced with impossible speed. Within the blink of an eye, the limb was whole again, seamlessly restored. Hao-Yin flexed his fingers, testing the limb, then vanished from sight in the next instant. Incredible speed. The priest's pupils contracted sharply as his gaze darted wildly across the battlefield, yet found no trace of his foe. Here, Hao-Yin's voice rang out behind him. The priest whirled, only to face a torrent of corpses hurtling toward him. Trivial trickery. The priest drove a fist forward, utterly indifferent to the fate of his own followers. Yet the moment his knuckles struck the first corpse, searing agony erupted through his body, and blood gushed from his mouth. His expression twisted in shock. He scanned his surroundings, and saw to his horror fine silken strands crisscrossing his own form, binding the corpses to him and drawing them ever closer. What is this? Guess. Hao-Yin smiled faintly, refusing to answer, then flicked his fingers. Stones, trees, and rubble from shattered buildings surged toward the priest like living things. The priest attempted to shatter them, but each blow he landed sent jolts of pain reverberating through his own flesh, as if striking himself. He realized the cause: those eerie filaments. Desperate, he tried tearing them free, but for every strand he broke, a dozen more sprang forth from Hao-Yin's body, clinging anew. This was Hao-Yin's awakened ability. Mend and mend again. For 3 years, the power to stitch together discarded fragments into living beings. His awakened form refined this further. Anything he stitched onto a target became part of that target's flesh and essence. Thus, every strike the priest landed upon those objects rebounded as self-inflicted injury. The priest dared not move. Surrounded, bound, and immobilized by the converging debris and corpses, he stood trapped, until Hao-Yin approached slowly, deliberately. A long blade shimmered into existence in his hand. Reverend priest, these things are now your body. So tell me, can a man survive with half his flesh gone? Wait, please. Panic seized the priest. He had no wish to die. Hao-Yin, we've dined together. Oh. Seeing Hao-Yin lower the blade, the priest's heart leapt, only for Hao-Yin to murmur, I apologize. I'd forgotten. A sharp shink, and the priest collapsed lifeless. Phew. Hao-Yin dispelled his ability, then turned toward a distant direction, the site where Wu Qi battled. Shao Qing, having escorted Wu Qi and the others earlier, had already returned. They had no intention of becoming further entangled in this affair. Hao-Yin, however, felt uneasy about Tian Xian's condition, and sprinted swiftly toward Wu Qi's location. Meanwhile, in the live-streaming studio, Yin stared dumbfounded as Wu Qi swallowed a can of spinach and struck a heroic pose. Wasn't that just ordinary canned spinach? So what effect does it actually have? You wouldn't understand. Spinach makes me stronger. Wu Qi puffed out his newly broadened chest. Yin, is this man unhinged? So, you're finally serious. Seeing Wu Qi unharmed, Yin understood at last he'd been mocking her all along. Spinach makes me stronger. She didn't believe a word of it. He was pure, unadulterated mischief incarnate. She lunged forward, ready to fight him for 300 rounds, when suddenly, stop. Yin froze mid-stride. What now? Well, before we begin, may I use the restroom first? Wu Qi's face suddenly contorted in distress. Huh, trying to stall. Don't be naive. Yin instantly commanded her hero to strike, only for Wu Qi to dodge nimbly aside. Yet she circled behind him, locking her arms around his throat in a crushing python hold, while her hero rushed forward, embracing both Wu Qi and Yin in a tight full-body grapple. This time I wonder how you'll dodge. Yin snarled with a vicious grin against Wu Qi's back. Wait, what am I even dodging? Let go of me first. I need to use the restroom. Wu Qi roared, his face ashen, pressed hard against Yin's chest. Don't try to escape. I won't release you. Yin tightened her grip. Her legs coiled tightly around Wu Qi's waist, squeezed with renewed force. Then in the next instant, gurgle. A strange, unsettling sound emanated from Wu Qi's stomach. Wu Qi. Yin. A dented can rolled across the floor. The production date stamped upon it clearly expired. Are you serious? I told you, I need the restroom. Let me go now. A tender bud just broke through the water's surface. Damn it, don't expose it yet. Hold on, for heaven's sake. Dad, let go. Yet Yin's expression twisted into sudden agony, her arms constricted tighter still. Disaster. I've lost control. Yin's face paled. Maintaining control over the hero demanded absolute focus, but Wu Qi's words had shattered her concentration in an instant. She stood behind Wu Qi. If he erupted now, the consequences would be catastrophic. Still, she braced herself to regain composure, only to hear, hurry up. The Maginot Line is about to collapse. Stop distracting me. Hold the line. Yet the more desperate her mental strain grew, the more fractured her focus became. Just as she finally steadied her mind. A bizarre odor wafted into the air. Wu Qi. Yin. I swear my defenses still hold, but when the wind rises and clouds soar, this is simply beyond control. Wu Qi declared resolute. He'll kill you. It's not you. Each burst shot forth like rapid fire from a machine gun. A noxious gas spiraled upward, enveloping Yin completely. She drew breath instinctively and inhaled nothing but that acrid, inescapable vapor. Ugh, cough, cough, ugh, cough, ugh. She gasped for air, only to inhale more of the same foulness. Her vision blurred, eyes rolled white, and consciousness fled. Thud. Ng Yinyan's body reverted to its original form while the hero clutched his head and writhed in agony upon the ground. At that moment, everyone rushed in. But Wu Qi shot past them like an arrow sprinting far into the distance. They turned ahead, to seeing Yinin foaming at the mouth, and the hero collapsed racked with pain. Damn, Brother Wu, you're absolutely legendary. Xiaoyan stared stunned by the scene before him. They'd just located Zhang Jun and learned what had transpired inside. Initially, they'd feared Wu Qi would be brutally overwhelmed. After all, Zhang Jun had confirmed Yinin was also a moon-tier cultivator. Even if Wu Qi were exceptionally strong, defeating two moon-tier opponents seemed impossible. They'd already prepared to rescue him, only to find both adversaries lying unconscious on the ground. Wait, is this really plausible? Zhao Yi exclaimed, dumbfounded. Though had long suspected Wu Qi was a moon-tier expert, overwhelming two such cultivators simultaneously and emerging victorious exceeded even his wildest expectations. Only Brother Hao remained calm, had grown accustomed to Wu Qi's extraordinary nature. Yet the moment he spotted Tianxin lying unconscious, he dashed forward without hesitation. Tianxin. At that very moment, flames erupted from Ng Yinyan's body. Then in a blaze of incandescent light, a colossal phoenix rose from the earth. Moments later, Ng Yinin revived, reborn from ash and flame. Where is that scoundrel Wu Qi? Her gaze swept across Zhao Yi and the others. Especially upon spotting Brother Hao and his companions, her heart plummeted. She instantly recognized them all as moon-tier cultivators. With only two allies on her side, and the hero now fully uncontrolled, victory was utterly out of reach. Just then Wu Qi jogged back, tears welling in his eyes at the sight of Zhao Yi and the rest. You're finally here. You have no idea how vicious this girl is. Look what she did to me. The group. You don't seem injured at all. Fortunately, thanks to my vegetable-based flatulence. Before he could finish, Yinin burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. The sovereign heaven-shaking fist truly lives up to its name. I yield this round. Wu Qi. When exactly did I ever use the sovereign heaven-shaking fist? Who precisely started circulating this absurd rumor about me mastering it? Tianyang High School's principal, battered and bruised, had just arrived, and silently melted into the crowd's rear. Cough, cough. Ng Yinin theatrically spat blood. She wasn't afraid to die, but to be known as the one slain by flatulence. That would be a fate worse than death. The hero staggered upright from the ground, freed at last from her control. Yinin, turn back. Turn back. How? Do you imagine you can pardon my sins? Do you possess such authority, or even the moral courage to wield it? Ng Yinin gazed down at him, contempt etched across her features. Do you know how many I've killed? Thousands, at the very least. Surrender means a certain execution. Will you save me? The hero remained silent. Indeed, some paths once taken cannot be retraced. Yinin, it's not as you believe. Tianxin approached, cradling her wounded arm. Yinin, sister's death wasn't father's fault. Mother was under coercion at the time. Father had no choice. I know. Ng Yinin cut her off sharply. You know? Yes, I've known the truth for years. I've known mother was controlled. I bear no grudge against him for that. But, her expression darkened, storm clouds gathering in her eyes. Why didn't he avenge mother? The hero's pupils contracted violently. Yinin, the murderer who slaughtered mother, still walks free, still commits atrocities openly. And yet you haven't struck him down. Isn't that your duty, hero director, the self-proclaimed paragon of justice? The hero fell utterly silent. He had wished for vengeance, but then came the warning. Hero, I know that young man's deeds are despicable, yet his status is exceptional. For the greater good, I urge you to place principle above personal retribution. No reply. Then let us proceed to the next phase. All screens flared to life, revealing students within the examination hall and parents watching the live broadcast in the plaza. Era. Come now, let despair consume this city. As Ng Yinin's voice faded, towering pillars of light erupted across the city, surging skyward from countless locations before converging upon the central plaza. Though you've eliminated those weaklings, what will you do now? Choose the students trapped within the secret realm, or the ordinary civilians inside the city. Save one side, and the other shall fall irrevocably into corruption. Choose. Will you save the nation's future or its common people? A collective gasp rippled through the group. Then instinctively, they moved to split up. Don't even think about dividing your forces. Once this barrier activates, only one side can be dismantled. But the moment she finished speaking, the barrier encasing the secret realm shattered with a thunderous crack and failed to reseal. Ng Yinin froze in utter disbelief. What's happening? Zhao Yi and the others instantly turned toward Wu Qi, eyes blazing with hope. Wu Qi. He glanced left and right, then lunged, seizing Zhang Jun just as he tried to slip away, gripping him with fervent intensity. Brother, you've done us an enormous service. Zhang Jun. Spotting Ng Yinin's gaze locking onto him, he immediately pointed at Wu Qi. Sister Ng, it's him. You know me. I'm nobody, just a speck of dust. The moment I entered, he locked onto me, saw right through our plan, shattered my crystal orb, and then seized control of my body with spiritual energy. Sistering, I had no choice. Wu Qi, that's not true. You're twisting the facts. When did I ever control you? You volunteered to cooperate with us. Impossible. My loyalty to the organization is absolute. How could I betray it? Sistering, I've seen what the organization does to traitors. Brother Wu, don't be modest. Let's just do it. With skills like yours, what do we have to fear? Xiaoyan shouted from the side. I'm afraid of your sister, so stop making things worse. Wait, was it you who shattered the core? Wu Qi latched onto that single point, unyielding, daring him to explain that away. But Zhang Jun suddenly jabbed his finger at Wu Qi, voice rising with frantic conviction. Sistering, did you hear that? He knows about the core. How can he deny it? Wu Qi, damn, you're quick. Brother Wu, let's handle the other city cores first. She's all yours. Without waiting for Wu Qi's reply, they abandoned him on the spot. Uncle. But the elder didn't even glance back, instead gently supporting Tianxin with meticulous care. Xinxin dear, let's sit quietly over here. Watch your step. This is our nephew's domain now. Don't worry. He lacks restraint, but that's precisely why he'll get the job done. Just as Tianxin and Yingxiong began to relax, something felt profoundly wrong. Uncle. Wu Qi roared, tears streaming down his face. Yinyin wasted no time, channeling all her soul fire into the heavens above. She had realized Wu Qi had been feigning weakness, and now resolved to strike him down with her full, unrestrained power. The white clouds overhead warped violently, swelling, darkening, coalescing into a colossal thunderhead, crackling with lightning and roaring with apocalyptic fury. Then, a cartoonish face emerged upon the storm cloud. Cece, huh, I'm alive. Yinyinin's face drained of color, then she bellowed. Call forth the thunder. Okay. The thunderhead spiraled inward, lightning converging with terrifying speed, amassing energy beyond comprehension. Hey, Wu Qi, this technique is dangerous. A misstep could level the entire district. Hao Gu warned urgently, immediately enveloping Tianxin in a protective veil of spiritual energy. As for Yingxiong, apologies, he'd never protect a man. That's right, and once unleashed, I won't be able to control it. Let's all die together. No sooner had the words left her lips than the cloud reached critical mass, lightning poised to strike at any instant. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing whistle cut through the air. Pissed. Wu Qi waved casually at the cloud. Instantly, the descending bolt halted midair, and the cloud tilted, peering down at him with unmistakable confusion. Come here. Curious, the cloud drifted closer. Wu Qi glanced around, then handed it a disc. The cloud's eyes widened, transforming instantly into shimmering hearts, as its spectral hands clasped together in delight. Emblazoned across the disc were bold characters: Live Weather Forecast. And if you prefer foreign broadcasts, we also carry the Global Weather Almanac. Take it, enjoy. The cloud nodded frantically, then vanished with a sonic whoosh, disc clutched tight. Silence fell. Everyone stared dumbfounded. Yinyin stood frozen. You just left? Tricked by a weather forecast. Before she could process it, Wu Qi was already striding toward her, fists clenched. Why wait? But Wu Qi didn't slow, not for a heartbeat. If he didn't seize this perfect chance to return the terror she'd inflicted on him, he'd never forgive himself. He raised his hand, then paused. Striking a girl her age on the buttocks felt inappropriate. After a beat, he decided just punch. His fist flew, crunch, landing squarely on Yinyinin's face, shattering cartilage and sending crimson spray arcing through the air. Tianxin and Yingxiong gaped, then shouted in unison, not out of concern for her, but sheer horror at the sheer audacity of striking someone squarely in the face. Yinin. But before the cry faded, another figure materialized behind Wu Qi, time itself grinding to a halt. Even Hao Gu stood paralyzed. That ability again. Hao Gu sighed, exasperated. He'd been the one to grant it to Wu Qi. Phew, now then. Wu Qi raised both fists, the phantom behind him mirroring the motion perfectly. Muda, crack. Muda, 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 Muda. An infinite storm of fists descended, engulfing Yinin, her slender frame tossed like brittle parchment in a hurricane. Agony seared every nerve. Finally, she understood how Wei Yang's injuries had been inflicted. It's fine, I'll endure. Then I'll resurrect. She possessed vast reserves of life force, enough to revive herself. But then, terror struck. Her abilities froze. Not suppressed, frozen, utterly inert. Her body passively sustained life, but each surge of regenerative energy was instantly shattered by Wu Qi's blows. Muda, Muda, Muda. 1 hour passed in frozen time, yet outside barely 1 minute elapsed. The moment time resumed. Muda. A final crushing blow sent Yinin crashing to the ground, her body a ruin of broken bone and ruptured flesh. She wasn't dead, yet, but only by the narrowest, most agonizing sliver of life. Yinin, Yingxiong and Tianxin rushed over despite their wounds, tears streaming down their faces as they gazed upon Yinin, lying on the ground like a broken ragdoll. Yet they had no right to blame Wu Qi. After all, this entire calamity had originated from their own family. Though several locations were initially guarded, the joint efforts of arriving teachers and Public Security Bureau officers gradually restored control. Once the barrier was dispelled, they immediately contacted the outside world, and upon hearing the report, higher authorities swiftly deployed military forces. After eliminating the rogue members of the Xia Xian cult and assorted thugs, the city finally regained safety. But soon something chilling occurred. Zodiac. What is that? Zhao Yi asked his teacher, only to be stunned by the reply. He distinctly recalled having informed them during the rendezvous that the insurgents belonged to an organization called the Zodiac, yet now they had forgotten it entirely. Shortly thereafter, official bulletins declared the incident yet another uprising orchestrated by the Xia Xian cult, making no mention whatsoever of the Zodiac organization. Even Yin, the mastermind behind the chaos, was now portrayed as an innocent victim allegedly attacked and left in a vegetative state. Inside the hospital, Zhao Yi sat outside the ward, eyes locked unblinkingly on Yin lying unconscious within. She was a member of the Zodiac organization, and they would never abandon her. Don't tense up too much. Even if you stare until your eyes bleed, she'll still be taken when the time comes, Hao Gu remarked, exhaling smoke. Zhao Yi turned sharply toward Hao Gu in astonishment. That's right, I retain my memories too. Perhaps only those close to Wu Qi retain theirs. Hao Gu, a man long weathered by storms, now felt an icy dread creeping through his veins. To manipulate human cognition on such a vast scale was terrifying beyond measure, and whoever possessed such power must be unfathomably formidable. Were it not for the jade pendant inside Tian Xian's and Wu Qi's bodies, he would have fled long ago. Their strength is indisputable, so your priority now isn't uncovering their identities, but strengthening yourself. Even if you discovered crucial information today, you couldn't tell anyone. It would vanish from memory before you could speak. Zhao Yi nodded. Hao Ji's words held undeniable logic. Yet the Zodiac organization had become his obsession. Any trace of them was impossible to ignore. Just as they spoke, Ing Xiong approached with heavy, deliberate steps. Gentlemen, I demand to know why my daughter has become like this. His face was grim. Though the official investigation claimed she'd been ambushed by Xia Xian cultists, something felt profoundly wrong. He sensed vital memories slipping through his grasp. Shall we tell him? Zhao Yi glanced at Hao Gu. After all, Wu Qi had personally beaten his daughter into this state. No one could predict how he might react. Tell him. The present reality is far preferable to what she endured while alive, and besides, we need allies. As a figure from the underworld, Hao Gu reasoned that Ing Xiong, a man rooted in the orthodox path, could prove invaluable. Moreover, in everyone else's mind, his daughter remained an innocent victim. They recounted the full truth. Ing Xiong's expression shifted repeatedly, until finally settling into an impenetrable darkness. Though I've told you everything, you likely won't remember it for long. Based on Zhao Yi's experience, even if he revealed the truth to others before meeting Wu Gu, their memories would inevitably fade with time. Then how do you remember? Ing Xiong asked. Because of Wu Gu, we're his friends, shielded by his ability, untouched by the erasure. I understand. Take me to him. True to Hao Ji's prediction, Ing Xiong harbored no intent to target Wu Qi. Indeed, Wu Qi had liberated his daughter from suffering. All this was his failure as a father. His daughter's sins would be borne by him. But first he would obliterate the Zodiac organization and exact vengeance upon its leader. You won't find him now. Why? He's gone to get a job. A job? More precisely, he'd gone to infiltrate the antagonists. Wu Qi had grown utterly weary of living in constant fear. These scoundrels were insufferable. Today they demanded he defeat a minor villain. Tomorrow they'd command him to slay the demon sovereign himself. He refused to play along any longer. Fine, I'll join the villains instead. Clutching his resume, he sought out a notorious gang, one formerly rivaled by Boss Fan, until Fan inexplicably surrendered himself to authorities, leaving this gang to dominate the district unchallenged. With their territory expanded, manpower had grown critically thin, prompting a covert recruitment drive. All new recruits were blindfolded and escorted in secrecy. Only Wu Qi gained entry through Ding Yaoqing's telepathic assistance, desperate to ensure acceptance. A bald man's cigarette dangling from his lips scrutinized Wu Qi up and down. Frowning at the youth's seemingly dim-witted demeanor, he asked, "You're certain you want to join us?" "Yes, boss. I've admired you for years. Here's my resume." Wu Qi hurriedly handed over his resume. The bald man scanned it and raised an eyebrow. "You've worked for a gang before." "Indeed. I served as Boss Fan's personal bodyguard. My protection was flawless, until he inexplicably surrendered, leaving me unemployed." Hearing this, the bald man realized Wu Qi had guarded Boss Fan himself, a rare talent indeed, and immediately offered him a position. "Granted, your past experience is impressive, but as a newcomer you'll begin at the bottom. You'll serve directly under me as my personal protector." "Yes, boss." Just then a subordinate burst in. "Tiger Brother, disaster. The Pingtu gang has stormed the compound." "What? How did they locate us?" "A boy carrying a school bag led them here. A boy with a backpack." Tiger Brother's gaze slid sideways to Wu Qi. Wu Qi. He had indeed encountered someone asking for directions en route, but the man had seemed so affable he'd assumed he was also job hunting. He never imagined he was guiding an enemy faction. Before the word settled, armed men flooded in, swords flashing, screams erupting. Within moments, Tiger Brothers' men lay silent and still. After ransacking the premises, the invaders shouted, "On to the next target," and vanished. Once they'd departed, Wu Qi emerged from behind a porcelain vase. He glanced at Tiger Brother lying dead on the floor, staring upward with lifeless eyes, and quietly closed them.